This is a dragon not permitted to be born. Before the shell could crack, it had already incurred divine retribution. A decade of silence has earned it a mysterious protection and a drop of divine blood. When Lei Luo finally tore aside the veil of the world, he clearly remembered who he was, a traveler and an infamous orphan of a venomous dragon, wanted across the entire continent. He did not choose to hide. Instead, he began to study everything on the deserted island. For he discovered that he could perceive the hidden attributes of all things and could plunder and merge them. When the dragon hunters of the Mage Alliance tracked him down by bloodline, Lei Luo was calmly examining his own claws and venomous breath. Hunting a legendary venomous dragon? Excellent. Now, the rules of the game would be redefined by the surviving party. Chapter 1. The venomous dragon lays an egg. On the Holy Continent, deep within the East Sea lies a desolate island, barren of trees and life due to the constant eruptions of an active volcano, suffused with the scent of sulfur. In recent years, the frequency of volcanic eruptions has diminished, allowing fish to begin to swim in the surrounding waters. However, their numbers remain exceedingly sparse. As time has passed, resilient plants have started to appear on the island, their colors mirroring the desolation, making them nearly invisible unless one observes closely. The volcano is gradually quieting, on the verge of becoming dormant. If no unforeseen events occur, this place will eventually be adorned with trees, inviting seabirds to nest, transforming into a typical island. Roar. A furious roar echoed through the sky, followed by the descent of a fully green venomous dragon onto the island. The dragon was covered in wounds, with blood flowing uncontrollably. Its triangular head bore a gaze of icy coldness. After scanning the surroundings and confirming the absence of any life forms, it sighed with relief, only to notice the plants on the island that matched the color of the rocks. Had it not possessed a profound sense of life, it might have overlooked them. A glimmer of surprise shone in the dragon's eyes. Just as it intended to rush over, it halted mid-step. If it approached carelessly, it would undoubtedly leave a trail of footprints, providing clues to the cunning humans pursuing it. Thus, it refrained from landing and instead took to the air. From a distance, it appeared as though it was too exhausted, using the island as a temporary refuge before departing. In reality, it did not fly away but maintained a low altitude, hovering above the plants that shared its coloration. While controlling the flow of its blood to avoid staining the plants, it used its claws to dig a hole beside the plants, creating a pathway that led downwards and then to the left, reaching the roots of the plants. Once the tunnel was excavated, the dragon flapped its wings fervently, panting heavily. What would have been a simple task in the past was now significantly arduous due to its injuries. Persevering until now was no small feat. Glancing back, an unusual sense of tension and hesitation flickered in its eyes. Ultimately, it steeled its resolve. It began to softly chant into the air, summoning a spatial pocket from which emerged a 2-meter-tall green dragon egg. As it continued to chant, the egg was compressed to half a meter, perfectly fitting into the tunnel it had dug. After securely placing the dragon egg, the venomous dragon cast 2 magical blessings and then concealed the area before departing the island without a backward glance. Yet within its roar, an unnoticeable hint of sorrow lingered. Not long after the dragon's departure, a group of mages clad in magical robes and warriors wielding great swords arrived on the island. They immediately spotted the 2 dragon footprints etched into the soil. The warrior wielding the greatsword chuckled, "Ha ha, after such a long chase, that venomous dragon must be too exhausted to continue." One of the mages also smiled. "If it weren't for the rumor that it was pregnant and had laid an egg, we wouldn't have dared to pursue it so relentlessly. Now we shall reap great rewards." Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, seemingly forgetting the rules they had arrived with, the elder leading them paused, gripping his staff tightly, and spoke coldly. "While pursuing, be cautious, try to capture it alive. It holds far greater research value. Anyone who dares to damage the dragon egg shall not return. They must commit seppuku here to atone. I, on behalf of the Mage Alliance, declare this command to be in effect for life. And do not entertain the thought of escaping with the venomous dragon's egg." The Mage Alliance sacrificed 3 demigods to severely injure that legendary venomous dragon. We can dispatch 10 demigods to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Instantly, the faces of all present grew serious, laughter fading away. The elder, satisfied that order was restored, surveyed the group and gestured, "Continue the pursuit from behind. Tire it out to its limit before we engage. Do not be like Carl, who was killed by a single breath of poison." Everyone acknowledged and followed the direction in which the venomous dragon had fled. Due to the seal placed upon the dragon egg, its life force was faint and buried among the roots of the plants, it was easily mistaken for mere vegetation. No one noticed the peculiar life force emanating from that plant. Only a mage at the end of the line felt a flicker of doubt. However, it would be odd for him to remain behind while everyone else moved on. Even if he discovered something amiss, it wouldn't concern him. It was better to feign ignorance and return later to investigate. He noted the location of the island and hurried after the others. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate island, where beneath the unobserved plants lay a half-meter-tall dragon egg shimmering with a faint glow. As time gradually passed, the venomous dragon that had laid the egg never returned. Neither did the human mages and warriors who had pursued it. Even the mage who sensed something awry did not return. This island seemed to be forgotten by all, save for the plants growing upon it and the fish swimming in the surrounding waters. The places where the venomous dragon had once left its footprints were now covered in vegetation. Beneath the plant that concealed the egg, once half a meter in size, had now grown back to 2 meters, expanding downward and remaining undetectable from the surface. The exterior of the egg was enveloped in a layer of magical array, maintaining its protective enchantment. Until one day, the green dragon egg began to tremble slightly, pushing aside the plants above it, allowing it to once again bask in sunlight as the outer magical array shattered and dimmed. In the days that followed, the dragon egg grew increasingly active, as if a small life within was on the verge of hatching. But just as its life force peaked, a pair of golden eyes appeared above the island, surveying the land. The lineage of the venomous dragon does not require the birth of life. As the voice resonated, the golden eyes vanished, but a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, striking the green dragon egg with precision. The 2 layers of blessings that had previously been ineffective activated, yet ultimately, they only diminished the power of the golden light by half. The blessings were shattered. A mournful roar echoed faintly in the air. The vibrant life force within the dragon egg fell silent, as if it had never existed. A gentle breeze swept through, yet no one bore witness to this scene. Time has never ceased, always advancing forward. 10 years later, the life force that had once languished within the dragon egg re-emerged, albeit significantly weaker than before, yet it was, after all, a resurgence of life. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds and thunderstorm approached ominously over the island, heralding the impending tempest. The golden eyes that had appeared before manifested once more, albeit still not fully formed, as a voice resonated from the void. Begone, golden eyes shattered, coalescing into a droplet of golden liquid that fell precisely upon the green dragon egg, causing its life force to surge significantly, stabilizing at half of its previous vitality. Chapter 2. The Newly Born Poison Dragon. After enduring 2 setbacks, the dragon egg finally emerged without further incident. 3 days later, with a gentle crack, the egg broke from within, and a young poison dragon emerged, gazing upon this unfamiliar world. Unlike other newly hatched dragons, its eyes held neither purity nor confusion, but rather a glint of cunning and fear, sparkling with intelligence, as if it were apprehensive of this realm. Should any human meet its gaze, they might be led to believe they were confronting an adult rather than a dragon. Yet, in truth, the genuine young poison dragon had perished with the first ray of golden light. The creature that had now been born was not the soul of a young poison dragon. Instead, it was the consciousness of a human who had traversed from another world. I have crossed over. Lei Luo stared blankly at the scenery before him, then lowered his gaze to the shattered green eggshell beneath him, realizing he was a newly born, oviparous being. This physique. It seems I have become a dragon? Sensing the formidable power within and the wings yet to unfurl from his back, Lei Luo felt a surge of joy. Though he had lived as a human in his previous life, it had been mundane and devoid of excitement. Now, having crossed over and transformed into a magnificent dragon, life was undoubtedly far superior to his former existence. Moreover, he would encounter a plethora of new vistas. A rumble from his stomach abruptly brought Lei Luo back to reality. Having just been born, he was in urgent need of energy to replenish his body. Guided by primal instincts, he consumed the remnants of the eggshell, absorbing the energy it contained. Roar! With a rich flow of energy coursing through him, Lei Luo rose and shook his body, unable to suppress a youthful roar. As a dragon endowed with a human soul, the first order of business was to secure sustenance, followed by familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment to assess any potential dangers and await the arrival of his parents in this life. Although born upon this desolate island, a setting ill-suited for a dragon, uncertainty loomed over him, compelling him to survey his surroundings. Dragons possessed exceptional stamina. While he could not yet fly, his crawling speed was commendable. Minutes later, Lei Luo ascended to a higher elevation on the island. From his vantage point, he surveyed the desolate landscape devoid of flora, with the boundless sea stretching infinitely beyond the island's edge. At the island's center stood a volcano, yet the ambient temperature around the island was not high, suggesting that the volcano had long been dormant. Beyond that, there was naught but barren scenery. I hope my parents return soon. I lack hunting skills and do not know if there are fish in these waters, Lei Luo mused as he made his way to the island's edge, arriving at the shoreline shortly thereafter. Peering into the water, he beheld his reflection. Indeed, he was a dragon, handsome, no less. After admiring his own appearance, Lei Luo dipped his head into the sea, hoping to spot a school of fish, and was astonished to see that as his body submerged, the water's hue gradually transformed to a deep azure, expanding outward. What is happening? Lei Luo was perplexed. Was he born divine? Did he possess innate powers? Was this a racial gift? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, yet certainty eluded him. After all, he had not inherited any ancestral memories nor received guidance from parents, leaving him to navigate this mystery through self-exploration. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Luo fully submerged himself in the water to observe quietly. Soon, as he descended further, an increasing volume of the surrounding water turned azure, yet upon reaching a certain threshold, the azure hue ceased to expand and began to drift aimlessly. It did not blend with the surrounding sea, but rather seemed to float freely. Seeing it drift away, Lei Luo hurriedly pursued. This phenomenon, generated by his own body, warranted investigation. Not far ahead, a school of shallow-water fish swam toward him. Instantly, the azure water began to lose its color, and simultaneously, the fish swayed, struggling to swim. No, it was not merely fading. Lei Luo discerned that the green energy within the azure water was infiltrating the fish, causing their peculiar state. Given this effect, it must be poison. Just as Lei Luo comprehended this, the azure water reverted to its original state, and the fish, flipping over, floated to the surface. None escaped. Lei Luo swam closer and prodded with his claw. The larger fish were still alive, but the smaller ones had succumbed to the toxin. My talent is poison? Lei Luo's eyes widened in exhilaration. Others might regard poison as an unfavorable power, yet he held a different perspective. As long as he could achieve his goals, the means were inconsequential. For instance, he needed to dine tonight. Had he awakened the power of fire, he would be at a disadvantage in the sea, risking starvation on this desolate island. If his parents did not arrive, the prospect of perishing from hunger was not unfathomable. Lei Luo clutched the largest fish with his jaws, grasping a slightly smaller one in his claws as he swam back. Upon reaching the shore, he stood on his hind legs, making his way toward the dormant volcano. The eggshell contained a wealth of energy that he could consume directly, but the fish certainly required cooking before consumption. Even on a deserted island, one must not be careless. At the mouth of the volcano, utilizing the residual heat within, Lei Luo roasted the 3 poisoned fish to perfection, savoring a delightful meal. Afterward, he sought a sheltered spot to lie down and rest. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the next day. Lei Luo opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he remained utterly alone on the island, with no other creatures in sight, causing his brow to furrow slightly. This situation felt decidedly amiss. It was important to note that he had just been born, possessing no power to defend himself. This was the critical period where protection was paramount, and surely, guardians should have arrived to oversee him. Even if his parents did come, they might notice something awry, yet that concern paled in comparison to the need for safety. This is quite unsettling, but for now, there is little I can do. I hope no dangers lurk around the island. Lei Luo reluctantly accepted his solitary existence, fortunate that his awakened talent was poison, sparing him the need to engage in direct combat in the sea. He could simply incapacitate fish with his toxin, ensuring he would not go hungry. The island offered no scenic beauty, and the surrounding waters seemed to stretch infinitely. With time to spare, Lei Luo traversed every corner of the desolate island, simultaneously assessing and categorizing the danger levels of various regions. The most perilous aspect was the interior of the dormant volcano. While it did not erupt, it harbored intense heat, and falling within would leave little hope for survival. Aside from the volcano's interior, there were occasional plumes of smoke emanating from it, laden with fiery toxins that his current constitution could not withstand. These 2 threats posed a genuine risk to life. Elsewhere, there were no abnormalities. Next, he considered the ocean. The island where Lei Luo found himself appeared to be situated far from any land. He swam in one direction from sunrise to sunset, yet the only sight was the endless sea. Without the sun to guide him, he could easily become lost in the vast waters. For now, escape was unattainable, and he could only remain on the island. Chapter 3. Hunting First-Order Creatures. Time passed swiftly on the island, and before long, a year had elapsed. During this period, Lei Luo sustained himself by fishing, occasionally diving to the ocean floor to gather shellfish for a change in flavor, ensuring his nutritional needs were consistently met. Compared to his newborn state, he had tripled in size, standing over 3 meters tall, and when he unfurled his wings, an overwhelming sense of dominance enveloped him. As his physique expanded, so too did his strength, with the ancestral legacy of the Poison Dragon clan gradually awakening within him. Each day, Lei Luo eagerly anticipated the acquisition of ancestral memories to delve into their contents. These memories did not impart direct revelations, but rather taught him the arcane language of dragons and the art of combat inherent to their kind. Only by cultivating greater power could he escape the desolate island. Throughout the year, Lei Luo had not relaxed his standards due to solitary survival. Instead, he imposed even stricter expectations upon himself. He wondered what memories today would bring. The ancestral memories were akin to a teacher, imparting new knowledge daily. And forgetting them was nearly impossible, a true shortcut to wisdom. As various thoughts flickered through Lei Luo's mind, he patiently awaited the arrival of new memories. Soon, he felt a surge of recollections and promptly began to examine them. However, this time, the ancestral memories conveyed not spells or combat techniques, but rather the history of the Poison Dragon lineage in the Holy Continent. He learned that he resided in a realm known as the Shengshengdalu, positioned at the edge of the chaotic sea. Upon awakening his abilities, Lei Luo's initial conjectures proved accurate. He was indeed a poison dragon. Yet, unlike ordinary dragons, the Poison Dragon lineage was scorned by other races. Upon encountering him, other beings would undoubtedly attempt to slay him. Even fellow dragons would not offer assistance, and might even take offensive action against him. The reasons for such animosity were not elucidated in the ancestral memories, but there were hints that it was somehow linked to the progenitor of the Poison Dragon clan. Additionally, the beings of the Holy Continent were classified into ranks from 1 to 9, with those surpassing the 9th rank entering a demigod realm, stepping into the realm of myth, and distinctly separating themselves from ordinary life forms, enjoying prolonged lifespans. After absorbing the memories, Lei Luo took a moment to regain his composure. He mused on how he had been born on this desolate island, realizing the unfortunate reputation of the Poison Dragon clan. Thankfully, during his initial foray into the waters, he had not encountered any sentient beings. It seemed his parents had cared for him in this life, despite the circumstances. With a wry smile and a slight shake of his head, he rose and made his way toward the sea. For dragons to grow normally, ample nutrition was essential, allowing them to reach the 4th rank in adulthood. Without sufficient energy supply, they could not achieve optimal growth. The commonplace fish in the shallow waters no longer satisfied Lei Luo's appetite, and energy acquisition had become challenging. Thus, he resolved to venture to slightly deeper waters to see if he could hunt higher-ranked fish and replenish his energy. Spreading his wings, Lei Luo ascended from the island, arriving in a region frequented by first-order fish. After swallowing a few small fish, he scanned his surroundings, ensuring safety, and began to unleash his breath. Soon, a surge of deep green seawater was conjured. Compared to a year prior, his toxins had significantly intensified, capable of incapacitating even stronger creatures, and were now under his control, which emboldened him to venture into this area. As he manipulated the newly created deep green seawater, he descended to the ocean floor. His dragon's eyes narrowed as he spotted a colossal creature, a crocodile turtle, measuring 4 meters in length and crackling with electricity, lay half-lidded among the rocky outcrops. Its mouth agape, with currents swirling within its throat, enticing prey to approach. Possessing lightning abilities, it was undoubtedly a first-order being, and consuming it would provide substantial nourishment. Lei Luo's eyes gleamed as he stealthily circled behind the reef to conceal himself. He preferred not to confront this creature directly. Instead, he aimed to utilize toxins to subdue it, thereby minimizing bloodshed and the likelihood of attracting other predators while ensuring his own safety. Sensing the currents of water, Lei Luo gradually directed the deep green seawater toward the crocodile turtle, allowing it to cascade down from above. The deep green seawater was merely a facade. The true potency lay in the innate toxins of the poison dragon. Within the reef, the crocodile turtle awaited its quarry, but it suddenly sensed something amiss. Feeling a wave of dizziness and lethargy in its limbs, its small, bean-sized eyes scanned for anomalies, yet finding none, it hesitated to move. After all, it had set a trap. Any movement would risk scaring away potential prey. With its intelligence, it failed to recognize that it had already been poisoned. As the toxins gradually infiltrated the crocodile turtle's body, Lei Luo noted its electrical energy dimming, its limbs sprawled, and it lay motionless. Uncertain of how much resistance remained, Lei Luo narrowed his eyes and continued to direct toxins into the creature's body. Once all the toxins were expended, he unfurled his wings and charged forward, sinking his teeth into the turtle's neck and unleashing a torrent of poisonous breath into its throat. With a loud crack, the crocodile turtle, caught off guard, attempted to activate its abilities, but its limbs were too weak to rise, and its internal powers were hindered, rendering it incapable of action. As it struggled more fiercely, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lei Luo's eyes. With a powerful jerk of his head, he severed the turtle's neck, delivering a swift death blow. The crocodile turtle thrashed a few times before succumbing entirely. Seeing this, Lei Luo wasted no time. He seized the turtle's lifeless body and swam towards the surface. He did not wish to contend with other creatures drawn by the scent of blood, especially since this prey was sufficient to sustain him without any further conflict. After returning to the island, Lei Luo placed the turtle near the edge of the dormant volcano and roasted it for about 10 minutes before finally consuming it. The energy contained within first-order creatures far surpassed that of ordinary beings, both in quality and quantity, and the faint traces of electrical elements within would further promote his evolution. After feasting for half an hour, he casually discarded the turtle shell and reclined comfortably on the rocks to rest, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Lei Luo, as he slept, a drop of golden liquid gradually emerged from within his body, splitting into numerous luminous points that enveloped him. Simultaneously, the area on his forehead where memories were inherited began to emanate a soft green glow. This golden light was the very essence formed from the obliteration of his golden eyes. After replenishing his life force, there remained a significant amount, which now interacted with Lei Luo's ancestral memories, manifesting peculiar transformations within his body. Concurrently, Lei Luo experienced a dream. In this dream, he encountered the progenitor of the poisoned dragon lineage. Although the specifics of their exchange eluded him, he distinctly remembered the moment when the progenitor extended a claw to touch his brow. Lei Luo awoke with a start, his mind swirling with thoughts of the strange dream. How curious it was to have encountered the progenitor. Did it signify that the elder was aware of the struggles faced by the poisoned dragon lineage and intended to rise from the grave to reclaim its former glory? Staring out at the distant waves, Lei Luo's thoughts began to wander. He did not place much importance on the dream, preparing to rise and find a better vantage point to enjoy the scenery. However, upon moving, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His body had inexplicably taken on a golden hue, intertwined with swirling deep green light. The two forces intertwined, ultimately merging and vanishing within him. A frown creased Lei Luo's brow as he pondered the situation. Just then, a wealth of unfamiliar knowledge flooded his mind, and he felt his blood flow accelerating. As the blue scales of his body began to display specks of red, with some blood seeping from within and adhering to his scales. Suppressing the surge of anxiety, Lei Luo began to sift through the newfound knowledge in his mind. This memory contained the explanation and cultivation methods for the supreme bloodline talent of the poison dragon lineage. Trait synthesis, stating explicitly that without his permission, no descendants were to inherit it. Should there be any onlookers, they shall fall victim to my curse. Bound by the eternal contract in the name of my progenitor, the poison dragon. Upon entering my mind, the first image that emerged was not knowledge or memories, but that of a colossal poison dragon adorned with a crown, establishing an eternal covenant before the river of time. As the incantation concluded, the river quaked, signifying the formal establishment of the pact. The progenitor, glancing back towards Lei Luo, exhibited a slight softening of expression before gradually dissipating. Had the trial been surmounted? Was it due to that dream, the poison dragon progenitor? Lei Luo found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, the affirmation from his ancestor and the inheritance of the supreme bloodline talent were beyond doubt. The knowledge within his mind was genuine, and his body had indeed undergone transformation. With the validation from his forebear, the changes were undoubtedly beneficial. Otherwise, there would not have been a need for an eternal curse to prevent the leakage of cultivation methods and knowledge. Perhaps in the future, this curse could be wielded against adversaries. Yet, how long could those foes survive under the weight of the ancestor's curse? Lei Luo contemplated the prospect of employing his newfound knowledge against enemies. Unlike other poison dragons, he was determined to maximize his gains. After a moment of reflection, he returned his focus to the information regarding the bloodline talent, characteristic synthesis, stored in his mind. Understanding the situation would enable him to handle his bodily changes with greater composure. Initially, Lei Luo was perplexed as to why. Despite possessing the highest bloodline talent of the poison dragon lineage, the progenitor had decreed that no descendant could cultivate without permission, even binding the method and its teachings with an eternal curse. It seemed overly stringent, as if guarding against a descendant leaking the secrets of the bloodline talent. However, after reviewing the description of characteristic synthesis, his perspective shifted dramatically. The imposition of such a curse was indeed necessary. Characteristic synthesis belonged to the apex of the poison dragon bloodline talents. Yet, once the method was mastered, beings of other races could also achieve partial effects through cultivation, albeit not as pronounced as those of the poison dragon lineage, but still sufficient to enhance their combat prowess by a level. In essence, if beings from other races were to cultivate characteristic synthesis, a 7th-tier warrior could contend with an 8th-tier warrior, and a 9th-tier warrior could engage demigods. If this knowledge fell into enemy hands, would it not spell disaster for oneself? Even if not enemies, the survival of all beings necessitates greater resources and space. Empowering others indirectly diminishes oneself. Keeping this information secret would serve as a strategic advantage for the clan. Following the explanation was the cultivation method and precautions for characteristic synthesis. The poison dragon lineage could consume ores or living beings to extract characteristics, integrating them into their toxic breath or physical form. However, the dragon race possesses robust bodies, thus becoming immune to most physical and magical attacks upon maturity. The primary focus remains on infusing characteristics into their toxic breath to enhance its potency. The ores and beings referenced encompass all. As long as the body can endure, consumption is permitted. Should one encounter divine-grade ores and integrate their characteristics, would it not lead to a significant elevation of power? Lei Luo's excitement grew. Although he currently lacked access to high-tier ores and beings, lower-tier ones were within reach. Perfectly suited for him. Characteristic synthesis, applicable to any mineral or living entity. Lei Luo rose, tilting his head towards the dormant volcano at the island's center. The entire island was within his capacity to consume and integrate its characteristics. However, the minerals near the volcano held greater energy compared to ordinary rocks and could extract fire toxins to infuse into his toxic breath, enabling him to attempt poisoning 3rd-tier beings next time. With purpose, Lei Luo soared towards the dormant volcano, halting at its edge to avoid the peril of molten lava. While his current physique could withstand high-temperature rocks and lava, endurance does not equate to immunity to pain. At the periphery, Lei Luo extended his claws to excavate. In a short while, he unearthed numerous reddish-hued ores, interspersed with gray rocks. The closer one ventured to the center, the more these rocks leaned towards red. And at the volcano's core, extraordinary minerals could manifest, containing even more explosive characteristics. After a brief experiment, Lei Luo gained insight into how to utilize characteristic synthesis. Given his current physical condition, he could directly consume extraordinary minerals up to the 3rd tier, though moderation was necessary for the body to adapt. Ordinary minerals, as long as they did not exceed 3 tons, posed no significant issue. However, the characteristics extracted from ordinary minerals paled in comparison to those from extraordinary ones. As for living beings, he had yet to experiment, needing to venture into the water to capture them. The vicinity of the dormant volcano offered greater convenience. Yet, while characteristics could be extracted, synthesizing them required discernment. It was not merely a matter of adding effects indiscriminately. For instance, the stable characteristics extracted from rocks and the explosive characteristics from fire ores would conflict when combined, harmless to the body but resulting in mutual dissolution. If the toxic breath released was both stable and explosive, it would effectively negate the fusion of characteristics, ultimately suppressing oneself. More characteristics needed to be absorbed to subdue one side. In such a scenario, it would be wiser to make selections from the outset. Lei Luo took his time examining the exterior of the ores before departing with 5 exceptionally crimson stones. Their surfaces radiated intense heat, imbued with fire toxins, nearing extraordinary quality. I should be able to consume 2, saving the other 3 for tomorrow. I wonder what changes will arise from the combination of this fire toxin with my innate poison? Without hesitation, Lei Luo opened his mouth and swallowed one of the stones. Chapter 5. Characteristic Synthesis, Re-entering the Sea. As the ore entered his mouth, under the influence of the characteristic synthesis, bloodline talent, it evaporated into gas, permeating his body. The searing gas coursed within him, causing Lei Luo to furrow his brows and tightly shut his mouth. Should he release the gas, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, this state did not endure for long. Just as Lei Luo felt he could no longer hold on, The gas stabilized, accompanied by a warm, comforting sensation akin to sunlight. The prior experience felt like an illusion. At last, he had persevered. Lei Luo exhaled in relief and began to sense the energy characteristics within his body, as recorded in his memory. The ore he had consumed yielded two characteristics: fire toxin and high temperature. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Luo chose to synthesize fire toxin with his inherent poison. High temperature was also appealing, but as he planned to dive into the sea for hunting, the utility of high temperature would be diminished underwater. Thus, he opted to reserve it for future integration. The synthesis of characteristics required an hour, so Lei Luo decided to lie on the ground and wait, while attuning to the changes within his body. As time quietly passed, he felt no significant changes in most parts of his body, save for an increasing itch in his throat, an urge to roar and unleash his dragon breath. As the synthesis reached a crucial moment, Lei Luo forced himself to endure. Finally, the extracted fire toxin characteristics melded seamlessly with his innate poison, prompting Lei Luo to rise and emit a thunderous roar. A blast of dragon breath surged forth. A look of bliss spread across Lei Luo's face, more pleasurable than the act of mating. The sea breeze caressed him, bringing refreshing air, shaking his body. Lei Luo approached the rocks enveloped in his dragon breath. The combination of fire toxins and the inherent poison of the poison dragon was not overtly conspicuous on the surface of the rocks. However, one could clearly observe that the area coated by his dragon breath transitioned from gray to green, interspersed with hints of dark red, permeating deep into the rock and expanding outward. This was merely on the surface. Within a living being, the effects would be even more pronounced. The results were promising. He would continue to enhance them. Lei Luo's dragon eyes sparkled with delight as he turned and swallowed another ore. An hour later, the second ore was completely absorbed. Lei Luo integrated the extracted fire poison to enhance his abilities. With both ores consumed, he felt a sense of fullness and could no longer merge them. Lei Luo did not press the matter. Instead, he reclined comfortably, awaiting the morrow to continue his fusion. He had no intention of venturing far for hunting. He preferred to assimilate these ores to the limits of his body before setting out to sea. Alternatively, he contemplated the possibility of integrating certain traits into his being, rather than merely adding them to his poison breath. A flicker of thought crossed Lei Luo's eyes as he pondered the potential of this supreme bloodline talent. For instance, incorporating the hardness characteristic of rock into his body would be quite beneficial. For an adult dragon, the rocky traits might hold little value. However, Lei Luo was still a young dragon, having been born just over a year ago, thus the rocky attributes would significantly impact him. In terms of human age comparison, Lei Luo was akin to a 1-month-old infant. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lei Luo succumbed to a deep slumber. In the days that followed, Lei Luo diligently consumed 2 ores each day, extracting their characteristics and synthesizing them. He utilized his spare time to familiarize himself with dragon language magic and combat techniques. Occasionally, he would venture into the sea to catch fish, adding variety to his diet, and his days unfolded relatively smoothly. 3 months swiftly passed. The extracted fire poison characteristics were fully integrated into his poison breath, alongside the additions of deep erosion and explosion. His body had also assimilated the rocky hardness trait, bolstering his resistance to impacts. Initially, he mined at the outskirts of the dormant volcano, but now he approached the volcano's mouth, where the increasing number of integrated traits had significantly enhanced his fire resistance. After consuming the stored ores, Lei Luo returned to the volcano's mouth to mine once more. Peering into the volcano's interior, he observed from above the many bright red ores at its center, all of which were high-purity super-energy ores, among which one heart-shaped or stood out brilliantly. Lei Luo recalled knowledge from his ancestral memories. This was a third-tier super-energy, or the core lava. However, based on its lustrous appearance, this core lava would soon evolve to a 4th tier, far beyond what Lei Luo could currently consume. Fortunately, he was the only dragon on the island, and with patience, everything here belonged to him. The synthesis of traits was not limited to ores. It was time to venture out to sea for hunting, wondering what characteristics those extraordinary creatures might yield. He needed to grow swiftly, seize the benefits, and then leave this place to uncover the truth behind certain matters. As Lei Luo's claws scratched the ground, he was acutely aware of his human soul. Having lived alone for an extended period, he felt a yearning to join a community. According to his ancestral memories, the poison dragon lineage had suffered hostility from other races, leading parents to typically avoid leaving their newborns outside unless absolutely necessary. 2 years had elapsed since his birth, yet his parents had not appeared. indicating something must have gone awry. After all, he had borrowed the body of another's child to enter this world. He could not act as though nothing had happened. He needed to enhance himself, uncover the reasons behind his situation, and find his parents to repay them. However, the prerequisite for achieving all this was to possess the power to suppress everything. Otherwise, should he leave the island and be killed shortly after reaching land? How could he fulfill his ambitions? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Luo flapped his powerful wings, stirring up a tempest, and ascended into the air, heading towards the sea. With no one to guide him, he could only fully harness the capabilities of his bloodline talent. Upon reaching the shoreline, Lei Luo folded his wings and submerged into the ocean, carefully controlling his body's toxins to prevent them from contaminating the seawater. Having utilized poison for an extended period, Lei Luo had gained considerable experience and preemptively infused the toxins into the seawater. To the untrained eye, there seemed to be no significant change, but the potency would be considerably neutralized by the water elements. Previously, he had lacked control over his body's toxins. Now that he had mastered it, he would not commit such a fundamental error. With keen eyes, Lei Luo surveyed the sea, searching for his target. He began his journey from the same spot where he had previously captured the crocodile turtle, proceeding cautiously. As he advanced, Lei Luo skillfully avoided imposing creatures with formidable size and presence, maintaining his composure and clarity, refraining from acting recklessly. After half an hour of stealthy pursuit, he set his sights on a creature devouring fish amidst a school. This creature was adorned with pale golden scales, possessed an elongated snout filled with sharp teeth, and navigated through the water with a massive tail resembling a paddle. A prominent fleshy lump protruded from its head, and its limbs were robust. Although it bore a resemblance to the crocodiles of his past life, his memories informed him that this was a golden lizard, with a fleshy lump measuring 3 inches, which housed a sharp horn yet to emerge. If the horn were to manifest, it would become a third-tier creature. For now, it was at the pinnacle of the second tier. Despite Lei Luo not yet reaching the first tier, he believed that with the synthesized potent toxins, he was well suited to confront it. The strength of the toxins was sufficient to transcend tier levels. Chapter 6. Secondary growth, just right for me to test my new poison's lethality against a tiered creature. Lei Luo gradually retreated to a safe distance, unleashing his poison breath to infect the seawater over a wide area, commanding the water to sweep forward. The golden lizard, unlike the crocodile turtle, possessed no significant visual deficiencies, so he could not afford to give it a chance to evade. The water surged forth, enveloping a vast expanse of the sea. Observing the impending danger, the golden lizard's eyes flickered, and it assumed a defensive posture, baring its teeth and roaring. Recognizing this, Lei Luo felt a surge of confidence. This time, success was assured. After all, low-tier ferocious beasts remained low-tier ferocious beasts. Despite their semblance of intelligence, their minds were still not particularly sharp. The green seawater engulfed the surrounding area. But thanks to Lei Luo's control, the toxins did not affect unrelated beings. They gradually infiltrated the golden lizard's body. One must admit that the physique of a peak second-tier magical beast was remarkably resilient. The toxins flowed in continuously until, 5 minutes later, the golden lizard began to tremble. When the seawater contaminated with his poison became clear again, the golden lizard's body slumped, swaying as it sank towards the ocean floor. A prime opportunity. Lei Luo's eyes sparkled as he wasted no time in charging forward, sinking his teeth into the golden lizard's neck. Shaking vigorously as he ascended towards the surface to avoid attracting unnecessary confrontations with the scent of blood. At this point, the golden lizard had lost consciousness and remained motionless, soon succumbing to death. As Lei Luo broke the surface, a sudden wave arose in the distance, signaling the approach of a creature. Its half-moon-shaped fin reminiscent of a shark from his past life. He needed to flee quickly. Losing his hard-won meal would be disastrous. Without hesitation, Lei Luo flapped his wings and took flight. He had yet to reach the first tier, and his survival thus far had relied entirely on poison. Recently, he had gained some enhancement through his awakened bloodline talent, but the time was still too short, and he had not adapted to maritime combat. Given these factors, retreating was the wisest choice. Though he thought this way, the creature pursuing him in the sea apparently held a different opinion. From a distance, a surge of magical energy surged forth, and a bolt of lightning struck at Lei Luo's head. Although he dodged it, it grazed his tail. Lei Luo trembled slightly, glancing down to find his tail stiffened and unable to move for a brief period. Curse be it, I was merely trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anger flared within him, and Lei Luo grasped the golden lizard with his front paws, chanting a dragon language spell to cast a lightweight spell upon himself, soaring higher into the air. Before holding his breath and waiting, Before long, a shark radiating with electric energy emerged. It fixed its gaze upon Lei Luo and unleashed another bolt of lightning. Still addicted, are we? Taste my poison breath. Lei Luo evaded the lightning and flew above the electric shark, releasing a breath of poison. The potency of the venomous breath itself is not particularly immense. However, once it infiltrates a living organism, its power can erupt beyond imagination. Moreover, Lei Luo has infused it with numerous additional characteristics. As the venomous breath enters, the azure skin of the Lei Dian Sha visibly tinges with green, interspersed with streaks of dark red. The green hue denotes the inherent toxin of the poison dragon, while the dark red signifies the amalgamation of various synthesized traits. Among these, the characteristics of deep erosion and explosion stand out prominently. The fire toxin is somewhat suppressed due to the aquatic environment. Observing the Lei Dian Sha thrashing and roaring in the water, a glint of pride and satisfaction flickers in Lei Luo's eyes. At last, he has vented his frustrations. After reveling in the spectacle for a moment, he takes flight as other sea creatures begin to converge. The Lei Dian Sha, having succumbed to his venomous breath, will not survive long in the sea, destined to be devoured by other beings. Upon returning to the island with the golden lizard, Lei Luo unceremoniously casts it onto the edge of the dormant volcano, utilizing its residual warmth to roast it. After half an hour, the body of the golden lizard sizzles delightfully, and the aroma wafts through the air. He flips it to continue roasting until both sides are a perfect golden brown. Crisp and delectable, Lei Luo opens his mouth and takes a hearty bite. Relishing the savory flavor, a satisfied smile graces his face, his eyes squinting in pleasure as his rejuvenated tail gently thumps the ground in delight. After enjoying the delectable feast, Lei Luo shakes his head and begins to channel his bloodline talent to extract characteristics. To indulge in such culinary delights again in the future, power is indispensable. Otherwise, he risks becoming akin to the Lei Dian Sha, failing to hunt and instead becoming prey himself. As a peak second-tier magical beast, the golden lizard harbors a considerable amount of energy within. After consuming it, Lei Luo ascends to become a first-tier magical beast and extracts two characteristics, one being lightning, and the other secondary growth. The lightning characteristic, needless to say, is unsuitable for incorporation into either his body or his toxin, as the poison dragon already possesses a trajectory for growth, which has evolved over time. The lightning attribute would interfere with his development. In contrast, the hardness characteristic solely enhances defense without impacting his essence, allowing for accommodation. However, incorporating the lightning characteristic into the toxin is even more ill-advised, for its assertive nature would undoubtedly suppress the other traits. There is a significant risk that it could alter the venomous breath to emit lightning instead, which would be disastrous. The poison can stealthily eliminate magical beasts of higher tiers, facilitating growth, whereas the lightning relies solely on brute force. Should it fail to slay the beast, the hunter would face starvation, making its selection unnecessary. The secondary growth characteristic also cannot be integrated into his body. While secondary growth may have its merits, the process is unpredictable. Natural growth suffices, and there is no need for augmentation. However, applying it to the toxin proves advantageous. Any residual toxin could lead to secondary growth, providing enemies with an unexpected surprise. Thus, this growth characteristic is chosen. With resolve, Lei Luo begins to integrate the secondary growth trait into his toxin. The extraction of characteristics requires time, and the ingested substance must be within the limits of his physical capacity. The fusion, however, does not demand excessive time, primarily relying on the power of his bloodline. An hour later, the integration is successful, rendering the venomous breath even more terrifying. Seeking a place to test its potency, Lei Luo's eyes glint as he recalls the site of his previous toxin experiment, directing a jet of venomous breath toward the adjacent area. The effects manifest immediately. Where the conditions were once identical, the activation of this secondary growth characteristic causes the toxin to proliferate and deeply erode, doubling its original potency. In facing the golden lizard again, there is no need for prolonged waiting. It could be dispatched in just 5 minutes. This is promising, however, as a means of attack. The toxin can only be effective a few times before others become wary. Only creatures of lesser intelligence would continue to fall victim to such poison. The lineage of the poison dragon is not well received globally. It would be beneficial to learn some defensive techniques, ideally concealing several characteristics of the venomous breath to activate when necessary. Observing this scene, Lei Luo feels both elated and somewhat troubled. Departing from the island to engage with the outside world is an inevitable step, necessitating early contemplation. Without parental guidance, he can only rely on the legacy of his memories. After a brief period of contemplation, Lei Luo lies down to rest, anticipating the awakening of his inherited memories. Chapter 7. Setting sail for another hunt. Lei Luo slumbers soundly, uncertain if it is due to the growth of his power, the acquisition of new traits, or the delight of savoring new delicacies. But he feels his body has become robust once more. During his slumber, the legacy of the dragon clan's memories awakens anew. This time, the inherited knowledge contains a wealth of information compared to the previous experience, predominantly detailing case studies regarding the bloodline talent of characteristic synthesis and future developmental directions. Upon awakening, Lei Luo begins to organize the inherited memories, distinguishing between essential and trivial information. There are 3 crucial points. First, the characteristics integrated into the venomous breath will enhance as his tier increases, whereas those merged into his body will not. He must extract the same characteristics for amalgamation. However, if the characteristics integrated into his body do not match its strength, they will lose efficacy. For instance, the hardness characteristic incorporated into Lei Luo's body becomes ineffective when its potency does not match his physical strength. If it were a characteristic he lacked, it would persist, albeit without the ability for self-enhancement. He would need to extract the same characteristic for synthesis. Second, there is no upper limit to the elevation of characteristics integrated into the body. As long as one possesses the capability, they can continue to merge and enhance indefinitely. However, at higher tiers, the quantity required for advancement will be substantial. The hardness characteristic is extracted from rocks, which are abundant. Yet, if one aspires to ascend to the demigod level, consuming an entire sacred continent would be futile. The rarity of the item from which a characteristic is extracted will inversely limit its tier. Can an item in abundance truly be considered rare? Third, upon entering the 4th tier, characteristic synthesis will not only apply to singular characteristics, but also allow the fusion of conflicting traits within the venomous breath, with the option to conceal characteristics from activation. Currently, Lei Luo has integrated the fire toxin characteristic into his venomous breath, yielding an erosive effect. If he were to add a frost characteristic, the conflicting temperatures would significantly diminish the potency. However, upon reaching the 4th tier, he need not worry. Under the power of his bloodline, conflicting traits will seamlessly merge. A breath infused with fire toxin and another with frost would render enemies in a state of torment. Should the powers of fire toxin and frost be equal, they would conflict within the enemy's body, inflicting cumulative damage. As for the 4th tier, any pure-blooded Dragon Clan member can attain it upon maturity. With a bit of effort, Lei Luo can easily reach this goal ahead of time. Reviewing the legacy within his mind, Lei Luo's dragon pupils glimmer with realization. In the 4th tier, he can freely absorb and fuse characteristics without concern for conflict. And he can conceal traits as needed. It appears that I must hasten my progress. My body seems innately weaker, significantly inferior to other poison dragons in my memories. Perhaps I lack sufficient energy. It seems I must hunt more advanced creatures in the future. Resolute in his decision, Lei Luo heads to the seaside, choosing a different direction than before, seizing the opportunity before dusk to spread his wings and embark on a hunting spree, hoping to gather a bountiful catch for a hearty supper. The rationale behind not frequently hunting in the same area is to avoid attracting the attention of other powerful beings lurking in the ocean. As Lei Luo sets forth, the dimly lit depths of the sea are scarcely illuminated by sunlight. A creature, adorned in blue scales with a fish head and human body, wields a trident, manipulating the surrounding waters as it glides gracefully through the depths. Its diminutive eyes darted about restlessly, as if on a patrol. After surveying the area, it suddenly accelerated, enveloped in a delicate azure energy, propelling itself forward. It glided over one expanse of ocean after another, merely casting a cursory glance without pausing. This creature was a sea demon, more specifically, a member of the Urine clan. The surrounding waters constituted the territory of the Urine, and as a sentinel of the sea, it had emerged today to conduct its observations. Sea demons, the sovereigns of the ocean, felt a profound duty to preserve marine ecology, believing in the necessity of giving back to the sea. Thus the practice of periodic patrols was born. This particular Urine seemed to be in high spirits, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Having patrolled most of the area without encountering any anomalies, and with no litter from human beings to be found, it deemed the upcoming patrol 3 years hence a cause for celebration. With only a small portion left to survey, it sought a nearby spot to rest before continuing. As time was not of the essence, the Urine glided to a suitable coral cluster, and the thought of slumber immediately filled its mind. The clan had set regulations for patrol durations, and a delay of 1 or 2 days was not uncommon. With this in mind, the Urin wielded its steel trident, summoning deep blue bubbles to envelop itself, gently settling upon the coral and drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, within the last remaining section of its patrol area, a silent slaughter was underway. Lei Luo folded his wings and lay quietly on the ocean floor, observing the scene before him with an indifferent gaze. Moments ago, he had exhaled 3 puffs of poisonous breath, infecting the surrounding waters, which were now gradually eroding the local marine life. With enhanced growth characteristics, the potency of his toxins had increased manifold. Initially, the toxins may have only penetrated the epidermis of the creatures due to their physical constitution. But subsequent invasions commenced at the original point of entry, rendering them swifter and far more lethal. Within just half an hour, creatures of the second tier and below had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the weaker ones had already lost their life force. At this moment, only 2 Tier 3 unicorn seals and a Tier 4 water lion remained conscious. The resistance of higher-tier creatures against toxins was commendable. Thus, Lei Luo realized he must incorporate special characteristics into his strategy, lest he remain unable to contend with them. Merely relying on secondary growth was insufficient. He needed to concentrate the toxins to confront them. Additionally, he could not solely depend on his poisonous breath. The physical prowess of dragons and their draconic magic could not be forsaken. Lei Luo calmly assessed his strengths and weaknesses at the ocean floor. Through this hunt, he gained a clearer understanding of his advantages and shortcomings, with many areas requiring improvement. Fortunately, he still had ample time. There was no time to waste. He would strike. Accumulating the remaining toxins in the water lion's body, Lei Luo surged upwards, launching a surprise attack on the unicorn seals. The deep sea currents stirred, causing great waves to crash upon the surface. Initially startled by the ambush, the 2 unicorn seals' eyes flashed with panic, but soon turned crimson with fury. They roared, summoning water arrows from their horns, which shot downwards. The muffled sounds echoed as Lei Luo enveloped himself in his wings and chanted a water shield spell. The shield shattered upon impact, dispersing into energy particles that vanished into thin air. However, this brief delay allowed Lei Luo to reach the 2 unicorn seals directly. And without hesitation, he slashed at their eyes with his claws, releasing a close-range burst of poisonous breath. Chapter 8. Gu'er severely wounded. The 2 unicorn seals had been exposed to the toxins for some time. Their earlier resistance had drained their strength. As Lei Luo approached, they could only shake their heads in a futile attempt to evade. Although they dodged the dragon's claws, the poisonous breath inundated them from above, swiftly invading their brains. Their bodies stiffened, and they sank towards the ocean floor. Having dealt with them, Lei Luo cast not a glance back and hurried towards the fleeing Tier 4 water lion. If it managed to escape, his haul for the day would be significantly diminished. Each tier represented a watershed. The disparity in internal energy was vast. Relying on the formidable physique of dragons, and knowing the water lion was already weakened by toxins, Lei Luo swept a claw towards it. While his tail lashed from the side, the water lion bellowed, raising its head slightly, a thick energy shield materializing. Cracks appeared in the shield, yet it ultimately managed to deflect the attack. Without lingering for battle, the water lion continued to flee, sensing the imminent danger. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lei Luo's eyes as he pursued relentlessly, cursing, "Damn it, you shall not escape." With numerous spoils behind him, he could not afford to be absent for too long. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Despite being a Tier 4 aquatic creature, the water lion's speed remained impressive even after 2 rounds of poisoning, gradually pulling away from Lei Luo as it approached the depths of the ocean. A flicker of inspiration sparked in Lei Luo's mind. Could he invoke secondary growth once more, effectively achieving a third growth? Seizing the moment, he hastily summoned the power within him. The bloodline of the poison dragon coursed through his veins, pausing for a brief second before propelling him forward with even greater intensity. A drop of green blood was extracted from the crimson fluid, quickly igniting in a blaze. The third growth was activated. The water lion's desperate roar echoed as it strained to swim forward, yet its body sank deeper. Feeling weakened, it abandoned its plight. Lei Luo glanced downward before soaring ahead. He first pierced the back of the water lion's skull to prevent it from escaping the effects of the poison, ensuring it would not pose a threat before returning to seize the 2 unicorn seals. Ordinary creatures of Tier 1 and below held no interest for Lei Luo. They had been excised from his menu, as their taste was unremarkable and their energy content paltry. What purpose remained in bringing them back? Clutching his prey with 4 claws and grasping the water lion in his jaws, he abandoned the rest. emerging from the surface. Lei Luo beat his wings vigorously and swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to him, his activation of the third growth not only affected the toxins within the water lion, but also influenced the other toxins present. Although the effect was not particularly pronounced, they too underwent a secondary growth, lingering at the ocean floor. 5 hours after Lei Luo left the waters, the urine, who had been asleep until now, groggily approached to conduct its patrol. The surrounding waters had remained undisturbed for nearly a century, leading to a significant decline in their vigilance. According to past experiences, the deeper parts of the ocean had not posed major issues, and the regions bordering the shallows were expected to be relatively safe, requiring only a couple of circuits. As the urine surfaced, it found everything in the surrounding waters to be normal. However, the absence of the large fish preying on smaller ones, which was usually commonplace, struck it as eerily silent and abnormal. The fish must have ventured into deeper waters, it rationalized, and continued its patrol with a sense of ease. Yet, after completing a third of its circuit, it halted, confronted by a final expanse of water devoid of life. Not a single fish remained alive. The ocean floor was strewn with corpses, and many floated on the surface, swaying with the wind and the waves. Among them were mostly ordinary fish, with a few Tier 1 sea beasts. The corpses of the Tier 1 sea beasts bore signs of having been gnawed upon, likely by the ordinary fish. Yet the cause of death for both remained a mystery. Something was amiss. Had there been a leak of deep-sea pollution? The urine retreated in alarm. However, after a moment of observation, it regained its composure. All the deceased were Tier 1 creatures, and as a Tier 3 being, it posed little risk. Calming its thoughts, the urine cautiously approached, retrieving the dead fish from the surface to examine them closely. There were no wounds, and they had not been dead long. It did not seem as though they had been slain by other creatures. If they had perished after consuming a Tier 1 creature, how had that creature itself met its demise? Unable to ascertain from their exterior, the urine contemplated consuming a portion to discern the truth. After a moment's thought, it opened its mouth and swallowed one of the retrieved dead fish, closing its eyes to sense the experience. Upon doing so, its brow furrowed tightly. This was not a normal death. Trace amounts of toxins lingered within, likely stemming from a Tier 1 creature. Yet, if the Tier 1 creatures were also dead, who had brought forth the source of the toxins? The merman wielded his trident, pushing aside the lifeless fish as they slowly sank to the seabed. The first-tier sea beasts had transcended the realm of ordinary creatures, no longer rising to the ocean's surface. Having discovered this matter, he felt compelled to investigate thoroughly, thus earning a measure of merit. Gathering the corpses of all first-tier beings, the merman pierced their skin with his trident, revealing their slightly blackened bones, which caused his expression to shift drastically. Upon slicing open the stomachs, he was further alarmed, retreating in haste while scanning his surroundings. The blackened bones indicated poisoning, likely from consuming toxic substances or the result of a harsh environment. However, the empty stomachs were abnormal, suggesting they had been killed by other creatures. To inflict such widespread death upon first-tier beings with the use of toxins implied that the assailant either possessed special items or was exceedingly powerful. Regardless, either scenario posed a grave threat to this third-tier merman. Faced with a life-threatening situation, he initially panicked. Yet, after a considerable wait, he gradually regained his composure. The surrounding waters exhibited no anomalies, and the deceased fish continued to drift with the current, indicating that the mysterious creature had likely departed. This was beyond his capacity to investigate. He needed to report back quickly. Feeling slightly dizzy, he attributed it to fright, prioritizing the urgent matter at hand. The merman's pallor deepened, though he remained unaware of his own condition. After taking with him a batch of ordinary fish and first-tier sea beasts, he hastily ventured deeper into the ocean. The scene was now beyond his concern, exceeding his capabilities. The merman tribe's territory lay a considerable distance from the patrol area, requiring a journey of 3 days. However, to ensure a prompt report, he sacrificed his weapon to enhance his speed, managing to return to the merman clan's gathering place in just 6 hours. Upon his arrival, he was quickly noticed by other mermen. "Gur, you returned so soon from your patrol? Why not say a word upon arriving? Something is amiss." Concern grew among the mermen as they observed Gur's unusual demeanor. His complexion had darkened, his skin appeared to be withering, and his breath was faint, akin to that of a first-tier creature. Before departing, he had been a third-tier warrior. Hurry and inform the priest. Gur may have encountered an enemy and sustained grave injuries. As his kin supported him, he promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 9. The dragon-slaying plan. Gur lay gravely wounded, having fallen from a third-tier warrior to a first-tier warrior, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. This represented a serious provocation for the merman tribe, which had dominated the surrounding waters for centuries. It required a serious response to deter other adversaries coveting this territory and to protect their interests. If today they could injure a third-tier merman to a first-tier, who could say they wouldn't target second-tier kin tomorrow? Furthermore, this might serve as a dangerous test. If the merman tribe did not react vigorously, their strength would gradually erode, ultimately culminating in the occupation of their waters. Guer was assisted into the gathering place and brought directly to the center where the merman priest resided. The tribe leader arrived upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the unconscious Guer, his expression darkened. Everyone disperse. I will take Guer to the priest. I will inform you of the results tonight. He waved away the onlookers, cradling Guer as he entered the priest's chamber. Observing Guer's pallor, the leader's fish-like features instinctively twitched, reflecting his concern. What toxin could this be? The merman priest emerged from within, clad in ceremonial robes, and inquired. I have not encountered this toxin before, yet it bears a sense of familiarity. It seems significant, albeit not critically so. I cannot recall its specifics at this moment. The tribe leader did not deny it, acknowledging the priest's assessment. It is indeed important, albeit not vital, as such occurrences may be rare, perhaps only once in a millennium. However, encountering it could signify a resurgence for our merman tribe. The merman priest's expression turned fervent, his fins quivering uncontrollably, apart from the gills and fins adorning his face. His physique bore striking resemblance to an ordinary human. This was a characteristic of mermen who had evolved to the fourth tier. Observing the priest's zealous demeanor, the tribe leader remained puzzled, standing still as he awaited an explanation. After some time, the priest calmed down and began to elucidate. Are you aware of the conflict between the sea beast tribe and two ninth-tier venomous dragons that transpired 800 years ago? Upon hearing this, the tribe leader's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. Of course, I remember. In that battle, one ninth-tier venomous dragon sustained severe injuries, while the other suffered minor wounds. The elite forces of the sea beast tribe were annihilated, and a toxic miasma blanketed a vast expanse of ocean, extinguishing all life. Had it not been for that conflict, we would not have been able to claim this sea as our own. Why bring this up? The merman priest slowly shook his head, explaining at a measured pace. The reason for the battle between those two venomous dragons was to seize the Sea King's Pearl from the Sea Beast tribe. The Sea King's Pearl is only effective for unborn beings. The female dragon must be pregnant, seeking to pave the way for her offspring. Given the reproductive cycle of dragons, her young should be due to be born in the coming years. The tribe leader's brow furrowed deeply, struggling to comprehend. What does this have to do with Guer's ambush? If it was indeed the work of a venomous dragon, Guer would not have returned. What exactly are you implying? Have you not considered it? The merman priest tapped his staff lightly. A few years ago, the two venomous dragons that seized the Sea King's Pearl ascended to legendary status and were subsequently attacked by the human Mage Alliance, resulting in one death and one injury. The injured female dragon fled from our waters, pursued by the mages. However, news of the pursuers has since ceased, and the female dragon has vanished. The poison afflicting Guer carries the scent of the dragon lineage. He must have encountered an event related to the venomous dragons. It is improbable that he faced an adult dragon. It must have been a juvenile, likely without an elder to protect it, or else he would not have returned. What joy do you find in this revelation? Initially shocked, the tribe leader soon regained his composure, his facial features contorting as his body trembled slightly. The reputation of the venomous dragon lineage was notorious, yet it was undeniable that they were dragons, possessing formidable physiques and inherently potent toxins. Adult venomous dragons were exceedingly dangerous and cunning, typically requiring significant forces to confront, often at great cost. However, if it were merely a juvenile, this would fall within acceptable limits. Moreover, juvenile venomous dragons could potentially be controlled through psychic means, or at the very least, their bloodlines could be harvested, enhancing one's own physique and studying the legacy of the dragons. They could be seen as a treasure trove of value. Once every resource had been extracted, one could even barter with human kingdoms for rewards. If a third-tier warrior could survive, surely more personnel could be dispatched to capture one alive. The tribe leader fell into a reverie, his vacant eyes motionless. The priest bore a faint smile, but quickly adjusted his demeanor, channeling magical energy through his staff to cast a healing spell upon Guer. Ultimately, the specific information would need to be extracted from Guer himself. The healing spell did not purge the toxin from Guer's body, but it did restore him somewhat, bringing him back to consciousness. I greet you, tribe leader and priest. Guer murmured, attempting to bow in greeting, but his strength faltered halfway, causing him to collapse back down. The merman priest waved his hand. First, regain your composure. Now, tell us what you discovered during your patrol. What led to your poisoning and severe injuries? Had I not intervened, you would surely have perished. At this inquiry, a flicker of fear crossed Guer's eyes, yet with the tribe leader and priest present, he began to recount his tale. From the moment he departed until he encountered the abnormal waters, the consumption of a dead fish, his investigation into the cause of death among the first-tier beings, and his subsequent realization of the presence of a formidable external creature, which prompted his hasty retreat back to the tribe. You consumed a mere ordinary dead fish and suffered such dire consequences? Indeed, Guer confirmed. The merman priest, holding his staff, gently tapped the ground, deep in thought. It was known that ordinary fish could consume first-tier beings, facilitating their own evolution. They must have detected the death of a first-tier creature, driven by instinct to consume it. Yet those first-tier beings had perished from the venom of the dragon, leaving residual toxins within. In the realm of first-tier beings, a tragic demise occurred due to poisoning. The ordinary fish population consumed the deceased, only to succumb themselves. The third-tier warrior, Guer, who ingested the poisoned fish, sustained grave injuries, thereby regressing to a first-tier status. The potency of the toxin is alarming, having nearly claimed the lives of third-tier beings even after 3 dilutions. The toxic dragon, dismissive of first-tier beings, nonetheless ventured into the waters inhabited by third-tier creatures for hunting, implying its own rank is not high, likely residing within the first or second tier. If it were to rally its entire clan's combat strength, it could indeed slay. Should the treasures from its hoard be utilized, casualties would significantly diminish. The dragon race's growth cycle spans centuries, allowing ample time to ascertain the situation. Within the chamber, the fishman priest paced restlessly, occasionally striking the ground with his staff, producing a resonant sound. Guer remained perplexed, unable to fathom the priest's contemplations, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The fishman chief awaited the outcome in silence, lacking the priest's intellect, but possessing no qualms about engaging in brute force. At long last, the fishman priest halted his movements and turned to the chief, inquiring how long it would take to expend the treasures in the hoard to evolve to the 5th tier. The response was approximately 5 months. The priest then declared that during these 5 months, they would strive for advancement, instructing Guer to remain and recuperate while mapping the detailed geography of the marine region. He would handle subsequent arrangements, and if successful, they would achieve the legendary feat of dragon slaying. Taking a deep breath, the fishman priest made his decision. Chapter 10. Memories before birth. The fishmen, having discovered the whereabouts of Lei Luo, resolved to hunt him down, unaware that he was blissfully ignorant of their intentions. At that moment, Lei Luo had just finished a delightful meal of water-lion barbecue, reclining on a rock to rest while refining his attributes. He assimilated suitable traits into his body or toxic breath, though the majority of energy was absorbed within for the purpose of evolution. Beside him lay 2 unprocessed unicorn seals, reserved for a midnight snack. As his body required time to assimilate, growth was not merely a matter of gluttony. Lei Luo had only been born the previous year, and according to the dragon race's growth cycle, it would take him 2 centuries to reach maturity. Such a span felt interminable, as he had numerous matters to attend to and needed to expedite the process. Gazing at the sky above the island, thoughts swirled in his mind. How he wished to know the maps and directions of the surrounding waters, as well as any news of his parents. The 4th-tier water lions lacked sufficient intellect for communication, rendering matters exceedingly difficult. He pondered whether any other creatures in the ocean possessed the ability to converse. According to the memories he inherited, the sea beast clan had only evolved strength without wisdom. However, some races with human connections, like the Fishman clan, exhibited considerable intelligence. Yet, no signs of the Fishman clan had been detected in the nearby waters. As Lei Luo's thoughts coalesced, a sense of melancholy washed over him at the prospect of relying on fortune to reach the land in the future. Days passed, and before long, 3 months had slipped by, the ocean undulating as it always did. Suddenly, a faint roar emanated from the depths, accompanied by the stirrings of turbulent currents, suggesting a fierce struggle among unknown creatures. The commotion escalated until a figure burst forth from the sea, soaring into the sky, clutching 2 third-tier sea serpents in its claws. The being, draped in a verdant hue, bore an inverted triangular head with glimmering eyes, and its wings stretched an impressive 10 meters. Indeed, it was the rare toxic dragon of the sacred continent. Lei Luo glanced down at the water, snorted in disdain, and took flight. In this marine domain, he felt no need to conceal his existence. Being discovered posed little consequence, as sea beasts lacked the capacity for communication and were devoid of wisdom. In contrast, he would need to exercise caution around sentient beings to prevent any leak of information. Observing the serpents in his grasp, he reflected, having slain 2 third-tier water serpents. It was evident that the dragon race was ill-suited to the ocean. However, these serpents would sufficiently bolster his strength to reach the 2nd tier. Though the 4th-tier Serpent King remained a formidable challenge. Each hunt involved traversing different marine territories to encounter diverse creatures. His methods now required more than mere reliance on toxins. At times, he resorted to dragon language magic and physical combat. The water serpents, despite their serpentine form, lacked inherent venom but exhibited remarkable resistance to toxins and could masquerade as common kelp for ambushes. Had he not fortuitously discovered them, he would have faced a disadvantage. Although the 2 third-tier water serpents posed little difficulty, the 4th-tier Serpent King remained a daunting adversary. With his 1st-tier dragon physique, he could only manage a stalemate underwater, compounded by the Serpent King's numerous minions, rendering toxins ineffective. Thus, he resolved to retreat, vowing to confront them again upon ascending to the 2nd tier. Marking the location of the water serpents in his memory, Lei Luo returned to the island and quickly roasted the 2 third-tier serpents, consuming them greedily. As warmth coursed through his belly, nurturing his form, Lei Luo's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. In preparation for his ascent to the 2nd tier, he refrained from extracting attributes this time, opting instead to patiently await the transformation. For upon entering the 2nd tier, the attributes previously integrated into his toxic breath would strengthen, proving far more advantageous than introducing new traits. The enhancement of his toxic breath would facilitate a more favorable encounter with the Serpent King, establishing a beneficial cycle. Stretching his body, Lei Luo absorbed the magical energies of the world, hastening his evolution. An hour later, the energy from the 2 third-tier water serpents was fully assimilated. A torrent of immense magical powers surged through him, stirring winds that swept around him, lifting debris into the air within a 100-meter radius. Powerful waves of energy emanated from his being, causing his form to swell uncontrollably, his size and strength rapidly augmenting. For meters, 6 meters, 8 meters. As his form approached 9 meters, all transformations abruptly ceased. Breathing heavily, Lei Luo's countenance radiated exhilaration. He had truly entered the 2nd tier. After hunting so many entry-level beings, he finally achieved his goal. Overwhelmed with joy, he savored the newfound strength coursing through him while reflecting on his past memories. Some recollections remained inaccessible until he attained the requisite power, unlocking only surface-level insights until then. This mechanism was designed to prevent young dragons from recklessly wielding powers beyond their tier, which could lead to dire consequences. The legacies passed down through generations of toxic dragons proved invaluable. Calming himself, Lei Luo meticulously revisited the memories he had obtained. Witnessing fleeting visions and hearing whispers in his ears, gradually immersing himself in the experience and losing track of time. When he finally regained awareness, he discovered the sun had set, darkness enveloping the sky. Observing the celestial expanse, the joy of his advancement faded somewhat from his visage. Not only had he revisited the inheritance memories, but he had also glimpsed scenes from before his birth, revealing an attempt on his life prior to his arrival. The first attempt by that individual had succeeded, leaving the dragon egg devoid of life, resulting in his first death. Upon Lei Luo's arrival, the egg had been revived, and that being had come to assassinate him once more, only to be thwarted by an unknown force. Otherwise, he would have perished again. Throughout this ordeal, Lei Luo remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, with no one to explain the circumstances. Recalling the distant golden eyes in the sky, aloof and high above, a surge of fury ignited within him. He cared not for the complexities. All he understood was that this being wished to kill him. Damn that individual. While it might be true that your actions in slaying my predecessor brought me into this world, your second attempt on my life is unmistakably real. Though I do not yet embody a true toxic dragon, I have awakened the supreme bloodline talent of the toxic dragon lineage. Thus, avenging my predecessor while restoring the toxic dragon clan to its rightful glory is a responsibility I must shoulder. Though I remain uncertain of your identity, I am resolute that as I continue to grow, we shall inevitably cross paths. Should I ascend to the 3rd tier, would I be able to uncover further truths and learn of my parents' fate in this lifetime? Even as a mere 2nd tier being, the chasm between me and that unknown entity remains vast, yet I am undeterred in my pursuit of vengeance. As Lei Luo resolutely vowed to seek vengeance and restore the glory of the Long family, a sense of exhilaration surged through him, accompanied by a faint, youthful dragon's chant emanating from within, gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Was it the lingering essence of his former self? Fear not, I shall take care of everything. With a complex yet resolute expression, Lei Luo acquiesced. He could have chosen an easier path, relying solely on his innate bloodline abilities and draconic physique to lead a comfortable existence. Yet, recollecting the fate of his predecessor, who perished within the egg, ignited a simmering indignation that he could not suppress. Chapter 11. The invasion of the island. While Lei Luo delved into the memories of his past and ascended to the second tier, the Fishman tribe was equally restless. The Fishman chieftain was absorbing energy in preparation for his own advancement to the 5th tier, while the Fishman priest, guided by the marine topographic map drawn by Whelp, dispatched numerous fishmen to scour the seas within 100,000 nautical miles, searching for islands to explore. After 3 months of relentless searching, the fishmen were drawing closer to the waters where Lei Luo resided. The ordinary fishmen remained unaware of the true purpose of their expedition, as the Fishman priest had not divulged the complete information, merely instructing them to seek out islands and investigate for any intimidating auras. Whelp, who possessed a modicum of insight into the situation, was confined in the sacrificial chamber. If the fishmen were to discover that they were hunting for a juvenile poison dragon, many would certainly shirk their duties out of fear of being slain, while others might leak information in exchange for personal gain. Residing in the deep sea, the fishmen had access to many items of little use to themselves, but of great value to humans, thus establishing a mutualistic relationship with the land-dwelling folk. This time, however, the Fishman priest intended to keep the news of the juvenile poison dragon's existence under wraps, wishing to monopolize the benefits for his tribe. The juvenile poison dragon had not been seen in the Holy Continent for millennia. Its rarity made it immensely valuable. Should it be captured alive, while it might not fetch a sky-high price, it could certainly elevate the entire Fishman tribe and potentially enhance their bloodlines, albeit favoring the higher echelons first. At this moment, 2 second-tier fishmen emerged in the area where Lei Luo had hunted a water snake earlier that day. The 2 fishmen moved at a leisurely pace, occasionally surfacing to survey their surroundings. What is the priest searching for? It's been 3 months, and we haven't had a moment's respite. It's all work, work, work. Who knows? Within 100,000 nautical miles, many of our brothers have met their demise at the jaws of sea beasts. The chieftain hasn't appeared to intervene for quite some time. Could it be that the priest has killed the chieftain in a bid for power? What nonsense. Does the priest even desire power? We need to locate our target and conclude this mission. The rewards are quite bountiful. I was just speculating. It's not that easy to accomplish. As they chatted, the fishmen swam, accustomed to the depths of the ocean, where darkness held little sway over them. After an hour of swimming, the fishman on the left tugged at his companion's arm. There's an island ahead. Let us investigate. This should be the only island in the nearby waters. If we find no target there, we shall continue our search elsewhere. Agreed. The 2 fishmen cast an acceleration spell upon themselves and soon reached the edge of the island where Lei Luo resided. Ordinary fishmen could not stray far from the ocean. Yet for these second-tier fishmen, a brief departure posed no issue. Shall we take a look? Since we are here, we ought to do a round. I will cast a detection spell while you keep watch. After some discussion, the fishman on the left came ashore and thrust his trident into the ground, causing a blue aura to emanate from the surface, spreading over a radius of 10 kilometers. The fishman on the right remained vigilant, wary of potential dangers. Although they acted as such, the right-hand fishman clearly did not take the matter to heart. Few of their kin had encountered danger while exploring islands, and only a handful had faced amphibious beasts that pursued them for extended periods. Surely, we cannot be that unfortunate. This island did not appear promising for any significant finds. The blue aura shifted with their movements, gradually expanding from the island's periphery towards its center, approaching the area of the dormant volcano. At that moment, Lei Luo was preparing to rest when he unexpectedly noticed a blue aura materializing before him. The surrounding area of the dormant volcano was suffused with a crimson hue, making the sudden appearance of blue strikingly conspicuous. What is this? It seems to emanate magical energy. Curiosity piqued, Lei Luo rose to observe the blue aura without daring to touch it. As the aura encroached upon him, ripples began to form, pulsating back and forth, with the magical essence becoming increasingly palpable. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Lei Luo's mind. A detection spell. Has a human set foot upon the island? Why would a human come here at such an hour, casting this spell specifically for me? His pupils constricted, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he stood up to peer into the darkness. Having lived here for over a year, he was acutely aware of the local fauna, and there was no compelling reason for anyone to venture here for a hunt. The only entity of great worth was himself, a juvenile poison dragon, rare and lacking the strength to resist, making him a prime target for capture. Stepping back from the aura, Lei Luo contemplated his next course of action. While he possessed some night vision, his second-tier status limited his clarity to a mere 10 meters. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, a mere 10 meters was insignificant to beings of higher tiers. Who could fathom how many adversaries lurked in the shadows? With a single misstep, he could very well find himself ensnared by humans. And he did not believe he had any chance of survival unless he were to become a slave, reduced to servitude. What should he do? Should he ascend to the sky to hide, or confront them directly? No, many human warriors possess the ability to fly. Rising into the air would only restrict my movements. It is wiser to retreat to the sea, where humans are at a disadvantage. Lei Luo's gaze shifted, resolving to evade for the moment, primarily due to uncertainty regarding the enemy's numbers. At dawn, I shall ascertain their strength in numbers, enabling me to make an informed decision. If I cannot overpower them, I shall return to my sanctuary. It is but a trivial matter. If I can defeat them, I will capture them and extract information about their origins, which would lead me right to their doorstep. In the darkness, peril lurked beneath the waves. If they had come solely for him, the juvenile poison dragon, they would not likely depart empty-handed. Lei Luo glanced back, circumventing the dormant volcano and swiftly diving beneath the waves, propelling himself away. Just as he departed, the aura of the detection spell reverberated back to the two fishmen. The terrifying essence belonging to the dragon race coursed through the water, instilling a primal fear in the two fishmen, who had never encountered such an aura and were oblivious to its source. Yet, the oppressive pressure of its tear made their instincts scream in terror. Run! We must flee. We may have found our target. The fishman, maintaining the detection spell, trembled, abruptly terminating the incantation, yanking up his trident and darting into the water. The aura transmitted by the spell instilled such fear that he lacked the courage even to glance back. The fishman on the right, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and followed suit, plunging into the depths. No matter what creature inhabited the island, once it entered the ocean, it would be within their domain. And even if they could not win, they were confident in their ability to protect themselves. What did your spell detect? I know not. Only a single aura instilled in me a primal fear. Perhaps the priest understands, as he issued the task. But we have completed our mission. Let us hasten back. The two fishmen plunged into the sea, orienting themselves before sacrificing their tridents to accelerate back to their tribe's gathering point. Unbeknownst to them, their chosen path was also the one Lei Luo had taken. Faced with the unknown intrusion upon the island, the juvenile poison dragon, lacking confidence in annihilating the enemy, found evasion to be the wisest course of action. This direction harbored underwater currents, presenting little challenge for a dragon. However, should any humans venture into these depths, they would surely face peril. Chapter 12. Capturing the fishmen. After 30 minutes of swift swimming, Lei Luo concealed himself behind a dark reef, furrowing his brow in confusion. Who could possibly be pursuing him, and why would they so decisively ascend the deserted island to cast a detection spell? That desolate isle held little value. Could they have known he would be there? It is implausible. Since my birth, I have ventured no farther than the sea's edge and have never encountered any human vessels. Thus, information should not have leaked. If it is not due to my circumstances, then it must stem from external factors. Could it be my elusive parents? My heart raced with anxiety as I felt I was nearing the truth. However, my thoughts soon shifted. Perhaps it was the pair of golden eyes in the heavens that divulged the information to lure powerful humans to eliminate me. When the golden eyes attempted their second assault, an unknown entity intervened with a rather harsh tone, indicating that they would not dare to strike again. Recalling the indifferent gaze from my memories, I found it difficult to control my body, yearning to confront those who had ascended the island. Yet, reason prevailed. With my current strength as a second-tier poison dragon, augmented by the synthesized venom, I could at best match a creature at the initial 5th tier. Should they bring additional allies, I would be at a disadvantage, and encountering a creature at the mid-5th tier could lead to my utter suppression. Although my venom possessed various characteristics, my growth period was too brief, and higher-tier creatures had their own resistances and detoxification methods. I decided to hold back for now and observe tomorrow. Grasping a coral rock, I steadied myself, lying at the ocean floor with my eyes half closed in feigned slumber. Suddenly, a dark current surged from afar, causing the seaweed to sway. Has it caught up? The speed is commendable. I must gather some information. I turned my head to glance in the direction of the approaching current, contemplated briefly, and then exhaled a cloud of venom, saturating the seawater within a kilometer radius. The entity moved swiftly, making it difficult to alter its course. In the ocean, once an adversary entered that kilometer radius, I could manipulate the toxin for infiltration. Concealed in the shadows, I could avoid direct confrontation with incoming foes. A sudden encounter would lead them into peril. Revenge must not come at the cost of my own life. This was a principle I understood clearly. After several minutes, the turbulent dark current drew near, revealing two glowing blue orbs racing towards me. What lies ahead that cannot be circumvented? Charge forth, return to the clan. We have achieved great merit. Enough to revel for quite some time. Perhaps it is some unobservant sea creatures. They bore a resemblance to something conjured by an octopus, of no use to us. I shall return to deal with it later. The two fishmen maintained their speed. Having conferred, they accelerated once more. I, lying at the ocean floor, felt perplexed. Not humans? They bore fish heads. As the two fishmen entered my venomous zone, a glint of savagery flashed in my eyes, and I immediately activated my venom to invade them. Regardless of whether they were affiliated with humans, their approach from behind raised my suspicions. I must subdue them first and see if communication is possible. If not, I shall have no choice but to eliminate them. Even third-tier fishmen warriors could not withstand the diluted venom twice, and these two, being merely second-tier, found their movements slowing as the toxin infiltrated them, shattering their outer blue shields. Observing the sinking fishmen, I was taken aback. So feeble? I had expected a fierce battle. Yet it was resolved so swiftly. I cautiously approached, regarding the two unconscious fishmen, and with my dragon claws, I prodded their foreheads to prevent toxin from invading their minds, neglecting the rest of their bodies. Scanning the surroundings, I discovered a secluded underwater cave, 3 sides enclosed, and I stuffed the two fishmen inside before awakening them. Where's this? Surely, this cannot be the work of an octopus. Who dares disturb the fishman clan in these waters? Could it be a sea beast? Unlikely. I must prioritize. I need to return and inform my clan, and I shall deal with this later. The cave was rather small, and after placing the two fishmen within, I remained outside to eavesdrop. If they were sentient beings, their first instinct upon awakening would be to ascertain their location, followed by communication with their companions. If they lacked intelligence, they would charge out immediately, and I would have to act decisively. Listening to their conversation, a smile crept across my face. After so long, I had finally encountered two sentient beings, albeit weaker, but suitable for my control. The two fishmen emerged from the cave, and I cheerfully seized them with my claws, declaring, "Where do you think you are going?" Faced with this sudden assault, the fishmen instinctively struggled. However, the toxin within them still lingered. Had I not intervened to suppress it, they would have long since perished. Even so, their strength was limited. Seeing their futile attempts at resistance, the fishmen on the left began to prepare a spell to fight back. Are they unaware of their predicament? My dragon pupils narrowed as I slammed my claws down. I would not be lenient with these two. Should they fail to satisfy me, they would meet their end here. Having been startled from their lair in the dead of night, I was irritable and sought an outlet for my anger. With the force of my strike, the fishmen's rationality returned, and they slightly beheld my half-figure above them. This is the legendary dragon clan? You are a dragon? The two fishmen retreated repeatedly, their speech faltering, eyes filled with terror. In the legends of the fishmen, the dragon clan is a ruthless and powerful race, not to be trifled with lightly, known for mercilessly slaughtering vast swathes of marine life. Events from 800 years ago have since become tales of lore among the fishmen. Ah, how delightful. Seeing their panic, I found the situation much easier to manage. Recognizing their fear spared me the trouble of interrogating them separately. I could simply ask directly what I wished to know. With this in mind, I addressed them. I shall not kill you. I seek to inquire about a few matters. Where do you come from? Where are you headed? And do you often interact with humans? Upon hearing my assurance, the two fishmen's terror diminished slightly. After exchanging glances, the fishman on the left spoke. We are patrolling the nearby waters, preparing to return to our clan, and we occasionally have contact with humans. What news have you gathered during your patrol, and why were you fleeing so hastily? The fishman on the left shrank back slightly, stating, We inadvertently entered a nearby island and sensed an aura similar to yours, which frightened us, prompting our swift retreat. We will notify our clan of any powerful beings in the vicinity, ensuring that we avoid you on future hunts. I narrowed my eyes and inquired further. How often do you interact with humans? Once every 5 years, there is a trade. They invest considerable effort to reach us, so they accumulate enough goods to come again. That was a reasonable response, but unfortunately, you should not have deceived me. I smiled coldly and swiftly struck down the fishman on the left. Chapter 13. The thoughts of Lei Luo. A muffled thud echoed through the ocean depths as the left fishman was slain, the faint scent of blood wafting through the water. However, thanks to the prior mists of venom, no creatures would disturb us for a while. Turning my gaze to the remaining fishman, I asked, Do you understand why I killed him? And no, I do not. Because he was lying, misrepresenting a spell as a biological sensing ability. Do you think I can be easily deceived? If you wish to avoid his fate, speak truthfully and do not withhold anything. Biological sensing is passive and inherent. Exploratory spells are not. Understood, the surviving fishman replied, retreating 2 steps in trepidation. I nodded and continued. When you ventured to the island, did you encounter any human fleets? None. The surrounding waters lack value. Human merchant fleets would directly seek out our fisherman clan and would notify us in advance. There is still half a year until the next trade. No human fleets will appear in the short term. Perhaps the previous execution of the fisherman had a deterrent effect, as the remaining fishermen responded much more eagerly. There are no human fleets, and the exploratory spells were indeed cast by these 2. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Upon realization, Lei Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had initially feared the arrival of formidable human warriors, but it turned out to be merely a misunderstanding. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and inquired, wait, if the surrounding seas lack value, why do you venture to the islands? Aren't they all uninhabited isles? Furthermore, the resources beneath the sea are far more abundant. Why seek them on land? The remaining fishermen, feeling the weight of Lei Luo's imposing presence, recoiled slightly, hesitating for a considerable time before finally gritting his teeth and revealing the task issued by his clan. Even he did not fully comprehend the reasoning behind it, and he assumed the foreign dragon clan was equally perplexed. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow, an odd sensation stirring within him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. He pressed on, 100,000 seas. What is the center point, and what event transpired there? In the area where Tier 1 to 3 sea beasts dwell, a clan member was gravely injured, presumably seeking vengeance. Yet, it is peculiar that Go'er, a Tier 3 warrior, should have been threatened there. An area inhabited by Tier 1 to 3 sea beasts? Isn't that where I hunted last time? That place has been cleansed by my toxic breath. How could any high-tier creature survive there? Truly, how could a Tier 3 warrior sustain such severe injuries? Unless, of course, the wounds were not inflicted by sea beasts, but rather by some other cause. What could it be? Furrowing his brow, Lei Luo sensed the gravity of the situation. Understanding it would clarify the intentions of the Fishman clan and their potential hostility towards him. If he could forge a favorable relationship with them, it would significantly aid his future ventures into human territories, as well as his search for his parents and information regarding the Poison Dragon clan. Observing Lei Luo's contemplative silence, the fishman sighed in relief but dared not flee, instead sitting on the ground to rest, silently praying for his release. What of your clan member named Go'er? Upon his return, how did he appear? Did he claim to have been attacked by a sea beast? How was that region determined? Suddenly prompted by the question, the fishman instinctively attempted to rise to respond, but his body betrayed him, and he sank back down. There is no need to stand. Go'er had sacrificed his personal artifact to return. I caught a glimpse of him up close, and his aura had diminished to Tier 1. Indeed, he was gravely injured. His exterior had changed considerably. His skin appeared wrinkled and shriveled, as if he had encountered a devilfish. After returning to the clan, he was taken by the priest for treatment, but he never mentioned being attacked by a sea beast. It was the priest who claimed that, and the region was designated by him. Upon hearing this, Lei Luo's understanding deepened. The fishman named Go'er had certainly not been injured in the sea, nor by a devilfish. Rather, he had been affected by the residual toxins he had left behind. The symptoms clearly indicated that he had been poisoned. While sea beasts possess their own toxins, they do not compare to the ferocity of the Poison Dragon clan. It was evident that the injuries were not caused by sea beasts, yet the fishman priest had claimed otherwise and even issued a task to search for islands, suggesting they might be seeking him. They were remarkably discreet. Logically, if there were juvenile dragons, there must be adult dragons as well. Despite this, the fishman priest continued to issue search orders, displaying no fear of adult dragons, undoubtedly aware that he lacked elder protection. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare harbor other intentions. The priest likely deduced Lei Luo's strength through his hunting grounds. Was he preparing to become a dragon hunter? Though the situation was precarious, it was fortunate that the enemy was still unaware of his exact location. Time was on his side. After all, with the speed of a dragon, tens of thousands of miles of sea could all serve as hunting grounds. Moreover, the Fishman clan was undoubtedly privy to information about his parents. Once his strength grew, he would have to venture out. He could also engage with human trading fleets through the Fishman clan, gaining insight into historical events. Why had the Poison Dragon fallen so low? As Lei Luo pondered, he inquired, who is the highest tier among your Fishman clan? How many members do you have in total? I do not wish to hear lies. There should be many fishmen exploring the islands, and you are not of great importance. The highest is the clan leader at the peak of Tier 4. With 500 fisherman warriors. The fishman struggled to maintain his composure, anxiety creeping in. What did this dragon intend to do by asking such questions? Did he plan to strike against them? He was reluctant to divulge clan secrets, but valued his life more. Very well, you may leave. According to our agreement. I will not kill you. Having clarified his inquiries, Lei Luo waved his claw, discreetly leaving behind a magical mark to allow the fishman to depart. For more detailed information, he would need to infiltrate the fishman clan and interrogate the priest. Keeping this fishman alive served little purpose. However, given the multitude of sea beasts nearby, and considering the fishman's inferiority, having been poisoned by his breath, how far could he truly flee? If he survived until dawn, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Lei Luo watched coldly as the fishman retreated, turning back to his island. Recognizing it as a misunderstanding, he saw no reason to linger in the sea. The land was more suitable for him. However, compared to the foes in the sky, he now had an additional adversary, the fishman clan. Damn it, I cannot deal with that bastard in the sky. And now these mere fishmen dare to harbor thoughts against me. Let them wait. What are 500 warriors to my toxic breath? Yet, the Tier 4 clan leader would be a formidable challenge. A fierce glint sparkled in Lei Luo's eyes as he contemplated how to deal with the fishman clan. Charging headlong was not an option. 500 fishman warriors attacking in unison, alongside the Tier 4 leader, could rival a Tier 5 warrior. While he had only just ascended to Tier 2, although his toxic breath was an advantage, turning that advantage into victory proved challenging. The fishman named Guaer had suffered from poisoning and was likely treated by the fishman priest, who possessed detoxification methods. He could not solely rely on his toxic breath. If only he could ascend to Tier 3, he would have no fears. Alternatively, he could lure fishman clan members into traps, gradually weakening them. The determination to find him across 100,000 seas was quite relentless. With that thought, Lei Luo unfurled his wings and soared above the ocean towards the island. Chapter 14. Confrontation with Tier 5 beasts. Realizing it had all been a false alarm, Lei Luo returned to his island to rest. He was still not fully accustomed to the underwater environment, but his robust physique allowed him to evade most dangers. While he enjoyed a peaceful slumber on his island, the fishman he had released after inflicting injuries upon him was not as fortunate. Ultimately, his fate was to be devoured by sea beasts, but before meeting his end, the fishman had managed to flee for 10 nautical miles, driven by an instinct for survival. The two fishmen sent out for reconnaissance met their demise, and the fishman clan quickly learned of it, as they were required to report daily. Failure to report indicated a problem, necessitating the dispatch of additional personnel for investigation. If it were a sea beast's nest, they would abandon the search entirely. While Lei Luo rested on his island, the fishman clan was thrown into turmoil. The priest responsible for overseeing the reconnaissance efforts, upon tallying the reports in the evening, discovered that all personnel had returned except for those in the area where Guaer had encountered trouble. The absence of news signified a calamity. Could my judgment have been flawed? Is the juvenile dragon still active in that region? The fishman priest paced anxiously within his dwelling, contemplating the situation before visiting the confined Guaer once more. 10 minutes later, the fishman priest emerged from the room and summoned the clan members before him. Clansmen, the mission has changed. There is no need for further reconnaissance of the sea. Remain within the clan for now. Shortly, I will announce an important matter. You may disperse. Sha Ding and Sha Bao, come to me tomorrow morning. The summoned fishmen were filled with confusion. Sha Ding and Sha Bao were the fastest among the fishman clan. Yet they had achieved little in reconnaissance and often attracted the attention of sea beasts, bringing danger upon themselves. Why had the priest suddenly altered his directives? Regardless of the arrangements, it seemed improbable that Sha Ding and Sha Bao would be of assistance. Could they truly be relied upon to deliver messages? Out of respect for the priest's authority, none dared to question him directly, and they departed to ponder the matter in silence. The movements of the Yuran tribe remain unclear to Lei Luo. Upon awakening the following morning, he ventured into more perilous waters for hunting, intent on absorbing additional energy to facilitate his evolution. If he did not swiftly grow stronger, he would inevitably find himself transformed from a predator into prey. Before setting off, he explored the territory where the Yuran resided, but found no signs of their activity. Perhaps the Yuran had yet to discover the demise of their kin, or the distance was simply too great for them to arrive promptly. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a matter of delight for Lei Luo, as he required more time to mature. The dragon clan experiences a century of infancy post-birth, transitioning into adolescence after 100 years, and reaching young adulthood after 3 centuries. Their strength continuously amplifies with time until they attain their pinnacle, with cultivation accelerating the accumulation of power. In this regard, the poison dragon lineage possesses unique advantages. Their innate toxic breath can inflict harm on creatures of equal or higher tier, and with persistent application of their poison, they might even eliminate beings of superior rank. Lei Luo, having only existed for 2 years, is capable of hunting tiered creatures independently thanks to his toxic abilities, and after ascending a tier, he now has the potential to hunt creatures 2 tiers above him due to the awakening of his bloodline talents. Compared to other dragon races, which can typically only dominate beings of the same tier, it is inconceivable for them to hunt those above 2 tiers. Today, Lei Luo decided to test the lethality of his toxic breath against a creature of tier 5. After all, the leader of the urine was already at the peak of tier 4, and should they ascend to tier 5, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with their capabilities in advance. He soared directly into the higher tier waters, retracting his wings to patrol the periphery while searching for prey. Creatures exceeding his own tier by 3 levels were beyond his capacity to confront directly, so he relied on his toxic breath, but should it prove ineffective, retreat would be necessary. He sought out creatures that appeared to be sluggish, minimizing the risk of being struck. After half an hour of searching, Lei Luo's gaze flickered as he zeroed in on a tier 5 Yulan jellyfish. Soft-bodied creatures exhibit remarkable resistance to physical attacks, but their speed is lacking. Today, my friend, I shall test the potency of my toxic breath on you. Should you go berserk, do grant me a moment to escape, he muttered as he exhaled his toxic breath. The greenish hue tinged with dark red soon enveloped the surrounding waters, and Lei Luo meticulously orchestrated his approach to ensnare the Yulan jellyfish, leaving it no opportunity to evade. The water transformed in color, prompting numerous small fish to flee swiftly, while the jellyfish's tentacles drifted languidly, seemingly inviting contact with the tainted waters. Observably, the tentacles of the Yulan jellyfish shifted in color, only to revert back to their original hue. The jellyfish's tentacles began to undulate, sending waves of mental probing energy outward, which soon swept across Lei Luo's form. Initially perplexed, he quickly comprehended the situation as the jellyfish abruptly turned to face him. Discovered. Was that an energy probe or a mental scan? He pondered, recalling the previous fluctuations. However, instead of panicking, he gradually retreated, making his way towards the surface. Upon breaking the water's surface, he found himself surrounded by no avian threats. Nonetheless, Lei Luo was unwilling to retreat outright, as he had come to assess the capabilities of a tier 5 creature. The Yulan jellyfish approached him at a leisurely pace, neither swift nor slow, comparable to a tier 1 fish. Perhaps this is a tactic to lull me into complacency. Regardless, let us observe the efficacy of my toxin. Lei Luo's eyes gleamed as he commanded the seawater to envelop the jellyfish, abandoning any pretense of concealment. As his tier increased, so too did his command over his toxic breath. The green and dark red toxins coalesced into tendrils, launching towards the Yulan jellyfish. Strange sounds emanated from the jellyfish's body as a layer of blue shield formed, obstructing the toxins while seemingly enhancing its speed. Observing the jellyfish's velocity double, Lei Luo hesitated to engage directly, opting instead to ascend closer to the surface before pausing momentarily. The jellyfish's tentacles pierced through its protective shield, aimed at Lei Luo. Now, let me witness your prowess, he declared, augmenting his dragon claws with a shield before striking at the tentacles. The tranquil surface of the ocean erupted with tumult as a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Water surged skyward, forming waves that radiated outward. Amidst this chaos, a massive green dragon ascended, deftly evading the sporadic blue tentacles that emerged from the depths. This dragon, darting to and fro, was none other than Lei Luo himself. He had engaged the Yulan jellyfish in a head-on clash beneath the waves, wisely avoiding a deeper confrontation, lest he find himself contemplating survival at the ocean's abyss instead of soaring through the skies. Chapter 15. The reconnaissance. Lei Luo's claw, which had collided with the jellyfish's tentacle, now drooped before him. He had come off worse in that encounter. A tier 5 creature is undeniably formidable, far beyond what the physique of a tier 2 poison dragon could withstand. Fortunately, he had prepared an escape route, preventing him from falling into peril. However, his earlier provocation had thoroughly incensed the Yulan jellyfish, whose tentacles now sporadically lunged from the depths, accompanied by jets of water. Lei Luo evaded in the air. Reluctant to depart immediately, he desired to observe the effects of his toxins within the jellyfish's body and gauge the potency of a tier 5 creature's spells. As he dodged, he calculated the passage of time. The Yulan jellyfish exhibited a degree of resistance to toxins, akin to the methods the urine employed to counteract poison. Yet the jellyfish's physical resilience surpassed that of the urine, which was one of the advantages gained by forsaking intellectual advancement. As moments passed, the frequency of the jellyfish's tentacle assaults noticeably dwindled, and the water jets lost their vigor. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lei Luo's eyes as he decided to feign retreat. Soaring higher into the sky, once out of the jellyfish's line of sight, he discreetly re-entered the water, stealthily circling back. Not much time had elapsed when he returned to find the Yuan jellyfish still stationed in place, emitting enigmatic sound waves. What was it doing? It was impossible to discern the effects of the toxin. Could it truly be ineffective? Watching the vibrant jellyfish from a distance, Lei Luo felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the amalgamation of such diverse toxic properties would yield a more formidable result, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. After listening to the sound waves for an extended period, he resolved to depart, but as he turned, he suddenly halted. A mundane fish swam beneath the Yuan jellyfish, which did not retaliate, a most unusual occurrence. Could the effects be delayed? Lei Luo's eyes brightened as he summoned a water sphere and cast it from afar. The sphere struck the jellyfish's surface with minimal force, dissipating upon contact, yet it elicited no reaction whatsoever. Noting this, Lei Luo approached cautiously, remaining vigilant against a potential ambush. As he drew near, he discerned faint reddish-green patterns spreading across the jellyfish's surface, an indication that the toxin had permeated its body. The poison did not kill Tier 5 creatures. The more formidable ones could even detoxify, potentially possessing counterattack capabilities. As a marine beast, the Yuan jellyfish differed from the urine, and this result could serve as a guide, albeit not a template. At the very least, this jellyfish had no allies, and Lei Luo's toxic breath could only be unleashed 5 times a day. Excessive use could strain his throat, with 3 exhalations leading to this outcome. The ocean proved more conducive to the deployment of his toxins, whereas an assault by the urine on land would severely limit his ability to utilize them. Nonetheless, it might be worthwhile to experiment with the resistance of Tier 4 creatures. Lei Luo did not approach the Yuan Shuimu, instead opting to analyze the outcome of the battle from a distance. On land, he expelled toxic breath, relying solely on his head to control direction, unable to pollute the area first and then surround it comprehensively as he would in the depths of the sea. However, Lei Luo also possessed advantages on land. The fishmen, being marine creatures, would undoubtedly have their abilities restricted once ashore. As he observed the increasing speed at which the Yuan Shuimu expelled toxins, Lei Luo contemplated whether he could slay it, given that it was a 5th-tier creature with ample energy within. Before he could act, he noticed a dozen or more Yuan Shuimu approaching from a distance. Most of these jellyfish appeared to be of similar size to the one before him, indicating that they were also 5th tier. Cursing under his breath, Lei Luo hurriedly ascended to the surface. He was in no position to engage, with one claw injured, and even the prospect of defeating the Yuan Shuimu in a short time was questionable. If he provoked the other jellyfish, it could lead to trouble. Shortly after he left, the Yuan Shuimu, which had remained unresponsive to his earlier probing, began to sway its tentacles, seemingly lamenting his hesitation to attack. Though it had suffered from poisoning, its ability to retaliate was still intact. Unbeknownst to Lei Luo, who adhered to his cautious nature, unnecessary risks were to be avoided. He needed time to evolve, but risking his life to do so was unwarranted. If he could not defeat the fishmen, it was wiser to retreat and cultivate in peace, returning only when he was strong enough to confront them and inquire about the whereabouts of his parents. After departing this perilous sea, Lei Luo ventured toward the territory of 3rd-tier sea beasts, capturing 2 3rd-tier Xingbon fish to take back to his island. After indulging in a feast of roasted fish, Lei Luo lay down to rest, awaiting the healing of his injured claw. Meanwhile, the fishman's priest had toiled through the night, now appearing weary outside his dwelling. Sardin and Shabao, summoned the previous night, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the priest, they promptly bowed and greeted him. The priest nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. "This is not a suitable place for public discourse. Come inside, I have matters for you to attend to." Sardin and Shabao exchanged curious glances before following him inside. Half an hour later, both emerged with faces alight with excitement, each wielding a staff that distinctly differed from the steel tridents of their fellow fishmen, exhibiting a more vibrant flow of magical energy. They had not mingled with the other tribe members, but instead made a beeline for the sea where gear had been poisoned. The priest explained the situation, and both understood that the fishmen intended to undertake a dragon-slaying endeavor. Once accomplished, the prestige gained would be monumental, not to mention the inherent value of the toxic dragon itself, which would elevate their tribe to greater heights. Those involved would be engraved with the light of glory, illuminating the annals of their history, and they were about to partake in this endeavor. Sardin's resolve solidified. No matter the cost, We must complete this mission. Xiaobao smiled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, we have gathered ample intelligence. We shall proceed as scouts. Should we encounter that toxic dragon, we will retreat. With the priest's staff, we shall assuredly return safely." Slaying a dragon seemed a feat that even human warriors scarcely accomplished. Yet, was it not 2 years prior that a great battle occurred, mercifully sparing their clan? It was said that a toxic dragon had been slain then. Rumors suggested that the dragon had retreated into a chasm, its fate unknown. Who could say? With human cunning, perhaps it was merely a ruse to deceive them, while they secretly divided the spoils. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for their fishmen tribe, and they swam forth with newfound confidence. Though they had yet to lay eyes on the juvenile toxic dragon the priest had spoken of, they believed wholeheartedly they could defeat it. Chapter 16. The hunt for the Fishman tribe. The Fishman scouts were en route, while Lei Luo, attuned to his own capacity, endeavored daily to absorb more energy to facilitate his evolution. Both sides raced against time, each holding their unique advantages. Overall, however, Lei Luo possessed a slight edge. If he could not defeat them, he could flee, having misled the fishmen previously. Even the waters Gear had traversed were merely one of many hunting grounds, not a fixed location. The 2 fishmen from the previous night were of no concern. The ocean was vast, and the deep-sea creatures were not known for their hospitality towards others. After a successful hunting expedition, Lei Luo returned to his island to rest, while Sardin and Xiaobao pressed onward. As Lei Luo absorbed the fiery essence to enhance his abilities, Sardin and Xiaobao were still en route. The journey from the Fishman territory to this remote sea was lengthy, populated by numerous sea beast colonies. A slight misstep could spell disaster. Relying on the staffs granted by their priest, Sardin and Xiaobao navigated through perilous waters to reach the site of Gear's injury. Yet, 10 days had passed since Gear's wounding, and all traces had long since been washed away by the tides, with new sea beasts now prowling the area. What do we do now, Sardin? Let us first explore the vicinity to locate any islands. According to the priest, the juvenile toxic dragon should be nearby. Though dragons can survive underwater, they naturally prefer the shores. Very well, we shall search separately and reconvene here tonight to exchange information. With their plan established, Sardin and Xiaobao parted ways, using Gear's injury site as their starting point to search for islands in the surrounding waters. The islands were sparse, often submerged during high tides only to re-emerge as the waters receded. As their search area gradually expanded, Sardin and Xiaobao discovered several islands, encountering sea beasts along the way. Thanks to their staffs, they managed to escape successfully, mapping the surrounding terrain as they inched closer to Lei Luo's territory. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and the terrain map they had created encompassed a radius of 300 miles. Had it not been for the occasional interference from sea beasts, they might have covered 800 miles or more. Despite numerous obstacles, they remained undeterred. Xiaobao, tonight we will head west. The terrain there is elevated, and islands are present. After searching for so long, we must be nearing our target. If we encounter the juvenile toxic dragon, whoever can escape should do so. Do not entertain thoughts of confronting it. That requires the strength of our entire tribe. Remember, I have never seen a dragon since birth. I do not even know what a toxic dragon looks like. I have heard it is quite ferocious and not favored by any race on the continent. If we sense a dangerous presence, it will surely be the toxic dragon. Even if it is despised, it is still a dragon, possessing formidable strength, albeit weakened over the years. This, however, affords our Fishman tribe an opportunity. Let us proceed. Sardin and Xiaobao swam westward, preparing to stealthily observe as night fell. They advanced swiftly, soon nearing the island where Lei Luo resided. With visibility clear during the day and Lei Luo's island being an uninhabited one, they could see everything from a high vantage point. Night would offer some cover, and dragons were known to rest during the evening. Upon spotting Lei Luo's island, Sardin and Xiaobao submerged into the depths, preparing to wait until nightfall to explore. They had scoured numerous islands to reach this point, relying on the cover of darkness. Unbeknownst to them, Lei Luo was completely oblivious to their presence, preoccupied with planning his next meal. As he transitioned from hunting second-tier creatures to those of the third and fourth tiers, the rate of energy absorption surged, and Lei Luo's physique gradually expanded. Although the ancestral memories warned that excessive growth was not advisable, it was a necessary sacrifice to achieve his goals. Before heading out to hunt, he intended to circle back to the area he had previously scouted. After all this time, the fishmen should have arrived. Could it be they were too afraid to approach the island? Weakening the fishman's strength in advance would benefit his future plans. Numerous strategies flashed through Lei Luo's mind as he took flight from the island. As he surveyed the ocean from above, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Numerous ordinary fish were frantically fleeing, as if some terrifying creature had emerged. The aura of the dragon clan instills fear only in advanced beings, which ordinary fish cannot perceive. It is only the sea beasts that would elicit such a reaction. Could there be a colossal creature in the waters? It need not necessarily be a sea beast. The Fishman clan, though intelligent, could also be considered a type of sea beast, capable of intimidating the fish. The thought of the Fishman clan caused Lei Luo to momentarily pause, his wings fluttering unsteadily. Familiar with the marine environment surrounding the deserted island, he knew that no advanced beings would venture here, as the energy was barren and ordinary fish could not accumulate energy. Furthermore, the island featured a dormant volcano, resulting in elevated temperatures that allowed only ordinary fish to thrive nearby. Once ordinary fish evolved into advanced beings, they would swiftly depart for more prosperous waters unless they had a specific purpose for coming here. The sea beasts, lacking intelligence, had recently clashed only with the Fishman clan. From his lofty vantage point, Lei Luo scanned the area where the fish congregated and soon pinpointed a blank space. However, instead of plunging into the sea immediately, he chose to fly farther away, then quietly swam back after descending into the water. If the Fishman clan had sent a substantial number of warriors, he would launch a surprise attack to eliminate their combatants. If not, he would naturally avoid confrontation. Upon entering the sea, Lei Luo retracted his wings to maintain stability. Soon, he arrived at the area where the ordinary fish were scattered. Having discovered it early, the area was not expansive, and he could circle it in just 3 minutes. As the search area shrank, 2 fishmen with fish heads and human bodies came into view. Unlike the fishmen he had encountered before, who wielded a steel trident, these 2 were armed with gem-encrusted staves. The Fishman clan had come prepared. Yet, what did it matter? Sending third-tier warriors indicated their contempt for him. With a disdainful smile, Lei Luo unleashed 3 streams of toxic breath, skillfully manipulating them to form a circle that converged towards the center. Sha Ding and Sha Bao were resting on the seabed, surrounded only by ordinary fish, unaware of the impending danger. As the toxic circle closed in, Sha Bao suddenly opened his eyes and expressed his concern. Sha Ding, do you sense something amiss? What could be wrong? Everything appears normal here, Sha Ding replied. No, the fish seem to be fleeing, Sha Bao insisted. What are you talking about? We just arrived. Ordinary fish would run at the sight of us. Sha Bao's face changed instantly as he stood up to survey the surroundings. It's different. The fish are more panicked than before, and I have an ominous feeling. We need to leave and find another spot. His instinct, though lacking a solid basis, had saved his life multiple times in the past. Although Sha Ding found Sha Bao's behavior unusual, he decided to follow his kin, preparing to relocate. From a distance, Lei Luo chuckled coldly. Now you wish to flee? Chapter 17. The captive fishmen as Sha Ding and Sha Bao prepared to escape, perhaps sensing something was awry. It was already too late. Lei Luo directed his toxic breath to coalesce before them, launching an assault from all directions while leaving an opening towards him. Understanding the potency of his toxic breath better than anyone, Lei Luo was well aware of its effects, especially on those who had suffered from poison. Coincidentally, a member of the Fishman clan had recently been poisoned but had received treatment. Prior to their departure, Sha Ding and Sha Bao had not only listened to their clan's priest, but had also heard about Gu Er's experience with poisoning and the scars it left behind. Upon seeing the dark red-tinged green toxic breath, they panicked. This is bad. We are in ordinary waters, devoid of such toxins. We have indeed found the right place. That toxic dragon is targeting us. What do we do now? What else can we do but run? We must return to the clan and report this, completing our mission. With toxins surrounding them, the front likely belonged to the toxic dragon, making forward movement impossible. Not moving forward is also a death sentence. Did you not hear the priest analyze? Gu Er's poison was diluted 3 times, and he ended up in such a state. If we directly succumb to the toxin, we stand no chance of survival. Then propose a viable plan. Faced with an inescapable life or death crisis, the 2 began to argue, their faces pale. The situation descended into a stalemate as the toxic breath continued to encroach from 3 sides. Sha Bao hesitated, glancing around as if pondering a solution. Observing this, Sha Ding quickly inquired, what have you thought of? We are kin. If there is a safe way, you must include me. If you are uncertain, you may leave on your own. The plan may cause some harm to the clan, but it will not jeopardize its foundation. What will you do? Sha Bao retorted suddenly. Was it to uphold the clan's interests or to save oneself? This was a challenging decision, but with the toxic breath approaching, a choice had to be made. To protect the clan's interests meant charging forward and testing their luck to see if they could escape back to the clan for rescue before death. Yet both were acutely aware that moving forward was a certain death, even if the priest had provided them with more powerful staves. Ultimately, those who declared they would sacrifice themselves for the clan would soon be forgotten, unless their current status was that of the clan leader. Sha Ding lowered his head slightly. Sha Bao, I will follow your lead. I wish to live. Drop the staff and follow me, Sha Bao instructed. Discarding the staff gifted to him by the clan's priest into the toxic breath. A plume of bluish-white smoke rose as the staff lost its magical properties, becoming a useless mass of metal. Witnessing this, Sha Ding relinquished all hesitations and discarded his staff as well. The two swam towards the opening that Lei Luo had left, with Sha Bao leading the way, calling out, "Great toxic dragon, I am Sha Bao of the Fishman clan, and this is my kin Sha Ding. Please grant us the opportunity to speak. We surrender and will not resist." Feeling this was insufficiently secure, Sha Bao continued. "We possess secret information to report to you regarding your parents. Please allow us this chance. Our arrival was under the directive of our clan, and we harbor no ill intentions towards you." Sha Ding's expression shifted as he wished to interject, but recalling their dire situation, he resignedly lowered his head. Lei Luo, lying in ambush, had initially intended to eliminate the two fishmen in a surprise attack to lure more of their kind for investigation or pursuit. Like fishing, he aimed to inflict damage upon them, but he was taken aback by the mention of his parents. Lowering his raised claw, he halted the toxic breath he had been brewing. Ultimately, he stepped out from the shadows. Lei Luo observed the two fishmen discarding their staffs, stripped of their additional means. Their speed was rendered futile against him. He could effortlessly end their lives. "You had better ensure you are not deceiving me, or I will make you regret your words and actions at this moment. First, disclose your purpose here. Does the Fishman clan intend to target me? How did you learn of my parents?" Unfazed, Sha Bao explained, "We came here because a clan member was patrolling and sustained a poison injury. The priest deduced your presence here, instructing the Fishman clan to search for you within 100,000 seas, recently confirming this area. The priest intends to lead the Fishman clan in a dragon-slaying endeavor while engaging in trade with humans for greater benefits. Our knowledge of your parents stems from records within the clan. The priest shared some details with us, which we pieced together with legends." Lei Luo's gaze shifted slightly. "You will accompany me to the shore. Without my permission, do not unleash any magical fluctuations. I have inquiries to make." At this moment, the hunting expedition was completely forgotten by Lei Luo. Compared to eating, he was far more eager to learn about his parents in this life, regardless of the circumstances. Having survived until now, he owed it to the vessel of their child. Additionally, he sought to gain a clearer understanding of the toxic dragon clan's status on the continent through their experiences. Many matters have been spoken of in the legacy of memory, yet they cannot be felt more intuitively. The words of the two mermen before me, however, are worth listening to. The merman clan is rather small, yet they possess broader knowledge than one might expect. Sha Ding's expression appeared slightly troubled, while Sha Bao maintained a demeanor of normalcy. Noticing that neither of them raised any objections, the murderous intent within Lei Luo diminished somewhat. If they were to be granted a reprieve only to turn around and deceive him, it would be necessary to establish authority through the means of bloodshed. He kept them alive solely to expedite the acquisition of information, not because they were indispensable. Upon returning to his own island, Sha Ding and Sha Bao immediately enveloped themselves in an additional layer of protection, gliding gracefully in midair. "Your Excellency, the poison dragon. We mermen are inherently inclined towards aquatic life. Thus, we require this shield to sustain our existence on land." Lei Luo nodded, casually inquiring, "Without this, how long can you survive on land?" Based on their tier, a third-tier warrior like myself could survive for 5 hours without issue. However, without a shield, combat abilities would be halved, and even with one, they would be diminished by 30%. Under normal circumstances, the merman clan would rarely venture ashore, even on such islands. First and second-tier mermen must rely on shields, or they risk suffocation. Whenever Lei Luo posed a question, Sha Bao would readily respond and elaborate, while Sha Ding remained silent throughout, fearing that his interjection might provoke the wrath of the poison dragon before him, potentially resulting in his demise. Observing their agreeable demeanor, Lei Luo felt a slight relaxation in his mood and waved his claw. "You may go. Take a moment before jumping over the wall. I need to ponder some matters." Chapter 18. The Legend of the Poison Dragon Lineage. Rather than hastily inquiring, Lei Luo took the time to organize his thoughts, compiling a list of inquiries he wished to make. This approach had its merits. Perhaps Sha Ding and Sha Bao harbored no ulterior motives and would divulge all they knew. Yet the concern remained that they might not possess a complete understanding. Blindly trusting their words could lead to misconceptions, which would ultimately result in complications for himself. Preconceived notions often mark the commencement of misunderstandings. Once his mind settled, Lei Luo called Sha Ding and Sha Bao over. How long has your merman clan been developing since records began? Including the years of the Sea Beast clan, a total of 600 years. How have you recorded and transmitted information regarding my poison dragon lineage? Sha Bao hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Lei Luo. Not detecting any discernible threat, he spoke. According to our records, the poison dragon is a malignant entity in this world, a being that must be eradicated. Not belonging to the true dragon lineage, but rather deemed a malevolent aberration. Legends tell of the poison dragon's tyranny. When angered, it can slay millions, bringing calamity to the world, and some corroborative evidence indeed supports this. For instance, 800 years ago, a ninth-tier member of the poison dragon lineage waged war against the Sea Beast clan, leaving 100,000 miles of ocean barren, resulting in mass fish mortality, with the impact spanning 1,000,000 miles. However, there are also perspectives that assert the poison dragon lineage is a being of higher order than the dragon clan, merely misunderstood. The common folk on the continent are decidedly unfriendly towards the poison dragon, while only the higher echelons of the dragon clan and the human clan possess records of having actively dealt with the poison dragon. Gently scraping the ground with his claw, Lei Luo's thoughts raced as he considered the validity of these claims. The assertion that the poison dragon lineage is a malignant entity is undoubtedly erroneous. If such a threat existed, how could it have endured to this day? This narrative is likely propagated by rival species, culminating in the present misunderstanding. As for the notion that the poison dragon's actions endanger other beings, based on Lei Luo's current feelings, it could either be intentional, a loss of control, or a setup. Having mastered poisonous breath merely 2 years after his birth, how could his more formidable ancestors lack control? If it were intentional, it would imply a motive for combat. If it were uncontrollable, there is little to be said. If it were a setup, it suggests a species targeting the poison dragon lineage. The notion that the poison dragon lineage surpasses the dragon clan in superiority is a claim that cannot be trusted for the time being, as it lacks substantiation. When Lei Luo was still an egg, the appearance of golden eyes in the sky bore a resemblance to dragon pupils, aligning with Sha Bao's revelations. The dragon clan and the human clan, one being his kin and the other a dominant force on the continent, both sought to contend with the poison dragon. The survival of the poison dragon lineage until now speaks volumes of its formidable strength. It appears that should he venture into human territories, he must tread with greater caution. With a flicker in his eyes, Lei Luo then inquired, "Now, tell me about any information regarding my parents. How do you ascertain that they are not nearby? And how do you know of them?" Sha Ding spoke up, "I am aware of this. I happened to eavesdrop on a conversation between the high priest and the clan leader. 800 years ago, the two poison dragons that clashed with the Sea Beast clan were actually a pair, and they were married. Their aim was to seize the Sea King's pearl, which is only of use to unborn beings, evidently for their offspring. According to the gestation period of dragons, it is about this time that dragon eggs would naturally hatch. The high priest must have deduced your whereabouts based on this." Lei Luo's heart raced with excitement. At last, he had gleaned some information. Rather than being left in the dark, what became of those two poison dragons in the end? Where did they go? Sha Ding took a slight step back and replied hastily. "A year ago, one of the two poison dragons that seized the Sea King's pearl was mortally wounded, while the female poison dragon fled from our waters. At that time, a powerful member of the human Mage Alliance was pursuing them, and our clan happened to record this event. Afterward, there have been no further reports from either side, and no one knows the outcome." These words were directly from the high priest. Sha Bao, hearing this, also retreated a couple of steps, albeit with little effect, but it provided a modicum of reassurance. Lei Luo furrowed his brow, standing silently upon the rock. Sha Ding's account seemed credible, and the Merman clan indeed possessed records. Yet, this only complicated matters further. His father was dead, and his mother was missing, with only an enemy from the Mage Alliance left. Just the name alone suggested that the Mage Alliance would not be an easy adversary. The ability to pursue his parents, two adult poison dragons, would undoubtedly require considerable strength. Furthermore, humans are a dominant force on the continent and would not permit any harm to their kind. Conflict was inevitable. Shaking his head, Lei Luo dismissed these thoughts. He was merely a second-tier warrior at present, and any desire for vengeance would have to wait until he surpassed his forebears. He turned to ask, which direction did those members of the Mage Alliance head? The abyssal rift connects to the depths of the underworld. It is said to lead to another world. He committed this information to memory, while simultaneously reassuring himself that their disappearance implied a possibility of survival. The subsequent considerations for how to respond could be postponed. Currently, The merman warriors were continuously arriving to investigate, and it would not remain concealed for long unless they migrated to another island. However, as a member of the poison dragon lineage, would he allow the merman clan to force him into relocation? Not only would he be unwilling, but should the progenitors from his memories learn of this, they would likely rise from the dead in anger, ready to deliver a beating. For it would be a considerable disgrace. The notion of relocation was swiftly dismissed. Confrontation was the only viable course. Lei Luo beckoned, signaling Sha Ding and Sha Bao to approach. How many of your clan have reached the 4th tier? And how many the 5th tier? Upon landing, the combat capabilities of 3rd-tier mermen would be diminished, and he no longer regarded them as a threat. He directly inquired about the existence of 4th and 5th-tier warriors. Compared to the 2nd-tier mermen he had previously captured, Sha Ding and Sha Bao possessed more knowledge. There were few 4th-tier mermen, only 3 including the clan leader. The clan leader was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier and might even ascend to the 5th tier. The high priest was knowledgeable in many spells and some esoteric methods, slightly weaker than the clan leader. The remaining one was the strongest warrior of the merman clan. Yet his title and 4th tier status were largely due to the resources provided by the clan, lacking substantial merit. A thrill coursed through Lei Luo. Thankfully, he had captured 2 mermen to inquire about information once again. To his astonishment, the Yuren clan was revealed to possess 2 4th-tier warriors, and there were suspicions that their chieftain had ascended to the 5th tier. While such power may be deemed relatively feeble for a clan, it posed a significant threat to Lei Luo, as the identity of the poison dragon and his isolation on a desolate island rendered him unable to seek assistance from any race. He inquired about the precise location of the Yuren clan, the duration required to reach them, and the usual protocol for handling the prolonged absence of communication. Lei Luo's mind churned with a nascent idea. Could he orchestrate the temporary disappearance of Sha Ding and Sha Bao to lure more Yuren to this maritime expanse while he stormed their stronghold? Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to unleash his toxic breath upon them. Chapter 19. Betrayal of the Yuren clan. Sha Ding's expression shifted, instinctively glancing at Sha Bao, seeking his counsel. The information they had already disclosed amounted to treachery. Should they return and be discovered, death awaited them. At this juncture, revealing further secrets seemed inconsequential, especially since their future comfort and survival hinged on the whims of the poison dragon before them. Sha Bao's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and without hesitation, he declared, "Esteemed poison dragon, the Yuren clan resides beneath an island located 8,000 miles away. They have hollowed out the island from below while keeping watch over the surface. At our pace, it would take about 6 days to reach there. Our lack of communication will lead our clan to assume we have perished in an attack, prompting them to send others to investigate, though that is not guaranteed. The Yuren priests have already discerned your presence and may either refrain from sending their kin or lead their entire clan to hunt you down." "I see." Lei Luo's gaze flickered, realizing that a surprise attack might not be feasible. Silence enveloped the scene, with the sea breeze bringing a chill. The protective shields on Sha Ding and Sha Bao's bodies flickered, struggling to maintain their integrity. Without their shields, they would suffer greatly on the shore, and prolonged exposure could inflict permanent harm. However, directly voicing their concerns to this unpredictable poison dragon was hardly a prudent course of action. Sha Bao pondered the inquiries previously posed by Lei Luo, leading to a burgeoning suspicion. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Honorable poison dragon, if you seek to confront the Yuren clan, I advise against engaging them directly, as their numbers would overwhelm you. A stealthy approach would be more advantageous. The Yuren's dwelling lies beneath an island, which they have excavated, with a small aperture leading upward. Should you inject your toxic breath through this opening, you could severely cripple the Yuren, at least temporarily hindering their ability to retaliate. However, such a tactic may only yield results on the first attempt. Subsequent efforts may prove less effective." Upon hearing this, Lei Luo's interest was piqued, though doubt soon cast a shadow over his thoughts. He scrutinized Sha Ding and Sha Bao, asking pointedly, as members of the Yuren clan, "Why do you assist me so readily?" He believed that without Sha Bao's counsel, he would not have arrived at such a strategy. Furthermore, the two could have remained silent, as they held the upper hand in controlling the flow of information, rendering their fervent cooperation unnecessary. Unless, of course, their revelations were not intended to aid Lei Luo, but rather to lure him to the Yuren stronghold, where they would covertly inform their kin and orchestrate his demise. A chieftain who potentially stood at the 5th tier, accompanied by 2 4th-tier warriors and other 3rd-tier Yuren, posed a considerable threat to him, a mere 2nd-tier poison dragon. A moment of carelessness could lead to his capture, though dragons are inherently powerful. Such strength does not guarantee dominion over all other races. It is power that dictates all. A murderous intent flickered in Lei Luo's dragon eyes as he coldly regarded Sha Ding and Sha Bao. Upon sensing this menacing aura, the two were seized by panic and confusion, bewildered by the sudden shift in their previously cordial discourse. Did this poison dragon lack any sense of honor and wish to renege on their agreement? Sha Ding's mind raced at the prospect of dire consequences, prompting him to consider a desperate gamble. Yet Sha Bao, displaying a keen intellect, swiftly discerned the source of the poison dragon's hostility and pressed Sha Ding down. Awkwardly attempting to clarify, "Esteemed poison dragon, please allow me to explain. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The reason I have divulged such detailed information is that we have no path of return. We have betrayed our clan, and even if we were to return, death awaits us. It is far better to wholly align ourselves with you, as the lineage of the poison dragon is one of the formidable races on this continent. Moreover, you have spent your life upon the sea and will inevitably venture into the human realm, where I possess knowledge that may assist you. I merely ask that after vanquishing the Yuan clan, you spare the lower-tier members, as I aspire to ascend to the position of chieftain." Sha Bao's explanation unveiled his intentions. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent gradually dissipating. "It would be wise for you to adhere to your words. Otherwise, you shall regret deceiving me. Within 3 days, devise a plan and a topographical map to present to me. Additionally, I shall inject a toxin under my control into both of you. If you comply and remain docile, I assure your safety. Otherwise, death shall be your fate. I have no interest in the chieftain's position, but if you desire it, I can assist you, provided you do not venture beyond the surrounding waters of the island." With this warning, Lei Luo extended his claws, slicing into their arms, allowing a pale green energy to flow into them. "You may attempt to return to your clan within half a day's time. Your priest might have some means of assistance." With a parting chuckle, he took to the skies, departing to hunt in the ocean, as he had yet to partake in a meal that day, a necessity that could not be overlooked. Once Lei Luo departed, Sha Ding and Sha Bao hastily submerged, releasing their shields. As the ocean water enveloped their bodies, expressions of relief spread across their faces, and they languidly sought a nearby rock close to the island to rest. "Sha Bao, did you truly express your innermost thoughts to that poison dragon today? Is this truly how you feel?" Sha Ding gazed at the sky reflected upon the sea's surface, breaking the silence with his inquiry. Sha Bao fell into contemplation, remaining quiet for a significant time before replying. "Whether it was my true feelings is now inconsequential. We belong to the poison dragon's retinue. He is yet to fully accept us. Once we betray our kin, we must either witness the clan's decline or face our own demise. Would you willingly sacrifice yourself for the entire clan? I would rather not perish. Before our arrival, I believed the Yuan had a chance of victory. Yet now, it appears hopeless. That poison dragon's intellect far surpasses ours, coupled with the inherent advantages of his race. How could we possibly prevail? Our betrayal may yet leave a seed of life for our clan, preventing its complete annihilation." Sha Ding recollected the swift journey they had undertaken from their clan to this maritime region, initially devoid of any obstacles. However, upon reaching the island of the poison dragon, they were promptly discovered and captured. This incident not only underscored their oversight, but also highlighted the meticulous cunning of the poison dragon, who had astutely deduced their arrival and ensnared them, inadvertently revealing a wealth of information about the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan's prospects for victory had become illusory, hence, their betrayal might indeed sow the seeds of survival for their kin. "That is indeed correct. My betrayal is not for my own sake, but for the clan." Sha Ding remained silent for an extended duration, ultimately reminding himself of this truth. He required an excuse to reconcile his betrayal of the clan, and Sha Bao had conveniently provided him with that rationale, solidifying his resolve. Chapter 20. The Amethyst Cloud Fruit. Unbeknownst to Lei Luo, the psychological transformation of the two Yuan captives unfolded beyond his perception. After departing the island, he monitored their movements for half an hour to ensure their short-term compliance before officially embarking on his hunting expedition. As for the earlier remarks about injecting toxins to control them, they were merely spoken in jest, betting on their reluctance to risk their lives. Lei Luo did not possess any toxins capable of immediate death. Rather, he had an abundance of such toxins. The substances injected into the two individuals were merely ordinary energy, with a greenish exterior. Should they truly wager their lives to flee, they would escape, but after this beating, would they dare confront Lei Luo again? Although third-tier warriors are formidable, Lei Luo has already attained the second tier, and being of the Dragon Clan, he enjoys a racial advantage. Once he ascends to the third tier warriors of the Fishman clan would hold no weight in his eyes, easily vanquished at his discretion. Currently, I exist in the mid-second tier. Although I hunt creatures from the 3rd to 4th tiers daily to absorb energy, my body has a saturation limit. The energy required for a Dragon Clan member to advance exceeds that of ordinary beings, and even with late-night snacks, it remains insufficient. Based on my current level, achieving the 3rd tier would take about a month, yet the Fishman clan may arrive at any moment. Should I heed the Fishman's suggestion and attempt to ambush them? If only the inherited memories could impart a method for rapid power growth. While I am unafraid of the 3rd tier Fishmen, the 4th tier and 5th tier warriors pose a significant threat, especially the 5th tier, which is notoriously challenging to combat. As Lei Luo soared above the sea, he pondered his predicament. The threat from the Fishmen loomed. Yet their arrival time remained uncertain. The solution seemed simple. He must reach the 3rd tier. However, time was of the essence, and he needed to accomplish this swiftly. With the formidable abilities of a 3rd tier poison dragon, he could face ordinary 5th tier warriors head-on. Coupled with his potent toxic breath, the Fishman clan would be easily subdued. If the 5th tier warriors of the Fishman clan arrived on the island before he attained the 3rd tier, it would place him at a disadvantage. Bridging the gap of 2 tiers was manageable, but 3 tiers would be exceedingly difficult. The only glimmer of hope lay within the knowledge contained in the inherited memories. With a stroke of luck, he might stumble upon a method to enhance his power. Unfortunately, the recent memories spoke exclusively of treasures birthed by the natural world and their usage, fundamental knowledge that proved ineffective in his current situation. Reflecting on the knowledge he had recently acquired, Lei Luo shook his head in disappointment. If only he could locate the Zijing Yunhua from the inherited memories. He would seize the initiative and could utilize the 2 fishmen. Alas, such thoughts were futile. Zijing Yunhua is a unique fruit cultivated on the ocean floor, named for its crystal-like purple exterior adorned with cloud patterns. Before ripening, it resembles ordinary seaweed, but once mature, it undergoes a rapid transformation, emitting a fragrant aroma that attracts marine creatures. Creatures below the 5th tier that consume it can experience a direct elevation in tier within a single day. However, this fruit grows on the ocean floor, and upon maturation, its fragrance typically draws the attention of marine predators, who have no inclination to preserve it after harvesting, often consuming it instead. Furthermore, its growth patterns are unpredictable, rendering it exceedingly rare. According to the records in Lei Luo's inherited memories, the ancestors of the Poison Dragon clan encountered the Zijing Yunhua only 15 times throughout the span of hundreds of thousands of years. It is important to note that such fruits have minimal effects on high-tier races, as they naturally progress through the tiers over time and have no need to seek out such fruits. It is merely a stroke of luck to encounter them. The ancestors of the Poison Dragon clan experienced the same. The mention of Zijing Yunhua in the inherited memories likely served as an educational tool for future generations, ensuring they could recognize it should they encounter it, thus avoiding any loss of face. Shaking off these thoughts, Lei Luo resolved to catch a couple of tuna to grill for dinner, intending to intimidate the 2 fishmen further. He ventured into the domain of the 4th-tier sea beasts, submerging himself beneath the waves to prepare his ambush. His strategy for dealing with 4th-tier sea beasts was straightforward: rely on his toxic breath to eliminate them and drag them back to the island for grilling. If he encountered a beast with robust toxin resistance, he would simply shift his target. He diligently set his traps, knowing that while sea beasts might sense the toxins, they would not react as the more intelligent fishmen would. Today's hunt proved remarkably successful, with no other sea beasts arriving to contest his catch. After dispatching 2 4th-tier tunas, Lei Luo prepared to retrieve them when a sudden, enticing aroma wafted towards him, igniting an instinctual urge to feed. Something felt amiss. Could a special toxin be spreading through the waters? Why had there been no warning signs? In an instant, Lei Luo snapped to attention, his dragon eyes widening as he surveyed his surroundings with caution. He was well aware that some toxins are colorless and odorless, making detection challenging, while others possess a naturally alluring fragrance that diminishes the vigilance of nearby creatures. However, after a moment's wait, no abnormalities emerged, and the enticing scent lingered. The source of the fragrance was not far away, prompting Lei Luo to secure the 2 tunas tightly and investigate. As he advanced, he noticed that he was not alone. Numerous sea beasts were also drawn towards the captivating aroma. Soon, he spotted a completely purple seaweed swaying beneath the waves. At its apex, 2 fruits with purple skins and cloud patterns, exuding an enticing fragrance. Consuming them seemed to promise immense power. Lei Luo was momentarily stunned, his mind fixated on one thought: he had to acquire those 2 Zijing Yunhua. At that moment, a golden crocodile turtle roared angrily, instinctively charging towards the Zijing Yunhua. Opposite it, a lightning shark dove down with fierce determination. Both creatures were at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, momentarily intimidating the other sea beasts. Just as they were about to consume the extraordinary fruit, the crocodile turtle suddenly felt a weight upon its back, causing it to slow its movements. Looking up, the turtle's small eyes turned a furious crimson as it snapped its jaws in anger. Lei Luo stood atop the turtle's shell, reveling in its fury, and coldly chuckled. They dared to covet his Zijing Yunhua, and they would meet their demise. With that, he unleashed a blast of toxic breath, while simultaneously stomping down hard. The crocodile turtle stiffened in shock, while the lightning shark paid no heed, continuing its charge towards the Zijing Yunhua. In the distance, numerous sea beasts, many of which were also fourth-tier apex creatures, were closing in. Time was running out, and Lei Luo needed to make his escape. It appeared he would have to let this creature benefit from the situation. With a hint of frustration, he muttered under his breath, lifting the two fourth-tier tunas and hurling them forcefully at the lightning shark. Under the present circumstances, engaging the lightning shark would waste precious time, potentially leading to his encirclement by the many fourth-tier apex beasts, an experience he would rather avoid. If he inadvertently damaged the Zijing Yunhua, it would be disastrous. Each tier ascension for a Dragon Clan member results in a dramatic increase in combat prowess, easily overpowering higher-tier warriors of other races. Until he reached the fifth tier, the Zijing Yunhua represented an invaluable resource. Given the situation, relinquishing the tunas he held was the wisest choice. The fourth-tier tunas, rendered unconscious by his toxins, were not dead. Thus, when thrown, they appeared to provoke the lightning shark. As a fellow fourth-tier creature, the lightning shark instinctively halted its advance to pursue the tunas. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Luo swiftly uprooted the Zijing Yunhua and hastily swam towards the surface. Chapter 21. A preemptive strike. The fragrance of the Zijing Yunhua continued to waft through the water, drawing the attention of numerous marine creatures. As Lei Luo breached the surface, launching into the air, the ocean erupted in a cacophony, sending waves soaring 30 meters high. Below, the sea beasts glared at him with ferocity, but ultimately, gravity reclaimed them, pulling them back beneath the waves. Still wishing to seize my hard-earned fruit. If you have the capability, why not fly? Lei Luo circled above, laughing heartily. While he could not contend with the fourth-tier sea beasts in the water, he relied on his toxic breath to maintain an advantage. However, if the sea beasts ventured onto land, the situation would shift dramatically. Unlike intelligent races, the strength of these beasts was highly influenced by their environment. Their long-range attacks relied solely on innate abilities, lacking the capacity for self-improvement. After circling for a while, Lei Luo turned to return, noting that the sea beasts below were relentless in their pursuit, unwilling to relent. Upon reaching the sixth-tier sea beast zone, I circled around and began my return journey. Although I lost 2 golden tuna during the hunt, the acquisition of 2 purple crystal cloud fruits made it all worthwhile. With these fruits, my sense of urgency to enhance my strength diminished significantly, even if the fishmen possessed 5th-tier warriors. Consuming the purple crystal cloud fruits would elevate me to the 4th tier, allowing me to handle them with ease. A 4th-tier poison dragon confronting a 5th-tier fishman warrior would be akin to an adult bullying a child. The question arose, should I launch a surprise attack on the fishmen, or wait for them to surround the island and deliver a surprise of our own? While an offensive carried risks, the presence of the purple crystal cloud fruits warranted a cautious exploration of the fishman's strength. As I returned, myriad thoughts raced through my mind. Upon catching sight of the island from a distance, I resolved to ambush the fishmen, striking first. Should the consumption of the purple crystal cloud fruits not suffice, I would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Success would also expedite my understanding of my parents and humanity on the continent, aiding me in deciding whether to seek vengeance or reunite with my family. Upon landing at the edge of the extinct volcano, I first surveyed the distribution of fish schools in the vicinity, noting that 2 fishmen dared not approach. I then focused my thoughts and began to assimilate the hardness attribute of the rocks into my body. Previously, I had concentrated on nurturing toxic breath, incorporating the fire toxin attribute to enhance its lethality. Now, as I prepared to ambush the fishmen, it was imperative to bolster my physical resilience to ensure both offensive capability and survival, for these 2 objectives were not mutually exclusive. While I extracted attributes on the island, Shadin and Shabao were engaged in mapping the ocean floor. Shadin accepted the excuse provided by Shabao without hesitation and worked diligently. As elite warriors among the fishmen, they were well informed about various matters, particularly the maritime charts and the layout of their clan. Occasionally, Shabao would mislabel certain locations, prompting Shadin to make corrections. 2 days swiftly passed. On the third day, I deliberately set out to hunt 2 fourth-tier golden sharks, which I grilled near the extinct volcano before summoning Sha Din and Sha Bao. The aroma emanating from the barbecued fourth-tier creatures was intensely rich, infused with potent magical energy. Any being with a modicum of intelligence could discern the caliber of the creatures before them. Sha Din and Sha Bao donned their shields and approached the volcano, their eyes immediately drawn to the massive bodies of the golden sharks. Their golden skin shimmering with waves of potent magical energy far beyond what their third-tier fisherman warriors could hope to contend with. Fourth-tier golden sharks, and there were 2. Golden sharks typically operated in small groups. To have hunted 2, one would need to confront at least 5. Was this truly the hatchling of a poison dragon? How terrifying. Fortunately, we did not choose to confront him. Our advantage lay beneath the waves. How could we hope to triumph against a poison dragon capable of vanquishing golden sharks and soaring through the skies? Sha Din and Sha Bao exchanged glances, their resolve to betray solidified. Of course, from their perspective, this was not betrayal. Rather, it was a preservation of their race's essence, an effort to avoid annihilation. The poison dragon before them was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to hunt. It would be tantamount to courting death. As I lingered beside the volcano, awaiting the golden sharks to finish cooking, I observed the slight tremors in Sha Din and Sha Bao's bodies and the fear reflected in their eyes, their trepidation unmistakable. Indeed, such intimidation proved effective in highlighting the disparity in power. I felt a surge of pride, though I kept it concealed, choosing to ignore Sha Din and Sha Bao as I began to consume the nearly done golden sharks. Together, the 2 sharks constituted 4 times my own size, and I refrained from extracting any attributes, focusing instead on absorbing their energy. With the presence of these 2 fishmen, I preferred to remain discreet to prevent any potential information leaks. After my meal, an hour had elapsed. The sun had vanished, leaving only the horizon tinged with crimson hues, illuminated by the last vestiges of daylight. I discarded the shark skeletons into the volcano and turned to Sha Din and Sha Bao, inquiring whether the plans and maps were prepared. I would take one of them with me, while the other remained behind. Should I return within 10 days, I would provide an antidote. If I did not return, they should consider where it would be most convenient to perish. If I were to die, they would accompany me in death. I granted them half an hour to finalize their preparations, urging them to contemplate carefully before presenting their work to me. Although I was uncertain whether their maps contained traps, my statement would at least prevent any ulterior motives they might harbor. Moreover, within the brief half hour, any modifications to the maps or plans would be easily discernible. Sha Din paused momentarily before responding. The maps and plans are prepared, with no omissions. He produced a scale, roughly the size of 2 palms, which bore a depiction of the marine terrain, even marking the direction of human lands. The reverse side contained the plan, densely inscribed with small text. Sha Bao opened his mouth, seemingly about to voice a thought, but ultimately fell silent. I narrowed my eyes. Are you certain? At my inquiry, Sha Bao hastily replied, yes, it's ready without major issues. There may be minor discrepancies, but they will not have significant impact. Most of this map is my work. If you intend to approach the fishmen, I hope to guide you. Please spare the lower-tier fishmen. Without our kin, the chieftain's position holds little meaning. I regarded Sha Bao with a bemused smile, slightly nodding. That is acceptable. Sha Din, you will remain on the island. Should this endeavor fail, ensure you choose a proper burial site. Return now. I will notify you when it is time to depart. Chapter 22. The Sea of the Fishmen. Having received permission, Sha Din and Sha Bao took their scales and returned to the ocean depths. On their way back, Sha Din reflected on the earlier exchange, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, Sha Bao, did you alter the map to conceal something? What are your intentions? Are you having second thoughts or harboring other plans? Perhaps to sell me out and gain a hero's title within the clan? The latter thought remained unspoken as he fixed his gaze on Sha Bao, awaiting a response. Sha Bao froze momentarily before nodding and shaking his head. I did alter the map, but not as you suspect. I have no intention of retracting. I merely cannot ascertain whether that poison dragon will truly spare us, thereby increasing our odds of survival. For instance, if we encounter those sand gulls in the storm zone, I will inform the poison dragon how to avoid them, serving a purpose. At the same time, it subtly indicates that we are of value. When we no longer hold value, our fates rest solely on his whims. Possessing value increases our chances. Upon hearing this, Sha Din fell silent, murmuring, what do we do now? I noticed your peculiar behavior earlier, and that poison dragon surely recognized it. Sha Bao shook his head. Precisely because he is aware, I must proactively guide him. Along the way, I will explain everything. Given the poison dragon's intellect, as long as we do not pose a threat, he will likely accept other matters. Otherwise, we will have no opportunity to return to the sea. The priest was mistaken. He should not have coveted the benefits of the poison dragon. Shadin did not respond, and both fell into silence. Did I discern their subtle intentions? Initially, I was unaware, but Shabao's actions revealed that he was concealing something. Ultimately, I chose to disregard it, for the power resided in my hands. Two mere third-tier fisherman warriors could not hope to oppose me. Even if they leveraged treacherous terrain, I could simply follow behind. In any dire situation, consuming a purple crystal cloud fruit would resolve any issue. After the two fishmen submerged into the sea, Lei Luo picked up a fish scale and began to examine it. The topographic map and the plan on the back were written in the universally recognized language of the continent, which conveniently aligned with Lei Luo's inherited memories, allowing him to comprehend it at a glance. The plan devised by the two was quite straightforward: stealthily approach the Fishman's Island from above and inject toxic breath through the opening. Beneath the island resided elite warriors of the Fishman tribe, including the tribal chief's chamber and the priest's quarters, all located nearby. Should the poison take effect, it could potentially eliminate 80% of the tribe's resistance. The remaining individuals could be dealt with at will. Fishmen do not venture onto the island without cause, as the coastal environment is unsuitable for them. They only approach for communication when human merchant fleets arrive. The elite warriors and the chief below would be particularly indifferent, given that there had been no issues for centuries. The only precaution was that there were vigilance spells surrounding the island, which could be avoided by flying at a high altitude. It appeared to be a sincere endeavor, yet the hidden traps remained unclear. Lei Luo scrutinized the map multiple times without uncovering any issues, finally directing his gaze towards the topographic map. Was there a problem with the route? He had not traversed most of the sea areas depicted, as he intended to venture deeper, where higher-tier sea beasts could be hunted. Although the Fishman's location was also in the deep sea, it was closer to human lands. The further one ventured outward, the lower the tier of sea beasts, eventually reaching ordinary fish schools. If Lei Luo were to consume those, he might still be at the first tier. The map did not reveal much. Perhaps a journey would yield some discoveries, but after contemplating, Lei Luo abandoned this idea. There was no necessity to embark on a journey solely to verify the dangers depicted on the map. At the time of departure, he would allow the fishmen to lead the way while he followed behind, ready to eliminate any threats directly. Then they would return to the island and await the fishmen's approach. If no dangers arose, a surprise attack on the fishmen could also be considered, testing how much strength they truly possessed while daring to boast about slaying dragons. Lei Luo squinted, shifted into a comfortable position, and reclined to rest. There were matters to address concerning the Fishman tribe, and assimilating inherited memories was equally vital. Knowledge is power. If he remained ignorant of the effects of Zijing Yunghua, would he not miss a significant opportunity? As night swiftly passed, when the sun rose, Lei Luo opened his eyes. He did not hasten to summon the fishmen for departure, but first descended into the sea to hunt two fourth-tier sea beasts to serve as breakfast. Energy replenishment was crucial. The Fishman tribe's territory consisted of lower-tier sea beasts, which could not compare to the vigor of fourth-tier creatures. After finishing his meal, with the sun nearing its zenith, Lei Luo finally called Sha Ding and Sha Bao to the shore. He did not mind if the fishmen left the island, but there were still necessary tasks to complete. He pushed Sha Bao aside and unleashed a breath of poison directly onto Sha Ding. Now you are afflicted by my toxic breath. If I do not attend to you within 10 days, prepare for death. I hope your companions will guide us well. How long until we reach the Fishman's territory? Sha Ding's expression shifted, but since this had been previously discussed, his reaction was subdued. Sha Bao, however, smiled nervously. Esteemed Lord Poison Dragon, I am comparatively slower. It would take about 4 days to arrive. If we wish to increase speed, I would need your assistance. No, you shall lead the way. Moving slowly is acceptable. Lei Luo firmly rejected this proposal. He would not jeopardize precious time for the sake of speed. The fishmen would not escape. Deep within, Sha Bao's fleeting thoughts were extinguished upon hearing this response, and he obediently nodded in agreement. Lei Luo had little to prepare. He secured the Zijing Yunghua and instructed Sha Bao to take the lead. Before departing, he also sprayed a dose of toxic breath at Sha Bao. As Lei Luo and Sha Bao set off, Sha Ding submerged to await, and the deserted island reverted to its original state. Underwater, Sha Bao led the way with Lei Luo following closely behind, a mere 10 meters apart. Every movement made by Sha Bao was visible to Lei Luo, who could strike at any moment. The mere thought of being monitored by a poison dragon rendered Sha Bao cautious. As they approached the Fishman's territory, the tiers of surrounding sea beasts diminished, necessitating Lei Luo to spend additional time hunting more prey to replenish energy. This delay extended their estimated arrival to the Fishman's territory by an additional day. Many adverse conditions were encountered along the way, which Xiaobao proactively explained and cleared. Lei Luo neither opposed nor encouraged this, silently observing Xiaobao's performance. He did not believe they could not navigate around the obstacles, suspecting it was merely an attempt to curry favor. As time passed, finally, on the fourth night, Xiaobao displayed an expression of excitement. Esteemed Lord Poison Dragon, the sea ahead marks the territory of the Fishman tribe. Shall we proceed under the cover of darkness? Lei Luo halted. Stop. We shall wait until the sun is at its zenith tomorrow before proceeding. You will provide a detailed account of the Fishman's combat capabilities and patrol distribution, which I will verify one by one. The night was ultimately not his domain. In the waters, the Fishmen held a significant advantage. During the day, when the sun was at its peak, the Fishmen would hide, and even if they could endure, their vigilance would wane. It was far superior to attempt stealth under the cover of night. Chapter 23. The Ambush. Xiaobao was astonished, unable to conceal his surprise. He had never anticipated that Lei Luo would choose to pause at this moment, resting for a night before setting off, and particularly waiting for midday when the sun was at its highest. With such caution, the likelihood of the Fishman's victory was nearly negligible. If this poison dragon could restrain itself in action, how could it be unaware of the disparity in strength and numbers? Surely, it possessed hidden means. After all, a poison dragon had not been encountered for over a millennium. Who knew what latent talents remained undisclosed? It seemed my assertions were indeed correct. Victory was implausible. With a self-deprecating thought, Xiaobao recounted the patrols and numbers of the Fishman tribe, detailing even the locations of the chiefs and priests' homes, as well as the resting areas of the Fishman warriors, almost explaining the daily routines of each Fishman. After gathering the desired information, Lei Luo rendered Xiaobao unconscious and found a comfortable spot to rest. The crisis approached the Fishman tribe silently, yet they remained oblivious. Within the chamber of the Fishman tribe's chief, tumultuous magical energy surged, reverberating intensely against the chief's body. Beneath his feet, a hexagram array emitted a soft blue light. This array not only augmented the chief's magical power, but also concealed the fluctuations, leaving no trace of its presence. As the magical energy surged, the array began to struggle to contain the waves, on the verge of shattering. The Fishman priest had been diligently crafting staves and preparing magical arrays over the past few days. He did not underestimate even a juvenile dragon, exerting the same effort he would against a fifth-tier sea beast, ensuring thorough preparation. According to his estimation, the juvenile poison dragon should currently be at the first tier or perhaps not yet attained that level. The growth cycle of dragonkind is lengthy. Compared to fifth-tier sea beasts, it warranted substantial attention. Upon noticing the magical fluctuation from the Fishman chief, indicating an imminent ascension to a fifth-tier warrior, a smile crept across the priest's lips. He took a slow step outside the chamber, waving his hand to replenish the array and conceal the fluctuations. At present, it was crucial not to alert the tribe to the chief's breakthrough to fifth-tier warrior status, as drawing human attention would be detrimental. With a fifth-tier warrior at the helm, capturing a dragon that had only been born a few years prior would be a simple task. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, the priest sensed something amiss. The Fishman warrior's dispatch to locate the poison dragon appeared to have failed to report back. In his preoccupation with crafting staves, he had neglected that aspect. It was now somewhat late, but he could inquire tomorrow. The poison dragon had only been born for a few years and would not have ventured far. There were still several days before the agreed-upon message was due, and there should be no issues. After comforting himself, the Yuran priest returned to his room to rest. The following morning, he first visited the chieftain's chamber to reinforce the magical array before attempting to contact Shadin and Xiaobao. The primary means of communication was through the enhanced staffs he had gifted them, but alas, both staffs had been corroded beyond recognition after being discarded in the toxic miasma during the encounter with Lei Luo, yielding no response. With no reply received, he resolved to try again at noon, suppressing the unease that gnawed at him. At this moment, one of the two Yuran he was concerned about was leading the venomous dragon they intended to confront into the waters, drawing closer to the Yuran territory. As Lei Luo advanced, he remained vigilant of the weather, occasionally surfacing to gauge the temperature before proceeding. Upon nearing the Yuran's territory, approximately 3,000 meters away, he noted that the temperature peaked. Following his usual practice, he incapacitated Xiaobao and stealthily approached, rising to the surface to conduct a thorough observation. Indeed, the Yuran's territory was as Xiaobao had described. It was situated beneath an island, hollowed out within, supported by several stone pillars. There was an entrance on the island, perfectly sized for the Yuran to enter and exit, evidently a portal they had designated for themselves. At the island's edge, a dock had been constructed, maintained by a magical array, clearly intended for human merchant vessels. Judging by the wear and the size of the dock, human trade was infrequent, accommodating only medium-sized ships. There were no Yuren patrolling the island, although Yuren warriors patrolled the waters, albeit in a lackadaisical manner. Lei Luo seized a few ordinary fish and tossed them toward the island's edge, triggering the protective array. The patrolling Yuren merely glanced up, showing no inclination to investigate, and continued on their way, one even muttering a curse under his breath as he resumed his patrol. This was the Yuren tribe. He had expected them to be formidable, but last night's encounter was a waste. It seemed tonight would be suitable for a surprise attack. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lei Luo retreated. During the day, they were reluctant to patrol, and at night, they would undoubtedly become even more lax. Who would want to engage in such a monotonous task, while full of vigor? Moreover, Lei Luo's toxic miasma was more pronounced during the day, but would spread more effectively at night. After surveying the area, he quietly withdrew, drawing no attention. The other members of the Yuren tribe continued with their usual activities, while only the chieftain endeavored to ascend to the 5th tier of warrior, and the priest attempted to contact Sha-Din and Sha-Bao. However, without functional staffs, there was naturally no feedback. Could it be that Sha-Din and Sha-Bao had been slain by the venomous dragon, or had they encountered a marine beast by misfortune? How could they not respond with my staff? Further probing was futile. Continuing down this path would only deplete his strength. Once the chieftain succeeded in his ascent to the 5th tier, the entire tribe would venture into that sea to hunt, and they would witness the might of the venomous dragon. After a day, without any sign of movement from the Yuren priest, he quickly deduced that Sha-Din and his companion had met with disaster. Instead of persisting with contact, he focused all his thoughts on the Yuren chieftain. The pinnacle of power could suppress the tribe. No matter how many tribesmen were lost, they could be replenished over time. Thus, night fell, the moon obscured by dark clouds, and the sea lay shrouded in darkness, with only the wind sweeping across the waters. The Yuren warriors who had patrolled during the day had indeed become lax, unwilling to mobilize, instead retreating to corners to rest. During the day, they had no choice, for being discovered by the priest meant punishment. But who would watch over them at night? Fellow tribesmen would not report on each other. In this situation, Lei Luo boldly approached the dock prepared for human merchant vessels, directly entering the cave on the island and releasing the toxic miasma within. He unleashed 6 blasts of miasma until his throat could no longer bear it, then ceased. Without allowing the miasma to dissipate, he peered inside, controlling the toxic vapors from above to advance with purpose. To the left, he sensed a powerful surge of magical energy, concealed by a magical array, yet it could not escape his perception. To the right was reputedly the dwelling of the Yuren priest, which he could not overlook, and he began to spread the miasma around these 2 focal points. Those who could approach the tribe's leaders and significant figures were undoubtedly the elite among them, or at the very least, possessed unique abilities. The green miasma, interspersed with hints of dark red, flowed silently. In the darkness of night, the toxic miasma was not distinctly noticeable, primarily due to the absence of magical fluctuations that could betray its presence. As the miasma controlled by Lei Luo descended from above and entered the chambers of the Yuren chieftain and priest, they immediately sensed its encroachment. The chieftain was in the midst of ascending to the 5th tier of warrior, success within reach, when a peculiar toxin descended from above. He could perceive the peril associated with the toxin. If he did not act swiftly, it would yield dire consequences. However, to address it would mean interrupting his ascent, and he could not fathom how long he might have to wait for another opportunity, to abandon the effort or to persevere. The chieftain's expression shifted as he wrestled with his thoughts, silently cursing the tribe's inadequate defenses. The enemy had the audacity to poison him while he was so close to success, and yet there was no reaction from his kin. Just as he contemplated giving up on his ascent to prioritize his survival, he heard the voice of the Yuren priest. This is a special toxin. I believe I have encountered it before. Give me a moment, and I can handle it. Chieftain, continue your ascent. Do not interrupt. Upon finishing, the Yuren priest produced a conch shell from his robes and began to blow into it. The sound waves quickly spread throughout the Yuren tribe, and after a brief moment of confusion, numerous Yuren warriors hastily gathered their weapons and assembled before the chieftain's dwelling. The sound of the conch signified either an enemy attack or a significant event concerning the tribe. As the warriors gathered, the Yuren priest maintained a composed demeanor and declared, "An enemy has invaded. Search within a 1-mile radius and check the shores. Also, contact the humans and inquire if anyone has ventured into our territory." Poison was a favored tool of humans, and this toxin was particularly potent. While speaking, The urine priest tossed some dried fruits into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them before casting a purification spell upon himself. The poison within him was rapidly subdued, after which he proceeded to detoxify the urine chieftain. However, unbeknownst to the urine priest, because he stood outside the dwelling, he was only indirectly affected by Lei Luo's miasma, and his robust strength allowed for a swift recovery. The chieftain's chamber, however, was under intense scrutiny due to the pronounced magical fluctuations. Continuous waves of toxic miasma descended, accumulating within the chieftain's body, thereby hindering his ascension. How could this be? The more I treat, the deeper the poisoning? The urine priest furrowed his brow and pushed open the door to enter the chamber, finally discerning the source of the issue. Damn it! How dare they poison me in my presence? They truly underestimate the urine tribe. Yet this toxin feels strangely familiar. The urine priest enacted a magical array to isolate the miasma descending from above, his heart heavy with suspicion. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted from outside, accompanied by numerous terrified voices. I feel so weak, it's unbearable. Shahai, your skin is deteriorating, worse than when Big Air was afflicted. Priest, help me. I feel weak too. The life force was waning, and the enemies were on the surface, with the toxin originating from above. As the miasma spread, panic ensued. First among the elite warriors of the urine tribe, followed by the rest, leading to utter chaos. The turmoil outside affected both the urine priest and the chieftain, leaving them in a predicament. If they remained inside, the death of too many elite tribesmen would pose significant problems. If they ventured out, the chieftain's attempt at ascension would undoubtedly fail. The urine priest's expression darkened as he raised his gaze to the ceiling, where the miasma continued to invade, with some portions dispersing outward. I've seen this before, and it was recent. Whose handiwork is this? The venomous dragon. This is the miasma released by the venomous dragon. The last time Guer was injured, a familiar aura lingered, leading me to realize that the venomous dragon had encroached upon the territory of the Urinzu, drawing perilously close. Upon identifying the source of the toxic miasma, the priest of the Urinzu felt his pupils constrict and his heart race. The prey had audaciously approached them to launch an attack, blurring the lines between hunter and hunted. Hearing this, the chieftain of the Urinzu instinctively reached for his weapon, but he quickly restrained himself. What should we do now? I still need half a day to reach the 5th tier, and since the venomous dragon has begun its assault, it will not retreat easily. Instead of chasing after it, we should encircle and eliminate it here, saving ourselves the trouble of a prolonged hunt. Both you and I are 4th tier warriors, with Guerduin joining us. 3 4th tier warriors should be more than capable of dealing with a 1st tier venomous dragon, no? The venomous breath may be terrifying, but it cannot continuously spew forth, can it? To abandon our advancement and instead encircle the venomous dragon? This is a golden opportunity, as it is our home turf. If we were to venture into other waters for hunting, the sea beasts along the way would attack us, and our unfamiliarity with the environment would undoubtedly hinder us. Very well. The priest of the Urinzu nodded in agreement. Abandon your advancement. Expel the venom from your body, and I shall heal you. Earlier, the chieftain of the Urinzu had not actively resisted during his advancement, but now he chose to fight back, and the venom was swiftly subdued. As the toxin was being contained, the priest of the Urinzu summoned another 4th tier warrior, Guerduin. The response and resistance capabilities of high-tier warriors are formidable, far surpassing those of their lower-tier counterparts. Guerduin only felt a slight tension and sustained minimal damage. The priest recounted the circumstances and his suspicions, and soon the three ascended rapidly, surrounding the island from 3 directions, preparing to investigate the shore. Before rising, the priest shattered his long-used staff to cast a 5th tier anti-flight spell. Without surpassing the 5th tier, flight was impossible. The magical fluctuations drew Lei Luo's attention, and the magic energy below became stable and silent. Have I been discovered? Lei Luo's eyes flickered as he looked around, preparing to take flight for reconnaissance, only to find his wings unusually heavy, making it nearly impossible to take off. The sound of breaking air echoed from 3 directions of the island as 3 4th tier Urin warriors closed in. Indeed, it was the venomous dragon, just as recorded in our clan's texts, without any discrepancies. If we slay it, capturing it in a heavily wounded state would be even better. We could sell it for a handsome price, compensating for my failed advancement. It is said that humans have gained many benefits from slaying several venomous dragons. The 3 Urin warriors conversed loudly as they approached, their auras steadily rising. The priest held a spare staff, while the chieftain and Guerduin wielded heavy swords, imbued with potent magical energy and exquisitely crafted, clearly not products of the ocean floor. Hearing their dialogue, Lei Luo's expression darkened. He no longer attempted to take flight. He aimed to obliterate these three interlopers. No matter how decrepit the venomous dragon clan may be, it is not for the insignificant Urinzu to discuss. Without hesitation, Lei Luo charged directly at the chieftain of the Urinzu, raising his claw to sweep forward with ferocity. Clang! The heavy sword blocked Lei Luo's claw. Yet the chieftain's face turned crimson, clearly under considerable pressure. Seizing this opportunity, the priest raised his staff and began to cast a spell. Duan launched a surprise attack from behind. Chapter 25. The death of the chieftain. The massive heavy sword in Dun's grasp not only shimmered with fighting spirit, but also bore two miniature magical arrays etched upon the blade. Currently in an inactive state. Mid-swing, one of the magical arrays was activated, doubling the speed of the heavy sword's descent. Although Lei Luo did not turn to look, he could feel the fierce wind rushing from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the priest's staff glowing ever brighter, indicating that the spell was nearing completion. If the situation was not resolved swiftly, it would spell trouble for him today. At present, only 4th-tier Urin warriors had surfaced. If 3rd-tier Urin were to join the fray, the pressure would escalate significantly. A surprise attack? Let us see whether your sword is mightier or my body more resilient. A cold glint flickered in Lei Luo's dragon eyes. He chose not to evade, but to activate his inherent hardness trait while simultaneously brewing venom within his throat. Directly exhaling the toxic breath would be easily dodged. Only at close range would it be more likely to strike true. His current venom, infused with multiple traits, had tripled in potency compared to its initial form, capable of rendering the 4th-tier Urin warrior behind him temporarily incapacitated. Lei Luo did not evade. Instead, he aimed to exert pressure on the chieftain, appearing intent on dispatching one foe first. A glimmer of delight passed through Dun's eyes. The young dragon was indeed foolish. Dismissing the attack of a 4th-tier warrior, I shall make you regret this. A sinister glint flashed in Dun's gaze as he intensified his strike. Meanwhile, the priest observing from a distance felt an ominous sensation creeping in, though he could not articulate why. Screech! The harsh sound resonated as the heavy sword made contact with Lei Luo's skin. Reinforced by the hardness trait, Lei Luo withstood the assault, simultaneously using the force to push the chieftain back, creating a momentary opening to turn. Though no blood was drawn on the surface, the point of impact had already caved in. To withstand a 4th-tier warrior's attack with a 2nd-tier physique, without the enhancement of traits, would have likely resulted in a grievous wound. Lei Luo's tail quivered in pain, his fury growing, and he unleashed a torrent of venom. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed, momentarily stunning Duan, who was struck head-on by the toxic breath. Duan cried out in agony, hastily retreating. His fighting spirit ignited to its peak in an attempt to dispel the venom. Yet this venom possessed not only the inherent toxins of the dragon, but also integrated traits such as fire toxin, deep corrosion, detonation, and secondary growth, each enhanced over 5 times by the same trait. Otherwise, Lei Luo would not have been able to easily hunt 4th-tier sea beasts as daily sustenance. Before long, the venom infiltrated Dun's skull, with the deep corrosion trait corroding his eyes, leaving 2 hollow sockets as it seeped deeper into his cranium. Once it reaches the brain, there would be no salvation. In the blink of an eye, the chieftain of the Urinzu retreated, while Duan, the 4th-tier warrior, sustained severe injuries. The only one remaining unscathed was the priest. Damn it! How is this venomous dragon different from the accounts? The priest swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. The juvenile venomous dragon he had learned about from the texts was not like this. Why must he encounter such an anomaly? Though filled with indignation, he redirected his spell from offense to healing, directing it towards Duan. The chieftain could not afford to falter. A 4th-tier warrior was a vital asset, not to be easily lost. Having received treatment, Dun's injuries were somewhat stabilized. Do you think it will be that easy to resolve this? Lei Luo's gaze flickered as he charged once more at the chieftain, simultaneously employing the 3-fold growth ability he had previously utilized. The bloodline of the venomous dragon surged forth as a drop of green blood was extracted and dripped into Lei Luo's throat, subtly intertwining with the previous green blood. Not long after the brief silence, Duan let out another anguished wail, this one far more heart-wrenching. His suffering was far worse than that of other poison sea beasts, for the toxin had invaded his head rather than other parts of his body. If it had been his arm, he could sever it to survive, but with head poisoning, how could one simply decapitate oneself? The priest's arm trembled, nearly causing the healing magic to dissipate. With both warriors ensnared by a single breath of venom, Lei Luo disregarded them, focusing intently on attacking the chieftain. Once this threat was neutralized, the Urinzu would pose no further danger, allowing him to deal with them at his leisure. This was an opportune moment that must not be squandered. Unable to bring down the chieftain in the short term, Lei Luo hesitated no longer. He flicked his head, dislodging a purple crystal cloud fruit hidden within his left ear, which he then swallowed whole. The purple crystal cloud fruit was indeed a treasured item recorded within the venomous dragon clan's ancestral memories. Upon swallowing, a cascade of violet energy surged deep within the body, subsequently expanding. Lei Luo unfurled his wings, his already formidable 10-meter frame swelling to nearly 30 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Only the toxic breath remained under the control of his innate ability, retaining its original potency. Feeling the surge of power within, Lei Luo advanced relentlessly, forcing the merman chieftain into a defensive stance, unable to raise his head. The resounding clashes of dragon claws against the heavy sword echoed. As the merman chieftain retreated step by step, his hands trembling with fatigue, on the verge of collapse. The merman priest and Gelton were still occupied with expelling the toxic breath. The insidious poison penetrating deeply into their marrow was not easily dealt with. Suddenly, the merman chieftain noticed that after being repelled by Lei Luo, he turned to charge at the merman priest, clearly intending to interrupt the healing, prioritizing the elimination of Gelton. The three had fought so hard, and the odds for the two were even slimmer. "Want to leave? Did you consult me first?" The merman chieftain roared. Lunging forward from behind, Lei Luo's eyes gleamed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had indeed fallen for the ruse. His turn was not aimed at the merman priest, for he was well aware of the potency of his toxic breath, corroborated by the fourth-tier sea beasts that had perished beneath his claws. The turn was primarily to provoke a misjudgment from the merman chieftain. Beyond his claws, the dragon's tail was also a formidable weapon. The merman chieftain, leaping from behind, had not anticipated this aspect. He solely aimed to intercept Lei Luo to buy time for the merman priest's healing. In midair, his back was unprotected, and after Lei Luo had enlarged, he was perfectly positioned to strike. Boom! Lei Luo's tail, akin to a meteor hammer, struck mercilessly against the merman chieftain's spine. Simultaneously, his foreclaws crashed forward. The heavy sword failed to slice through Lei Luo's skin, instead being pinned down by the dragon claws, smashing into the merman chieftain's face, shattering half of his skull, resulting in instant death. "Chieftain!" The merman priest screamed, his healing magic faltering. As the magic extinguished, Gelton's consciousness was shaken, invaded by the toxic breath. Chapter 26. Suppressing the merman clan. No time for sorrow. The merman priest turned to hear a muffled thud as Gelton, overcome by the toxic breath, collapsed silently to the ground. In an instant, 2 of the 3 pillars of the merman clan had fallen. Relying solely on one merman priest was utterly insufficient, especially with the fearsome toxic dragon looming before them, leaving the survival of their clan in grave doubt. "It is over. The merman clan's end is at my decree." The merman priest's face reflected despair as he slumped to the ground. 3 had attacked, and in the blink of an eye, 2 lay dead. What could he possibly do alone? Lei Luo approached slowly, observing for a moment. He refrained from delivering the fatal blow, instead delivering a claw strike that gravely injured the merman priest, preventing any unforeseen circumstances, then plunged into the depths of the sea, ready to eliminate the third-tier merman warriors attempting to resist. The merman clan had several times sought him out, clearly filled with malice. Preserving the merman priest's life held significance. But what purpose did the other merman warriors serve? Their lack of resistance could be utilized by Sha Bao as a means of gathering intelligence on the human world. Upon immersing in the ocean depths, Lei Luo discovered that most mermen had vacated their stronghold, too fearful to approach, while the poisoned merman warriors had fallen silent, panic-stricken at the periphery, entirely neglecting to surface and assist their chieftain. Dispersed like a scattered flock, the only valuable information remained. Tomorrow, he would instruct Sha Bao to interrogate the merman priest and uncover the records of the merman clan. Lei Luo surveyed the area, opting not to seek out further trouble with other mermen, instead resurfacing to locate the gravely injured merman priest. "I shall spare your life. Tell me where the records of the merman clan are kept, and any information regarding the toxic dragon clan and my parents. If you refuse, prepare for the annihilation of the merman clan. If you comply, I shall grant you clemency." The merman priest's complexion shifted through various shades, ultimately resigning to a desolate bow. "I agree. The records of the merman clan are safeguarded in both my and the chieftain's chambers. Regarding the toxic dragon clan and your parents, I can only speculate, but it seems my conjectures may hold truth. The details are convoluted and cannot be elucidated swiftly. Allow me to show you the records first." Upon his agreement to cooperate, the merman priest appeared rather relieved, dragging his injured form into the sea. As for the bodies of Geltun and the chieftain, they would be dealt with appropriately once the current crisis had passed, should they fail to overcome it. The Merman clan would face extinction, rendering the corpses inconsequential, to be consumed by scavenging birds if need be. Descending back into the water, Lei Luo regulated the toxins within the seawater, refraining from further poisoning the Merman warriors, though he did not retract them, ready to unleash once more. The Merman priest guided Lei Luo to his quarters and the chieftain's chamber. Both rooms contained an abundance of recorded scales, detailing the history of the Merman clan. Significant events on the continent, including the identification of treasures, precautions, and transaction specifics with humans. Nearly 1,000 densely packed scales awaited thorough examination. Lei Luo gathered the scales. Turning to the Merman priest, there is no urgency with these. First, tell me about my parents and the basis for your speculation. Share any legendary tales from the continent, preferably those involving the Dragon Clan. His inherited memories contain scant details regarding the Dragon Clan. Understanding such information would be prudent for future encounters with other dragons. The Merman priest sighed softly. Concerning your parents, I have only heard tales. The specifics are unclear, as nearly a millennium has elapsed. The toxic dragons on the continent are exceedingly rare. Approximately 800 years ago, your parents appeared, both at the 9th tier, perilously close to the legendary realm, and none dared provoke them. However, they subsequently ventured into the extreme northern sea, engaging in fierce conflict with the imperial faction of the Sea Beast clan, resulting in one severely injured and the other lightly wounded. The apex combatants of the Sea Beast imperial clan perished, and the toxic gas ravaged a vast expanse of ocean, leading to the extinction of countless beings. With the fall of the imperial clan, the Sea Beast clan subsequently declined. The cause of the conflict, as rumored, was the Sea King's Pearl, a treasure of immense benefit to unborn beings. Yet another tale suggests that the conflict arose due to the presence of a toxic dragon's remains within the Sea Beast imperial clan, triggering the ensuing war. I deduced your existence based on the reproductive timeline of the Dragon Clan, coupled with the poisoning of clan members. There have been no reports over the subsequent centuries. Perhaps the humans possess records, as the Merman clan is situated beneath the sea, with limited information flow. The most recent information came a year prior from the human side, stating that 2 former 9th-tier toxic dragons attempted to steal human treasures but were pursued by the Mage Alliance, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. Among them, the injured female toxic dragon fled deep into the extreme northern sea. For 3 years, no news has returned, and it is said that the Mage Alliance is preparing to send individuals to investigate. The Merman priest's account differed slightly from what Lei Luo had gathered from Sha Ding and Sha Bao, providing richer details, yet the essence remained consistent. However, the notion of 9th-tier toxic dragons resorting to thievery raised questions. The credibility of the human information was dubious and should not be taken at face value. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you know that the Mage Alliance plans to send individuals to investigate the sea domain? The Merman priest recoiled slightly. Responding honestly, the Merman clan is among the closest intelligent beings to the continent within the extreme northern sea, capable of charting the sea domain to avoid navigational errors and providing supplies. Such information is not confidential and is usually communicated. Lei Luo nodded slightly, suddenly inquiring, is the abyssal rift dangerous? What tier of beings can enter for exploration? The Merman priest quickly replied, the abyssal rift serves as a passage to the abyss, filled with spatial fissures and chaotic magical energy. Those below the 9th tier cannot pass through. Typically, only legendary beings can traverse the abyss and journey across myriad realms. When will the humans arrive? They temporarily changed the schedule. In half a month, a group of young individuals will arrive to undergo training, after which their elders will take them to the abyssal rift for first-hand experience. A sudden jolt coursed through Lei Luo's heart. Did this not imply that a multitude of human legends would be coming? Given his identity as a member of the Dulong clan, being discovered would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, necessitating his early avoidance. Simultaneously, the Yuren clan must migrate. At the very least, those aware of his identity must depart. Tomorrow, he would ask Sha Bao to contact the humans to verify the accuracy of the timing, lest the Yuren priest harbored treachery against him. Lei Luo's thoughts raced chaotically. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, you may return for now. Tomorrow, I will appoint a Yuren to be the clan leader. Prepare an excuse, and do not compel me to intervene. It was evident that a clan member had betrayed them, yet fortunately, the truth he had just spoken was sincere. The Yuren priest bowed his head, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Initially, he had contemplated manipulating Lei Luo, using humans to eliminate adversaries. But realizing that someone must have guided the intruder to the Yurin territory filled him with apprehension. If there was internal betrayal, and he failed to speak the truth, tomorrow could very well mark his demise. Chapter 27. The Forgotten Conch. After dismissing the Yurin priest, Lei Luo meticulously recorded and analyzed everything that had been said. The relationship between the Dulong clan and the Dragon clan was a matter to be set aside for the time being, as it was not something he could address now. The whereabouts of his mother in this life were not within Lei Luo's concern. Entry to the Abyssal Rift required a legendary status, and he was currently only at the second tier, far from that esteemed realm. His primary focus was the impending arrival of humans to the Yurin clan, which could potentially expose his existence. How could he maintain secrecy? The Yurin clan had merely speculated about his existence, yet they had traversed vast oceanic distances. If humans were to learn specific details, would it not result in the arrival of 10 legendary warriors seeking to annihilate him? Eradicating the Yurin clan was clearly not an option. They had already reached an agreement with humans. Should all perish, it would undoubtedly provoke an investigation from the human race. And if even 1 or 2 Yurin managed to escape, it would mean exposing themselves voluntarily. Instead, preserving the status quo seemed prudent. There were few among the Yurin clan who were aware of his existence, and even if they did see him, they might not recognize Lei Luo's true identity. The last recorded sighting of a Dulong on the continent was 800 years ago, and it was merely a written account, without concrete imagery. How could ordinary Yurin possibly recognize Lei Luo as a Dulong? They might even mistake him for some uncharted sea creature. Thus, the most viable solution at present was to remain inconspicuous, evacuate all Yurin aware of his identity, and have the Yurin priest announce that a sea beast was attacking tonight, ensuring the clan's vulnerability remained concealed. I will strike under the cover of night. Among the third-tier Yurin warriors, only 3 fourth-tier warriors have seen me, having killed 2, leaving 1 to take away. The only potential threat lies with Sha Bao. Lei Luo scribbled and sketched on the ground, swiftly clarifying the situation. His gaze lingered on the name Sha Bao, a depth of contemplation evident in his eyes. Killing him was not an option, yet ignoring him could also lead to betrayal. Perhaps he should initially withhold the clan leader position from him, allowing the Yurin clan to select someone else temporarily, and once the humans departed, he could reinstate it to Sha Bao. No, my line of thinking is flawed. The focus should be on preventing rebellion and allowing them to generate ideas themselves. If Sha Bao could devise a method of checks and balances, and if he failed to do so, I could simply postpone his ascension to clan leader, thus absolving myself of responsibility. The humans would arrive in half a month, allowing 5 days as a buffer for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, everything must be resolved within 10 days. With a surge of thoughts coursing through his mind, Lei Luo slapped his claw upon the ground, erasing all traces of his musings, and rose to seek out Sha Bao in the sea. This was the plan. He was unfamiliar with the Yurin clan, and many matters remained unexamined. Letting the Yurin deal with their own was most fitting. As for whether Sha Bao would object, he had already betrayed his clan. Would he still harbor such concerns? Previously, when Lei Luo had acted, he had knocked Sha Bao unconscious and tossed him into the sea, where the surrounding waters were relatively safe, posing little danger. Upon returning to the original location, Lei Luo searched, and Sha Bao emerged willingly from the depths. Lord Dulong, I am here. How goes your endeavor? I observed many Yurin fleeing earlier. I wish to inquire, but lack the courage. Shall I guide you to deal with them? Lei Luo chuckled softly, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he replied, I have subdued 3 fourth-tier warriors of your clan, killed 2, and the priest remains alive. Now, we are in need of a clan leader. Upon hearing this, Sha Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed eagerly at Lei Luo. Had they not agreed that the position of clan leader would be his? Was it possible to realize that promise now? I had considered directly granting you the position of clan leader, yet a minor complication has arisen. If you are unable to manage it, I will have to appoint another Yurin to take the lead temporarily. Once the situation settles, I may return the position to you. Sha Bao's expression shifted dramatically, and he resolutely declared, Lord Dulong, what troubles have arisen? Speak, and I shall handle it without fail. The notion of other Yurin taking over the leadership position, only to relinquish it later, seemed implausible to him. It was akin to someone ascending to kingship only to be asked to yield shortly thereafter. A king would hardly acquiesce, and most likely, would fight fiercely to retain power. Observing the steadfast determination in Sha Bao's demeanor, Lei Luo felt a faint smile form within. It was not a significant issue, merely that human nobility would be passing through the Yurin territory and might pause briefly. The Yurin clan was currently under my invasion, and while most were unaware of my identity, a few had seen me and could accurately describe my appearance. Should they become aware of my existence, unforeseen complications could arise, which I intend to quash in their infancy. As a means to resolve this matter, I have decided to sacrifice your position as clan leader, taking all Yurin who have seen me away, and allowing any Yurin to be appointed as the new leader. If you wish to assume the leadership role, provide me with a safe method, otherwise, you shall have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Sha Bao's expression fluctuated repeatedly, until suddenly, he seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Lord Dulong, may I inquire if you have already controlled the priest? Indeed, he is currently recuperating while pacifying the other Yuren, unable to contain his excitement. Sha Bao clapped his hands, exclaiming, that is splendid. I am aware of a treasured artifact of the Yuren clan, the Forgotten Conch. When blown, it can erase the short-term memories of any being, rendering them incapable of recalling those memories. If you were to possess it, the events of tonight could be minimized. The other Yuren would have no recollection and, consequently, could not divulge your existence. I can accompany the priest while the other clan members attend to the humans. This had been the customary practice, as human nobles were quite haughty, viewing no difference between a clan leader and a priest. Thus, ordinary Yuren were sufficient for the reception. Lei Luo's eyes narrowed, intrigued by this prospect. Merely hearing its name, he sensed the Forgotten Conch was an exceptional item. The ability to erase short-term memories could significantly hinder outsiders from discovering his presence. Were there any limitations on its use? How long of a memory could it erase at most? Did it include elemental beings as well? Sha Bao chuckled awkwardly. The limitation lies in its minimal effectiveness against powerful beings, primarily affecting those below the 5th tier. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Contemplating this, Lei Luo refrained from pressing further and gestured for Sha Bao to return to the island above the Yurin clan. Upon reaching the shore, he summoned the Yurin priest from the depths with his toxic breath, while simultaneously casting the 2 corpses on the shore into the sea. The Yurin priest swam to the island and midway, discovered the bodies of the clan leader and Gel Dun floating down. With a heavy sigh, he moved the corpses to hover above his chamber, seeking to conceal the news for the time being. After arranging these matters, the Yurin priest ascended the island and immediately spotted Sha Bao standing beside Lei Luo. His pupils constricted, and a surge of fury welled within him. He had suspected that the Yurin clan's location could not have been leaked without an insider, and now he questioned who that traitor might be. To his astonishment, it was Sha Bao, the very elite clan member he had once favored. After the surge of anger comes fear. The Yurin tribe is not large, and many matters are concealed from ordinary members. However, the elite members are different. They are generally well-informed, with only a few unknowns. The priest of the Yurin tribe felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, he had not concealed information about the venomous dragon or contemplated using the human race to eliminate it. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at this very moment. Chapter 28, Memory Erasure. Upon the arrival of the Yurin priest, Lei Luo wasted no time and stated directly, I require the Forgetting Conch. Go fetch it now and gather all members of the Yurin tribe. Do not engage in any covert actions. He added ominously, I can spare your life, or take it. I trust you will choose wisely. Faced with this threat to his existence, the Yurin priest lowered his head, responding, understood. I shall retrieve it immediately. After speaking, he glanced at Sha Bao, only to find that the latter's eyes held nothing but coldness and wariness, devoid of any respect for him as a priest of the Yurin tribe. This indicated that Sha Bao had completely aligned himself with the venomous dragon and would not assist the Yurin tribe in covering up information. The Yurin tribe's fate now rested entirely on the whims of the venomous dragon. With their power lacking, they could only bow their heads and endure. The Yurin priest sighed internally, reflecting that had he not succumbed to greed and coveted the benefits of the venomous dragon, he would not be facing such dire circumstances today. Regret was now futile. Lei Luo was unconcerned with the priest's thoughts and subtly signaled to Sha Bao, you will accompany him. Inform me immediately of any unexpected developments. If all goes smoothly, you may become the leader of the Yurin tribe, and the remaining members may survive. However, should I learn of any treachery on your part, I will have no choice but to consider extermination. Sha Bao trembled, hastily assuring, it will not happen, esteemed Lord Venomous Dragon. I promise, there will be no such circumstances. I will monitor him closely and return with the artifact. With that, Sha Bao dove into the sea, following in the priest's wake. The two swam side by side in silence. With Sha Bao observing him, the Yurin priest refrained from any actions. After securing the Forgetting Conch and summoning the tribe members, he swam towards the shore. Although the other members were puzzled, the pretext of a sea beast attack provided sufficient cover. During their swim, the Yurin priest suddenly inquired, what became of Sha Ding? Who was with you? Did you slay him? Sha Bao replied. He is fine and will return in a few days. Under your and the leader's guidance, the Yuran tribe has been in dire straits. Can we truly confront the lineage of the venomous dragon? Even if it is merely a whelp, we are no match, and how many of our kin have perished due to your foolish decisions? I will advocate for a change in your strategies, firmly supporting the lineage of the venomous dragon, no, merely the esteemed Lord Venomous Dragon. Sha Bao's gaze bore into the Yuran priest, his seriousness palpable. Supporting a venomous dragon was likely a first in the continent's history. Should this information leak, the Yuran tribe would find no sanctuary. The venomous dragon, ostracized by the world, thrived due to its formidable strength, with a history that included demigod-level dragons. And the inherent advantages of dragonkind. How could the Yuran tribe compare? Listening to Sha Bao's words, the Yuran priest's pupils constricted in shock, staring at Sha Bao in disbelief. How can you harbor such thoughts? No matter how flawed my decisions may be, they merely cost a few lives. You seek the annihilation of our tribe. Sha Bao, do you wish to become the pariah of our people? The words spilled forth from Sha Bao's lips, his face contorted with rage. It was your greed that prompted you to issue tasks without informing the humans, thus attracting the venomous dragon. Sacrificing a few lives may seem trivial. But do you grasp the implications? Without my persuasion and allegiance, the Yuran tribe would face slaughter tonight. Do you think you can resist as the leader, or will you perish? After a tirade, Sha Bao surfaced, his expression cold. Having resolved to persuade Lei Luo to eliminate the Yuran priest to prevent any leaks. Now aligned with Lei Luo, he appeared connected to the venomous dragon in the eyes of outsiders, while still being a member of the Yuran tribe. Should their dealings be exposed? No matter how he explained, other races would undoubtedly conclude that the Yuran tribe had ties with the venomous dragon, perhaps uncovering their secrets, leading to interrogation. Unless they could capture the venomous dragon and sell it, safety was unlikely. The Yuran tribe had already been severely weakened, leaving no hope. In such circumstances, the only escape was to closely follow Lei Luo, betting on his promising future. Perhaps he could first ally with the venomous dragon to strengthen his tribe, and then betray it centuries later? Sha Bao's thoughts raced as he moved forward silently. The Yuran priest was profoundly affected by Sha Bao's words. Once ashore, he clutched the forgetting conch, lost in contemplation. What is the matter? Lei Luo inquired with curiosity. Sha Bao presented the forgetting conch, stating softly, I suggested to him that the Yuran tribe should fully align with you, but he seemed unable to accept it. He even scolded me earlier, perhaps for this reason. After dealing with the humans, I advise eliminating him. Otherwise, he may alert the humans at any moment. He cannot remain within the tribe. Lei Luo nonchalantly nodded, taking the forgetting conch. How is it to be used? Sha Bao explained from the side. It will erase the short-term memories of living beings within a certain range based on the amount of magic power infused, typically from 3 to 5 days. Its effectiveness is diminished against beings of a higher rank than the user. Lei Luo glanced at the still-dazed Yuran priest. The conversation had been held in hushed tones. Unbeknownst to the priest himself, as a fourth-tier being, the forgetting conch would have limited effect on him. Once matters were resolved, he would need to take the priest away to his own island for confinement. Once the humans departed, the priest would no longer hold any value and should be eliminated, as he knew too much and was difficult to control. If he were like Sha Ding or Sha Bao, Lei Luo might have considered sparing him. Contemplating various scenarios, Lei Luo dove into the sea, leaving behind the instruction, you two stay above, I will call for you shortly. Before long, a deep sound resonated from the depths as the forgetting conch was activated. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lei Luo emerged from the ocean, ushering both the Yuran priest and Sha Bao down to facilitate the transfer of power and reassure the Yuran tribe, concealing the recent events. Observing the turbulent waves, Lei Luo's gaze deepened. The Yuran tribe had been subdued, and the threat had been neutralized. Once the human nobility departed, he could grow in peace until he possessed the strength to venture south. According to Sha Bao, heading directly south would lead to the human continent, where he might uncover news of his parents, even the remains of his father. However, he was still too weak to embark on such a journey. Upon reaching the 7th tier, dragonkind could transform into their human form and wield sufficient power. Only then would he set forth. Alternatively, he could consume the molten core from the depths of the dead volcano, commanding the Yuran tribe to scour the seabed for rare minerals to devour and extract their properties. Feasting 6 times a day to accelerate energy accumulation. While it posed certain risks, his current constitution could withstand the molten core. The sudden arrival of humans to the abyssal rift suggested they had discovered something. Power was the essence of survival. A sense of impending crisis washed over Lei Luo as he considered the human nobility's foray into the deeper seas. Chapter 29, returned to the island. The following day, as the sun rose once more, Lei Luo stood above the Yuan tribe's island, gazing into the distance. Below, the Yuan priest and the newly appointed leader, Sha Bao, awaited obediently. After Lei Luo had erased the recent memories of the Yuan tribe members the previous night, they concocted a tale of a sea beast ambush leading to the death of the tribe leader and declared that Sha Bao had timely intervened, earning him the position of tribe leader. The ordinary Yuan were initially unaware of the truth and, having been misled by the upper echelons, readily accepted the fabricated narrative. Sha Bao spent an entire night delving into the chronicles of interactions and communications between the Fishman clan and humans. He discovered that unless human caravans arrived for trade, other humans merely rested on the island, disdainful of engaging with the Fishman clan. Furthermore, when the young nobles from the human realm arrived a fortnight later, they did not require any formal reception from the Fishman clan. The notification they received was merely the result of the human caravan's curiosity regarding the reason for the nobles' visit. However, this matter was of little consequence. It was something the human caravan casually orchestrated, and whether one was aware of it or not, it held no significance. After Sha Bao reported his findings, none were more delighted than Lei Luo. He immediately instructed the Fishman priest and Sha Bao to announce that they would be departing from the clan for a time and would not be receiving the human nobles on the island, lest they provoke hostility. The remaining members of the Fishman clan, having never seen Lei Luo and having their memories erased, were unable to divulge any information. With Sha Bao and the Fishman priest in tow, the last potential leak was thoroughly sealed. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Lei Luo descended from the sky, seizing both individuals and soaring towards the depths of the ocean. Direct entry into the sea might attract the attention of the Fishman clan members. After flying for an hour, Lei Luo deposited Sha Bao and the Fishman priest onto the ocean floor and followed suit. 3 days later, after a prolonged journey through the waters, they finally returned to the area from which they had set forth. Lei Luo gazed upon the familiar surroundings, his spirits lifting considerably. Here, he need not fear the threat of identity exposure, nor suppress his true self. The ordinary schools of fish and marine beasts within the waters lacked the wisdom to pose any danger. Lei Luo circled the island and ventured towards the hunting grounds, intending to visit the Fishman clan, for he was quite eager to savor the taste of barbecued delicacies. Not long after his departure, the ever-watchful Sha Ding noticed the activity and ascended the island, fortuitously encountering Sha Bao and the Fishman priest. "Sha Bao, priest, what brings you here?" Sha Ding exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. After all, Sha Bao had taken Lei Luo to the Fishman clan to resolve their troubles. So what could possibly justify bringing the Fishman priest back to the island? The Fishman priest, too, was taken aback, having presumed Sha Ding was dead. Just as he was about to speak, Sha Bao swiftly pulled him aside and urged, "You must remain around the island. Do not wander too far. If you are discovered, do not say I did not warn you. The Lord of the Poison Dragon has gone hunting and will return shortly." Having given his instructions, Sha Bao and Sha Ding submerged into the depths of the sea, evading the Fishman priest's scrutiny. The priest shot them a disgruntled glare before turning his attention to the island. It was a mistake to have sent Sha Ding and the others, who had betrayed their clan. It was surprising to see the young poison dragon thriving on this desolate island without any guardians. If sold to humans, it would surely fetch a greater price. Yet, with the clan members' memories erased by the forgetting conch, only he and the two traders retained their memories. He needed to locate a suitable human caravan. The situation was complicated. Perhaps he could create some magical disturbances to attract human warriors? Lacking an immediate threat, the Fishman priest could not help but entertain thoughts of selling Lei Luo as the dominant power on the continent. Even a slight leak of resources from humans would suffice for the Fishman clan to thrive for a century. However, currently, there was no opportunity to relay information or find a suitable buyer. The priest suppressed his thoughts and remained quietly in the ocean. Meanwhile, Sha Bao led Sha Ding to a secluded area of the ocean floor to avoid eavesdropping. "Sha Bao, what is happening? Why did you bring the priest with you?" Sha Ding inquired as soon as they paused. Sha Bao shook his head. "If I had not brought him along, the safety of our clan could not be assured. His misguided decisions have led us to this calamity. The poison dragon nearly wiped us out, but I managed to persuade him to adopt a gentler approach. I have been appointed as the leader of the Fishman clan, and although you did not return, you have also been appointed as the chief. The priest knows too much, and using the forgetting conch carries risks of failure. It cannot erase memories from long ago. Moreover, he does not agree with our dependence on the Lord of the Poison Dragon. I have already suggested to the Lord that he be eliminated, and I need your support." After explaining the reasons, Sha Bao fell silent, and after a while, Sha Ding finally nodded with difficulty. The two of them reached a consensus underwater, while the priest concealed his own thoughts and remained quiet in the sea, until a roar echoed from above. Lei Luo returned to the island, grasping two fourth-tier sea beasts. Without prior notice, Sha Ding and Sha Bao instinctively ascended the island, followed by the priest who decided to join them. Lei Luo cast a glance at them and continued with his task of roasting the tortoise. As the aroma wafted through the air, he removed the shell and began his meal, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Sha Bao pointed directly at the priest. "My lord, I have pondered this deeply, and I believe he represents an uncontrollable factor. His refusal to align the Fishman clan with you indicates he harbors ulterior motives, perhaps contemplating how to sell you. It would be best to restrict his abilities, keeping him perpetually in a state of poisoning, and harsher than with Sha Ding." The Fishman priest's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly sought to explain himself. Lei Luo waved a claw dismissively. "Silence. I shall address your issues shortly, but let me finish my meal first." Although he spoke of addressing them later, Lei Luo had already diverted some of his attention to the Fishman priest, whose reaction had been too peculiar. Was Sha Bao correct in his assessment? Reflecting on the priest's various behaviors during their return journey, Lei Luo began to formulate a plan. After finishing the tortoise, he disposed of the shell into the dormant volcano for incineration. Lei Luo then turned to Sha Ding, exhaling a breath that relieved him of poison, and subsequently expelled a toxic breath towards the Fishman priest. The toxin directed at Sha Ding was not genuine, merely a ruse, but Lei Luo opted to feign the antidote, while the breath towards the Fishman priest was indeed toxic. Although the quantity was minimal, the priest appeared to struggle to maintain composure, his complexion paling rapidly as his fourth-tier aura plummeted to his second-tier level. Sha Bao observed with some regret that Lei Luo had not killed him outright, but had rather shown restraint. Chapter 30. Extracting new traits. Having resolved the poison issue, Lei Luo gestured to the Fishman priest, "You may roam around the island, and once this matter passes, I shall allow you to return." Having inadvertently revealed his thoughts earlier, the Fishman priest understood that his actions were suspicious. Upon hearing this, he dared not speak further and promptly bowed before retreating into the sea. However, he remained fixated on how to sell Lei Luo. Having already aroused suspicion, it was only a matter of time before he would face consequences. From the perspective of the Fishman priest, it would be prudent to lay the groundwork in advance. Should he succeed, he would acquire endless resources. If he failed, it would merely be an early reckoning. Sha Ding and Sha Bao watched the priest's departing figure, their gazes flickering with uncertainty. Without hesitation, Sha Bao spoke up. "My lord, the priest seems quite off." It was as if he was responding to my thoughts. "We must remain vigilant. Should he attract humans, we would be in dire straits." Bound together with Sha Ding, they understood that if the Fishman priest succeeded, not only would Lei Luo suffer, but their own fates would not fare any better. Lei Luo remained silent. The Fishman priest still held value, and he would require the Fishman clan's assistance going forward. Although Sha Bao could be utilized for this purpose, he had been forcibly thrust into the role of leader and could not guarantee effective leadership. Furthermore, every clan harbored secrets or treasures known only to a select few. These constituted the essence of the clan. The most likely to possess such knowledge was the Fishman priest, and regardless of the circumstances, he needed to be retained for now. "Once I acquire the memory extraction technique from the clan, we shall see how you maneuver." Lei Luo cast a glance at Sha Bao and Sha Ding, feeling a profound sense of superiority. Having assumed control over the Fishman tribe, he now had two primary objectives. One was to gather intelligence about humanity, including the composition of human kingdoms and various factions. The other involved uncovering the secrets and treasures of the Fishman tribe. However, with the presence of human nobles venturing into the sea and the fact that this island had previously hosted members of the Mage Alliance, it was prudent to seek a new location. Lei Luo's thoughts crystallized, and he casually remarked, "Sha Ding, venture into more secluded waters and identify a few islands suitable for habitation. Return with a topographical map within 10 days. Regardless of the outcome, report back to me once the time is up. Sha Bao, you are to keep an eye on the Fishman priest. You know what to do." Both Sha Ding and Sha Bao responded in unison. "Understood, we shall proceed." Once they were dispatched, Lei Luo ascended to the summit of the dormant volcano, where he could gaze down into its depths. There, a heart-shaped mass of molten rock lay before him, now less radiant than he had previously observed, appearing somewhat dimmer, overshadowed by the surrounding minerals. Yet Lei Luo understood that this was merely an illusion. The fourth-tier molten core had advanced. Consuming it in his current state would be somewhat perilous. He would wait until he reached the third tier before attempting it. For now, he would focus on the adjacent minerals. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Luo set his sights on the minerals near the molten core. Within the volcano, magma was most prevalent, followed by firestones. Cautiously, he approached the base of the volcano, holding his breath, and used his foreclaws to retrieve 4 pieces of third-tier firestones, promptly ascending. Upon exiting the volcano, Lei Luo hastily cast the firestones aside. In that brief interval, his claws felt a subtle burn, but fortunately, he managed to avoid direct contact with the stones. He excavated a small hole, burying 2 of the firestones within, and then doused them with water. This would reduce the surrounding heat without compromising their quality. Directly pouring water could potentially downgrade the third-tier firestones to second-tier. Feeling that enough time had passed, Lei Luo retrieved 2 of the firestones, and without hesitation, swallowed them, simultaneously activating his bloodline talent and characteristic synthesis. The 2 firestones transformed into gas, circulating within his body, imparting a gentle warmth. Lei Luo skillfully began to extract the characteristics from the stones. 2 hours later, the extraction was complete, perhaps due to the nature of the 2 stones. He found that among the 4 characteristics extracted, 2 were identical: dark fire and high temperature. He had previously acquired the high temperature characteristic, but given the surrounding seawater, he had opted against it, integrating it instead into his toxic breath. However, circumstances had changed. The standalone high temperature characteristic was now viable, especially when combined with dark fire. Dark fire lacked offensive capabilities, its trait being the ability to contract its power, unaffected by external environments. When merged with the high temperature characteristic, it would only unleash its potential upon contact with a target, remaining impervious to external degradation until that moment. Even in aquatic environments, it could be effectively employed. The singular high temperature characteristic, when activated underwater, would first evaporate a portion of the seawater, resulting in considerable loss. Should it deplete completely, the attack would fail, rendering it ineffective in marine contexts. However, with the addition of dark fire, the high temperature characteristic was fully realized, presenting significant potential even on land. When an adversary was preoccupied with resisting Lei Luo's toxins, the sudden eruption of the high temperature characteristic would serve as an excellent ambush tactic. The fortuitous acquisition of such a characteristic brought a smile to Lei Luo's lips, and he unhesitatingly chose to merge the 2 traits. By incorporating both dark fire and high temperature, the potency of his toxic breath surged, allowing him to potentially poison and eliminate 5th-tier sea beasts. With this thought ignited, he felt an insatiable drive. He still possessed an unused purple crystal cloud fruit. Should he encounter insurmountable odds, he could consume it to facilitate his escape. Lei Luo clenched his teeth, soaring into the air towards the domain of 5th-tier sea beasts. This time, armed with dark fire and high temperature, he was certain to astonish the azure jellyfish. Filled with eager anticipation, Lei Luo descended into the depths where 5th-tier sea beasts roamed, commencing his search. Unlike terrestrial creatures, sea beasts rarely exhibit territorial instincts, instead flowing with the currents of energy concentration. After crouching for 2 hours, Lei Luo identified his target, a 5th-tier emperor crab. This creature possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Its powerful pincers could easily harm even a dragon-esque physique, and Lei Luo had no desire to be caught in its grasp. While the emperor crab was indeed a fierce opponent, it lacked speed and was not a social species, making it easier to flee if provoked. The previously selected azure jellyfish had been less favorable. It was inherently resistant to toxins, quick in movement, and benefited from its kin. Surveying the surroundings, Lei Luo unleashed his toxic breath from a distance, controlling it to envelop the emperor crab, perhaps due to the newly added traits. The originally green toxic breath transformed into a dark hue, appearing somewhat dense in the water, though its essence remained concealed. As the toxic breath approached within 5 meters of the emperor crab, it finally sensed the danger, slowly turning around. Before it could react, the toxic breath engulfed it entirely. The ground trembled as a series of muffled explosions resonated from the ocean floor. The poisoned emperor crab had succumbed to madness. Its pincers flailed in a frenzy, unable to reach its face, as the high-temperature trait of the toxic breath erupted upon contact, penetrating its mouth and invading its body. The carapace of its head shimmered with a fiery glow, indicative of the fire toxin. Frantically swinging its claws, the emperor crab attempted to claw at the poison. But it was not a foreign object. It clung stubbornly to its shell, extracting only traces of toxic residue, leading to further erosion of its pincers, intensifying its rage. The ocean floor was battered by the emperor crab's frenzied strikes, creating a 30-meter deep pit, endangering any passing sea beasts. Lei Luo, witnessing the chaos, retreated further into the depths. Yet his toxic breath remained relentless. If this continued, perhaps he would indeed succeed in hunting a 5th-tier sea beast today. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Lei Luo patiently waited for half an hour, unleashing his toxic breath 5 times before stealthily approaching the emperor crab. By now, having vented its anger for half an hour, no lower-tier sea beasts dared linger nearby, while higher-tier creatures remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation and refrained from engaging in unnecessary conflict, leaving the emperor crab to rest in silence. Was it feigning injury, or was it genuinely gravely wounded? Lei Luo pondered, hurling a stone towards it. The stone struck, and the emperor crab turned its gaze toward Lei Luo, letting out a roar and charging forward. As it turned, Lei Luo realized that the creature's eyes had been eroded, rendering it blind to its surroundings, relying solely on the currents to detect its foes. Today, failing to slay it would be a disservice to its current state. Lei Luo licked his lips, charging forward without reservation, prepared for a direct confrontation. Battling a fully intact 5th-tier sea beast would be arduous. But against a blinded opponent that had already vented its fury for half an hour, Lei Luo felt a sense of confidence. An epic battle erupted beneath the waves. Although the 5th-tier sea beast was ferocious, it fell short in various aspects. After Lei Luo shattered its 2 formidable pincers, the emperor crab's demise became inevitable. 10 minutes later, Lei Luo soared into the sky, triumphantly clutching the dismembered emperor crab, ecstatic as he made his way back to his island. He had successfully defeated a 5th-tier sea beast on his own. This signifies that his combat prowess has ascended to the 5th tier. Although his actual rank remains at the 2nd tier, with a daily diet of 5th-tier marine beasts, it will not be long before he crosses into the 3rd tier. Upon entering the 3rd tier, consuming the Zijing Yunguo will elevate him to the 4th tier, allowing for bolder undertakings. Upon returning to his island, after barbecuing the emperor crab, Lei Luo chose not to extract its properties, opting instead for his body to absorb the energy. The toxic breath serves as a means to enhance his upper limit of combat power, while the tier system raises the lower limit of his combat effectiveness. In the days that followed, Lei Luo ventured out early and returned late, hunting 5th-tier marine beasts. Finally, on the 8th day, he consumed a 5th-tier unicorn turtle and ascended to the 3rd tier. Shadin returned earlier to report that he had discovered several hidden islands. The only downside was that the memories inherited over these days were all related to treasures, lacking the memory extraction technique that Lei Luo desperately needed. Upon hearing Shadin's report, Sha Bao came ashore as well. Lei Luo, in good spirits, lay back to rest and waved his claw, saying, "Draw me a map of the sea." Shadin presented the prepared scales, stating, "Lord Toxic Dragon, these are the islands I found during my expedition. They lie in the inner sea of the extreme north, where 1st-tier marine beasts roam. Human merchant ships do not venture there, and hunting teams disregard it. We are 200 nautical miles from the region inhabited by 3rd-tier and above marine beasts." Lei Luo took the scales and observed them carefully. He contemplated relocating and knew he needed to choose his next resting place wisely to avoid drawing attention. If humans discovered his true identity, it would be troublesome. Sha Bao stood nearby, occasionally glancing at Shadin and Lei Luo. Everything he possessed was granted by Lei Luo, and should their relationship grow estranged, the position of clan leader might very well fall to Shadin. On the shore, discussions about the relocation took place, while below the sea, a fisherman priest arrived at an open stretch of water. He drew a magical array with his staff and infused it with his blood, subsequently burying it with soil. Observing the magical array beneath his feet, the fisherman priest sneered coldly, "Damn toxic dragon, I will lure the human nobles nearby. Once they arrive, I will guide them and sell you out in front of you. Let us see what you can do about it. And you, Shadin and Sha Bao, don't think you will survive either. Just wait to die." According to previous customs, human nobles would not arrive at the designated time, but would come earlier. It was almost time for the Fishman tribe, wasn't he it? Excited by the thought, the Fishman priest could not suppress a smile, which he quickly stifled. On shore, after spending considerable time observing, Lei Luo ultimately decided to relocate today. He had little of value on the island, the only thing worth remembering being the firestones within the dormant volcano. However, focusing on enhancing his own tier was paramount, and he would not extract properties. He could return after this period had passed. With this in mind, Lei Luo declared, "Shadin, lead the way to Island 1. Are we relocating directly? Didn't Tiwi say that young dragons care about their birthplace?" Shadin and Sha Bao exchanged astonished glances, and under Lei Luo's urging, Shadin quickly dove into the sea to guide the way. As they progressed, they also brought the Fishman priest along. The priest's complexion had grown pale from blood loss, and upon learning that they would depart today, his pallor deepened. The painstakingly crafted magical array lacked the mana to activate, relying solely on his blood for support. If they left before it was officially initiated, all his efforts would be in vain. He feared that the human nobles would think he was toying with them. Most importantly, he dared not expose himself. Shabao followed closely behind, perplexed, and asked, "Priest, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" "Nothing. Where are we relocating?" The fisherman priest forced a smile. Internally, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lei Luo's mention of moving. Why ask so many questions? They would know when they arrived. Lei Luo shot him a glance and reprimanded him unceremoniously. Had it not been for the absence of the memory extraction technique, he would have dealt with the fisherman priest long ago. Now, with him in tow, their speed had noticeably diminished. The fisherman priest opened his mouth, but obediently closed it again. He was determined to recreate the magical array in the new location. He would not give up. As they departed the island, a large merchant ship sailed from the island above the fisherman tribe. A noble youth, adorned with bird feathers in his hat, stood on the deck, gazing into the depths of the sea. Armored warriors stood silently beside him. Chapter 32. Legend is useless upon the arrival of the human noble youth. The fisherman tribe, already instructed beforehand, dared not approach to greet them, instead opting to observe stealthily from the seabed. However, the noble youth, standing at the forefront of the deck, furrowed his brow slightly at the fishmen's prying gazes. He said nothing but subtly glanced at the warrior accompanying him. The warrior bowed respectfully and then approached the edge of the deck, slapping the surface of the water with a powerful blow. The fierce battle aura unleashed by the 8th-tier warrior churned the sea, and the fishermen members swept up by its sustained injuries, causing their spying gazes to vanish entirely. The noble youth scoffed. These lowly fishmen dare to spy. Uncle Ball, you are far too kind. If it were up to me, I would eliminate them all for satisfaction. At that moment, another noble girl spoke up. Li Yin, without the fishmen below to protect the island above, this island will become untenable. Why would you still linger here to criticize and harm them? The ocean is ultimately not our territory, Li Yin countered. Shui Yeshing, the girl, turned away, ceasing further argument. The warriors on either side seemed to hear nothing, remaining neutral and withholding commentary. This time, with an 8th-tier warrior escorting them. The primary aim was to protect Li Yin and Shui Yeshing while awaiting their elders and instructors to take them to the abyssal rift for enlightenment. The warriors would execute the orders of the two as circumstances dictated. If unreasonable commands were issued continuously, they would comply but would ultimately be recorded and reported to their instructors and elders. Complaints and disputes were best treated as if unheard. Shui Yeshing did not refute, and Li Yin lost interest in pursuing further inquiries, instead jumping off the ship to explore the island. They lingered for a night, and when the sun rose the following day, two kindly-faced elders appeared on the island, adorned with gold medals engraved with magical arrays, symbols of the Mage Alliance's membership. "Good day, Master Fa Lon, Grand Magus." "Greetings, Master Xinxing, Grand Magus." Li Yin and Shui Yeshing both bowed and greeted simultaneously, while the warriors on the ship knelt on one knee in reverence. Fa Lon smiled and nodded, explaining, "Get up. I initially intended to take you directly, but the extreme North Sea is not a safe place. We cannot waste too much magic on you, hence we will let you travel a bit first. Now hurry up. I need to return to my magical experiments. There is no time for meaningless matters." Xinxing urged coldly. Fa Lon shook his head with a smile. "How can you say it is meaningless? If we truly discover that legendary toxic dragon, it would be a great achievement. Cutting a bit of dragon meat to return as magical materials may yield extraordinary effects. Saving those people would also earn us their gratitude." Xinxing was not so optimistic. "In the past, demigods have perished. We might meet the same fate. The inherent gifts of the toxic dragon lineage are too terrifying. It is said that those two still have not gained the acknowledgement of the toxic dragon ancestor and cannot awaken their bloodline gifts, possessing only inferior talents." Fa Lon rolled his eyes. "Fine, enough of this. Let us depart. If you keep talking, I will regret accompanying you, old man. You were not like this when taking on the mission." Xinxing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and lifted Li Yin and Shui Yeshing into the air, soaring towards the direction of the abyssal rift. His purpose for venturing out this time was not at all the legendary venomous dragon. Even if he were to obtain its corpse, he would undoubtedly have no share in it. The hunting team that once required his rescue has all perished by now, and those who did not need his assistance have long lost their opportunity for salvation. His true aim lay with the offspring of the female venomous dragon. Xinxing was skeptical, questioning whether the venomous dragon would bring her young into the abyssal rift. Surely, they must be in the extreme northern seas. Alone, capturing the venomous dragon's offspring would be a precarious endeavor. Thus he enlisted the help of Phelan. At this moment, Phelan remained blissfully unaware, believing it to be a typical search mission. Two great archmages, accompanied by two noble children, journeyed towards the depths of the extreme northern seas, unknowingly traversing the very route that once led to Lei Luo's island. At this time, Lei Luo was completely oblivious, traveling with Sha Din, Sha Bao, and the Fishman priest, making their way to a newly selected island that was still 2 days away. On the following day, while Lei Luo continued his journey, Phelan and Xinxing had already arrived at the island where he once resided. Accompanied by Li Yin and Shui Yixing, Phelan stood upon the island, his brow furrowed, sensing an unsettling aura. Xinxing turned to observe. I share this sensation. It seems to emanate from the sky. They both gazed upward, toward the very spot where the golden eyes had once appeared. Meanwhile, Li Yin and Shui Yixing wandered aimlessly on the island. Phelan cast a spell of detection, hoping to discern the source of the aura, but the magic shattered midway. This was somewhat embarrassing in front of old friends, prompting Phelan to cast another. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Xinxing produced his staff and invoked a detection spell towards the heavens. At last, ripples manifested in the sky, revealing a pair of golden eyes that peered down. Human mage? Begone. After a couple of glances, the golden eyes seemed to regain focus, unleashing a malevolent psychic wave before vanishing, rendering their detection efforts futile. Initially, they had assumed it to be the young venomous dragon that had narrowly escaped, only to discover it was a human. When had legends begun to dare provoke him? Phelan and Xinxing's complexions paled slightly, their minds racing with a singular thought: a dragon of the pinnacle, a demigod. As one aura dissipated, another, far older presence emerged. This time, they dared not probe carelessly, allowing it to exist unchallenged. Sighing, Phelan and Xinxing recalled the events of their pursuit of the venomous dragon into these waters. Now realizing the lingering dragon essence hinted at complexities far beyond their understanding. The deaths of 3 demigods suggested that the circumstances were more convoluted than they had anticipated. Otherwise, the actions of the Mage Alliance's upper echelons would remain inscrutable. Yet, such matters were far beyond their legendary realms. Just then, distant cries from Li Yin and Shui Yixing echoed through the air. Had something gone awry? Xinxing and Phelan employed flight magic, hastening to Li Yin and Shui Yixing's side, only to find them unharmed, fixated on a partially excavated pit. The pit was shallow, merely half a meter deep, obscured by rocks, making it easily overlooked. This appears to be the claw mark of a venomous dragon. They must have lingered here. Should we trace back in time? Have you forgotten about that earlier incident? It could lead to our demise. They decided to press onward, circling the abyssal rift before conducting a thorough investigation. Xinxing halted Phelan, who wished to reverse time, guiding Li Yin and Shui Yixing away from the island. After their departure, a faint cold snort echoed through the void. A sea breeze materialized, sweeping across the waters where Lei Luo had conducted all his activities since birth, seemingly erasing something while simultaneously introducing new elements. Below the surface, the magical array inscribed in blood by the Fishman priest quietly shattered. Chapter 33. The Dragon Clan Prodigy? Unaware of the happenings on the island, Lei Luo had simply chosen to relocate, feeling it was time to evade potential dangers. He could not afford to be seen by humans at this moment. Otherwise, as a venomous dragon, he would surely attract the pursuit of legendary powers. Had the humans discovered something, or was it a plea for help from those of yesteryears? Such thoughts troubled Lei Luo's mind. Suddenly, the Fishman priest, who had been swimming normally, spewed blood and fainted. Sha Din and Sha Bao, leading the way, exchanged bewildered glances, their first instinct being that the priest had been severely poisoned. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes, slowly approaching the Fishman priest. The trace of poison could not account for such a consequence. The Fishman priest, being a 4th-tier mage, should possess sufficient resilience and detoxification methods to avoid fainting. As various thoughts crossed his mind, Lei Luo grasped the Fishman priest's arm, preparing to flip him over for inspection, but paused abruptly. You too, come here. Does the Fishman clan possess a magical array inscribed with blood? Sha Bao glanced at the scar on the Fishman priest's wrist, feigning ignorance as he replied, No. But our Fishman clan belongs to a branch of sea beasts. Our blood contains magical properties, albeit in a diluted form, occasionally used as a backup for magical arrays. Used as a backup for magical arrays? A glimmer of menace flashed in Lei Luo's eyes as he struck down with a claw, resulting in 4 distinct cracks as the Fishman priest's limbs shattered before being hurled toward Sha Bao. You take him and ensure he remains alive. Make haste to depart. The Fishman priest, now racked with pain, regained consciousness and realized the exposure of the situation, his face contorting in despair. However, with his limbs broken, he could not even take his own life. Sha Din and Sha Bao recoiled, silently leading the way forward. Lei Luo regretted bringing the Fishman priest back to the island. Perhaps he should not have coveted the treasures of the Fishman clan. Yet, the deed was done, and regret bore no fruit. It was better to proceed with unwavering resolve, preparing for the worst-case scenario to avoid a chaotic response should an unexpected event arise. Fortunately, the relocation occurred swiftly, and the magical array left on the island would attract humans without yielding any rewards. Henceforth, they must prevent the Fishman priest from inscribing any further arrays. Once he divulged the secrets of his mind, he would be disposed of without hesitation. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lei Luo swam towards the sea ahead. As night fell, they arrived at their destination, an isolated island, 30 kilometers in circumference, where the surrounding sea beasts held little value, making it seldom visited. Yet tonight, it would welcome its first master. Excellent. You two, toss the Fishman priest ashore and dive into the water to rest. Lei Luo surveyed the island, satisfied with the command. Sha Din hesitated, but Sha Bao snatched the Fishman priest and hurled him onto the shore, delivering a kick for good measure before plunging into the sea. Lei Luo paid no mind, dragging the Fishman priest to the elevated center of the island, where he could see the surroundings immediately. Do not leave this high ground. If you wish for your spine to be broken again, feel free to test your luck, he threatened, then reclined comfortably, closing his eyes to feign slumber. Meanwhile, the Fishman priest, lying atop the elevation, appeared dazed, fearing to move. Should he tumble down, the vicious venomous dragon would indeed break his spine, ensuring a lifetime of suffering even if he managed to escape. With his limbs shattered, the Fishman priest still had options. But a broken spine would necessitate the intervention of a being of 9th tier or above, far beyond his reach. After relocating, Lei Luo began to alter his way of life. Previously, he would venture out to hunt every morning. But the nearby sea beasts were of too low a tier for his taste. The territory of Tier 3 beasts lay 200 nautical miles away, a cumbersome daily endeavor. Thus, he decided to hunt every 3 days instead. Having just reached Tier 3, a slight slowdown in energy accumulation was acceptable. With the extra time, Lei Luo focused on practicing various techniques and combat methods from his inherited memories, including escape tactics. All of this was in preparation for the impending threat posed by humans. After a month of rigorous training, he had mastered numerous techniques, achieving a speed in full flight that surpassed even that of crazed Tier 5 sea beasts, marking a modest accomplishment. Yet, the anticipated human encirclement squad had yet to materialize. Had my judgment been flawed? It should not be the case. Perhaps there was an error in the process. Unable to fathom the underlying cause, Lei Luo chose to disregard it and continued at his own pace, considering the absence of fortunate circumstance. However, he remained vigilant in monitoring the Fishman priest, whose actions had previously precipitated a significant crisis. Lei Luo was determined not to relent until he unearthed the secrets of the Fishman clan's treasures. As the moment of ancestral memory approached, Lei Luo quietly pondered the content of today's memory transmission. If he could employ the memory extraction technique, he would no longer need to be burdened by the ineptitude of the Fishman priest and could confidently escort him back to the Fishman tribe. The thought of the Fishman priest secretly inscribing a magical array, attempting to draw the attention of human nobles, filled Lei Luo with trepidation. His mistrust extended not only to the Fishman priest, but also to Sha Ding and Sha Bao. What if, after returning them to the Fishman tribe, they brought human warriors back with them? Based on his estimations, the members of the Fishman clan had likely interacted with human nobles, or at the very least, had met them. For these reasons, Lei Luo had refrained from allowing Sha Ding and Sha Bao to return. He intended to wait until he acquired the memory extraction technique and was assured of its efficacy before releasing one of them. He was determined to unearth the secrets concealed by the Fishman priest and eliminate this potential threat. As Lei Luo contemplated these matters, he glanced at the Fishman priest on the high ground, observing that his body remained still. Only then did he close his eyes to receive the ancestral memory. While Lei Luo scrutinized the Fishman priest, the latter was clandestinely observing him. He began to understand why he had managed to survive thus far, which prompted him to seek opportunities to reinscribe the magical array. Should he lose control of the memories in his mind, it would spell his demise, and he needed to attract humans before that happened. Unfortunately, the vigilant poison dragon was too cautious, constantly shifting locations, which escalated the difficulty of inscribing the magical array, leaving him with little progress. This infernal poison dragon was excessively prudent. Was it truly a mere juvenile? Perhaps Sha Ding and Sha Bao's approach was indeed the correct one. The Fishman priest gazed at Lei Luo in the distance, unable to suppress his spiraling thoughts. According to records, the poison dragon lineage possessed low intelligence during its youth, which was why he had invested considerable effort in seeking to slay a dragon. Yet, He never anticipated that this particular poison dragon would be so astute, surpassing even humans in cunning, capturing foes, enticing them to surrender, relocating, hiding, and exercising patience. These were actions even some adult dragons could not accomplish. Yet a mere juvenile poison dragon had managed to do so. In human terms, it was scarcely a few months old, a prodigy of the dragon race. Chapter 34. The memory extraction technique. The more the Fishman priest contemplated, the greater his anxiety grew, plunging him into a profound despair regarding his future. During the past month of captivity, he had often wondered whether reporting to the human caravan from the very beginning would have spared him this fate. Alas, the past was immutable, and he could only bear the consequences of his previous actions. The Fishman priest lay on the high ground, reminiscing about the past, while Lei Luo immersed himself in the ancestral memories of the poison dragon lineage. Among the myriad of knowledge, much of which Lei Luo could not yet comprehend, would lie dormant in the depths of his mind. When he encountered it again, the memories would resurface naturally, ensuring that he would not miss out on treasures due to a lack of insight or fall into certain traps, thus aiding his advancement. This was another advantage of the poison dragon lineage, aside from their physical prowess. Recently, Lei Luo had been absorbing ancestral memories, which, beyond the rare treasures, had begun to encompass knowledge of magic and magical arrays. The memory extraction technique fell within the realm of magic. While the magical talents of the dragon race were formidable, their robust physical and magical resistances often rendered the use of magic unnecessary in many situations. However, Lei Luo had not yet reached that level. As he continued to absorb the ancestral memories with his eyes shut, a smile suddenly graced his face, and his tail unconsciously thumped against the ground. The memory extraction technique had manifested. Ordinary magic did not qualify for entry into the ancestral memories of the poison dragon lineage. Only those spells of considerable power or particular uniqueness could gain access, with the memory extraction technique falling into the latter category. It possessed sufficient uniqueness to extract the memories of living beings without causing harm to their physical forms. Of course, if the being resisted, harm would be unavoidable. The memory extraction technique was not complex. It primarily relied on the dragon race's formidable mental strength to overwhelm the enemy. If the foe did not resist, it would be a straightforward process. After mastering the memory extraction technique, Lei Luo stifled his excitement and began to absorb the subsequent memories. Half an hour later, he concluded the reception of this round of ancestral memories. Opening his eyes, he began to chant softly. As the incantation of the dragon language resonated, layers of golden ripples appeared before Lei Luo's forehead, summoned by his magical prowess. At this moment, he invaded the mind of the living being, initiating the memory extraction. Perhaps due to his identity as a transmigrator, the mental energy Lei Luo activated was extraordinarily abundant. After observing for a while, he paused his chanting to rest before continuing. Magic required practice. Otherwise, a misstep could result in the Fishman priest's demise, leading to a failed memory extraction, an entirely unnecessary outcome. However, the mental energy was invisible to outsiders. One could only sense it up close. The Fishman priest, lying on the high ground, was too distant to perceive Lei Luo's mental energy. To him, the dragon that had imprisoned him seemed to be acting erratically today, mouthing words to the air as if deranged. This peculiar behavior persisted for some time, leaving him uncertain of its duration. This was an opportunity. He would eventually be dealt with. So he might as well take the chance to inscribe the magical array before being discovered. If caught, he would simply face an early death. The Fishman priest's expression shifted as he resolved to act. Using friction against the ground, he broke the surface of his skin, inscribing and activating the magical array with his blood. Success was not paramount. He had no intention of continuing this existence. Each day spent immobile, even contemplating suicide was impossible. He could only await the unknown judgment. Additionally, Sha Bao would forcibly feed him every few days to prevent starvation, always accompanied by mockery. The myriad of bitter experiences from the past month surged to the forefront of the Fishman priest's mind, prompting him to act more vigorously, disregarding the risk of discovery. Soon, the skin of his abdomen was abraded, blood flowing forth, gradually taking on the shape of a magical array due to his movements. However, without manual adjustments, it remained crude and utterly incapable of activation. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, the Fishman priest looked up at Lei Luo, who remained oblivious to his predicament. Seizing the moment, he discreetly cast a healing spell on his right hand. As a fourth-tier mage, his body possessed automatic regenerative abilities, but each recovery had been interrupted. Thus, for the past half-month, he had suppressed his own healing, but now he released it entirely. As the healing progressed, The fisherman priest felt an unusual comfort in his right hand, tentatively moving his arm while envisioning the intricate designs of the magical array. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as the sunlight was obscured. The fisherman priest looked up, only able to discern a vague silhouette due to the backlight. Lei Luo, with a cold smile, remarked, "Oh, healing your arm, are we? Planning to inscribe the magical array?" Without granting the fisherman priest a chance to justify himself, he swiftly rendered him unconscious and set him down on level ground. Once he moved away, Lei Luo noticed that the blood below had formed a circle, clearly indicating that the fisherman priest had not abandoned his plan to summon human warriors. Fortunately, he had acquired the ancestral memories today, otherwise, he would have to forsake the treasures of the Fishman clan. Lei Luo exhaled deeply, resolving to extract the memories of the Fishman priest the following day to eliminate this potential threat and ascertain what Sha Ding and Sha Bao were contemplating. If no danger was posed, he could release one, allowing the Fishman clan to gather intelligence from the human world. Lei Luo did not disclose his intentions regarding the memory extraction to Sha Ding and Sha Bao, knowing that if they were aware, they might harbor ulterior motives. Should the Fishman priest resist the memory extraction, it would undoubtedly lead to suffering, impacting Sha Ding and the others, whom he would require for future endeavors. In the evening, Sha Bao came ashore to offer sacrifices and feed the fish priest, only to discover that the latter had changed locations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lei Luo glanced over and explained, "I will deal with him tomorrow. There is no need to feed him tonight. Afterwards, I will conduct a magical test for you, and then we can return." Sha Bao, uninterested in the fate of the fish priest, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the latter part of Lei Luo's statement. "All right, I shall return now," he replied, having barely managed the position of the Fishman tribe leader for half a day and having spent a month on this island. He yearned for the opportunity to return home. The following day, after a night of rest, Lei Luo set off early with the fish priest, intending to extract memories from the hunting grounds, which would provide sustenance for the evening. Under the sea, Sha Ding and Sha Bao looked up as Lei Luo soared overhead. Sha Ding inquired, "Sha Bao, how do you think the fish priest will be dealt with?" Sha Bao shook his head, "I do not know, and it is of little consequence. For now, we must follow him closely, fulfill all his demands, and ensure our survival, so that we can strengthen our tribe. Besides, there is nothing wrong with following that venomous dragon. Judging by his demonstrated talent, he will certainly achieve greatness on the continent in the future. Our continued assistance to him will be our legacy in history. Let us wait patiently. He will conduct a magical test for us today, and afterwards we can return to the tribe." Chapter 35. Return to the Fishman tribe. After a day away, Lei Luo returned to the island in the evening. Having caught a black-scaled fish, the fish priest he had taken was nowhere to be seen. Upon his return, Lei Luo skillfully began processing the black-scaled fish while contemplating the memories he had extracted from the fish priest's mind. He was astonished that a mere Fishman tribe could possess channels to such information. It was utterly incredible. This would not only impact him, but also shake the venomous dragon lineage and other dragon clans. If only I had sufficient strength, I would not care for such concerns and could simply stand up and acknowledge it. As for my parents' matters, I cannot investigate them just yet. I must tread more delicately. Reflecting on all he had learned, Lei Luo felt a tinge of melancholy, but he quickly readjusted his mindset. The venomous dragon lineage had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, while he had only been born a little over 2 years ago. He still had ample time to grow and would not remain powerless forever. Lei Luo's gaze was unfocused until Sha Ding and Sha Bao cautiously approached from a distance. "Your Excellency, the venomous dragon, you mentioned yesterday that we would conduct the magical test. I wonder when it will commence?" Sha Bao asked nervously as they drew closer. He had been eagerly anticipating this day, only to find that after the venomous dragon's return, he busied himself with the black-scaled fish and seemed lost in thought, showing no inclination to summon them, prompting him to bring Sha Ding ashore to inquire. Gradually regaining his focus, Lei Luo looked down at Sha Ding and Sha Bao. "Oh, it is you. We will begin shortly. Who would like to test first? Once you pass, you may return to the Fishman tribe." Sha Ding and Sha Bao had already conferred on the matter. Sha Bao stepped forward, saying, "Your Excellency, the venomous dragon, I will go first." "Very well, wait over there. During the test, you must not harbor any resistance in your heart. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences," Lei Luo casually reminded him with a wave of his claw. Sha Bao nodded in understanding and obediently stood aside, while Sha Ding positioned himself a bit further away. After completing the processing of the black-scaled fish's exterior, Lei Luo placed it on a wooden pile. Without needing to be instructed, Sha Ding stepped forward to help kindle a fire, expertly turning the fish. Although there was no dormant volcano to utilize, having Sha Ding and the others around made it quite simple to produce a flame. Lei Luo turned to face Sha Bao, his expression somewhat serious. Stand firm and do not resist. With that, he began to chant softly, having used the technique on the fish priest earlier. He was somewhat proficient now, and his mental energy surged forth from his mind, enveloping Sha Bao. Feeling anxious, Sha Bao recalled the earlier instructions and quickly closed his eyes. The memory extraction technique was relatively gentle for those who did not resist, and Lei Luo's mental energy washed over Sha Bao in layers, extracting many memories from his mind. Whether during his time with the Fishman tribe or after following Lei Luo, Sha Bao's life had not been particularly complex, and he had not encountered many individuals. After about 10 minutes, the extraction was complete. Lei Luo reviewed Sha Bao's memories from the past few months, noting the transition from initial hostility to current submission. He sensed that Sha Bao no longer held any malice towards him, but instead had developed a desire to follow him and strengthen the Fishman tribe. After all, the venomous dragon was also a lineage of dragons, belonging to one of the pinnacle races on the continent, while the Fishman tribe, as a branch of sea beasts, held little weight in the grand scheme of things. Sha Bao was drawn to Lei Luo's abilities and future, eager to follow him. Lei Luo's gaze flickered with intrigue. Subordinate races were quite common among the powerful clans on the continent, as tasks like cleaning and running errands were best delegated, and they could also assist in resource gathering. The powerful clans hardly needed to exert themselves. The mere presence of a subordinate race could intimidate adversaries. This could be a direction for development. But it was still too early. Stabilizing and enhancing one's own strength was the correct path forward. Sha Bao could indeed be nurtured to some extent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lei Luo withdrew his mental energy and spoke slowly. Very well, you may return to the Fishman tribe tomorrow. I trust you understand what to be mindful of. Also, please gather any significant news from the human world and report back to me in half a month. A smile spread across Sha Bao's face as he replied, All right, I will be cautious. Meanwhile, as Sha Ding grilled the fish, he could hardly contain his excitement. Your Excellency the venomous dragon, when do you think I should undergo the test? Lei Luo waved a claw. We will wait for Sha Bao to return before testing you. If everything is in order there, you need not remain with me. You may return to the tribe to live, but to ensure the Fishman tribe's growth. Relying solely on humans will not suffice. His words hinted at something deeper. If not solely depending on humans, then who else was there? Aside from this venomous dragon, who could elevate the Fishman tribe? Yet any gains would surely come at a cost, the price of which remained unknown. Sha Bao offered a somewhat awkward smile. And as he saw that Sha Ding had grilled the fish to perfection, he pulled him back into the sea. They did not respond directly. Yet Lei Luo was not in a hurry. As his mastery of inherited memories expanded, his confidence in dealing with the Fishman tribe steadily grew. The longer time stretched, the more it favored him. Lei Luo shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and began to feast on the freshly grilled black-scaled fish. The next day, after greeting the others, Sha Bao set out to return to the Fishman tribe. Lei Luo said nothing, continuing his routine of hunting for fifth-tier sea beasts to feed on, while simultaneously practicing various spells and combat techniques from his memories. The distance from the new residence to the Fishman tribe's waters was not short. It took Sha Bao 4 days to arrive. Upon entering the Fishman tribe's territory, he noticed little had changed, except that the corals and pearls stored for trading with human caravans were missing, indicating that the human traders had likely come. Surveying the area with the keen eye of a leader, Sha Bao quickly received a warm welcome from the members of the Fishman tribe upon returning to his territory. Chief, you have finally returned. We thought you had encountered trouble and had been affected by the human warriors. It is a relief to see you safe. Where's the priest? Where have you been for the past month? We nearly had to select a new chief. So much has happened while you were away, especially with the human warriors. The members of the Fishman tribe clamored, creating a lively yet chaotic scene. Sha Bao listened, bewildered, and was particularly unsettled by the mention of selecting a new chief. Feeling a wave of displeasure but unable to express it, he raised his hand to silence them, stating, Everyone, please calm down. We shall hold a feast tonight to celebrate, and I will explain where I have been. For now, I wish for someone to come forward and inform me about the events of this past month. I recently heard you mention the formidable beings among the human race. Does anyone have insights? Previously, Guer, who had been healed from a poison injury, raised his arm and said, Tribe leader, allow me to speak. During the last trading visit from the human merchant convoy, I had the opportunity to interact with them and also purchased a newspaper from their side, which contains a wealth of information far lighter than our fish scales. Chapter 36. Movements of the Mage Alliance. Sha Bao had some recollection of Guer. It was indeed his poisoning that drew the attention of the priest, and led to the detection of Lei Luo's presence, culminating in a series of actions aimed at slaying dragons and selling the spoils to humans for immense profit. Regrettably, the plans were splendid in theory, but reality dealt a harsh blow to the Fishman clan, resulting in their utter failure. Not only had the previous tribe leader perished, but they also lost a fourth-tier warrior, and now, even the Fishman priest was dead. To this day, many ordinary clan members remain oblivious to the true events that transpired. Regarding Gur, Sha Bao felt neither anger nor resentment. He bore no responsibility for these outcomes. The primary fault lay with the priest, whose ambition far exceeded his capabilities, ultimately leading to his demise and dragging the Fishman clan down with him. A smile graced Sha Bao's face as he said, "Very well, Gur, come speak with me. The others should prepare for the banquet." It was customary for the tribe leader's return to be celebrated with a feast. The other clan members departed, leaving only Gur and Sha Bao. "Tribe leader, I shall start from the beginning. The day after you and the esteemed priest left, a human noble's offspring arrived. Their guards stood on the ship, easily capable of inflicting harm on our third-tier clan members, so I refrained from any engagement. On the third day, that ship suddenly departed. On the eighth day, there was a disturbance deep within the sea, but we dared not investigate further. However, by the 15th day, the human merchant convoy returned to trade with us, bringing tidings from their side. It is said that something significant lies in the depths of the sea, prompting the Mage Alliance to dispatch 2 legendary beings to explore. Regrettably, they fell into an ambush. One perished while the other was gravely injured. Word has it that their demigod is preparing to retaliate. This has stirred considerable excitement in the human world, akin to the toxic dragon incident from 2 years prior. However, it is rumored that the legendary toxic dragon has also fled to the depths of the sea. It remains uncertain whether this incident is connected to that. Gur articulated these details with clarity, clearly having made an effort to understand the situation. The Fishman clan lacked entertainment due to their limited strength, and hunting sea beasts posed challenges. Thus, the rumors circulating from the human realm were enough to excite them. Upon hearing the mention of the toxic dragon, Sha Bao casually inquired, "How is it that the toxic dragon is involved again? Was it not said to be dead?" Gur shook his head earnestly, replying, "I do not know." The members of the human convoy spoke thusly. They intend to organize a team to venture into the depths of the sea, claiming there lies treasure buried by the toxic dragon, and they sought to enlist the Fishman clan as guides. I declined, stating I had never ventured into those depths. Sha Bao maintained an impassive demeanor, though internally, he was increasingly startled. Gur was aware of Lei Luo's existence, while he had not seen him. He knew of the young toxic dragon residing in the depths of the sea. However, since being affected by the forgotten conch, he had completely forgotten. At the very least, a month's worth of memories had been erased without a trace, leaving Gur completely unaware of the influence he had undergone. The Fishman clan had previously utilized it, but never had they achieved such effects. As Gur continued to speak enthusiastically, he noticed Sha Bao seemed somewhat distracted, prompting him to quietly ask, "Tribe leader, is something amiss? Shouldn't you have declined?" Sha Bao, regaining his composure, fabricated an excuse. "No, your refusal was commendable. I was contemplating whether the humans' plans to venture into the depths of the sea might affect us. The power of a demigod is beyond our comprehension. Please establish contact with the human merchant convoy to gather more information and report back to me. It would be best to ascertain which demigod is involved, and if there are any whom we ought to be wary of. We must rectify any grievances with the Fishman clan immediately. The tribe leader is indeed astute. I had not considered that. I shall proceed to make contact." Gur beamed, swimming towards the island. The Fishman clan had engaged in trade with human merchant convoys numerous times, establishing a connection via magical arrays. Should there be any special items for trade, prior communication was customary. Although Gur was initially unaware of these practices, the past month had left him with no fourth-tier warriors. And with the tribe leader and priest missing, he was thrust into the role of overseeing trade matters, thereby learning a great deal. He had also grasped how to activate the magical array linked to the human merchant convoy, performing it with commendable proficiency. After Gur departed, Sha Bao paid him no further mind, but diligently documented all the information he had gleaned, preparing to present it to Lei Luo upon his return. He even intended not to share the newspaper with the Fishman clan, as knowing the information would be of little use. The disparity in strength was evident. At best, they could peruse the various reports to stave off boredom, but providing it to Lei Luo bore different significance. It could express the Fishman clan's stance and perhaps prove valuable to Lei Luo. Current actions served as an investment, as the Fishman clan had no alternative means. The Fishman priest had hoped to attract the attention of human strongholds through the magical array. Facing death on all sides, he chose to gamble on a personal venture. On a clan-wide level, should the Fishman clan report the discovery of the toxic dragon, the human strongholds would undoubtedly suspect and investigate. Once the authenticity was established, they would inquire what further secrets the Fishman clan harbored. Claiming ignorance would be met with disbelief. Given the value of the toxic dragon, they would prefer to annihilate the entire Fishman clan rather than overlook any nugget of valuable information. Even if they managed to escape, those aligned with the toxic dragon would come seeking trouble. The toxic dragon lineage was a common enemy of the continent. Yet it remained unclear which clans merely spoke of animosity without action. Sha Bao glanced at the notes he had compiled, sighed softly, and chose to ponder no further. Time flew swiftly. It had been 7 days since Sha Bao returned to the Fishman clan. Considering the journey back, he intended to depart today. However, he did not hasten to announce his plans, opting instead to wait until evening to make an announcement before leaving under the cover of night. Today, the human merchant convoy was set to return to the Fishman clan, not to procure goods, but to serve as a forward base for gathering news regarding incoming human nobles and the Mage Alliance. After extensive deliberation, the Mage Alliance had finally made the decision to dispatch 10 legendary beings. It remained unclear if any demigods would accompany them in secret. The human world buzzed with excitement over this operation, with kingdoms engaging in lively discussions and rumors flourishing. Sha Bao aimed to collect a final round of intelligence to send back home, as the back-and-forth journey consumed considerable time and was rather cumbersome. When the human merchant convoy arrived, Sha Bao did not present himself, but rather entrusted the task of reception to the experienced guru, simultaneously extracting information. Some of the non-confidential news members of the convoy were willing to share, given that their annual trade with the Fishman clan yielded substantial profits, rendering unnecessary any tensions over trivial matters. Upon arrival at the island, the convoy began constructing simple shelters, evidently preparing for an extended stay. Sha Bao meticulously recorded all observations, including the boasts of the convoy members. An hour later, Gur bade farewell to the convoy leader and returned to the seabed. Upon encountering Sha Bao, Gur could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Tribe leader, significant news. The Mage Alliance has not dispatched 10 legendary beings, but rather 20. It is said they will fly overhead, following the route of their previous pursuit of the toxic dragon, with the destination being the Abyssal Rift. The Mercenary Guild has also organized personnel, though their strength remains uncertain. This confrontation may impact us. Should we take precautions in advance?" Sha Bao's brow furrowed slightly. "Clarify your statements. Why do they intend to follow the path of the toxic dragon's pursuit? There must be a reason." Gur looked up at the human merchant ships above and whispered, "It is said that they failed to slay the toxic dragon back then, and this incident is somehow related. By retracing the same route, they aim to rectify their past mistakes. They assert that reaching the abyss would be worthwhile." Sha Bao's lips twitched slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. His first instinct was to conceal this information rather than share it with Lei Luo. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against withholding it and recorded it on the fish scales. That night, Sha Bao imparted some words to Go-Er and, taking advantage of the darkness, stealthily departed from the territory of the Yu-Ren tribe. Chapter 37, Methods to Deal with Demigods. After a round trip of 8 days, coupled with 7 days spent with the Yu-Ren tribe, it amounted to a total of 15 days. Sha Bao, carrying the gathered intelligence, stepped onto the island just in time. However, upon landing, he found no sign of Lei Luo, and beneath the sea, there was also no trace of Sha Ding. Just as he was pondering this, Sha Ding emerged from the other side of the island. "Sha Bao, I'm here. How did the intelligence gathering go? Is the tribe doing well?" As Sha Ding approached, Sha Bao welcomed him. "I have collected quite a bit of information, but most of it is outdated. Considering that 4 more days have passed, there may have been changes. The tribe is well, and Go-Er is helping to keep watch. What about Lord Dulong?" Sha Ding shook his head. "I'm not sure. Lord Dulong has rarely returned to the island these days, and food for barbecuing has been sparse. He should be seen at night. What news do you have? Please tell me." Without hesitation, Sha Bao began recounting the information he had gathered from Go-Er and the human merchant convoy. He intended to show the report to Lei Luo first, and would temporarily withhold it from Sha Ding, though they were all allies, with the tribe leader deceased. The ruler of the Yu-Ren tribe was that formidable Dulong. Whoever could win Dulong's favor would wield greater power. And a few small schemes flickered through Sha Bao's mind. As the two engaged in lively conversation on the island, a boulder at the edge of the island slowly opened its eyes and silently observed them. After watching for a while, the rock quietly retreated into the sea, its form gradually transforming. No longer resembling a rock, It was unmistakably a robust Du Long. Lei Luo was quite pleased with his bodily transformation and adaptability. He had even temporarily set aside eating these days to master the disguise magic acquired from his ancestral memories. This disguise magic could not only alter one's appearance and aura, but if the body could endure, it could even change the very structure of the body. The only downside was that Lei Luo struggled to control it effectively. Transforming into another object or being required a certain familiarity, otherwise, it would evoke an odd sensation. It was akin to a terrestrial creature appearing in the deep sea, which would strike anyone as peculiar. After much contemplation, Lei Luo decided to use the island's boulder as a sample, practicing the magic while testing whether he would be discovered. As it stood, he had successfully eluded both Sha Ding and Sha Bao. As for the deeper transformation of altering his body structure, Lei Luo dared not attempt it, nor could he muster the energy for it. After some activity at the seabed, Lei Luo did not ascend to meet Sha Bao, but instead flew towards the hunting grounds. Regardless of any urgent news, strength was the capital to address all matters, and returning from the hunt would require ample time. Providing an opportunity to observe whether anyone had followed Sha Bao here, Lei Luo did not venture into the 5th-tier sea beast area for hunting. Instead, he encountered a breakthrough 4th-tier lightning shark in the 3rd-tier sea and captured it back to the island. Upon returning to the island, it was precisely midnight. He took the opportunity to patrol the surrounding sea, finding no suspicious creatures lurking about. At least he is honest and hasn't he thought of betraying me. Lei Luo muttered to himself as he flapped his wings and soared onto the island, creating enough commotion to alert Sha Ding and Sha Bao, sparing him the need to call out. He tossed the lightning shark in the usual barbecuing spot and closed his eyes to wait. Before long, Sha Ding and Sha Bao came ashore and approached him. Lord Du Long, I have returned from the Yurin tribe, bringing back a plethora of news from the human side, including some that pertains to you. Lei Luo opened his eyes and nodded his chin at Sha Ding, signaling him to start the barbecue. Sha Bao, please continue. What news concerns me? Sha Bao presented the recorded fish scales and the purchased reports. Speaking as he did, one of the messages should involve your mother. There is a multitude of information from the human world, and I cannot discern its veracity. I have compiled everything here. The Mage Alliance has dispatched 20 legendary powerhouses into the depths of the sea, and mercenary guilds have also taken action. However, details regarding demigods remain elusive. Furthermore, the human merchant convoy is stationed, suggesting that events will not be resolved quickly and will persist for some time. Lei Luo listened quietly, offering no commentary as he perused the records on the fish scales. Sha Bao had returned with great diligence, summarizing the information, allowing him to grasp the general outline of the situation. Reflecting upon it, Lei Luo felt a sense of relief for his earlier decision to relocate. Otherwise, he might have encountered the legendary powerhouses of humanity. When they moved, the noble scions of humanity had already reached the Yurin tribe, set to return the next day. Had they departed a day later, they would likely have been discovered. Subsequently, 2 legendary powerhouses ventured deep into the sea, and it was unknown what transpired, resulting in 1 death and 1 severe injury, causing a backlash in the human world. Now that matters had escalated, previously concealed information had been exposed. Setting down the scales recording the information, Lei Luo's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Should he venture to investigate? Although his presence might not have much effect, he was reluctant to wait idly, especially considering it was his mother in question. If he were to use disguise magic to transform into a Yurin, perhaps the legendary powerhouses would not detect him, but the demigods posed a greater uncertainty. If only he could ascertain specific information, whether he went or remained. Both choices presented dilemmas. Lei Luo, feeling vexed, began to scratch the ground, choosing not to go mint watching his mother besieged by human powerhouses, possibly receiving news of her demise at any moment. Conversely, venturing forth with his current 3rd-tier capabilities would only serve to provide the human powerhouses with an additional trophy. If only there were a method to confront demigod-level powerhouses. Leaning against the ground, a thought flickered through Lei Luo's mind, yet he quickly dismissed it. How could a newborn infant possess the strength to harm an adult? Letting out a roar, Lei Luo expelled a breath of toxic air, releasing his pent-up frustration before continuing to scratch the ground. However, observing the toxic breath before him, which amalgamated various traits, Lei Luo calmed down, his eyes shimmering slightly as he began to recall the memories from the moment he awakened his bloodline talent. On that day, he had a dream in which he encountered the progenitor of the Du Long, and upon awakening, he had awakened his bloodline talent along with a fragment of memory. This memory contained the supreme bloodline talent of the Du Long lineage, characteristic synthesis, with the stipulation that without his permission, no descendants were to inherit it. Should any intruders arise, they would be cursed, bound by an eternal contract in the name of the progenitor of the Du Long. Lei Luo vividly remembered the crowned progenitor of the Du Long establishing the contract before the River of Time. Could he utilize the memory of his bloodline talent to confront demigods? Given that the progenitor could peer into the River of Time, the curse left behind must be extraordinarily formidable. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, disregarding the still barbecuing lightning shark, and took flight towards the hunting area. You all can have the lightning shark. Consider it a reward for gathering intelligence. Sha Ding and Sha Bao exchanged glances, puzzled yet not dwelling on it. Meanwhile, Lei Luo flew and began inscribing the instructions and cultivation methods for characteristic synthesis onto the scales. How to trigger the curse to slay enemies required experimentation. The definition of an intruder was quite ambiguous. Did it pertain to merely observing Lei Luo's memories? Or did it encompass any manner of sighting regarding the instructions and cultivation methods of characteristic synthesis? If it was the latter, it was simply unfathomable. Chapter 38, The Three Major Forces. Lei Luo flew through the night to the hunting grounds, his scales already inscribed with the text, half of which detailed the cultivation method of characteristic synthesis. The words on the scales emitted a faint green glow in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these characters were slowly dissipating, as if they could not be recorded. Lei Luo observed with surprise and hastily sought out higher-tier sea beasts. Before long, a fifth-tier azure jellyfish came into view. Just you, Lei Luo smirked, tossing the scales forward while controlling the water flow, which halted perfectly before the azure jellyfish. The text on the scales rapidly disintegrated as it left Lei Luo's vicinity, but the azure jellyfish caught a glimpse of the record. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though time itself had paused. Subsequently, in Lei Luo's eyes, the once vibrant and lively azure jellyfish suddenly shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness as if it had never existed. There was no discernible fluctuation of power. The silence conveyed an overwhelming terror. The scales that had been cast away also vanished. Lei Luo swallowed hard, instinctively retreating 2 steps. At this moment, he finally grasped a slight understanding of the ancestors' power, which was undoubtedly merely the tip of the iceberg, for the essence of the ancestors' power was poison, which had not been manifested earlier. Witnessing such a fate from just a partial record, what would it reveal if I were to delve deeper into my memories? The shadow of the ancestor within my recollections could contend with demigods, right? The only challenge lies in luring them to view my memories, and ensuring that I do not strike lethally upon our first encounter. Meticulous planning is essential. Lei Luo's gaze flickered, and a multitude of thoughts surged within him. Utilizing memories as blades to vanquish foes is a form of passive defense, requiring others to approach him. However, if he could project his memories outward, that would represent true initiative. The notion of projecting memories seemed to be documented in the ancestral teachings, although he had overlooked it previously. Lei Luo pondered earnestly and quickly recalled that the ancestral memory contained a method for external memory projection, albeit limited to 2 uses within a year. Exceeding this limit could inflict damage upon the brain and lead to diminished intellect. In severe cases, it could cause cerebral atrophy, rendering one a mere vegetable. Such a remarkable discovery. Could it be that some predecessors had conceived a similar method, specifically researched and developed? Lei Luo, filled with excitement, began to learn how to project his memories outward. The techniques documented in the ancestral memory were enriched by the experiences of his forebears, with a modicum of intelligence. One could learn swiftly. Achieving the desired results, Lei Luo decided against returning, opting instead to conduct his research at the ocean floor. 3 days later, after several failed attempts at casting the spell, Lei Luo finally succeeded in projecting a memory related to characteristic synthesis. The surrounding sea, spanning 100 kilometers, fell silent for a brief moment before returning to normal. Had a legendary powerhouse been present, they would have observed that within this 100-kilometer radius, aside from Lei Luo, there were no living organisms, not even microorganisms in the water. As he projected the memory, Lei Luo's complexion paled slightly, yet he was still quite pleased. This could serve as a last resort for survival, as well as his most formidable means of attack. Next, he intended to become involved in whatever was transpiring deep within the ocean. Lei Luo turned to return to his island. Sha Bao, where has Lord Poison Dragon gone? It has been 3 days without his return. Could he have ventured into the depths of the ocean? How would I know? We shall wait for half a month. And if Lord Poison Dragon has not returned by then, we will inquire with the human trading fleet for news. This matter involves many parties and numerous powerful beings. Lord Poison Dragon is likely hesitating. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Sha Bao shot a glare at Sha Ding, silencing the latter's unfinished thought. It has only been 3 days. What are you babbling about? Just as she was about to scold him further, Sha Bao's attention shifted to a rock on the left. That rock appeared to have moved slightly moments ago. Sha Ding also looked over. Puzzled, what are you staring at that rock for? There are plenty of them on this island. It's nothing special. It's nothing. Perhaps I was seeing things, Sha Bao replied, shaking her head. Several hours later, the rock vanished from sight as Lei Luo flew back from a distance. He preferred to keep his abilities concealed from Sha Bao and Sha Ding, but he could use the two as test subjects to assess his mastery of the disguise magic. This was the second time he would test it after the initial trial. He could conclude the rock disguise practice and shift to other forms. Transforming into a rock could be useful for evading danger, especially as he prepared to join the encirclement action deep within the ocean, necessitating a suitable identity. The merman tribe would suffice. He needed to familiarize himself with them quickly. Upon landing on the island, Lei Luo's mind was awash with various thoughts. Sha Ding and Sha Bao were still resting on the island, and upon seeing him, they hurriedly approached. Lord Poison Dragon, you have returned. Lei Luo nodded slightly. In a few days, I will assess Sha Ding. If all goes well, you may return to the merman tribe for a while. Sha Bao, please recount the information you have gathered once more. Sha Ding, filled with excitement, waved his arms and stepped aside, while Sha Bao began to repeat the information. Lei Luo offered perfunctory responses, his mind occupied with observing their appearances. The disguise magic could alter one's form and aura, yet such transformations were contingent upon one's own perceptions. The way one envisioned the merman tribe and the essence they exuded would dictate the nature of the magic. If the deviation were too great, outsiders would easily discern the ruse, leading to exposure upon inspection. Imagining an entirely new form posed challenges, but with living mermen before him, the task was considerably simpler. 5 days later, Lei Luo summoned Sha Ding and Sha Bao to the island in the morning to announce his evaluation of Sha Ding, while keeping Sha Bao behind. Employing the memory extraction technique, he discerned no ulterior motives from Sha Ding, thus permitting him to leave the island. Watching Sha Ding disappear from view, Lei Luo turned and said, I will be gone for a while, if I have not returned within a month. You are to return to the merman tribe on your own. Having spoken, he soared into the air, feigning a journey to his usual hunting grounds, while actually circling around to follow Sha Ding. As he swam beneath the surface, Lei Luo began to employ the disguise magic. The mermen and dragons differed greatly in size, necessitating a longer casting time. Using Sha Ding as a reference, he could avoid mistakes. Sha Ding swam ahead, completely unaware of the poison dragon casting magic in his wake. Originally, the journey to the merman tribe's territory would take 4 days. However, Sha Ding, eager to return, swam tirelessly day and night, completing the journey in just 2 days. Upon reaching the merman territory, Sha Ding was taken aback. The sea surface was crowded with human ships, covering the entire expanse of water, while 3 massive vessels, each over 100 meters in length, were anchored near the merman islands, each displaying a flag atop their highest points. Sha Ding recognized 2 flags. One was the emblem of the Mage Alliance, while the other represented the mercenary guild with its crossed swords. The remaining flag depicted a fearsome dagger, which Sha Ding did not recognize. However, Lei Luo immediately identified it. This was the hunting flag of the Assassin Alliance, typically displayed only when hunting formidable creatures, a significant announcement, as the Assassin Alliance usually maintained a low profile, remaining unseen by ordinary folk. The 3 great powers of the human realm had arrived, indicating that someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes, having uncovered something. After swimming for a while, a warrior wielding a great sword leapt from one of the ships. Upon seeing Sha Ding, he frowned slightly, then sheathed his sword and barked, You are a member of the merman tribe. Do you not know that swimming in these waters is prohibited? Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide this time, but next time, do not venture out without permission. The warrior exuded an imposing aura, vastly superior to the former 4th-tier leader of the merman tribe. Sha Ding's complexion paled slightly, and he lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. After a few admonitions, the warrior returned to the ship. The commotion caught the attention of the merman tribe members, who swiftly welcomed Sha Ding back into their fold. However, the merman tribe members emerged with their heads bowed, clearly unwilling to attract the attention of the humans aboard the ship. Lei Luo observed the situation from a distance, his brows knitting slightly. He had initially intended to infiltrate the merman tribe to gather intelligence, but it appeared that the mermen were being suppressed by the various human factions, to the extent that they needed to report their movements upon venturing out to sea. Surviving to this day likely meant that someone among the humans had spoken on their behalf. Under such circumstances, Lei Luo could not reveal himself. He was currently disguised as a merman, albeit not one from Sha Ding's tribe, which would inevitably lead to recognition. Should a powerful human investigate, it would result in his exposure. The direction they were headed in was toward a deep abyssal rift, coinciding with the location of the island where he once resided. It would be prudent to swim in that direction first. Given the prevailing situation, their progress appeared to be hindered. Otherwise, they would not have gathered so many ships. However, they must have made some discovery. The presence of ordinary human factions also suggested that there might indeed be treasures within. Lei Luo drifted in the distance, quickly assessing the situation based on the external conditions. The reality aligned closely with his expectations. During the past half-month, a human trading convoy had arrived early, seeking news from the Mage Alliance, albeit with a small number of individuals. Following the entry of 20 legendary figures from the Mage Alliance into the depths of the extreme North Sea, they mysteriously vanished without a trace. No messages were returned, and even their life signatures gradually faded. Some trading parties and members of the Mage Alliance risked their lives to delve deeper into the sea, only to find the waters stained crimson midway, as high-level sea beasts went utterly berserk, with the emblems of the Mage Alliance drifting on the surface. One of these emblems contained a miniature magic array, hiding a small piece of venomous dragon scale within. Upon returning to the Merman tribe's island, the Mage Alliance members holding the emblem perished, their innards corroded by the toxin. The news spread, inciting even greater reactions. Rumors circulated that the injured venomous dragon from 2 years prior had transcended to demigod status, which led to the demise of the 20 legendary figures, and it would return for vengeance. Moreover, a demigod-level venomous dragon had not been seen in over a millennium, prompting the Dragon Clan to take notice. Consequently, 3 of the 6 human factions had dispatched representatives, indicating the significance of the situation. Another piece of information suggested that upon reaching demigod status, the venomous dragon's unique physiology and abilities would allow it to forge divine artifacts. The scale fragment was deemed by master forgers to be suitable as the primary material for legendary weapons and as a supplementary material for demigod artifacts, fetching a price of 3 million gold coins. Each piece of news tantalized the adventurers, leading to an increasing congregation around the Merman tribe's island. Since the source of this turmoil originated from the Mage Alliance, their presence curtailed the adventurers, forbidding them from venturing into the depths of the sea. Intending to collaborate with the Assassin Alliance and the Mercenary Guild to maximize their profits, negotiations concerning profit distribution had stalled in recent days. Chapter 39. The noble youth. At this moment, Lei Luo carefully skirted around the Merman tribe's island, heading towards the island where he had previously resided. As he progressed, he noticed a complete absence of the ordinary fish he usually encountered, replaced instead by aggressive sea beasts. After 3 days, he approached the waters of his former home. Maintaining his merman form, Lei Luo cautiously observed his surroundings, his expression grave. As he ventured deeper into the extreme North Sea, not only did the sea beasts grow increasingly ferocious, but their ranks also ascended at an abnormal rate. A metallic tang of blood hung in the water, pervasive in every direction. What could be the cause of this? Just as a small fish lunged at him, he furrowed his brow. He could only detect the scent of blood in the water, but felt no presence of his kin. As his anxiety mounted, a magical vessel suddenly soared overhead, crashing heavily into the sea and displacing the water, creating a splash. A dozen elegantly dressed youths stood aboard, guarded by warriors. Clearly, they were a group of noble science. The foremost youth pointed towards the depths of the sea, declaring, "I heard from my grandfather that the venomous dragon scale was discovered in the waters ahead. There must be more scales, perhaps even the living dragon itself. If we find it, selling the news will earn us fame across the continent. If we slay that dragon, we can bask in the glory of dragon slayers." One of the youths hesitated, saying, "It is said that this venomous dragon has reached demigod status. Won't it annihilate us in an instant?" Another chimed in, "Nonsense. Our ship is at least a demigod artifact. It won't be so easily breached. Even if it were to breach our defenses in an instant. I refuse to believe you lack means to protect yourselves. Finding a single dragon scale would be enough to indulge for years." The leading youth waved his hand, silencing the murmurs, and produced a stopwatch from his pocket, displaying it proudly. "Fear not. I would not lead us into danger without considering all possibilities. This is a demigod-level artifact, the time stopwatch, borrowed from my family. Should we encounter life-threatening danger, it will halt the surrounding space-time and transport us back. I have set the location to the Merman tribe's island, where there are plenty of strong protectors, ensuring our safety. I swear upon the honor of the Wooming family. If worst comes to worst, We can use the dragon's flesh to lure it out and see if it can resist. Upon hearing his words, the others transformed their concern into excitement, eagerly imagining the fame they would gain if successful. Lei Luo, situated just below the ship, sensed something amiss at this revelation. A demigod artifact ship, news of the venomous dragon, a life-saving secret treasure, and dragon blood. This gathering of youths appeared to be bait, enticing the venomous dragon from the depths of the sea. To possess a demigod artifact indicated at least a legendary family, and the involvement of a demigod family was not out of the question. Just as Lei Luo contemplated diving deeper to evade these human noble youths, a furious voice rang out. "Who is beneath us?" Bang, 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 bang. The surface erupted as 4 warriors wielding greatswords leaped from the ship, their battle aura intertwining to form a surrounding barrier, encircling Lei Luo. Upon recognizing the encircled creature, the 4 warriors froze in surprise. What is a merman doing here? As Lei Luo's mind raced, he raised his hands, feigning fear as he explained, "Do not kill me. I merely sought fortune in the depths of the sea to collect a few scales to sell. I frequented these waters in my youth and still remember the routes." One of the warriors pondered momentarily before waving his hand. "Bring him aboard. Let the young master decide his fate. Do you think that a lowly merman like you can covet the dragon scales?" Chapter 40. The Demigod Battle on the Deck. The noble youths formed a circle around Lei Luo, each wearing a smile. Their intent was to venture into the depths of the sea in search of the venomous dragon's traces, hoping to collect some dragon scales along the way. Collecting items was a minor benefit. Discovering the dragon's trail would be the true accomplishment. Initially bewildered by the unfamiliar waters, as humans seldom ventured into the extreme North Sea, lacking maps and routes, they felt fortunate to encounter a merman familiar with the area. The woming youth cleared his throat and feigned maturity, inquiring, "You mentioned earlier that you are familiar with the surrounding waters, but the merman's stronghold is quite far from here. How did you end up in this vicinity? The Mage Alliance has sealed off these waters. How did you evade their patrols? We spotted you as soon as we hit the water. Were you lying in wait, pretending to stumble upon us? Speak. Who sent you?" The youth intended to speak only a few words to showcase his prowess, but as he continued, he sensed something awry, his brow furrowing tightly. The other youths surrounding him also appeared hesitant. The earlier 4 warriors took a step forward, resting their hands on their sword hilts. Lei Luo paused, realizing that his encounter with these individuals was purely coincidental, yet now it seemed as though he harbored ulterior motives. If he could not clarify the situation, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Dealing with these noble youths would be futile. Even if he killed them, many humans awaited on the Merman tribe's island. Only by striking against legendary and demigod-level figures could he hinder this operation and assist his mother in this lifetime. Lei Luo's gaze flickered as he began to explain. "I was exiled from my clan in my youth and lived on an island ahead for some time, where there is a dormant volcano filled with fire stones. The blockade only affects the surrounding waters. I simply took a detour to reach here and happened upon this vessel." As Lei Luo detailed the island's environment, the noble youths remained skeptical. The woming youth waved his hand. "Since your information is so precise, we shall temporarily trust you. Lead us to the island in the waters ahead. If the island's conditions differ from your description, do not hold back. We shall deal with you accordingly." The preceding words were addressed to Lei Luo, while the latter part pertains to the guardians aboard the ship. After a brief moment of gaining their trust, Lei Luo began to guide them. He did not point aimlessly, but rather steered the vessel on a circuitous route, which would take 6 hours to reach their destination instead of the 3 hours required for a direct path. While this delay yielded no immediate benefits, the group of young nobles had little to occupy their minds during the monotonous voyage across the vast sea, often resorting to casual conversation to pass the time. These youths hailed from noble families, and the snippets of information they shared were inaccessible to ordinary merchants, making the ship an excellent source for intelligence gathering. Lei Luo focused primarily on the discussions among the youths behind him, listening intently while dedicating a fraction of his attention to navigating. After 6 hours, the ship arrived at an island. To verify the truth of Lei Luo's claims, the young nobles, accompanied by their guardians, disembarked and ventured toward the center of the island. Lei Luo trailed behind them, beginning to formulate his next plan. The youths were clad in luxurious attire, equipped with semi-divine artifacts and the flesh of a venomous dragon, concealing their exchanges with magical arrays. Yet he managed to overhear portions of their conversation. Everything they exhibited signaled a certain message, while they lacked an understanding of demigod-level power. The presence of semi-divine ships and their families' life-preserving treasures provided them with a sense of security, even when carrying the flesh of a venomous dragon, which was likely to draw attention. This flesh had been harvested from the venomous dragon slain 2 years prior, undoubtedly a prime attractant for hostility. Deep within the extreme northern seas lay a demigod-level venomous dragon, which might not be able to resist intervening. The semi-divine artifact served as a tool, but it required a suitable wielder to unleash its full potential. The noble youths before him were incapable of harnessing it. Their only reliance lay in the protective treasures granted by their families. However, they were merely from demigod families. How could such treasures withstand the wrath of a demigod's attack? The thought of avenging the noble youths while seizing the semi-divine artifact was undeniably tempting. Mother, is she truly deep within the sea? Or is all of this a conspiracy orchestrated by the abyss? Lei Luo felt a twinge of uncertainty as he pondered. The information he had acquired came solely from the human side. Its authenticity was difficult to discern, yet he dared not gamble. With a barely perceptible sigh, he matched the pace of the noble youths ahead. As they traversed the island, two pairs of eyes observed them from above. How did this boy, whom I once concealed, return with the guise of a fisherman? He shall receive a lesson for this, one voice mused. How are preparations on your end? The abyssal beings are not easily dealt with. All is well. Even if they are difficult, there are humans to take the blame. I must reclaim my brother's corporeal form, regardless of the cost. That little one is my brother's child? Indeed, the events of those years were complex. I could only protect his mother as she entered the abyss. Yet he has endured the onslaught of the golden dragon and survived, showing significant growth these past 2 years. Let him remain here to hone his skills. Very well. But if the human child dares to flaunt my brother's flesh, I shall conceal myself and eliminate them, seizing the semi-divine artifact. Among the two in the air, one was the entity that had protected Lei Luo in the past, while the other was the brother of Lei Luo's father. After a brief consultation, a gust of wind swept around the island, forming a semicircle that enveloped it. A venomous dragon, measuring 300 meters in length, materialized from the sky. Its triangular head adorned with 3 bony spikes, its cold dragon eyes reflecting the presence of the human noble youths on the island. Without any communication, the venomous dragon swiped at the semi-divine ship upon the sea, simultaneously striking down upon the island. The noble youths were caught off guard, only aware of the intense wind above them. Lei Luo sensed the danger before they did, but the attack covered half the island, leaving no room for evasion. Instinctively, he looked up. Suddenly, an ordinary guardian who had been following closely behind burst forth, shattering his armor and exuding the aura of a legendary powerhouse. Soaring into the air to confront the impending attack, the venomous dragon scoffed disdainfully. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? With a tremendous roar, the legendary warrior was obliterated, leaving a cloud of blood mist in the air. The dragon's claws hesitated momentarily before descending once more. The time-controlling device in the possession of one of the youths from the Wooming family activated autonomously, but it only affected those nearby, failing to restrain the dragon's claws above. A teleportation array appeared beneath them, whisking the youths away. Are we doomed? Lei Luo's expression shifted as he was about to dispel his disguise and reveal his identity when the situation in the air changed once more. The Mage Alliance's magical array suddenly materialized beneath the dragon's claws, barely holding its ground, saving the youths who had not been transported away. In the air, the flag representing the Assassin Alliance flickered past, while the flag of the Mercenary Guild was firmly planted in midair. A towering figure wielding a massive sword materialized out of nowhere, laughing heartily. Excellent. Our efforts over the years have not been in vain. We have finally drawn out the remnants of your venomous dragon lineage. 2 years ago, you escaped, but this time, you shall not be so fortunate. Prepare to meet your end. The Mage Alliance and the Assassin Alliance each summoned their own powerful beings. Judging by the fluctuations in their auras, all were demigods. With a glance from the corner of his eye, Lei Luo noted that each of the 3 major factions had summoned 3 demigods, seemingly intent on encircling the venomous dragon. It was unclear if there were hidden powerful entities lurking in the shadows. As Lei Luo contemplated whether to release his memories now, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You are truly audacious, returning at such a time. When the battle commences, I will ensure your escape. Do not act recklessly. Heed my instructions, for this trouble is significant. Damn it, a divine human has appeared. You must decide your path, whether to flee or stay. That venomous dragon is your father's brother, Lei Jia. You should address him as uncle, but do not reveal yourself now. Use the chaos to escape. Do not venture deeper into the sea. Your mother is safe. After this warning, the voice vanished. In the air, Lei Jia narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of gravity. He had received word as well. The entry of human divine beings into the fray meant he could not linger for long. The stage was set for the abyss. The 3 demigods formed an encircling formation without further discussion. Their Their combined might of martial and magical energy bore down upon Lei Luo. However, the dragon race possessed formidable physical and magical resistances, rendering the pressure from the three demigods negligible. Yet, extricating himself with ease proved to be a challenge. Lei Luo's mind raced as he suddenly unleashed a torrent of dragon breath directed at the island beneath him. The verdant toxic breath began to wilt the flora before even touching the ground. Even several rocks crumbled into dust under its potency. The young human nobles on the island turned pale, and those of a timid disposition collapsed, releasing unidentifiable fluids beneath them. At this moment, Lei Luo, disguised as a fishman, could not afford to stand out. He promptly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, rolling towards the direction of the sea. Fishmen instinctively retreat into the water when threatened, which would arouse no suspicion. How dare you commit such violence? A demigod from the Mage Alliance waved his sleeve in an attempt to suppress the toxic breath and contain it. Yet, he underestimated the ferocity of a legendary pinnacle venomous dragon. His sleeve tore apart, and his arm became tainted with poison, which began to burrow toward his heart. After using a healing spell to suppress the toxin, the Mage Alliance's demigod glanced around and called out, "Hank, come help me. I cannot hold it." Among the youths below, some were from the Mage Alliance, while others hailed from the Mercenary Guild. If the toxic breath could be easily contained, it would be a trivial task. However, substantial effort was required, and it was unreasonable for the Mage Alliance to bear the burden alone. Upon hearing the plea for assistance, Hank's lips twitched as he saw through the other's ruse. Yet, he could not afford to disregard the situation and descended towards the island to assist the Mage Alliance's demigod in holding back the onslaught. As for the aerial Lei Luo, he is being held back by the demigods of the Assassin Alliance, while their reinforcements are en route. All they need to do is buy time. The deeper battlefield of divine-level powerhouses is beyond their comprehension. Chapter 41, Divine-Level Salvage Splash. While the demigods of the Mage Alliance and the Mercenary Guild are momentarily occupied with the poisonous breath, Lei Luo feigns a fall into the sea, secretly controlling his body to sink to the ocean floor, not rushing to escape. He has never encountered a demigod, who knows what other means the opponent might possess. If he is discovered entering the ocean and they recover, a casual strike from either of them could prove fatal. How could an ordinary merman withstand the toxic breath of a poison dragon? Looking up through the shimmering seawater, Lei Luo cannot see the battlefield. Only the underwater portions of the island crumbling continuously. Some techniques of combat energy pierce the island, while forbidden spells darken the sky. Boundless energy erupts here. Despite facing the assault of three demigods, Lei Luo does not find himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he appears quite at ease. Laughter rings out, "Ha ha. You humans are truly calculating, wanting benefits while fearing danger. I am merely at the legendary realm. All you need is someone to fight desperately to take me down. Are you hesitating because you wish to let me go?" The three demigods remain silent, their expressions slightly unnatural. They continue to employ various methods to entangle Lei Luo, puzzled as to why no higher-level predecessors have yet made an appearance, as per their agreement. Little do they know, the Poison Dragon clan has sent more than just Lei Luo. Deeper strategies and battles are unfolding in the shadows. While the three engage in combat on the island, Lei Luo has already drifted away with the current, heading towards the merman tribe. The demigod battle is beyond his current understanding. Particularly with that transmission, divine-level experts have arrived. Observing from afar is no longer an option. The best way to gather subsequent information is to obtain it from the humans. After distancing himself, Lei Luo accelerates towards the merman tribe, needing to fabricate an identity for his disguise to extract information from the humans. Furthermore, the noble youth has seen his disguised merman appearance. If questioned later, the merman tribe may not have satisfactory answers and could face rigorous scrutiny. If there is any suspicion of the merman tribe harboring ulterior motives, it could lead to their annihilation. Humans show no mercy towards weaker races. Lei Luo is indifferent to the fate of the mermen, but the crucial point is the lack of channels from the merman tribe. Where will he obtain human information? He can disguise himself as other races to approach humans, but he lacks the trust that the merman tribe has established over years of consistent trade and mutual understanding. Considering everything, the current value of the merman tribe remains high. It is best to avoid any incidents. Speeding through the water, Lei Luo moves as swiftly as a fifth-tier sea beast. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two tremendous roars echo from the depths, and he looks up to the sky. Two figures swiftly pass, pursued by three magical sources coalescing into suns. The traces they leave in the air linger, resembling 5 distinct corridors. Seabirds attempting to navigate through the magical traces are assimilated and evaporated in an instant. The green corridors left by the two figures are laden with potent toxins. It is better not to make contact. Once they do, death is not far off. Is the aura from the elder of my kind who transmitted to me? If I were to reveal myself now, it would be troublesome to be taken away, and given my current power level. It is wise to remain low-key and silently observe them. If my mother is unharmed, I can rest for a while. Closing his eyes to feel the traces left in the sky, Lei Luo contemplates the current situation. Ultimately, he decides to continue on his path without further concern. Meanwhile, on the island, Lei Jie and the three demigods are still entangled in combat. Lei Jie is aggressive but lacks the speed to make effective strikes, severely hindered. Regardless of his provocations, Hank and the others remain focused on containment, aiming to restrict Lei Jie's mobility without seeking to inflict damage. The three do not fight desperately, waiting for reinforcements, leading to a stalemate. However, Lei Jie does not wish to prolong this. His eyes dart about, suddenly pulling the battlefield towards the island. The remaining youths on the island are thrown into a panic, helplessly looking to Hank for rescue. Damn it! The poison dragon is, after all, a dragon. How can you attack the weak? You have shamed your race. Hank curses angrily, breaking away from the battle to protect the youths. Without their vessel, the chances of survival for these youths fleeing on foot are exceedingly slim. The ignorant sea beasts show no regard for any race. Hank had hoped to await reinforcements to swiftly deal with the poison dragon, but unexpected circumstances have arisen. You surround me, and that is not despicable? Lei Jie retorts disdainfully, once again shifting the battlefield towards the island. He needs to seize the initiative when the abyssal beings emerge. He must be ready to escape and execute the true plans he has in mind. Currently, the humans hold the advantage, able to attack or retreat at will, which is quite unfavorable for him. He relishes the sight of their frustration, unable to eliminate him. Come at me if you can. You with the sword. Why not make the first move? Give the other two a chance, and perhaps I can spare those little ones. Or are you, the mage, too afraid to approach? I've heard there are melee mages among you humans. Aren't you one? A smirk graces Lei Jie's lips as he continues to provoke the three, repeatedly testing their defenses. Seeing this, the already loose encirclement becomes even more slack. Had it not been for his taunts, Hank would have charged in, but now, they are unwilling to expend their full efforts, fearing to give the others an advantage. In a critical moment, selfishness prevails. Boom. From afar, a deep rumble resonates in the sky, and two green dots appear at the edge of their vision. As they approach, the green dots enlarge, revealing two poison dragons, each measuring 800 meters in length. Unlike Lei Jie, the foremost two dragons bear golden markings on their skin and in their eyes, exuding an aura far superior to Lei Jie, leaving behind two verdant corridors as they fly without emitting any fluctuations. The four golden-eyed pupils gaze upon Hank and the others. Even the concealed demigod of the Assassin Alliance cannot escape their scrutiny. The three figures instinctively huddle together, their expressions grim. The two poison dragons glance at them momentarily before shifting their focus back to Lei Jie. Don't mind them, let us go. We'll retreat into the abyss for a while. They will assist us there. As their words fall, they hover above the island, enclosing Lei Jie between them as they swiftly fly into the depths of the far North Sea. However, this time, the power of the corridor begins to dissipate. Hiss, hiss. The island rapidly decays as if weathered by millennia, sinking quickly towards the ocean floor, with Hank, who is protecting the youths, suffering the brunt of the toxins, which seem to target him and the young ones behind him. In just 5 seconds, green spots appear on Hank's demigod body, accompanied by a pungent odor. The demigods of the Mage Alliance and Assassin Alliance are also not faring any better. In this moment of crisis, the three magical sons in hot pursuit arrive. What should we do? One exclaims. I'll go provide them with healing. You continue the pursuit. This opportunity is rare. We cannot let it slip away. After a brief exchange, one of the magical sons halts, revealing an elder dressed in a magical robe, his beard cascading to his chest. His robe is adorned with numerous stars. Though his pressure is not overwhelming, it stirs no thoughts of rebellion. Divine level power? Chapter 42. Abyssal demonic energy. Feeling the fluctuations of the magical source, Hank and the others are utterly astonished, never expecting a divine level powerhouse to descend. Upon regaining their composure, the three individuals promptly bowed, their demeanor respectful. They acknowledged the senior, expressing gratitude for the timely rescue, averting what could have been a lasting darkness upon their souls. They inquired if the esteemed one could reveal their name. Although these three were demigods, the distinction from true deities was a chasm they might never traverse in their lifetimes. To ascend to godhood, it was not merely a matter of personal strength and enlightenment. They required a patron deity to bestow upon them authority. A god-level being lacking such authority could hardly be deemed a true god. Moreover, authority itself came in varying ranks. The elder before them, having pursued and vanquished 2 half-divine venomous dragons, certainly wielded formidable authority. Should they manage to cultivate a connection, their path to divinity would become significantly smoother. The elder shook his head slightly and spoke with an air of indifference, stating that he would forego revealing his name, as this encounter was merely a means to utilize them as bait for his rescue endeavor. He added that his presence was but a projection of divine power, sufficient to prevent them from suffering lasting harm, but the remaining healing would be their own responsibility. Upon realizing they had been utilized, Hank and his companions felt no anger. This indicated their value, and the rare opportunity to engage with a being of divine stature was not something to be squandered. Hank expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the elder's assistance. He then mentioned the approaching venomous dragons believed to be heading towards the abyss, suggesting they pursue them to investigate. The elder's reluctance to disclose his name implied he would not grant them authority. The other 2 demigods were equally eager, as opportunities to encounter god-level beings were scarce. They were accustomed to mere superficial communications through divine statues and artifacts. Time was of the essence, and they were unwilling to let this chance slip away. As Hank spoke, the elder suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance from the depths of the ocean. His aura fluctuated ominously as he declared that the abyssal demon god was approaching, affirming that the lineage of venomous dragons was indeed a malignancy. He instructed them to return the way they came, emphasizing that this matter was beyond their involvement. With those words, the elder ascended into the air, heading towards the ocean's depths. After his departure, an inexorable wave of demonic energy surged forth from the abyss, sweeping over Hank and his companions in an instant, spreading outward. The abyssal miasma possessed a potent capacity for mutation, inciting chaos among living beings. The myriad sea creatures below unleashed terrifying roars, turning upon one another in a frenzy, their blood rising from the ocean floor. The birds in the sky mirrored this turmoil, engaging in rampant slaughter. Hank and his companions wore grave expressions, hesitating in the face of this calamity. Suddenly, a youth behind them exclaimed in alarm, drawing attention to a boy named Jelen, whose eyes had turned crimson, suggesting he had been tainted by the miasma. Without hesitation, Hank resolved to evacuate the youths, swiftly gathering them and retreating. The demigods from the Mage Alliance and the Assassin Alliance, after a brief hesitation, followed suit. The 3 demigods felt emboldened to approach the battlefield, hoping to forge alliances with the 2 other god-level beings. However, with Hank's departure and the absence of a shield, delving deeper into the fray seemed perilous. As they flew, more sea creatures fell victim to the miasma. Even some sentient races succumbed to madness. This was troublesome. Would the miasma extend to their duchy? They were uncertain which layer of the abyss had been breached, hoping that the 3 god-level beings could manage the situation, as they too needed to report back. The miasma could erode one's sanity, leaving the responsibility of healing to the Mage Alliance's therapeutic formations. While this was manageable, the emergence of the abyss meant that the 2 venomous dragons would undoubtedly flee. How would they handle that? Ignoring the problem was not an option, unless one wished for death. As the conversation drifted, it abruptly came to a halt. The venomous dragon lineage was renowned for its formidable innate abilities. Often engaging in battles beyond their rank, legends could contend with demigods, and demigods could withstand god-level foes. Had the venomous dragons given birth to a god-level being, who would dare to encroach upon them? Rayjake was of legendary status, and in numbers, they could overpower him. Yet, the 2 venomous dragons that followed were demigods. To entertain thoughts of confrontation would be courting disaster. They refrained from mentioning Rayjake further, hastening their escort of the remaining youths back to safety. Meanwhile, Raylo had taken a detour towards the vicinity of the Fishman tribe's island. There were still a few human vessels present, but they bore the insignia of certain families rather than the 3 major factions, indicating they had likely arrived recently. As he sought to blend in among the fishmen, the sky suddenly darkened, casting a shadow over the ocean. A strange energy surged through the waters. Raylo felt an unsettling agitation within himself, a primal urge to unleash destruction. While he could suppress his inner turmoil, he found it perplexing. Such emotions were alien to his character, indicating something was amiss. Was it the forces in the sky? A cacophony of frenzied roars erupted from within the Fishman territory. All the fishmen dwelling beneath the waves began to mutate, sprouting bizarre appendages and turning their eyes a fierce crimson, attacking one another without warning. Some even surged towards the island, assaulting human merchants. In times past, fishmen would have prostrated themselves in reverence, they would never have dared to attack. No fishmen retained their composure, and the tumult echoed throughout the depths of the ocean. The humans aboard the ships also erupted in fury, embroiled in internal conflict, yet they maintained their general forms unlike the fishmen. The only one who remained unperturbed was Raylo. The miasma continued to spread outward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Raylo's expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed his true form and surged away at full speed. Not to distance himself from the miasma, but to move laterally and avoid the Fishman Island. With human ships still present, would the demigods lurking in the depths return to offer aid? If they witnessed all others succumbing to madness while he remained unscathed, what conclusions might they draw? Disguising himself as another entity was not an option. Previously, he had evaded detection by demigods due to their focus on Rage, but now, without adversaries to divert their attention, magical disguises might easily be pierced, particularly with a half-god mage among them. Ascending into the sky was out of the question. The ocean floor offered myriad concealments. While the sky was an open expanse, that would be tantamount to courting death. It was unfortunate that the eruption of abyssal miasma would likely spell doom for the Fishman tribe, thus obliterating the foundation he had established in this world. He pondered the fate of Rage and the venerable elder, contemplating the direction his future endeavors should take. As he moved forward, Raylo's thoughts spiraled, and he clicked his tongue in discontent, lamenting the potential destruction of the Fishman tribe he had covertly influenced. Yet, under such circumstances, retreat was imperative. The life forms in this ocean had been tainted by the miasma, and it was evident that the battleground would shift to the conflict between humanity and the abyss. Remaining in this region was no longer viable. Perhaps the only refuge lay within the human continent? Raylo's eyes glimmered with uncertainty as he instinctively clenched his front claws, hesitating. Given his current strength, venturing into the human realm posed significant risks. Should he be discovered, many would seek to slay a dragon, and striking down the smaller would surely invite the wrath of the larger. Yet, remaining outside of human territory left him with no alternative. Frustrated, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts and resolutely pressing onward. Hank and the three demigods led all the youths towards the mainland, capturing the essence of the creatures they encountered along the way through the use of photographic magic. The youths they brought along were rendered unconscious to prevent any disturbances. There were still many individuals on the island of the Fishmen. Should they venture there to rescue them? Yes, the abyss has already risen, and we will inevitably have to confront its monstrous denizens. It is imperative to understand how the aura of the abyss affects lower-tier humans, and they may serve as test subjects for our research. If they encounter such creatures, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck. Very well. Let us embark on this journey, and perhaps capture other creatures along the way. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. After reaching a consensus, the three began to capture sea beasts and sea birds. 40 minutes after Lalo departed from the island of the Fishmen, they arrived above the island only to behold a sea stained crimson with blood and wrecked ships. Only 3 youths lay gravely injured on the deck, while the rest were deceased. Hank furrowed his brow. We have indeed underestimated the potency of the abyss's aura. Can you discern which layer of the abyss this entrance belongs to? It is unclear. Many layers of the abyss possess such power. Why ponder the details? We must return with the survivors. The demigod from the Assassin Alliance impatiently retorted, swiftly seizing the surviving youth and darting into the distance. Hank, dissatisfied, pursed his lips and followed suit. Only the demigod from the Mage Alliance remained still, gazing into the depths of the sea, his eyes shimmering with a radiant violet light, reflecting a glimmer of green from below. This faint green light was elusive, gradually dissipating over time. If magnified by outline, it bore striking resemblance to the traces left by the 2 previous demigod venomous dragons. It was the same source of power, having only recently suffered from venom. One would hardly perceive it. Was that the fleeing mother venomous dragon? Offspring. Contemplating these points, the heart of the Mage Alliance's demigod quickened its pace. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly altered his course, pursuing the traces. Simultaneously, he communicated with Hank and the others. This island seems to harbor some issues. I shall investigate further and catch up with you shortly. He had no intention of sharing information or findings with the other 2. The venomous dragon was once again causing mischief, seemingly in collusion with the abyss. A high-level venomous dragon could not be subdued for research, at most. One could study its remains. As for the ancestral powers of the venomous dragon clan, they were utterly unfathomable. If only he could capture a venomous dragon hatchling, the potential benefits would be unimaginable. Even if this expedition in the endless sea were to be an utter failure, he would still gain sufficient rewards. If he earned the acknowledgement of a divine-level being, would the path to ascendancy not lie before him? Very well, Since we are mostly safe now, I shall take my leave first. We shall meet again. The demigod of the Assassin Alliance replied, increasing his speed as he departed. I shall also take my leave. Until we meet again. Neither of them perceived anything amiss as they departed in their own directions. The corner of the Mage Alliance demigod's mouth curved upward as he observed the gradually enlarging green light, aware that he was nearing his target. Having successfully shed 2 potential competitors for the prize, he would emerge as the greatest victor. Filled with excitement, the Mage Alliance demigod hastened his pace. Lei Luo swiftly navigated the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, as if something dire was about to transpire. What is happening? I feel somewhat anxious. Lei Luo hesitated, glancing around with flickering eyes. Every creature possesses an instinct for crisis. He never doubted his intuition. Should I change direction? As the thought crossed his mind, Lei Luo turned without hesitation, sprinting deeper into the ocean. However, the feeling of dread intensified with the passage of time and did not wane despite his alteration in course. Lei Luo decided to halt, standing still on the ocean floor, eager to discern who might be pursuing him. If I cannot escape, then I shall confront them. Soon, dark currents surged from afar, revealing a figure clad in a mage's robe racing towards him. Upon seeing Lei Luo, who stood stationary, the Mage Alliance's demigod could no longer contain the glimmer in his eyes. Although he had anticipated this possibility, witnessing it firsthand still filled him with exhilaration. This was indeed a mere 3rd-tier, juvenile venomous dragon. How easily it could be manipulated. The smaller they were, the greater their value. A terrifying aura descended from afar, and Lei Luo felt a formidable binding force enveloping him. While he could struggle, he deliberately feigned an appearance of helplessness, biding his time for the right moment to strike back. Although he was uncertain of the being's level, summoning his ancestor would suffice. If even the ancestor could not handle it, he would have no choice but to capitulate. Chapter 44. The Ancestral Might. Gazing at the immobilized juvenile venomous dragon, the Mage Alliance's demigod felt a surge of satisfaction as he leisurely approached, admiring his prize. Venomous dragons are rare in this realm, and this one was likely a remnant of the mother venomous dragon from years past. With it now in his grasp, was there any fear that the mother venomous dragon would remain hidden in the abyss? Even if he had to skin it alive, he would force it out. Should he gain the favor of a powerful entity from the divine realm, his future would be bright, and ascension would no longer be a mere fantasy. Upon capturing it, should he first report to the Mage Alliance or contact the higher realms? Reporting first seems prudent to prevent those old-timers from claiming my credit. Hank and the others must also be excluded from the equation. However, prior to that, it would be wise to interrogate this little creature. Given its rapid growth, it must have acquired a wealth of inherited memories. The Mage Alliance demigod smiled as he drew nearer to his target. Lei Luo seethed with anger at the sight of his opponent, yet remained remarkably composed within, even contemplating how he might plead for mercy if the ancestral being were to fail. Should he charge in recklessly, or would it be better to escape first? Previously, he had released memories solely regarding 5th-tier sea beasts, which were the highest-level creatures he had encountered at the time. He had not tested against higher-tier ferocious beasts. The being before him was a demigod, capable of grappling with Legia. Perhaps it possessed a life-saving trump card? Although uncertainty clouded his thoughts, as the adversary approached within 10 meters and seemed poised to speak, Lei Luo wasted no time in unleashing the memories from his mind. The explanation and cultivation methods of characteristic synthesis vividly manifested before the demigod, almost thrusting itself into his face, making it impossible not to notice. What is this? Why is this little creature projecting memories? Does it know my intentions and wish to avoid suffering? I must see what inheritances it possesses. Legends of venomous dragons exist across the continent, but few have attained characteristic synthesis, requiring the approval of the venomous dragon ancestor. Consequently, most related records have been lost, and few have sought to understand them. The Mage Alliance's demigod did not dwell on this. He assumed he had encountered a clever little creature. Characteristic synthesis, such a formidable ability. The cultivation method seems so rudimentary, I could refine it for my own practice. Yet why had he never heard of this ability among other venomous dragons? It must not be of great importance. The Mage Alliance demigod swiftly recorded his findings, beginning to contemplate how to adapt the technique for human application. However, he failed to notice the passage of time subtly unfolding in the air. The river of time surged violently, and enormous waves crashed upwards, where, in the depths of the river, a colossal venomous dragon crowned with a diadem lay coiled, unscathed by the currents of time. It was the ancestor that Lei Luo had seen in his dreams. At this moment, the ancestor venomous dragon slowly opened its eyes, casting a downward gaze upon the Mage Alliance demigod. The tumultuous magical energy in the sky stilled in the presence of the ancestor, causing even the sea beasts, crazed by the magical aura and locked in battle, to freeze in place. Silence enveloped the world, not even a bird chirped. Even in the depths of the endless sea, where the abyssal demon fought against divine-level human beings, the moment the river of time emerged, all combat ceased. Both the abyssal demon and the divine-level beings felt waves of trepidation, as if an entity intolerable to the heavens had manifested. In contrast to the disquiet experienced by other beings, Lei Luo felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His form and strength swelled, and a plethora of new memories flooded his mind. When the transformation of his body came to a halt, the ancestral poison dragon remained still, exuding a gentle stream of air from its nostrils. This ethereal flow traversed the river of time, landing upon the demigod of the Mage Alliance. Instantly, his corporeal form began to dissipate from feet to head, yet his visage retained a serene smile, even in the throes of death. His passing was silent, leaving no trace behind. Much like the fifth-tier Yuan water jellyfish, the only distinction lay in the duration of his demise. Witnessing this, Lei Luo inhaled sharply, gaining a newfound understanding of this hidden trump card. Could it be that, before the ancestral being, there was no difference between fifth-tier sea beasts and demigods? The might of the ancestral being. With the death of the demigod, the earlier sense of unease evaporated. As Lei Luo prepared to express his gratitude to the ancestral being within the river of time, the entity had already vanished. He exhaled slowly, hastily departing to pursue his planned journey into the human realm. His prior anxieties about entering the human world had significantly diminished. Although the early days had been fraught with struggle, he had now found a formidable ally, alleviating his fears. At this moment, Lei Luo remained oblivious to the profound impact his summoning of the ancestral being had on the fabric of reality through the river of time. Deep within the extreme North Sea, three divine beings of humanity exchanged glances, ceasing their battle with the abyssal demon god and turning away. The abyssal demon god, having ascended, quietly observed their departure without interference. An abyssal beast prostrated itself upon the ocean's surface, respectfully inquiring, "Mighty demon god, may we summon demonic entities into this realm?" Wait a moment. The power of that existence is about to manifest, and the multiverse shall not remain tranquil. Let us first observe how humanity responds. Should their reaction be excessively fervent, we shall maintain the status quo. The abyssal demon god firmly declined. It is truly unbelievable that existence still retains power. I thought it had long since vanished. How could it be? If that being had truly perished, how could the denizens of the divine realm remain idle? Over the years, humanity has amassed considerable strength. I wonder if the demon lord will intensify its probing of humanity. The focal point lay not in this, but rather in the emergence of the poison dragon lineage's pivotal inherited talent, a potential pathway to ascendancy as a supreme god. Once one attained the status of supreme god, they could directly challenge the god king. Let us await the unfolding drama. The abyssal demon gods conversed casually, their interests aligned with those of the poison dragon lineage, harboring no fears of antagonism, while the true concern lay with humanity. In the heart of the sacred continent, within the kingdom of Locke, the elderly pope, wielding his staff, bore a grave expression, accompanied by the holy son and holy daughter, alongside a multitude of clergy. Before them stood statues of divine beings, arranged according to their status in the divine realm. A golden scroll hovered in midair. With the incursion of the abyssal demon god and the havoc wrought by three poison dragons, they had simultaneously summoned the power of their bloodline origins. We find ourselves powerless to resist. We beseech the deities to bestow divine decrees, guiding our bewildered followers. The elderly pope transcribed his conjectures into certainties, subsequently activating the scroll with the power of faith. Watching it vanish, he squinted, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. The endless sea has been besieged by abyssal forces. We cannot allow evil to spread. Holy son, holy daughter, each of you shall take a contingent to provide support. The kingdom's forces may follow your omens. It is imperative to achieve results and lead the populace. Chapter 45, A Chance for Rescue? The incursion of the abyss has become an unavoidable reality. Those demon gods will not forfeit such a hard-won opportunity. Dispatching personnel to the seas will yield limited effect, even if the holy son and holy daughter accompany them. This is merely a facade, primarily intended to demonstrate the deity's stance against the encroachment of evil, while also serving to appease the divine beings of the divine realm. It is essential to maintain the unwavering faith of the followers, ensuring that the deities continue to trust in the church's efforts. Once affirmed, such validation cannot merely be verbal. A tangible reward must be granted. Deities require followers, not the other way around. The succession of new gods replaces the old, with the source of faith consistently being that same cohort of intelligent races. Among them, humanity occupies a substantial share, adept at adapting to various adverse environments, reproducing swiftly, and easily susceptible to persuasion. From this vast base, numerous zealous believers emerge, rendering humanity a valuable tool in the eyes of the divine realm. The abyssal demon gods now seek to seize the divine properties, yet as the target of this contest, humanity need not harbor excessive concern, who would disregard their own property. This also explains the elderly pope's calm demeanor. Regardless of how dire the situation may become, the abyss could only encroach upon land to a limited extent. It is impossible to drag this realm into the abyss. The pope remained unperturbed, firmly in control. The 16-year-old holy son and holy daughter, however, lacked the experience to comprehend the true essence of the situation. Upon receiving the pope's command, their blood surged to their faces, rendering their delicate features a vivid hue. The holy son stepped forward, exclaiming with fervor, "I shall heed your command, your holiness. I will expel the abyssal forces and save the world. I will purify the evil within the abyss with holy light." The holy daughter followed closely behind. "Excellent. The deities shall bless you." The elderly pope nodded with a smile. "In that case, you shall now assemble your teams. The church's crusaders will provide you with close protection." Upon receiving their instructions, the holy son and holy daughter turned to depart, preparing to summon warriors from various noble families for the campaign. To the north of the sacred continent, the kingdom of orcs borders the extreme North Sea. Following the surge of abyssal demonic energy, the king had already sought assistance from the Church of the Deities. The power of a single plane was far beyond what the kingdom of orcs could withstand. Fortunately, the abyssal creatures had not invaded alongside the demonic energy. Otherwise, the entire populace would have had to relocate. At the border between the kingdom and the extreme North Sea, scouts maintained a constant vigil, ready to report at any moment. However, none among the scouts were legendary warriors or high-tier fighters. They were all agile warriors below the 6th tier. Nevertheless, reconnaissance magic was prevalent across the coastline. This level of defense was already a high-standard preventive measure for the kingdom of orcs. After all, in the event of war, the first casualties would be the scouts from both sides. Dispatching warriors above the 6th tier would be a considerable loss for the king, and they would not inflict significant damage upon the abyss. It was wiser to refrain from mobilizing them. This situation inadvertently granted Lei Luo a distinct advantage. After invoking the ancestral curse to eliminate the pursuing demigod, he pressed onward without respite, arriving at this location. The defenses of the kingdom of orcs were easily surmountable. Yet the pressing question remained: what identity should he adopt to infiltrate? Disguising himself as a merman was no longer feasible. Assuming the guise of a human would be most suitable. The next best options would be to masquerade as other intelligent races, such as elves, dwarves, or orcs. However, he was not well versed in humanity. He had only interacted with a human noble youth briefly while guiding him, and his inherited memories contained fragments of human culture, though he was uncertain of how recently they had been updated. An incorrect backstory could easily lead to exposure. As for other races, misunderstandings were likely to arise. This was a venture deep behind enemy lines, establishing himself within the enemy's stronghold. Any error in disguise could lead to significant trouble. Although he possessed the trump card of summoning ancestral power, he would prefer to reserve it until the last possible moment. The ancestral being was formidable. Yet given the status of the poison dragon lineage, it likely faced certain limitations. After all, how could it stand idly by while its descendants suffered? That would transcend the bounds of mere trials. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Luo cast a disguise spell, altering his aura and appearance, ultimately transforming into a young man clad in noble attire. However, at first glance, he appeared somewhat uncomfortable. This was the result of not having deeply understood humanity, leading to discrepancies in his casting. Lei Luo glanced down at himself, realizing he had no better options at present. He randomly chose a direction and crossed the defenses of the kingdom of orcs, stepping into the human realm. Meanwhile, the holy son and holy daughter of the Church of the Deities commenced their recruitment of combatants in the kingdom of Locke, while the abyssal demon god issued orders to observe the unfolding events. From the extreme North Sea to the kingdom of Locke, the situation began to take on a strangely calm, yet ominous demeanor. Even the encroaching dark energy ceased its advance upon reaching 1/10 of the territory of Aoke Kingdom, seemingly pausing in anticipation of something. Deep beneath the extreme northern seas, at a depth of 100,000 meters, lay an underwater volcano. This volcano was in an active phase, erupting intermittently, rendering the surrounding waters devoid of life. However, within the volcano, the space began to warp and twist. A dimensional rift was torn open. It's so uncomfortable. Uncle, how could you think of hiding here from the sensory perceptions of human demigods? Why not choose a more comfortable location? A voice of complaint echoed from within the rift, accompanied by the sound of dragon claws scraping at the opening. A sharp retort followed. Stop your whining. Having a place to hide is already a blessing. Comfort is reserved for the dead, and discomfort signifies you are still alive. With an eye roll, the voice of Lei Jiao queried, Didn't we say we would wait for 3 to 5 days? Why is the exit opening now? After a moment of silence, Uncle explained, An unexpected force has emerged. We must leave this realm swiftly and divert the enemy. Third brother, return to the abyss and bring Lei Na away. Do not linger by the exit. Stay in the territory of the moon erosion demon god. Her offspring will remain in this realm, and I will ensure he has some means of protection. I will take Lei Gu's body back with me. An unexpected force? Lei Jiao's gaze flickered as he recalled the previous acceleration of blood flow, seemingly hinting at a significant presence connected to him. Yet, that feeling vanished quickly. Was Uncle S' urgency to depart related to that? Before Lei Jiao could ponder further, the rift was fully torn open, and he was unceremoniously kicked out, followed by the 2 other demigod poison dragons. They clearly understood the gravity of the situation and had likely deduced some information. Once third brother emerged, he didn't utter a word of farewell and swiftly flew towards the abyssal rift in the extreme northern seas. Uncle, what shall we do? We will divert the enemy. And through the life and death crisis, see if you have the potential to break through to demigod status. Your legendary peak power is insufficient for significant matters. It's fine for passing time. With that, Lei Meng seized Lei Jiao and soared towards the headquarters of the Mage Alliance, a determined glint in his confused eyes. The power of the ancestor manifested once more. Would there be a chance for rescue this time? Chapter 46. The Beastman Mountains. The Luo Ku Kingdom stands at the heart of the sacred continent, where the Church of the Gods is firmly established. To the north of the kingdom lies the territory controlled by the Mage Alliance, while the southern region is dominated by the Mercenary Guild. The Assassin Alliance lacks a true headquarters, existing only in secret liaison points scattered across the continent. Initially, it was the Mage Alliance that sensed something amiss, as one of their demigods had perished. Before dying, no message was relayed back, and it was only through their remote time reversal that they detected the power fluctuations belonging to the ancestor of the poison dragons. However, they could not ascertain who had triggered that power. Human factions hastily concluded that the incident was instigated by Lei Jiao and his 2-headed poison dragons due to their formidable strength. By the reckoning of Dragon Age, Lei Luo was still in his juvenile phase, which led major factions to overlook him, even unaware of whether he had truly survived. From the perspective of human powers, even if Lei Luo had survived, he was still an immature dragon, incapable of invoking the power of the poison dragon ancestor. As such actions required a cost, much like the church invoking angels. If the cost was insufficient, the one injured would be themselves. Only the peak demigod of the dragon clan, along with Lei Jiao and the 2 poison dragons, and the demigods of the Mage Alliance had encountered Lei Luo. A small fraction of the merman race knew of him, but with the spread of abyssal dark energy, the entire merman race perished. The demigod of the Mage Alliance was killed by a mere breath from the ancestor of the poison dragons. The peak demigod of the dragon clan would not proactively engage in dialogue with human factions. It was even less likely for Lei Jiao and his kin to do so. Although the information was not entirely accurate, it was sufficient to alert the Mage Alliance to be on guard against a potential ambush. They had a legendary poison dragon's corpse in their possession, which they had yet to fully dissect, having only utilized parts of its flesh for research. Currently, the emergence of a demigod from the poison dragon clan would undoubtedly lead to an attempt to reclaim that corpse. The entire Mage Alliance's defenses were in a state of external rigidity and internal laxity, maintaining a facade of strength while exhibiting a feeble internal defense. It was a jest that demigods had died silently in the face of the ancestor's power. How difficult could it be for the poison dragon ancestor to slay a divine-level powerhouse? No one would gamble their life on the notion that Lei Jiao and his brethren would not use their trump cards. The only faction to suffer losses would be the Mage Alliance, as the loss of a legendary dragoness corpse would not alter the grand scheme. Even if it were taken back, the divine realm would not hold other factions accountable. The Mage Alliance bore the brunt of the consequences. When Lei Jiao and Lei Meng arrived at the Mage Alliance headquarters, they found themselves confronted by a heavily fortified military presence on the periphery and frail old mages within. The body of Lei Gu was placed prominently, with its damaged flesh visibly restored. Lei Jiao flexed his claws, somewhat puzzled. What is going on? Have we truly become so intimidating? Humans must have misunderstood something, but it was advantageous for them. Let us take Lei Luo and leave. If this mission goes smoothly, we might get to meet that little one. Lei Ming gestured for Lei Jiao to move forward while he remained vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. Yet, everything proceeded smoothly without any interruptions. Uncle, my brother was hunted by humans, and those left in the Mage Alliance are all feeble. Why not you know well what sort of individuals remain? Why engage in futile actions? Lei Ming retorted before continuing. That little one is not suited to accompany us. He will remain in this world, and with enmity established against humans, his situation will become dire if discovered. Maintaining our current intimidation will ensure that if he is found by humans in the future, they will hesitate to harm him due to our presence. This is crucial. More information can be discussed once you become a demigod. Now let us depart. With that, Lei Ming took to the skies, soaring into the distance. Without the protection of a demigod, Lei Jiao pondered briefly before following in Lei Ming's wake. Members of the Poison Dragon clan could sense one another. With their full power unleashed, it was akin to precise positioning. Lei Ming circled a few times to confuse external perceptions before leading Lei Jiao directly to Lei Luo's location. The Aoke Kingdom bordered the extreme northern seas. Yet within its territory lay numerous mountain ranges, the most renowned being the Beastman Mountains. This area was home to intelligent races such as elves, gnomes, goblins, and orcs, alongside myriad beasts driven solely by instinct. This locale was a favored haunt for human mercenary groups, with each race possessing its unique value, except for the goblins. Those diminutive creatures were only fit for the most menial of labor, and even beasts seldom preyed upon them. At that moment, a young lad clad in noble human attire was traversing the mountains on foot. Surrounding him, low-level beasts instinctively avoided him, deterred by an innate sense of danger. Only intelligent races, lacking such strong instincts, would feel their curiosity piqued by the peculiar sight before them, driven by an intense desire to explore, unafraid of potential dangers. This was commonly referred to as courting death. Just then, the strangely dressed young noble was intercepted by a band of human mercenaries. Chapter 47. The Pursuit. Hey kid, from which family do you hail? You dare to wander the Beastman Mountains alone, not afraid of death? Do you require our escort? We guarantee quality at a reasonable price. We have detailed knowledge of the most valuable beasts and herbs in these mountains. Consider it. If you can't make the decision, allow your elders to negotiate. Our Tian Ho mercenary group is reputable in the industry and would never deceive you. The mercenary group, composed entirely of adult males appearing to be in their 30s, surrounded Lei Luo, probing as they walked. Their predatory gazes roamed over his attire. The leader of the mercenary group stood aloof, silent as he permitted his subordinates to test the waters. Venturing into the wilderness and hunting is akin to risking one's life for survival. And occasionally engaging in acts of banditry can be deemed justifiable, would it not? In the region of Masho Shanmai, countless individuals succumb to death or disappear each year. The most susceptible targets are often the offspring of affluent families, valuable, inexperienced, and easily deceived. If one executes a plan meticulously, the risks are minimal while the potential rewards are substantial. Assessing the strength of both parties, even if the ultimate gains are meager, the losses remain inconsequential. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes, opting to remain silent and allowing these individuals to accompany him. Since he had entered the Masho Shanmai, he had no intention of interacting with humans in the short term, though future circumstances may differ. The human realm is thriving with commerce, providing access to numerous high-tier items through trade, which suits his needs for extraction. Observing the mercenary group would effectively enhance his ability to disguise himself. Should he capture them for examination, overwhelming fear would diminish the efficacy of his observations. He hoped these individuals would grasp the situation. Sensing the intensity of the aura within the mountains, Lei Luo resolved to confront a manageable magical beast, aspiring to claim dominion over the territory. Paying little heed to the encroaching mercenaries, after a few peculiar minutes of walking, the surrounding mercenaries began to inquire. However, they soon realized that the seemingly ensnared prey appeared unafraid of them. Was he emboldened or merely feigning indifference? At this juncture, the mercenaries refrained from further probing and turned to their captain. Young brother, beyond this point lies the territory of high-tier magical beasts. Given your strength, it would be perilous. Perhaps it is best to retreat, the mercenary captain warned, squinting. Noting Lei Luo's indifference, the captain swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder. Young man, you ought to heed the counsel of your elders, would you not? As he spoke, the formidable aura of a peak 5th tier being bore down on Lei Luo. Nonetheless, his attention was not fixed on Lei Luo, but rather surveying the surroundings. A noble youth entering the mountains could either be acting out of defiance, having run away from home, or accompanied by a guardian. The former could be dealt with summarily, while the latter would depend on whether he could contend with the guardian. Lei Luo completely disregarded the captain's overwhelming pressure, turning to unleash a breath of dragon venom upon him. Although he had assumed a human guise and the emitted toxic breath was limited, the close-range attack, executed without defense, proved devastating. Furthermore, the general physical constitution of humans is weaker compared to that of magical beasts. The toxic breath sailed past the captain's head, and as the noxious gas dispersed, no trace of the captain remained. Only a skull was left behind. Under Lei Luo's control, the venom accurately targeted each mercenary. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their faces turning a ghastly hue as consciousness slipped away. Those with weaker constitutions perished instantly. Lei Luo snorted coldly, devoid of any sympathy. Were it not for humanity, he would not have found himself in the Masho Shanmai, and these individuals had actively sought him out, forcing his hand. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Luo discarded the captain's corpse into the thicket and seized all remaining mercenaries to plunge deeper into the mountains. Although fear dominated their emotions, diminishing the effectiveness of his observations, it was still preferable to having none at all. Given the likelihood of future encounters with humans, preparation was prudent. As Lei Luo's figure vanished into the depths of the mountains, an elder and a middle-aged man gradually materialized at the original location. Their presence exuded an overwhelming aura, even when suppressed, evoking a sense of the extraordinary. This transformation was not a result of magic, but rather a unique state of being. At that moment, the elder nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Legu has a fine son. His style of action and quick wit lead me to believe he is not solely of my Julong clan. After all, having grown up alone, a deviation in character is to be expected. However, it appears that his venomous breath possesses some distinct qualities." The two were none other than Leimon and Legia, who had hurried to the scene. Hearing this, Leimon glanced at Legia and remarked, "Experiencing some mutations is normal. Many members throughout history have encountered such phenomena. You should circle the mountains to ascertain whether any legendary tier magical beasts are lurking nearby, while also investigating the surrounding human kingdoms." Understood. Legia replied without further thought, and set off to fulfill the task. Once Legia departed, Lyman's figure flickered, and he appeared directly before Lei Luo. In an instant, Lyman's head transformed back into that of a dragon, only to revert shortly thereafter, smiling as he inquired, "Well, young lad, you certainly have a knack for evasion. How does it feel to wield the power of our ancestor? Is it comfortable?" As Lei Luo prepared to unleash a breath of venom at the sudden apparition, he quickly restrained himself. "Elder, it is you. Have the troubles been resolved?" Leimon nodded gently. "For the most part. I had originally intended to take you with me, but the manifestation of the ancestral power necessitates your stay in this realm. Once you attain the legendary tier, you may activate this scale, and our clan will send someone to escort you. Additionally, the ancestral power may attract the attention of divine beings. Henceforth, there is no need to summon the entirety of the ancestor's form. A mere claw will suffice. It is clear that those individuals did not provide comprehensive instructions in the inherited memories. It is utterly absurd." As Leimon spoke, he retrieved a piece of verdant green scale from his dimensional space and handed it to Lei Luo, mumbling incessantly. Chapter 48. The Silence of Heaven and Earth Summoning the Ancestor's Claw to Engage in Battle? Lei Luo was taken aback by this revelation. They had even drawn conclusions based on experience? Utilizing the ancestor as a mere tool? The ancestor should still be alive. Why has he not summoned these descendants? Noting the peculiar expression in Lei Luo's eyes, Leimon cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "You are still young. There are many matters I cannot disclose to you. However, summoning the claw to confront foes is sanctioned by the ancestor. He is willing to protect us descendants. You have likely encountered the river of time. Remember, unless faced with a divine being, you should be able to vanquish any existence below that level simply by summoning the ancestor's claw. However, it is advisable to refrain from excessive use of such extraordinary means. The ancestor's favor is limited. Historically, there have been clan members who had their relevant memories extracted by the ancestor, leading to a loss of talent." Lei Luo accepted the scale, nodding thoughtfully. It appears his earlier conjecture was accurate. One should not hastily employ the ancestor's power. Moreover, the reason Legia and the others sought to withdraw from this realm was likely due to his summoning of the ancestor's full form, which attracted other adversaries. The Julong lineage can initially confront foes across multiple tiers, but as they progress, they are typically limited to one tier. Yet, this remains remarkably formidable. After all, the more evolved a life form becomes, the more challenging it is to transcend tiers. Leimon is essentially a divine being. Legia is a demigod. And when considering another elder alongside the potential to summon the ancestral power, it still does not instill confidence in Lei Luo for a counterattack. Rather, it solidified the resolve to depart. The threat is significant. Nevertheless, it should be within manageable limits. Otherwise, the Julong lineage would have perished long ago. Lei Luo understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile within the Masho Shanmai. From the information divulged by Lei Luo, he quickly pieced together many matters, clarifying his future plans. After imparting the scale and providing guidance, Lei Luo reflected for a moment before continuing. In this realm, the only beings aware of your existence, aside from a certain individual from the Dragon Clan, are the Julong lineage. You should continue to conceal your identity and develop. If discovered, you can present this scale, and the larger clans will afford you respect. You should be able to manage the smaller clans. I will teach you a secret technique, should circumstances become dire. This technique will allow you to expand the river of time and summon the true form of the ancestor's projection to annihilate the world. Your disguise magic is somewhat lacking. Upon reaching the 6th tier, consider adopting a human form as your secondary guise. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, I would impart more knowledge to you. But you must comprehend the remainder on your own. Lei Luo extended his arm, revealing the true form of the Julong, and lightly touched Lei Luo's forehead with a claw. Numerous memories coalesced into volumes of books, gathering in the depths of his mind. Among them, only one jade volume radiated with 7-colored brilliance, standing above all other tomes. The cover bore 4 large characters, Tiendi Jimmy. As the memories flowed forth, Lei Luo displayed signs of fatigue, patting Lei Luo on the shoulder before vanishing from view. Observing the sudden appearance and swift disappearance of his elder kin, were it not for the glowing memory tomes in his mind and the dragon scale in his grasp, Lei Luo might have doubted the authenticity of the encounter. Gathering the dragon scales closely, Lei Luo discarded the fallen mercenaries and departed with those still alive. The memory book provided by Lei Meng proved invaluable, but first, he needed to find a place to rest. Sensing the aura within the mountains, after another hour of travel, he arrived at the foot of a small hill. The mountain emanated a scorching heat. It was either a volcano or housed a unique or vein. The Poison Dragon clan harbored no particular preference for their habitat, thriving both in the sea and on land. However, Lei Luo preferred his meals cooked. Feeling averse to raw consumption, this mountain appeared quite suitable, with an environment to his liking and magical beasts residing at the peak of the 4th tier, easily dealt with. He had not eaten since his journey began. Licking his lips, Lei Luo broke the legs of the 3 still living, discarding them before entering the mountain range. Roar! Roar! As he approached the mountainside, furious warnings echoed from within. Undeterred, Lei Luo continued onward. With a rumble, the mountain trembled slightly, and from the slope emerged a crimson, 2-headed feline beast, 5 meters in length. Noticing Lei Luo's refusal to retreat, it unleashed 2 fiery blasts from its mouths, while pouncing ferociously from above. Its sharp claws tore through the air, moving at supersonic speed. Such prowess was commendable. Raising an eyebrow, Lei Luo murmured softly and leaped into the air, reverting to his true form. The innate dragon pressure of the poison dragon descended upon the beast, accompanied by a toxic breath. Boom! The poison infiltrated its body. And within moments, the feline beast staggered and collapsed, its breaths growing faint. Observing this, Lei Luo transformed back into the guise of a noble youth and hoisted it up the mountain. Halfway up, he discovered an entrance to a cave, shaped like a 7. It led directly to the mountain's base. A constant surge of scorching heat emanated from below, where magma churned, and the ore glowed a fiery red. Ideal for fire attribute beings. It would serve splendidly for barbecuing. He wondered if the memory of the inheritance contained any means of mental control. He had forgotten to inquire earlier. If he could manipulate the 3 humans, he might send them back to the human world to gather intelligence. The extreme North Sea had been tainted by the abyss, and humans would inevitably clash with the abyssal demons, potentially affecting this region. Preparedness was essential. After some contemplation, Lei Luo cast aside his prey and descended to retrieve the 3 mercenaries. Unlike the fishmen, who could be assessed for malice through memory inspection, humans' intentions fluctuated with their interests. Even if they appeared benevolent now, returning to the human world might reveal a different disposition. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that both states reflected the true nature of humanity. Unless controlled mentally, caution was warranted. As a transmigrator, Lei Luo's soul was human. It was prudent to proceed with care. Maintaining his noble youth appearance, he suppressed the toxins within the 3 mercenaries and kicked them awake. Where are we? That damned brat dared to poison and ambush our leader. His cough. The reactions of the three varied significantly as they took time to realize their surroundings. Where's the boss? Where are the others? Why does that damned brat appear unscathed? Attempting to rise, they quickly discovered their legs were bent and could not get up. Lei Luo whistled nonchalantly. Do not bother. I have poisoned you all. Obey me, and you might live. Otherwise, you'll feed the beasts. Now, go skin that beast and roast it. If you wish to die, feel free to jump into the magma pool below. The three mercenaries exchanged glances, their faces grim, but complied obediently. Seeing this, Lei Luo smiled slightly. Once he tempered their spirits further, he could begin to understand the human world. Chapter 49. Half a year the adage know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated rings true. Though Lei Luo had transmigrated, having inherited the legacy of the Poison Dragon clan marked him indelibly. The human Mage Alliance had slaughtered his predecessor, and the grudge was already established. Even if Lei Luo wished to let it go, being discovered by the Mage Alliance would lead to pursuit. Moreover, he had obtained the supreme legacy of the Poison Dragon clan, granting him the power to summon the ancestral Poison Dragon. Even Lei Meng, a demigod-level Poison Dragon, would need to flee this realm. The intricate connections made it impossible for Lei Luo to evade by mere desire. Confronting challenges and preparing in advance was the only rational course. Fortunately, his current identity remained unknown, allowing him ample time to grow. It was time to settle for a while and thoroughly digest the memory book. The focus was on mastering the secret techniques. Previously, the inherited memories appeared in fragments, far less organized than the memory book. For instance, the Poison Dragon clan could choose a second form upon reaching the 6th tier. This knowledge had not surfaced in the prior inheritance. Absorbing this knowledge would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Standing at the cave's entrance, Lei Luo gazed over the mountains, his thoughts drifting far away. When a rich aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils, he snapped back to reality and turned to see the three mercenaries. Their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, using their weapons as makeshift grills, having already cooked 50 pounds of meat. My lord, please taste it. We hope it suits your palate. Having not brought honey on this excursion, they had simply sprinkled some seasoning, hoping it would suffice. With their legs broken, the three struggled to move, relying on their fighting spirit to maintain their balance. However, they could only manage a few steps before needing to rest, their fighting spirit unable to keep up with the expenditure. Lei Luo nodded subtly, taking a few bites before stating, prepare the remaining meat and bring it to me. Afterward, you may remain at the foot of the mountain. If you wish to perish from the poison, you need not follow my orders. The three mercenaries laughed awkwardly. Your Excellency, how could you say such things? We promise to strictly adhere to your commands. Your words are the guiding light of our lives. Lei Luo remained noncommittal. Once they completed their tasks, he would discard them at the mountain's base. With his keen eyesight, observing them closely was no different. Since they had survived as mercenaries until now, they should manage outdoor survival with ease. Occupying a hill as his domain, Lei Luo quickly established a stable existence within the magical Beast Mountain range. He chose a location where the outer and inner rings met, ensuring a steady supply of prey while avoiding attracting powerful magical beasts and drawing undue attention. Each day, he would venture out for hunting at dawn and dusk, dedicating the remaining time to immersing himself in the inherited memories. The three mercenaries became his dedicated cooks, kept under his care in the mountains. As 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, a tremendous and violent energy erupted from the cave's entrance, only to be swiftly reined in. Inside the cave, Lei Luo stretched his body, retracting the excess energy, and comfortably closed his eyes. He had previously contemplated utilizing the Zijing Yunghua to rapidly elevate his tier, for strength was essential to face crises. However, after 6 months of diligent study, he discovered an important note within the inherited memories. Juvenile dragons must refrain from consuming growth-enhancing spiritual fruits to avoid damaging their foundational potential. Upon reading this, Lei Luo abandoned the idea of consuming them and patiently awaited his natural growth and strength. With his race being what it was, he would inevitably grow stronger even without consuming the fruit. Although he refrained from partaking, the Zijing Yunghua retained high value. The best course of action would be to realize its worth in the human world. However, the time was not yet ripe. Now was not the moment to set forth. Once his tier advanced to the 4th, he could contend with 5th-tier beasts in close combat. While land-based magical beasts were not as easily dispatched as their aquatic counterparts, they posed little trouble and allowed for longer hunting durations. A primary reason for this was the water in the sea, which acted as a medium for spreading toxins. Airborne toxins traveled slower, often requiring physical engagement for entanglement. Lei Luo did not reject such methods. Rather, he felt a stirring anticipation within. It has been a long time since new features were integrated into Dushi. Now that his strength has increased, he decides to venture out. With a unified purpose, Lei Luo immediately exits the cave, employing a disguise spell to transform into a winged tiger, and begins his hunt for prey. For the past 6 months, he has maintained this identity to avoid recognition, and the strategy appears effective, as no humans or intelligent races have caused him trouble, likely preoccupied with their own escape. The thoughts of the 3 small mercenaries are beyond his concern. He is yet to extract their cognitive insights, primarily due to the lack of time. As the knowledge contained within the inherited memories captivates him far more, being part of an interconnected system with numerous aspects worth emulating. Procrastination is not a viable option. Perhaps he could devise a plan to stage a rescue by his kind? Through those 3 mercenaries, he could infiltrate the human world to gather intelligence. After 6 months, surely the Arctic Sea region must have stirred some waves, and the landscape of the human world may have shifted. Has the entity that forced that elder to flee shown itself in this realm? Many thoughts are best left unexamined, allowing him to remain at ease. However, with a united mindset, it becomes increasingly difficult to suppress his thoughts. Lei Luo gazes into the distance, his eyes cast down upon the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 50. Fleeing is an art form in the Arctic Sea. Lei Luo has not assimilated many new traits, primarily due to the scarcity of rare ores, which yield low-quality characteristics. The hardness trait integrated into his body has become rather ineffectual since his ascension to the 4th tier. Unless he were to consume several pieces of land, which would comprehensively enhance the hardness trait. It begs the question, would such an enhancement still hold significance once he reaches that stage? In the realm of the extraordinary, quantity is far outweighed by quality. While his bodily traits are few, Dushi has significantly bolstered his powers, integrating no less than 6 high-quality traits through repeated absorption of the same characteristics, continuing to provide him with formidable support. He can hunt beasts of higher tiers without exerting himself, thanks to the invaluable contribution of Dushi. The traits of deep corrosion, explosion, fire poison, secondary growth, dark fire, and high temperature primarily serve to prevent Dushi from being suppressed in special environments, shielding him from external influences. Previously, while submerged, the high temperature trait faced partial suppression. However, with the addition of dark fire, Dushi can now infiltrate the body of its prey before erupting, avoiding any wasteful expenditure of energy. Each trait has its purpose, albeit many are of a significantly lower tier and largely belong to the ordinary level. Only the secondary growth trait has brushed against the higher tier. A solution is documented in the inheritance, which involves utilizing high-tier materials as a catalyst to fuse similar traits through an alchemical array, not only enhancing their tier, but also extracting similar traits from a broader range of sources, thereby amplifying their potency. For instance, the explosion, and high temperature traits could be fused to condense the blazing flame trait. The enhancement of the blazing flame trait would permit a greater variety of extractable materials. Flames, fire ores, magma, anything imbued with high temperature can yield the blazing flame trait. These materials could also enhance the explosion and high temperature traits. However, the disparity in their tiers is significant. The former represents the enhancement of gold using ordinary materials, while the latter symbolizes the enhancement of iron ore with the same. The difference is quite evident. The traits of deep corrosion and secondary growth should be capable of merging, and fire poison and dark fire seem worthy of exploration as well. Thus, at least 3 sets of array materials must be prepared. High-tier materials should be nurtured within the Beast Mountain range, and he could also search his cave for a few. Given his current physique, entering should pose no problem. While Lei Luo multitasks, contemplating these matters, he also searches for prey. The beasts within the mountain range each possess their own territory. By slaying the 4th-tier feline beast, he naturally inherited its domain. For the past half-year, he has refrained from trespassing or hunting outside his boundaries, focusing instead on his development and avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, today, Lei Luo has chosen to encroach upon his neighbor's territory, heading directly for their lair. The strongest creatures occupy the best locales. Instead of scouring the vast mountain range for high-tier materials, it is more prudent to investigate his neighbor's abode. Even if high-tier materials are absent, there is certain to be a formidable beast present. He is unlikely to suffer losses, provided he refrains from indiscriminate slaughter that might provoke deeper-tiered beast monarchs. After following the scent for 40 minutes, a towering mountain, approximately 3,000 meters high, comes into view. The mountain is barren, its walls riddled with numerous caverns, the largest measuring nearly 40 meters across. Surrounding the mountain, fierce winds converge and disperse, occasionally unleashing sharp blades of air with a power that has reached the threshold of the third tier, forming a natural barrier that even ordinary fourth-tier beasts cannot disregard. However, Lei Luo does not fall into this category. As a member of a high-tier race capable of challenging fifth-tier entities during his third-tier phase, his recent ascension to the fourth tier has drastically increased both his physical strength and flying speed, allowing him to pass through with ease. As he draws nearer, Lei Luo accelerates, preparing for a swift resolution. When Lei Luo approaches within 2,000 meters of the mountain, a shrill cry pierces the sky. The winds swirling around the mountain suddenly accelerate, and the intensity of the wind blades rises to the peak of the third tier. Behind the wind blades, a fearsome avian beast with crimson eyes fixates on Lei Luo. It is the dominant creature of this area, a fourth-tier beast. Although its strength is comparable to the feline beast Lei Luo previously hunted, the environmental advantages allow it to exhibit greater power. Encountering me is your misfortune. Poison and wind can indeed merge. Lei Luo smirks, unleashing a potent breath of dushi imbued with 6 traits into the tumultuous winds. He carefully controls the dushi to remain around the mountain, striving to avoid impacting the surrounding environment and drawing the attention of stronger entities. In this barren mountainous region, such concerns are negligible. Lei Luo's dushi is not yet potent enough to corrode an entire mountain. Any stones affected by the dushi will, after a few days, be erased by the winds. Once the dushi merges with the fierce winds, it begins to infiltrate the mountain's interior. The fearsome bird senses the disturbance, letting out a roar as it charges towards Lei Luo. With a resounding clash, Lei Luo collides with the avian beast, propelling it backward and causing a minor collapse of the mountain. Following the unsuccessful frontal assault, the bird attempts to flee, only to be hindered by the dushi intertwined with the winds, reducing its speed to half, making it an easy target for Lei Luo to slay. The increase in physical strength is not substantial. During the initial impact, he was unable to incapacitate the bird, indicating that further training is necessary. Indeed, poison and wind can cooperate. He hopes to find valuable materials here. Grabbing hold of the avian beast, Lei Luo begins to search the mountain while reflecting on the battle. The avian creature's physical strength is inherently inferior to that of ground beasts, and not having completely overwhelmed it reveals that his body still requires fortification. However, his dushi has grown stronger alongside his ascension. The dushi that coalesced from the winds and converged upon the avian beast was minimal. Far more remains swirling in the winds, and even a small quantity was sufficient to have the bird's speed. After a thorough exploration, Lei Luo reaches the mountain summit, where a wind eye is present. The fierce winds enveloping the entire mountain emanate from this point, actively drawing in air and releasing even greater gusts. With the avian beast no longer present, the power diminishes back to the threshold of the third tier. Lei Luo reverts to his original form, extending his claws into the wind eye to search. After a thorough sweep, he retrieves dozens of wind elemental crystals swirling with gentle breezes, causing the wind eye to shrink by half. With a gleam in his eyes, Lei Luo tosses one of the wind elemental crystals into his mouth, simultaneously activating the trait synthesis, innate ability. As the crystal melts within him, it circulates quietly. This time, he extracts 3 traits: lightness, speed, and flow. Seeing these 3 traits, Lei Luo's gaze flickers with excitement as he contemplates how best to allocate them. The traits of lightness and speed can be integrated into his body, enhancing his flying speed without diminishing his physical strength. After all, fleeing is indeed an art form. The flow trait, however, will be assimilated into his dushi. With Lei Luo's mastery over the control of poison energy, he can manipulate its flow to circulate only within specific regions of his prey's body, preventing any explosive release. However, once that control is relinquished, the poison can erupt. This technique serves as a means of control. After consuming 3 wind element crystals and merging 3 properties, he chose to retain the remaining 15 crystals, opting not to integrate them all. Merging similar properties can enhance their effectiveness, but since the 3 properties at hand are already functional without needing enhancement, he decided to keep them as a contingency. In the future, he may strengthen whichever property proves most vital, thus maximizing their utility. Wind element crystals are rare, primarily found in the eye of the storm, and their numbers pale in comparison to the elemental crystals of the 5 primary elements, necessitating caution. Chapter 51. Inquiry. After yielding results at his neighbor's abode, Lei Luo retraced his steps, refraining from seeking further trouble elsewhere. One reason for this was the need for adaptation to the absorbed properties, while another was that the absence of a 4th-tier magical beast would not attract attention. A series of high-level beasts falling prey would prompt higher-tier beasts to investigate. Currently, Lei Luo utilized the abilities of the poison dragon, deliberately concealing any traces. Until he ascertained whether the enemy that had driven the demigod poison dragon away had departed this realm, he was reluctant to instigate a grand conflict. Even though the beast mountain range lay far from the human world, upon returning to his own mountain, there was no need for Lei Luo to call out. Upon witnessing him return with a catch, the three mercenaries instinctively ascended the mountain to prepare a feast. There was no exchange of words. Primarily because Lei Luo did not initiate a conversation, the mercenaries dared not act presumptuously. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Lei Luo's gaze flickered as he began to contemplate the potential success rate of a scheme to rescue his kin from the jaws of danger. However, after some reflection, he reluctantly abandoned the plan. A critical point lingered. Were three mere mercenaries truly worthy of a rescue? If he were to save someone, the primary objective would undoubtedly be the hunt of magical beasts. Lei Luo was not yet capable of embodying two beings simultaneously without leaving glaring loopholes. It was better to inquire directly. After questioning, he could employ the memory extraction technique. Yet, this method was not particularly effective on humans, revealing only fragmented memories and inevitably impairing their mental faculties afterward. Perhaps a subtle approach could achieve his goals, as humans are inherently selfish. Lei Luo flicked his tail, waiting for the trio to finish roasting the meat. With ample experience in preparing meals, the three completed their task within an hour. Despite the considerable size of the fearsome bird, the roasted meat, glistening with fat, was brushed with a layer of golden honey, emanating an irresistible aroma. "My lord, the meat is ready. Shall we descend the mountain?" Bran inquired with a ceremonial bow, his thoughts not on the question, but rather on what they might eat next. For the past 6 months, every time they finished roasting, they would ask this question, almost always receiving permission to head down. It seemed that the winged tiger primarily imprisoned them for the purpose of roasting meat. He had assumed this time would be no different, only to be met with an unexpected response. No hurry to descend. Bran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, bowing again. "Understood. We await your command." The three retreated to the wall, patiently waiting. 40 minutes later, Lei Luo licked his lips, satisfied, and let out a burp, his gaze sweeping over the trio. "It has been half a year since I brought you into the mountains. The reason for your capture was your initial intent to kill. I had not intended to let you live. However, the flavor of your roasted meat has been quite delightful. Among you three, one may survive and gain freedom. I shall remedy the poison for that individual." As his words echoed in the cavern, silence enveloped the space, only to be broken by the trio's labored breathing. Bran stepped forward, asking, "Honorable Lord, you have not specified a candidate, thus we all have a chance. How might we qualify to survive?" "Simple. I will pose some questions, and whoever provides detailed and truthful answers shall live," Lei Luo replied, gesturing with his claw to create 2 small openings in the cave, enveloped in a soundproof barrier. They would meet individually, denying them any opportunity for collusion. Unless they achieve complete trust in one another, none would dare deceive him. Yet, even with the chance to confer, they would likely seek to outsmart one another. Individual questioning? Bran and the others were momentarily stunned. Was this not a technique employed during their own interrogations? How could this beast possess such knowledge? Was it attempting to surreptitiously learn from humanity? Lei Luo ushered the other 2 mercenaries into the small openings, activating the barrier. Then turned to Bran. "Please begin by introducing the major factions of humanity and their interrelations." Bran, being the most astute of the trio, was adept at perceiving subtleties. However, the more intelligent one is, the more convoluted their thoughts can become, leading them to place less trust in others. After a few moments of contemplation, Bran's face broke into a radiant smile. "My lord, when it comes to the relationships among the major factions, you are absolutely correct to ask me. I oversee intelligence within the mercenary group. Few factions among humanity can be deemed major powers. At the pinnacle is the Church of the Gods, reputed to maintain contact with deities in the divine realm. The depth of the Church's foundation remains a mystery to all. Following that are the Assassin Alliance, Mage Alliance, and Mercenary Guild. Though they lack the divine backing of the Church, they have all produced god-tier champions, with numerous demigods serving as guardians. The 3 factions compete, yet also cooperate, their positions nearly unassailable. For instance, a few years ago, after the Mage Alliance attempted to hunt the poison dragon, a demigod was slain, yet shortly thereafter, another demigod emerged to take their place. Below these factions lie various kingdoms and families, each guarded by legendary champions. Those with the potential to ascend to demigod status are considered higher in rank. Below the legendary families, comparison becomes difficult, Strength is one factor, but the web of relationships is equally important. Lei Luo nodded, casually remarking, the Mage Alliance's attempt to hunt the poison dragon resulted in their own demise. Why did they not seek outside assistance? Did the Church of the Gods not intervene? They believed they could hunt the poison dragon independently, and only after their failure did they think to approach the mercenary guild. However, after setting sail, no further news returned, Bran explained. The Church exists for the gods. They do not act without divine directives. Chapter 52, Dragon Tomb. The Church exists for the gods? They require divine will to act? This raises the question, can the Church's actions be used to infer the intentions of the divine realm? Lei Luo suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind and inquired again. If the poison dragon is indeed a public enemy of the continent, why did only the Mage Alliance initiate action at first? Why did other races not engage in the assault? Bran shook his head, clarifying, my lord, the poison dragon is, after all, a branch of the dragon race and capable of combat beyond its tier. It is labeled a public enemy primarily because the major factions decreed it so, and we complied with their orders. Normal factions would not consider confronting the poison dragon, as it is guarded by god-tier champions. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. Not fully believing this statement, but committing it to memory, Bran found it peculiar that this winged tiger seemed particularly invested in the poison dragon lineage. He had never heard of a connection between the winged tiger and the poison dragon, and the questions posed leaned towards common knowledge, as if he had never encountered the world before. Yet, his intellect was too mature to suggest he was a juvenile beast. Could it be that he belonged to a hidden subordinate race of the poison dragon? Advanced races typically have subordinate races. They need not deploy force, but merely offer their names or share some higher-tier knowledge, and the protected races would deliver ample resources annually. The longer a high-level race persists, the more subordinate factions it accrues. The subordinates of subordinate races are also considered part of the high-level race's domain, with layers upon layers. It becomes challenging to ascertain the true number of beings under high-tier races like the dragons or titans. Contemplating this, Bran, without waiting for inquiry, continued, my lord, what I have said is the truth. Many are aware of the poison dragon's emergence in the far northern seas. Yet, even the most audacious bounty hunters dare not approach. Indeed, Lei Luo nodded slightly, shifting the topic. Tell me about your mercenary group and the surrounding kingdom's powers. Bran didn't dare to look up. Now was not the time for fabrications. He hurriedly responded, Sir, the mercenary group I belong to is the Skyfire Mercenary Corps, rated C. The captain you killed was one of the strongest in our group, absolutely no match for you. Besides, many people die in the Monster Beast Mountains, so there shouldn't be any future trouble. There's only the Oak Kingdom nearby, though it borders the northern polar sea and has territories tainted by abyssal demonic energy. It's probably quite lively there right now. Rayner proceeded to ask more questions about the information he wanted. Bran answered some, but couldn't answer others. Soon, the questioning was over. Rayner stuffed him into the left cave entrance and pulled out another mercenary. He repeated the questions, then moved on to ask the third mercenary. After receiving largely similar answers, Rayner scraped the ground with a claw, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. His voice carried a hint of authority. The interrogation is over. What comes next is judgment for the three of you. However, before we begin, you can try telling me a secret you believe might save your life. He released a touch of dragon fear to intimidate them. Since he had no intention of keeping any promises, Rayner wasn't worried about the three recognizing the dragon fear. The mercenary being questioned was stunned, stammering, and unable to speak. Before he could start spinning tales, Rayner stuffed him back and switched to another mercenary. The second mercenary revealed his secret. I have a treasure map of the northern polar sea, left behind by a legendary powerhouse. Leaving aside questions like whether a legendary powerhouse would leave anything highly valuable behind, or whether the treasure map was genuine. Just the location, the northern polar sea, made Rayner lose all interest. With an abyssal demon god clashing with humans, for him, a young poison dragon. To go there would be seeking death. He stuffed this mercenary back into the hole and fished Bran out. After hearing Rayner's words, Bran quickly spoke up. I know of an underground tomb. A dragon might be buried inside. Dragon aura was leaking out. I sealed it, and it should still be undetected. A dragon tomb? Rayner raised an eyebrow and asked, do you know which dragon lineage's tomb it is? I've bet correctly. Bran took a deep breath and spilled all the information. The tomb has no distinct architectural style, making it impossible to determine. I was worried my companions would stab me in the back for it, so I've kept it hidden in my heart. The memory concerning its location was severed using magic by someone I hired and is stored in the royal bank. Only I can retrieve it. The royal bank was located within the borders of the Oak Kingdom. After finishing, he obediently lowered his head, quietly awaiting judgment. Rayner looked down at Bran from above. Was this guy telling the truth? Or was he trying to deceive him for a chance to escape? But the thought of the possibly existing dragon tomb made Raynor decide to hold off for now. If a dragon was buried in a dragon tomb, regardless of its lineage. At the moment between life and death, a wisp of dragon aura containing the essence of life and death would be born. This wisp of aura would autonomously absorb ordinary dragon aura to nurture itself. The longer the time, the more powerful its effects. It could assist in comprehending the laws of life and death, while simultaneously strengthening the dragon's body and extending its lifespan. Normal dragon clans would construct dragon tombs. Most of the elders in a clan would guard the tombs, while only the younger dragons would venture out into the world. To encounter a dragon tomb established by a dragon that died in the wilderness relied purely on immense luck. Anyway, this guy couldn't escape his grasp. He'd give him a chance. In his inherited memories, Raynor had never seen anyone capable of curing the poison dragon's toxin in a low-level creature, except the poison dragon that produced the toxin itself. A high-level creature, if poisoned, might have a possibility of self-detoxification at great cost. Because their life levels differed, they could endure more. For low-level creatures, there was no chance at all. Seeking treatment recklessly might just kill them outright. The other's life was completely incomparable to a dragon tomb. Chapter 53. Crimson Flame Feather. After deciding to give Bran a chance to live, things became simple. Raynor chased him down the mountain, then cast memory extraction on the other two mercenaries. As the memory fragments were extracted, the two guys' eyes instantly turned vacant. Through the memory fragments, it was confirmed they hadn't lied. They said whatever they knew. Looking at it this way, the news about the dragon tomb that Bran spoke of had a high probability of being true. I wonder which dragon senior is buried out in the wild. Perhaps it's from the poison dragon lineage. The other dragon clans have their own tombs, aren't being hunted, and their social standings differ. While speculating, Raynor threw the two fools into the magma. Two splashes churned within, and soon the surface calmed. Looking at the magma below, Raynor snapped back to reality. Forget it. No point overthinking now. I'll find out when I go see for myself. For now, stick to the original plan. Let's see what treasure is being nurtured down there. Boom. Raynor assumed his true form, expanding the magma opening. Intense heat distorted the air, rushing straight upward. However, this didn't affect Raynor much. He pushed the rubble directly downward, quickly widening the opening to about 15 meters. Although he still couldn't fully spread his wings, it was sufficient for Raynor to probe downward with his body. Reflected by the magma pool, the crimson red ore was exceptionally vibrant, autonomously condensing fire attribute mana. Looking closely, these ores were composed of smaller crystals, but they shared the same color, appearing as a single mass. Fire elemental crystals? Isn't the energy contained within these a bit excessive? Raynor pried out two pieces and casually tossed them up towards his nest. Fire elemental crystals weren't considered common resources, but neither were they extremely precious. Anyone with the means to reach a volcano's depths would encounter such crystals. This wasn't the treasure Raynor desired. This place should have something better. As he ventured deeper, even more blistering temperatures assaulted him. But this level of intensity meant little to Raynor. After all, he had also integrated several fire attribute traits into his venom sac, granting him some degree of fire resistance. Boom. Boom. More rubble was knocked away by Raynor, plummeting into the magma pool. Scorching magma splashed in small droplets before returning to silence. Without careful observation, one couldn't perceive any flow within the magma pool. The further down he went, the purer the surrounding fire elemental crystals became, and the more energy they contained. If I were to eat all of these, to what degree would it enhance my traits? However, the more powerful a low-tier trait is enhanced, the greater the cost required for future fusion. If the clan were still around, it would be easier. Tough to handle. Raynor inwardly grumbled a few times, thinking of the traits he had yet to fuse. Back then, he hadn't acquired enough inherited knowledge and was unaware that traits could even be synthesized. Otherwise, he would have definitely tried to get some resources from Raymond. Collecting alone required both opportunity and sufficient time. Unfortunately, he couldn't just hide away until adulthood. If his strength didn't grow, and his identity was discovered by the outside world one day, disaster would surely strike. Although he possessed a mutually assured destruction secret technique, it was precisely that, mutual destruction. Having transmigrated into a poison dragon and not yet witnessed the many sights of the world, Raynor had no desire to die so quickly. Even if the enemies perished, he would be gone too. What meaning would there be in that? Contemplating these matters, Raynor's travel speed wasn't slow. Soon, he had excavated his way to the mountain's base area. The magma pool was right before his eyes. All the rubble thrown down earlier hadn't changed anything about it. Raynor thought for a moment, then extended a single claw, slowly probing it towards the magma pool. Sizzle! The claw emitted a sizzling sound, steadily yet slowly melting. Raynor hastily retracted it. The once smooth and sharp dragon claw had become pitted and rough. Good thing he hadn't tried to scoop with his hand in the magma pool. Dragon claws couldn't withstand this high temperature. Dragon scales probably wouldn't fare much better. But having come down here, apart from the magma pool, there was no other path. If there was truly something good, it must be nurturing within the magma pool, not yet revealed. Raynor narrowed his eyes, searching through the inherited memories in his mind. Surely his predecessors had encountered similar dilemmas? After searching for a while, he indeed found a method. Set up a draconic magic array, instantly burning a large quantity of low-tier same attribute treasures to create a fluctuation mimicking a high-tier treasure, thereby attracting same attribute treasures to reveal themselves. Put simply, it was pretending to be a fellow native to call the door open. Once the door opened, then and where natural treasures were located. They were always accompanied by same attribute, low-tier treasures, so this method could be employed to solve the problem. If one were to seize all treasures through sheer might, there would be no hindrance, relying solely on raw strength. The arrangement of the Luo magic circle is not arduous. It can be executed step by step. Lei Luo excavated a considerable amount of fire elements from the vicinity of the magma pool, crafting a cavity within a cavity, and meticulously positioned the Luo magic circle. After several thorough inspections, he activated the formation. 5 cubic meters of fire element crystal were incinerated in an instant, and the air within the formation began to warp incessantly, accompanied by faint black streaks swirling about, remnants of the fractured space. Lei Luo's pupils constricted, taken aback. It seemed he had invested too many fire element crystals, creating spatial rifts. A peculiar wave of energy emanated from the formation. Even the seemingly tranquil magma pool, devoid of disturbances, began to produce tiny bubbles, and a subtle fluctuation rose from the depths of the pool. Ultimately, to Lei Luo's eager gaze, a single red feather wavered and floated forth. The feather, modest in size at merely 30 centimeters in length, radiated an intense heat merely by gazing upon it, evoking an almost suffocating sensation. It drew the heat from the entire magma pool with an imposing aura. A 6th-tier Qi Yinyu? Could it truly be this? Lei Luo's heart raced, disbelief washing over him. Those unversed might assume it to be a feather dropped by some creature, capable of absorbing heat, merely of a respectable rank. Yet, only those with deep ancestral knowledge would recognize its essence, despite its name suggesting it belongs to a creature. The Qi Yinyu is a manifestation of the laws of fire, a form projected by the principles of the universe. It symbolizes the very essence of fire. Other treasures of the same tier include the 9-colored red lotus, the realm of fire, and the fire mysterious flower. Lei Luo exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. Fortunate was he that it was merely a 6th-tier Qi Yinyu. Had it been of a higher tier, he surmised he might have sustained severe injuries or even been incinerated. Should he consume it directly to extract its properties, or utilize it as a fusion material, merging the attributes of explosive and high temperature? To merely forge a single flame, a tribute might indeed be a steep price. However, if he extracted its properties, what high-tier materials would be sufficient to invoke it in the future? Acquiring another Qi Yinyu? To obtain it this time was already a stroke of luck. The chances of a second occurrence were minuscule. In truth, the Qi Yinyu is already at the pinnacle of materials. Beyond it lies the birth of a soul, evolving into a unique being. The risks were substantial, yet the rewards were equally bountiful. A delightful dilemma indeed. The ancestral memories offered no solutions. Yet there remained one final recourse. Lei Luo secured the Qi Yinyu with fire element crystals and returned to his original resting place. After surveying the surroundings for anomalies and finding none, he lay down to sleep. Ancestor, your beloved descendant has come to pay you a visit. Chapter 54. The personal dimensional space. During his time on the island, the ancestor had actively communicated with him through dreams, indicating he was indeed watching over him. At present, he pondered how to utilize the Qi Yinyu. No course of action seemed appropriate, and lacking any elder to consult, he recited in his heart, trusting that should the ancestor wish to appear, he would surely come. If he did not, he would suffer no loss, merely a brief respite. However, the Qi Yinyu required to be preserved for a while, until he could consult Lei Jia or an elder of his clan on how best to employ it. With anticipation, Lei Luo swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a space shrouded in dense mist, enveloped in silence. Floating in the void, it felt like a dream, but what did it signify? Ancestor, are you present? The descendant seeks your guidance. Please reveal yourself. Lei Luo called out. But alas, there was no response. Reluctantly, he began to explore the mist. He understood that only the ancestor possessed the ability to draw him into a dream. Yet why did he not appear? Could it be that the ancestor was shy? Various incongruous thoughts flitted through Lei Luo's mind as he wandered through the misty expanse. Soon encountering an unusual sight, a stone table. The table was nearly 500 meters in size, suitable for larger beings. Upon it lay a paper book, seemingly abandoned in haste. Its pages flipped halfway, with a stone slab holding it down. Fragmented Laws of Domination, Ritual of Personal Dimensional Space. The two exposed pages bore distinct titles. One spoke of the domination of law fragments, the other, the ritual of dimensional space. Lei Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reached out to grasp the book. However, the book remained immovable upon the stone table, the delicate pages unexpectedly more resilient than steel. After several futile attempts, he relinquished his efforts and began recording the content displayed in the book. The extracted properties could indeed be fused. From a higher perspective, this was a process of the domination and assimilation of law fragments. The ritual of personal dimensional space essentially equated to the creation of a storage ring. This space was undoubtedly connected to the ancestor. As he prepared to enter the human realm, the storage of the Qi Yanyu posed a challenge, whether to extract its properties or utilize it as a fusion material. Now, all these dilemmas seemed to be resolved, as if tailored just for him. The ancestor truly cared for his descendant. Was this not the ancestor's own personal dimensional space? The two pages contained a wealth of information, but after ascending to the fourth tier, Lei Luo's mental capacity had greatly expanded, allowing him to record this without difficulty. As he meticulously transcribed the contents, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. His mind felt slightly disoriented. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a familiar cave, now possessing two new pieces of knowledge. Although there had been communication in his previous dream, he could not recall the specifics. This time, he remembered clearly. Yet there had been no exchange. Shaking his head, Lei Luo dismissed these thoughts and turned his focus to the knowledge he had acquired. The ritual of personal dimensional space, as its name suggests, involves the crafting of a storage ring. However, it surpasses human storage rings in sophistication. It establishes a unique dimensional space, capable not only of storing items but, in times of crisis, allowing one to conceal themselves, simulating the act of tearing through spatial rifts to escape. Should one's comprehension of the laws keep pace, the potential to evolve an entire world within it is not beyond possibility. The relationships of domination between law fragments are intricate. In a strict sense, all things in the world are composed of laws. Be they humans, dragons, or other races, none can escape the influences of fate, time, space, life, death, and other laws. Laws possess hierarchies, oppositional distinctions, and subordinate relationships. More often than not, they are in a state of mutual balance. The stronger force suppresses the weaker. Take, for instance, the underwater volcano, a manifestation of the balance between the laws of water and fire. Opposing laws can only result in the victory of one side or a balance. The fusion of properties pertains to the subordination of laws. If Lei Luo were to extract properties from the Qi Yanyu, they would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber, potentially imbued with the essence of the laws themselves. Regardless of the form, such properties would suppress similar and other properties, leaving no opportunity for the latter to manifest. Integrating them into poisonous breath would effectively nullify the remaining properties, leaving only that of the Qi Yanyu. Furthermore, it would pose significant challenges for other properties to merge in the future unless they were of equal tier to the Qi Yanyu. Pursuing a singular path may indeed yield considerable strength, as it involves the laws, matters sought after by divine-level beings. Yet, this would render Lei Luo's prior efforts futile. His methods would become fixed, and should they be discovered in the future, they would only serve as a target for adversaries. Previously unaware of the capabilities of the properties extracted from the Qi Yanyu, Lei Luo now felt a wave of apprehension wash over him as he reflected on the potential consequences of rash actions. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively, otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Utilizing the Qi Yanyu as a high-tier material to merge properties would not come without cost, yet ultimately, a solution was presented. Establishing an alchemical array, I extract the properties of the Qi Yanyu from a distance, utilizing it as a high-tier material, allowing the Qi Yanyu to select which characteristics to merge into one. After all, the Qi Yanyu is a reflection of the laws of fire, serving as its source. Its discernment surpasses that of Lei Luo, resulting in a more potent amalgamation of abilities. Moreover, once integrated, the fire attributes will not suppress other characteristics, but will coexist harmoniously. However, to employ the Qi Yanyu, in addition to various high-tier materials, 3 7th-tier fire attribute treasures are required. Currently, Lei Luo possesses only the crucial item, the Qi Yin. The energy contained within the underground fire elemental crystal is pure, yet it falls short of the 7th-tier treasure standard. It could almost give rise to the fire elemental crown. But since the Qi Yin has manifested, the emergence of the fire elemental crown is destined to remain elusive. With the ancestors' assistance resolving my significant troubles, Lei Luo feels quite content. The Qi Yin must be stored away, and the underground fire elemental crystals need to be collected to prevent them from being ravaged by the beasts of the mountains once I depart. Conveniently, the ancestor has provided me with a method for refining a personal dimensional space, alleviating much of the hassle. After properly storing the Qi Yin, Lei Luo begins to explore the dimensional space refinement. Space, unlike time and fate, is not as ethereal. With sufficient power, one can disrupt space, and some exceptionally gifted races can traverse it from birth. However, races that encounter time and fate at birth are exceedingly rare. Currently, Lei Luo cannot comprehend space. Yet he does not need to. He merely needs to follow the contents of his dreams, adhering to the established principles. The ancestor would not bestow upon Lei Luo techniques that are of no use to him, and the challenges faced along the journey had already been mitigated before departure. This is the advantage of having support. The process is straightforward, though the price is an extension of the refinement time. Chapter 55. Departing from the Beast Mountain range, the personal dimensional space requires a point of support. Initially, Lei Luo intended to place it on his reverse scale, but upon realizing that retrieving items would involve discomfort, he moved it to the heart area, simultaneously enhancing its defenses. The refinement of the dimensional space is not a task accomplished in a day. The initial refined space typically spans only 5 square meters, and further refinement is necessary for expansion. Once it reaches 100 meters, without any comprehension of space, this personal dimensional space will reach its limits. The first refinement took Lei Luo a total of half a month to complete. Observing the seemingly translucent scale at his heart, Lei Luo curiously touched it, allowing his mental energy to enter. The 5 square meters of space appeared unremarkable, devoid of any objects. Is this the personal space? Let us test its stability. A slight smile graced Lei Luo's lips as he turned to the fire elemental crystal he had tossed in half a month ago. Grasping it with his claw, he willed it to appear within the scale space at his heart. With another thought, he retrieved it effortlessly. Quite satisfactory. Now I can carry the high-purity fire elemental crystals, and the Qi Yin has a designated storage. However, my tier is too low. Continuing to refine this space will require at least half a year, which is not worthwhile. So I shall leave it as is. What of the outside world? Lei Luo mused, plunging into the depths of the cave to extract fire elemental crystals from the magma pool. 5 square meters is not expansive. I can only extract the most refined portions. The remaining fire elemental crystals cannot be transported, so Lei Luo opted to consume them, absorbing their properties. The property extracted from the fire elemental crystals is high temperature, which perfectly enhances his abilities, and when the time comes for characteristic fusion, the foundational starting point will be elevated. After spending another half-month underground, the energy of the fire elemental crystals has noticeably diminished compared to a month ago. Only a few crystals remain at the very bottom, with some still above. However, the energy contained within decreases the higher one ascends. This will suffice. Sealing the cave entrance will prevent any emitted energy from attracting formidable beasts, and it will remain undiscovered, allowing for future exploration of the magma pool. Having not personally entered the magma pool, Lei Luo still harbors a lingering desire for it. Upon emerging from the depths, he filled in the excavation site, then laid down a sealing array to prevent the leakage of fire elemental energy. Thus, from the mountain's exterior, this place appears to be utterly unremarkable. After a final survey, Lei Luo departed, heading down the mountain to seek out Bran. There are many matters to address upon entering the human realm. However, the foremost priority is to locate the Longmu and ascertain whether entry is possible. Following that, gathering information about the human world, the 7th-tier fire attribute treasures, the enemies of the Poison Dragon clan, and the situation in the far North Sea is essential. The Longmu pertains to my own destiny and is something I can grasp. The latter, however, is fraught with uncertainty and can be postponed. After all, knowledge of such news primarily serves as a warning, ensuring I do not misidentify the enemy until it is too late. Disguising myself as a flying tiger, Lei Luo found the slumbering Bran, startling him awake before channeling a dark aura into his body. Subsequently, he transformed into the noble youth Bran had previously encountered. Compared to the oddity before entering the mountains, this time the noble youth Lei Luo morphed into lacked that peculiar sensation, instead exuding a hint of ferocity, as it was adjusted to resemble Bran and his companions. One cannot expect a group of marauding mercenaries to possess any noble demeanor. Bran's face turned pale, a mix of fear and the effects of the dark aura coursing through him. He did not doubt the authenticity of the encounter, for during his stint as a barbecue chef, this very flying tiger had made him experience the dire consequences of poison. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to end his own life. Reminiscing about that dark period, Bran trembled. "My lord, are we preparing to set out?" "Yes. To ensure your compliance along the way, certain necessary measures are in place." "What do you think?" Lei Luo nodded, candidly affirming. "I think that is quite commendable, my lord." Bran attempted to flatter, but was swiftly interrupted by Lei Luo. "No need for superfluous words. Proceed to the Oak Kingdom. If you truly possess something within that bank, I shall alleviate half of your poison. If the information regarding the Longmu is accurate, I shall allow you to depart. It is indeed the kingdom's bank. There is something there, I assure you, not a word of deceit," Bran weakly reiterated, fearing unforeseen consequences. Lei Luo was already well acquainted with the outer environment of the Beast Mountain range and emerged in just half a day's time. The subsequent path remained a mystery to him. Bran led the way alongside Lei Luo, answering his inquiries. As a mercenary, Bran had traversed many places and was knowledgeable about local customs and various peculiar tidings. The exchange of questions and answers made the time pass swiftly. "My lord, the geographical positioning of the Beast Mountain range is quite advantageous, with most of its area within the Oak Kingdom and a small portion within the Lofi's Kingdom. However, the Lofi's Kingdom is formidable, boasting 5 legendary powerhouses. Mercenary groups, trading caravans, and slave-catching bands seldom venture from Lofi's into the Beast Mountain range, typically traversing through the Oak Kingdom. Taking this route, it will become lively within 3 days." Lei Luo nodded, pondering. "I can understand mercenary groups and slave-catching bands, but why do trading caravans also choose this path?" "My lord, mercenary groups and slave-catching bands serve their financial backers, but groups without patrons or those dealing in subpar goods rely on trading caravans as their primary sales channel. Few would dare to offend a trading caravan, lest they find it difficult to sell their wares in the future. Furthermore, trading caravans are not lacking in strength, though they cannot compare to your prowess, my lord. With a single breath from you, those fellows would all kneel." Though aware it was flattery, Lei Luo found it pleasant to hear, waving his hand. "Let us proceed. I have yet to experience the cities of humanity. What can I expect to find in your cities?" Despite being in a state of captivity, there was still a glimmer of light in Bulan's eyes as he spoke of the black market, bazaars, taverns, and, most significantly, the opulent den of vice. "My lord, should you be inclined, you might explore the pleasures of interspecies mating. Many formidable races have emerged unexpectedly from such unions. Perhaps with a mere gesture, you could ascend to the status of a clan leader in the future." He cited the Yalong clan, which, bolstered by the dragon lineage, had flourished in recent years. Different races? Lei Luo's lips twitched as he contemplated a rebuttal, but ultimately decided against it. Such matters were best left for another day, should the opportunity arise. However, he couldn't help but ponder the fate of the poisoned dragon lineage. How many female poisoned dragons remained amidst such devastation? Had the progenitor considered these issues? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the distance, a city began to reveal its silhouette before the two men. Chapter 56. Inland City. As they drew nearer, the city's form became increasingly distinct. Individuals clad in garments of various hues traversed the streets, occasionally revealing tails or furry ears, the half-beasts typically trailing behind the elegantly dressed. The city gate was modest, flanked by 8 soldiers who scrutinized entrance and collected fees. Above, the name Inland City was inscribed. Observing this, Lei Luo turned to Bulan, nodding for him to approach and negotiate. His understanding of humanity in this realm was limited to memories and guiding noble youths in the far northern seas, supplemented by the tales recounted by mercenaries like Bulan. He was reluctant to draw attention to himself through unusual conduct before witnessing the realities of this world. Inland City stood as the last bastion of human civilization before the Beast Mountain range, serving as a supply point for caravans, mercenary bands, and slave-catching crews before their final foray into the mountains. The sun was still low in the sky, with few groups departing the city, most engaged in their morning meals. Bulan approached to pay the toll, and together they entered the city. As the cacophony of voices enveloped him, Lei Luo felt a momentary disorientation. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he witnessed so many humans congregated in one place. Regrettably, he found himself unable to integrate into their midst. Suppressing his melancholy, he spoke coldly. "Let us find something to eat before we proceed to that kingdom's treasury." Bulan shivered slightly, puzzled by Lei Luo's sudden irritability. Had he inadvertently provoked him? Perhaps it was merely the adjustment to being in a human city. Sporting a forced smile, Bulan replied, "My lord, the fare at the city gate is rather mediocre. The finest meals can be found closer to the inn, where mercenaries are willing to indulge. However, if you consume too much in one sitting, it may attract unwanted attention. How shall we address this?" As a captive, he dared not speak too boldly, yet he felt compelled to caution against actions that might reveal their identities, for his life was still in the hands of the other. If word of his association with the beast were to leak, it would be a grave injustice. On the return journey, Bulan had contemplated using the conveniences of the human city to expose Lei Luo's identity, perhaps even orchestrating a hunt for the winged beast. Yet he ultimately abandoned the idea, uncertain whether the human factions possessed the capability to rescue him. The risk of a severe price for an antidote loomed large. His best outcome would be to await death or be preemptively slain by the wrathful winged beast. Compared to the consequences of exposure, it was wiser to cooperate. After keen observation, he had come to believe that this winged beast was no fool. In fact, he was more astute than most humans. Otherwise, how could he have devised such a method of interrogation rooted in human nature? Lei Luo cast a sidelong glance at Bulan, reassuring him, "Rest assured. I am fully aware of my circumstances. You need only to guide me." The location of the dragon tomb held greater importance than hunger. He could endure a little longer. Bulan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, obediently led the way. The inn was not far from the city gate, and within 5 minutes, they arrived at its entrance. The patrons enjoying their morning meals bore a certain air of menace. Whether through peculiar appearances or weapons in hand, they were a motley crew. Even the inn staff exuded a formidable aura, appearing to possess third-tier capabilities. Lei Luo surveyed the room, seeking a seat by the window while attentively eavesdropping on the conversations. Bulan proactively approached a server to place their order. "I've heard that the creatures from the abyss have grown stronger. They may soon launch another assault. Has anyone here been employed by the church to gather intelligence?" "There's nothing much to convey. The church employs us merely to gauge the fluctuations in the abyssal creature strength. Nothing more. Even with the arrival of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Pantheon, there has been no significant action. It is rumored that the abyssal creatures remain dormant, with only those tainted by their aura encountered. Legendary warriors have refrained from venturing forth, and neither demigods nor divine beings have intervened, leaving us commoners to fend for ourselves. Our lives hold no value compared to those esteemed individuals. It is best to avoid the battlefield and instead seek fortune in the Beast Mountain range. Indeed, let us earn some gold and enjoy ourselves. Who knows what tomorrow may bring?" Among the morning diners were both mercenaries and lone adventurers, all familiar with the dangers of life on the edge, unafraid to discuss anything. Curiously, the notorious slave-catching crew remained conspicuously silent. Lei Luo's gaze flickered with intrigue. How could humanity and the abyssal deities maintain such restraint? Had some powerful figure intervened? According to the memories he inherited, the abyss and the divine realm were sworn enemies. Though he could not extract further information, Lei Luo remained patient, confident that opportunities would arise. Before long, a server accompanied Bulan back to their table, placing an array of dishes before them. "Do not linger. Join me in dining." Lei Luo beckoned and began to eat. The culinary delights of the human world surpassed the simple barbecues he had known on the island. Given the variety of spices and ingredients at his disposal, consuming the equivalent of 5 portions, he stood out, yet it was not particularly excessive. As higher-tier warriors required significant energy. Upon leaving the inn, before Lei Luo could speak, Bulan promptly announced, "My lord, allow me to guide you. The kingdom's treasury lies just ahead. However, I initially stored only memories, and the items are unique, requiring 3 days for retrieval from the treasury headquarters, which is located within the royal city of the Oak Kingdom, guarded by legendary figures. I would advise against going there." Lei Luo nodded slightly. "Very well, we shall wait." His current strength was barely sufficient to contend with 6th-tier adversaries, and even then, victory was not guaranteed without invoking the progenitor's power. He had no desire to incite conflict unless absolutely necessary. His focus was on steady growth. The kingdom's treasury had an excellent reputation throughout the Oak Kingdom, and their journey proceeded without incident. After registering to collect his items, Bulan was informed that it would indeed take 3 days for delivery. Exiting the treasury, Lei Luo found himself with only the pursuit of information to occupy him, and he was not particularly pressed for time. After all, whether concerning the enemies of the Poisoned Dragon clan, the conflicts in the far northern seas, or the movements of powerful human factions, knowing sooner or later would make little difference, as it would not alter the outcome. The only urgent matter was the potential discovery of a 7th-tier fire attribute treasure. But such artifacts were rare and required fortune to encounter. There was no rush. Should a 7th-tier fire attribute treasure truly present itself, he would have to contend with the dilemma of how to acquire it. Without a guiding presence, Bulan kept a respectful distance, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, where shall we go now?" Being a clever man, he remained acutely aware of the need to avoid any actions that might lead Lei Luo to misinterpret his intentions. Lei Luo waved his hand dismissively to the tavern. The tavern, a chaotic melting pot of various individuals, served as a vital hub for the exchange of information among the lower classes. More often than not, those gathered there sought to vent the heavy burdens of living on the brink of life and death. Chapter 57. Exposure of Identity. Bulan inquired of several passers-by before leading Lei Luo to the largest tavern in Inland City. Regardless of the time, taverns were always bustling with activity. As they had yet to enter, a cacophony of raucous shouts erupted from within, accompanied by the laughter of women. "Ha, my brothers, let us drink. It is a rare occasion that we have escaped from the accursed Beast Mountain range, and I shall cover the tab today. However, when it comes to entertaining women, you must pay for your own. What is so amusing about women? The leader is the true faith." It was rumored that the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Divine Church were preparing to assault the abyssal monsters, intent on reclaiming the territory of the Kingdom of Oak that had been invaded by the Abyss. That is surely just talk. They will have their subordinates probe the waters first. It has been the same old routine for years. They will not come. This time it is different. I encountered a crusader on the way here, and those two will surely arrive soon after. That will certainly stir up excitement. I wonder if they will be compelled to conscript personnel. That has nothing to do with us. Is it possible for the Abyss to reach here? The tavern was arranged with circular stone tables, each surrounded by groups of patrons drinking loudly, yet they paid little attention to one another. To order drinks, one had to approach the bar at the very back. Normally, this task would be left to Buran, but as they made their way to the bar, Lei Luo followed closely. Listening to the myriad sounds around him, Lei Luo's gaze flickered as he noted some relatively important information. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Divine Church were preparing for battle against the abyssal monsters. Should both sides suffer heavy losses, would he have an opportunity to act? The higher one stood, the more secrets one knew. Perhaps the whereabouts of the 7th Order fire attribute treasure would fall into the hands of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Divine Church. They were surely aware of the ongoing battles in the Northern Sea and the mobilization of the various human factions, the enemies of the poison dragon lineage. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter likely did not possess sufficient standing. Yet, any actions taken against the Divine Church must not be attributed to the poison dragon identity to avoid complications. His own strength was somewhat lacking and required further enhancement. While Lei Luo was deep in thought, a delicate, fair arm suddenly waved in front of him. A soft, alluring voice whispered in his ear. "What are you thinking so intently about? Let me buy you a drink. Do you have time tonight?" Regaining his composure, Lei Luo found himself at the bar, facing a beautiful woman leaning against it. She was clad in a revealing, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, but a scar running from her forehead to her lips marred her beauty, adding an air of ferocity. She swirled the red wine in her goblet, gesturing slightly upwards. As for Buran, who stood beside Lei Luo, she was completely disregarded, receiving no acknowledgement whatsoever. Her tone was beguiling, laced with subtle implications. If a typical young lad heard such words, his ears would surely flush with embarrassment, leaving him utterly unsure of how to refuse. However, she was confronted with Lei Luo. Perhaps influenced by the poison dragon lineage, his aesthetic sensibilities had shifted. Even disguised as a human, to Lei Luo, the woman before him was merely a woman, utterly unremarkable in comparison to others. Regarding her insinuations, even if he were inclined, she would likely be unable to withstand his advances. If she could, it would only bring about complications. The dragon's genes were domineering, and without a counterpart of equal genetic standing, his pursuits would be unfailingly successful. Moreover, her sudden approach might harbor ulterior motives. At that moment, the bartender had already poured a drink. Lei Luo smiled lightly, accepting it with a simple thank you. "But I have matters to attend to this evening, perhaps another time." He too swirled his goblet in acknowledgement and turned to leave. The scarred beauty's eyes glinted with a cold light as she gazed after Lei Luo's retreating figure before turning to a nearby circular table and taking a seat. 8 individuals were already gathered there, drinking, and upon her arrival, they all stood to greet her. "Big sister, is that lad a fat sheep? You seem displeased. Could it be the scar on your face is a source of disdain? Shall we go test that lad tonight? His strength is lacking, and his servants are even weaker. He seems rather like a fraud." Have you lost your mind? What fraud would disguise themselves as a noble in a tavern? If they were to deceive, it would be better to target the lord's residence. The 8 began to argue among themselves. The scarred beauty chided them. Stop doubting my allure. Do not think I am unaware of what you all do at night. Eat more kidneys to strengthen your vitality. Do not be so feeble later. But let us not act rashly. I find that lad quite peculiar, mature beyond his years, or perhaps he is not human. With my advanced charm, even a 90-year-old man would react. Yet this boy remains unfazed, hardly a ripple in his tone. The group fell silent for a moment. Then each face lit up with excitement. Not human, then he must belong to another race. Those capable of transforming into human forms and speaking their language were either of a high race or a special lineage. Regardless of the case, they were of great value. Slaying one could yield enough bounty to sustain them for half a year. With luck, encountering a rare species could even provide sustenance for 3 years. How could they not be excited? If they happened upon someone of 4th-order strength, even if a higher race were 2 tiers stronger than humans. With careful planning and an ambush, they would still have a significant chance of success. Big sister, I will keep an eye on them until you decide. A short, unremarkable man greeted them and swiftly dashed away. The scarred beauty did not stop him, swirling her goblet, lost in thought. While Lei Luo absorbed the information, others in the tavern were also observing him. Young, handsome, noble, lacking in strength, and accompanied by weak attendants. The curiosity of the lower class was evident. He had never visited a tavern before and required a guide. All these factors converged to paint him as a fat sheep. The magical legacy of the poison dragon lineage was far beyond what these lower-tier mercenaries could discern. Moreover, Lei Luo's appearance and attire were modeled after a noble youth traveling to the northern sea. At the very least, he belonged to a legendary family, one that had produced a divine-level powerhouse. How could his looks and clothing be anything less than exquisite? As he settled at his chosen table, he noticed numerous patrons in the tavern covertly eyeing him. Had his identity been uncovered? That should not be possible. How could the magic of the poison dragon lineage be so easily penetrated? Their demeanor was also unusual. It seemed they harbored ulterior motives rather than merely recognizing him. Pondering these connections, Lei Luo resolved to observe further. He had only just arrived and had not gathered much useful information, and moreover, no one here instilled in him a sense of danger. This indicated that their strength was within manageable limits. Even if they did summon reinforcements, their levels would not be exceptionally high. After all, their strength was apparent, and tavern dwellers were unlikely to be acquainted with masters, unless his identity was revealed. Having reached this conclusion, Lei Luo calmly sipped his drink, listening to the conversations around him. Chapter 58. Probing as long as the Beast Mountain Range existed. The tavern business in Inland City would thrive. Those returning to rest, regardless of their harvest, would come to the tavern to relax and exchange recent news. When Lei Luo arrived, the tavern was only 1/3 full, but by noon, it was completely packed. Freezing and ventilation magic alleviated the unpleasant odors within. Women of half-beast lineage, revealing some beastly traits, wandered to and fro, quickly being pulled into rooms upstairs by patrons. As a few were taken away, the tavern would arrange for more to replace them. Among them, half-beast girls lingered most around Lei Luo, yet none dared to approach him. Outsiders might assume it was due to his noble status that the girls refrained from engaging. But Lei Luo understood that the true reason lay more in the inherent intimidation of the poison dragon lineage. Remaining any longer could lead to trouble. He resolved to return in the evening. With his thoughts settled, Lei Luo stood up and glanced at Buran. She, sensing his intent, followed suit. As they exited, several shadowy figures trailed behind them, all skilled in stealth. Buran, glancing back, expressed her concern. My lord, it seems we are being followed. Should we not leave the city to take cover and return in 3 days? Or perhaps deal with these nuisances? It is likely that those in the tavern see us as easy prey, preparing to strike. Bulin, being a mercenary himself, could empathize and quickly surmise the reason behind the situation. His prior decision to withhold warnings was a calculated measure for his own security. 3 days later, once he obtained the memories and the location of the dragon tomb, would this winged tiger truly fulfill its promise? After all, it was a magical beast, and it was not uncommon for such creatures to renege on their word. The most likely outcome would be an attempt on his life. To prevent such a scenario, an external crisis had to be orchestrated to instill a sense of caution in the winged tiger, thereby discouraging any overt displays of aggression. The mercenaries within the city would serve as Bulin's contingency plan. Mercenaries typically engaged in a systematic approach: reconnaissance, investigation, risk assessment, probing, and finally, execution of their plan. This meticulous process minimized the chances of failure, requiring at least 3 days to complete. especially with Lei Luo masquerading as a noble youth. It would further cause the mercenaries in the city to exercise caution. Thus, while an external threat loomed, it would not escalate to the point of mutual destruction. Once Lei Luo acquired the memories, he would depart, hesitant to betray or act against Bulin. Otherwise, Bulin could easily reveal Lei Luo's true identity or create a disturbance that would attract the attention of the city's inhabitants. The entry of a magical beast into Inland City was not merely a concern for the mercenaries, but for the city's guards as well. As for how to maintain the balance of trust at the last moment, Bulin had already devised a strategy in his mind. As for the prospect of robbery, Lei Luo sensed the presence of followers behind him and casually remarked that there was no need to worry about them, suggesting instead to find a place to settle down. Bulin clarified that while there would be no trouble during the day, the night posed uncertainties. However, it would not escalate too severely as the city guards would patrol. This was acceptable. They would disregard the followers for the time being, as long as they could maintain their composure for a few days. Those individuals would not pose a threat, and Lei Luo would not need to concern himself with them. If they truly sought their own demise, there was little that could be done. The two took up residence in a large and near the city gate, a location specifically requested by Lei Luo. He had faith in his own abilities and did not believe that anyone in Inland City could contend with him. Nonetheless, it was prudent to leave an escape route. Should they encounter an insurmountable foe, he could transform into the shape of the winged tiger and flee outside the city. Once distanced from the urban confines, he could summon the ancestral dragon's claw to annihilate all adversaries, thereby safeguarding his identity. Upon entering the inn, they noticed that the individuals who had been following them did not advance further for probing. During the day, a certain order was maintained, as per the rules. At night, it was imperative to ensure that the lives of the residents were not disrupted, thus maintaining an unspoken agreement. The atmosphere in the tavern remained vibrant, with the intoxicating aroma of strong spirits wafting through the air. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that patrons were seated in distinct groups: solitary wanderers, mercenary bands, slave capturers, and trading caravans, each with their own internal cliques. Not long after Lei Luo and Bulin checked into the inn, the scouts dispatched to follow them conveyed their findings. Upon hearing the news, various factions fell into a momentary state of shock. Staying in an inn? As a noble scion, to forego a visit to the city lord in favor of an inn suggested that the individual was likely unfamiliar with the lord and did not belong to a particularly renowned noble family, making them less troublesome to ambush. Had it not been for the protocols established by the city lord's estate, they would have likely approached already. The scarred beauty and her group, upon hearing this, became even more convinced of their earlier assessment. That youth was not of the human race. His relations with humans seemed rather tenuous. Big sister, let us take action tonight. That fat sheep has attracted many eyes. If someone else gets to him first, we'll lose our chance. Indeed, capturing him alive could fetch us at least 100,000 gold coins. Typically, we would investigate and assess risks before probing. But some fledgling factions only know how to charge and recklessly. What if they ruin our plans? We must act before that fellow's identity is exposed. The scarred beauty waved her hand, and all fell silent. Let us not make our presence known just yet. Let others do the probing. If high-ranking beings were so easy to capture, they wouldn't command such prices. That guard may be hiding his true strength. Let us wait a while longer. Let those fools seek their own demise. Established factions possess their own operational procedures, which, while sometimes resulting in missed opportunities, largely serve to mitigate crises. Only newly formed factions act hastily, attempting to seize more than their fair share. As night descended, the city of Inland buzzed with the return of numerous adventurers. The night market for trading and the illicit black market sprung to life simultaneously, with leaders of various merchant houses roaming the city. Business at the tavern flourished. Sensing the increased presence within the city, Lei Luo promptly took Bulin back to the tavern. The moment he made his move, the scouts hidden around the inn quickly reported back. In a dark corner, 5 burly men adorned with flamboyant stripes on their faces grew animated. That is our target. Remember not to kill him. Injuring him is acceptable. This is our first operation, and we must establish our reputation. Rest assured, boss, the 5 of us at Tier 3 can easily take on those 2. They had already been eyeing Lei Luo since daylight. Now, seeing him emerge, they lacked the patience for reconnaissance, knowing that their capabilities would yield little information. They decided to charge in recklessly, tailing him closely. Lei Luo cast a glance behind him, his brow arching in surprise at the audacity of those seeking confrontation. How should he deal with them? The simplest method would be to employ poisonous breath, ensuring they were entirely dissolved from head to toe. The high temperature characteristic, amplified by the fire element crystals, would significantly augment its potency. However, such an act would draw attention, bringing more trouble than benefit. Before Lei Luo could devise a strategy, the 5 men stealthily approached, preparing to ambush him, seeking their own demise. A fierce glint flashed in Lei Luo's eyes. The 5 attackers were all at Tier 3. While he was at Tier 4, their strength was no match for him. As they struck, Lei Luo restrained himself from using his poisonous breath, opting instead to confront them with his physical prowess. The 5 assailants, having emerged from the darkness to launch a surprise attack on Lei Luo, found themselves utterly outmatched. Even while disguised as humans and refraining from using superhuman abilities, Lei Luo's Tier 4 strength was unmistakable. Without any surprise, he swiftly incapacitated them. He had intentionally held back. Otherwise, he could have easily killed them, but doing so would necessitate dealing with the aftermath. Should their demise be exploited by others, it would lead to incessant complications. After all, these mercenaries, while also outsiders, could be considered local power players to some extent. Ultimately, his true identity remained a disguise, and any escalation would be unfavorable. His primary objective was still to obtain Bulin's memories and learn the location of the Dragon Tomb. Everything else could be postponed. Lei Luo turned to Bulin, his expression grave. Based on your experience, should we eliminate them? You're asking me? Bulin's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback. After a moment, he replied, "It's best not to kill them. There are likely many eyes watching. Our identities are false. We didn't visit the city lord's estate. If we kill them, someone will stir up trouble with the lord to probe our background, leading to greater peril. We still have 2 days before the memories arrive." Lei Luo regarded Bulin intently, refraining from responding before turning back toward the tavern. To kill them would invite complications. Refraining would make those lurking in the shadows perceive him as weak, drawing more attention his way. The former option was disadvantageous, while the latter was somewhat acceptable. Not long after Lei Luo and Bulin departed, shadows flitted through the darkness as numerous individuals approached to investigate the status of the 5 men. Upon confirming that they were still alive, they silently withdrew. Within minutes, another group came to check. These individuals were less restrained. After they left, the 5 assailants who had attacked Lei Luo were stripped down to their undergarments, left entirely exposed. Half an hour later, the leader of the 5 groggily awoke, feeling an intense chill. Where am I? Where are my clothes? Having been struck hard by Lei Luo, he took a moment to regain his senses, instinctively pushing the others lying nearby. In the dim alley, the 5 exchanged glances, shivering as the cold wind swept through. "Big brother, we've encountered a tough opponent. Let us retreat. Thankfully, we didn't bring all our wealth. They stripped us bare." Is that really a noble youth? Could he have been in disguise? Do you all remember what happened before we lost consciousness? As darkness enveloped him, he lost consciousness, regretting not having delayed his arrival. The leader's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts as he raised his hand to silence the commotion, declaring, "Enough noise. We must retreat." The defeat in their initial skirmish weighed heavily on his spirit, yet it was not entirely fruitless. The 2 assailants, capable of rendering 5 of them unconscious in an instant, demonstrated considerable strength. However, they refrained from lethal force, suggesting either a reluctance to kill or concerns about the repercussions of escalating the situation. Yet, how could those who ventured into the wilds, strong enough to reach Inlin Chung, exhibit such softness? If they were truly merciful, their garments would not have remained intact. Thus, only one possibility remained. They were masquerading as nobles for undisclosed motives, wishing to keep the matter from escalating. After all, the death of a mercenary might be a trivial affair, but if linked to nobility, it could lead to significant consequences. Further investigation would only reveal that the 2 were imposters, necessitating restraint on their part. Stripping their garments might have been a warning. As the cold wind swept by, the leader's mind sharpened, reflecting on various aspects to arrive at a somewhat skewed, yet not entirely erroneous conclusion. The treasures sought by such masters must possess great value. Should he plunge into the murky waters for profit? Or perhaps engage in extortion? Or had his peers vanished? Why was he the only one active? Just before entering the inn, a crucial point dawned upon him. While it was understandable that those lacking strength hesitated to act, where were the powerful ones? Concealing their identities and refraining from violence, the nobility represented a lucrative target. Even if the leaders held disdain, how could their underlings resist? Something was amiss. The leader's realization cast a shadow over his thoughts, dispelling much of his earlier intentions of fishing in troubled waters and extorting, leaving him feeling somewhat dispirited. Meanwhile, after numerous reports from spies, those tailing them had not diminished but had significantly increased, with the scarred beauty dispatching the most personnel. Not only spies, but she also sent 4th-tier subordinates to seek trouble with the 5 who had crossed paths with Lei Luo. It was impractical to act directly within the city. Assessing Lei Luo's strength naturally required insights from those who had previously encountered him. In the latter half of the night, a muted thud resonated from a secluded inn. The sound echoed 5 times before falling silent. After a prolonged pause, a soft chuckle emerged. The leader remains cautious. That alien possesses 4th-tier strength, at most 5th tier. Well within our capabilities. He has a servant, whom we shall use to gauge the situation. With that, shadows danced, and tranquility returned to the inn. Under the moonlight, one could faintly discern the 5 individuals lying on the floor, precisely those who had sought trouble with Lei Luo. In the tavern, a new round of probing was underway. Chapter 60. The delivery of memories. The tavern remained lively through the night. Mercenaries returning from the Beast Mountain range and slave-capturing groups gathered to unwind, freely discussing recent news. The wine still bore its familiar taste. Hama, when do you plan to enter the mountains? Not just yet. Let's see what the church is up to. What is there to watch? The elves in the mountains are becoming increasingly scarce. If you go too late, there will be nothing to gain. The commotion outside cannot prevent us from earning gold coins. It's better to stay vigilant. After all, having the church ahead is relatively safer. If they decide to withdraw one day, we'll be the ones in trouble. Enough about that. Is there any movement within the circle? There's a fat sheep. Many are keeping an eye on him, drinking in that corner. Interested? Amidst the bustling patrons, several masquerading as robbers formed small circles. As news of the robbery circulated, many gazes turned towards a young man in noble attire, leisurely sipping his drink in the corner. The youth appeared unfazed, obliviously consuming his beverage as though he were unaware of the covetous stares around him. Beside him, Bulin kept his head lowered, silent. A peculiar combination. Indulging in drink at such a time. Could they be fishing for trouble? You just returned and have not received any news. It's normal. Those not fishing have already tested the waters with 5 newcomers. What is their worth? Hard to say. Their strength is mediocre, not exceeding 5th tier. Everyone's waiting for him to leave the city to strike. The commotion is too great within, and we must respect the city lord. Let us see how that boy fares. If luck is not on his side, he might end up in a dire situation. Poor lad. Wouldn't it be better to stay in his sheltered haven? As the new patrons engaged in conversation, their attention occasionally drifted towards Lei Luo. Although the tavern's patrons attempted to lower their voices, the din of the environment made it hard for anyone to discern the conversation. Yet, Lei Luo was not among those unable to hear. His naturally robust physique, a gift from his draconic lineage, provided him with numerous advantages. At this moment, if he wished, he could overhear any discussion taking place nearby. Lei Luo glanced towards the tavern's corner, but dismissed it. Although a minor mishap had occurred due to a moment's carelessness, the current circumstances remained manageable. As long as no one saw through his disguise, it would not pose a significant issue. Excuse me, please make way. Apologies. Just as Lei Luo was analyzing the information he had gathered, a half-beast servant with rabbit ears squeezed through the crowd, carrying a tray. On the tray rested 5 wine glasses, their crimson contents sloshing within. Perhaps due to the servant's alluring figure or the tavern's cacophony, few made way for her, and soon she found herself retreating behind Bulin. Oh no! The rabbit-eared servant exclaimed as she stumbled, spilling the liquid perfectly onto Bulin's garment. Stains rapidly appeared. I'm so sorry, sir. The servant's face was a mask of panic as she looked helplessly at Bulin. You. Just as Bulin was about to scold her, he suddenly remembered Lei Luo was present. He was no longer a free man, but rather a prisoner. Cursing required permission. He turned to Lei Luo, but before he could inquire, Lei Luo slowly replied, "Let it go. Just return with me to change later. It's merely a trifling matter. Remain calm." Upon hearing this, Bulin immediately lowered his head, daring not to utter another word. The rabbit-eared servant stood frozen, repeatedly expressing her gratitude before hastily tidying up and departing. This minor incident quickly passed. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tavern, in the shadows, the scarred beauty observed this scene with keen interest. "Leader, how goes the observation? Any insights?" When the drink was spilled, that guard showed no reaction. He likely hasn't concealed his strength. The scarred beauty chuckled lightly, waving her hand. "Send a few brothers to follow him closely. Our fortunes in the coming half-year depend on this deal, whether we thrive or merely survive. Additionally, without my command, no one is to probe him further. If others wish to test, intercept them as much as possible." Upon hearing these words, excitement spread across the faces of those behind the scarred beauty. Blocking weaker competitors implied the leader's confidence that they could handle this alone. How much could a member of such a unique race be worth? It was not until the latter half of the night that Lei Luo departed the tavern with Bulin. Over the next 2 days, Lei Luo lingered in the tavern, listening to the new arrivals boast about their experiences. Tales emerged of the division between the sons and daughters of the Church of the Gods. the son venturing to the far northern seas while the daughter moved toward the Beast Mountain range. Old mercenary groups disbanded, new ones rose, and legendary figures faded into obscurity. Giant beasts appeared from the depths of the ocean, from the skies to the seas and among humanity. A myriad of stories, their veracity often indistinguishable, flowed from the lips of tavern patrons. Lei Luo made no effort to discern truth from fiction. He merely absorbed the tales. After all, he had no intention of pursuing them. Whether true or false mattered little. If fate brought him face to face with them, he would at least be somewhat informed. Today marked the day the kingdom's bank was to deliver Bulin's memories. Lei Luo rose early, taking Bulin to the bank, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the memories. Chapter 61. Opening the memory box. Esteemed guest, this is the memory you previously stored with us. Please inspect it. Should there be any issues, do not hesitate to speak openly. Once you exit the Kingdom Bank, we bear no further responsibility. Within the opulent confines of the Kingdom Bank, a bank director, accompanied by a maid, presented the memory box, while a nearby recording stone emitted a gentle glow, faithfully capturing the moment. Bran accepted the memory box, meticulously examining the seams for any signs of tampering, and, satisfied with its pristine condition, nodded approvingly. It remained untouched and well-preserved. Upon receiving Bran's affirmation, a smile graced the director's face. Will you not absorb it and take a look? Bran shook his head, offering no further explanation, and turned to Lei Luo. Let us depart. Lei Luo calmly uttered these words before turning to leave. As they exited the Kingdom Bank, Bran remained silent, instinctively clutching the memory box tightly. His expression a mix of unease and faint menace. Life or death now hinged on the present moment. Should the cunning fox renege on their agreement, Bran would have no choice but to retaliate at the cost of his own life. Lei Luo refrained from requesting the memory box, aware that without the owner's direct intervention, forcibly opening it would yield nothing. There existed another method, tampering with the memory box before its contents were inserted, but such actions were the domain of the Kingdom Bank, which typically refrained from such practices. Gaining Bran's willingness to open the memory box hinged upon issues of trust. Lei Luo masqueraded as a noble youth under the guise of a cunning fox, effectively donning two layers of disguise. However, from Bran's perspective, there was little difference between the cunning fox and the venomous dragon. Both were foreign and perilous entities. Bran feared that Lei Luo might eliminate him after acquiring the memory, while Lei Luo was apprehensive that sparing Bran could lead him to divulge information to the mercenaries of Inland City. If ambushed, Lei Luo would inevitably resort to the powers of the venomous dragon, which might expose his true identity, leading to relentless troubles. Furthermore, the location of the dragon's tomb held immense significance. Upon returning to the inn, Lei Luo still did not request the memory box, but instead addressed Bran. You shall remain in your room. I do not wish for you to undertake any actions that might lead me to misunderstand you. Bran instinctively recoiled, hastily responding, I shall comply with your wishes, my lord. Once Bran retreated to his room, Lei Luo closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his memories, beginning to review the legacy left to him by Raymond. The legacy of his race was vast as the ocean, for matters of utmost importance. He could shamelessly beseech the aid of his ancestors. For lesser concerns, there was no need to disturb the venerable elder. With time invested, rewards would surely follow. The crisis of trust was not unique to Lei Luo. Most sentient beings had encountered similar tribulations. As he rummaged through the shelves of legacy memories, time passed quietly. When the moonlight cascaded upon the earth and night enveloped the land, Lei Luo finally opened his eyes, a flicker of exhaustion and joy illuminating them. He had found it. The Silent Pact, a binding of words, ensuring that secrets remain undisclosed by any means. This pact belonged to draconic magic, utilizing dragoness blood as its medium, eliminating the need for additional magical materials, thus proving exceedingly convenient for Lei Luo's current situation. The more dragon's blood expended, the more potent the backlash and constraints of the pact. However, since it was wrought from his own blood, the harm inflicted upon Lei Luo was negligible. Should Bran violate the pact, he would be left to bear the full brunt of the power invoked by the dragon's blood. Given the current disparity, as long as Lei Luo was willing to shed enough blood, should Bran dare to breach the pact, the backlash could very well be fatal. Moreover, the methods of the dragon race's legacy were beyond the comprehension of mere lowly mercenaries. A smile curled upon Lei Luo's lips. Although he would not breach the pact, he found great satisfaction in a seemingly equitable agreement that imposed no constraints upon himself. Fairness? Where is true fairness? Only strength embodies fairness. As twilight descended, the hour was ripe for departure from the city. Lei Luo approached Bran's room and pushed the door open without hesitation. My lord. Bran, lost in thought as he sat in a chair, sprang to his feet at Lei Luo's entrance. On the desk, the memory box lay quietly awaiting its fate. I have devised a method to secure our mutual trust. Let us perform it here. Lei Luo shut the door behind him, offering a brief explanation before beginning to inscribe the magical array upon the floor. The array was drawn with dragon's blood. For the sake of his own safety, Lei Luo meticulously inscribed it 5 times, expending nearly 10 pounds of blood. Such losses were trivial to him. However, the power it could invoke was sufficient to obliterate Bran. Furthermore, the backlash of the pact would operate from within, leaving no avenue for defense. Upon completing the array, Lei Luo penned the terms both parties were to adhere to. Bran shall open the memory box and surrender it to Lei Luo, without disclosing any information regarding the dragon's tomb. No information regarding Lei Luo shall be disseminated externally. Lei Luo shall not harm Bran. Should any of the above clauses be violated, the violator shall suffer fatal repercussions. Quickly, the terms of the pact were inscribed. Lei Luo signed his name at the top and then gestured for Bran. Bran, having observed the proceedings, scanned the terms and, oblivious to any underlying issues, pricked his finger and inscribed his name in blood. A faint crimson glow illuminated the room as the contract array split in two, flowing into both their bodies. At this moment, Bran felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was astute enough to begin opening the memory box. The contract may have had its flaws, but considering the extent of their arrangement, what more could he wish for? The initiative had never resided in his hands. Click! With a soft sound, the memory box sprang open, releasing a radiant orb of memory that floated gently in the air. Within, shadowy figures flickered. The memories replaying in an endless loop. My lord, this is the memory I severed. Lei Luo took the memory box, without hesitation, pressed it against his forehead. Bran's former memories flooded into his mind. Chapter 62. Pursuit. The hunt begins. Roar, roar, roar. Boom. Run, flee. That foolish fire has incited an uprising of underground beasts. Those who survive shall converge on the surface. Alternatively, one may report to Feiyu City. Those who do not are considered dead. There may be a collapse here. Damn that fool. Deep underground, swathes of monstrous creatures had been roused to fury, and a relentless hunt ensued. In the midst of their frantic escape, mercenaries began to scatter. Yet one among them did not follow the crowd upward, but instead burrowed deeper into the abyss. The subterranean realm possessed a complete ecological chain. The monstrous creatures of the same layer loathed to ascend to the surface, and avoided encroaching upon the territories of other underground beasts, making it an excellent refuge. This mercenary was remarkably fortunate, evading the clutches of the beasts and emerging unscathed. However, delving deeper into the earth presented a new dilemma, without a map. He was uncertain of which direction to pursue. The simplest option was to tunnel upward. Eventually, he would return to the surface. Yet the beastly uprising continued unabated. After a moment's contemplation, the lost mercenary resolved to embark on an adventure in this unfamiliar territory. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, the mercenary stumbled upon a partially collapsed mountain peak. Tendrils of black gas seeped into the air. Within a 10-meter radius, all life had perished. The gas diffused beyond this range, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. The mercenary circled the mountain, his face alight with excitement. Burglary of the tombs of the powerful, one of the channels to wealth. After exerting great effort to disperse the black mist, he approached the collapsed face of the mountain, clearing away the rubble, revealing indeed a tomb. A layer of indelible black sludge coated the surface uniformly. Aside from that, there were no gravestones. Were it not for the emanation of deathly energy, one might suspect the presence of some peculiar material. The mercenary exerted every effort to breach the tomb, yet achieved no success, merely clearing away a small patch of sludge. Beneath the sludge lay intricately carved dragon scales, releasing a faint draconic aura. Death energy, draconic aura. Subterranean tomb. The evidence suggested that what lay before him was likely a dragon's tomb. Typically, the remains of dragonkind were interred within dragon tombs, guarded by elder dragons. How could one possibly glimpse a dragon's tomb from the outside? Inside such tombs, unique materials not found in typical dragon corpses could be harvested. Scarcity implies a high price. The mercenaries, realizing the situation, began to erase all traces while simultaneously marking the surrounding environment. Though hopes of tomb raiding were dashed, the location of the Longmu could fetch a considerable sum, provided the right buyer was found. After meticulously inspecting the area, the site of the Longmu was concealed, and its inherent secrecy rendered it even more elusive. Having completed these tasks, the mercenaries concealed themselves, awaiting the passing of the beast tide. Upon returning to the surface, one mercenary made his way to the kingdom's treasury to undergo memory segmentation without revealing any information to his companions. Thus, Bran's memories were fully extracted, revealing a wealth of information. Firstly, it pointed to Feiyu City, indicating a rough location, and secondly, there was a magical marker indicating that entering its sensing range would lead to the Lei Luo. Remarkably, this task could be accomplished solo without the assistance of others. Before arriving in Inland City, Lei Luo was unaware of Feiyu City's whereabouts. However, during these past 3 days, he had gained considerable knowledge about the Whelp Kingdom. Feiyu City was not far from the capital, merely 100 kilometers away, effectively serving as a satellite city to the capital. It housed numerous entrances to the underground world and thrived on trade, attracting many mercenaries seeking fortune in the depths below. Unlike the mercenaries of Inland City, who ventured into the Beast Mountain range for battle and were akin to reckless bandits, those from Feiyu City were considerably more amiable, engaging in disputes over profit, yet far less severe than their inland counterparts. How long ago did you segment your memory? Bran confessed, 2 years ago. That adventure was fraught with casualties and yielded little reward. After incurring substantial compensation, I sought my fortune in the Beast Mountain range. 2 years? Lei Luo glanced at Bran, sensing he was either timid or still fixated on the Lei Luo. However, with his information sealed, any thoughts were futile. The Lei Luo now belonged to him. The troubling aspect was that the magical marker had likely dissipated long ago. He needed to expedite his search. Hopefully, the Lei Luo remained concealed, initially unaware of its location. He now possessed precise information, and with Bran under control, there was no risk of disclosure. Lei Luo had no intention of lingering. Taking a map and some currency, he set off towards Feiyu City. Feiyu City lay deeper within human territory and leaned towards order, making mischief a perilous undertaking. In Inland City, entry was prohibited for any creatures after dark. Even mercenaries were denied entry, though exiting the city was unregulated. Lei Luo departed Inland City without incident and, having found his direction, strode forth. As he left the city, most mercenary groups, upon receiving news, abandoned their intentions of plundering. The proximity to the Beast Mountain range rendered the night dangerous. They deemed it unwise to risk for an ignorant youth whose potential profits were uncertain. Others may have been indifferent, but the scarred beauty and her group were agitated. The fellow must have sensed something amiss, hence his escape. Leaving a guard behind to divert attention indicated what? That he lacked elder support, presenting a prime opportunity for plundering. Shall we set off, big sister? Let us go. Bring all the anti-magic nets and one-time scrolls. Don't hesitate to use them. Move quietly out of the city. Avoid drawing too much attention. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred beauty issued her battle command, dispersing and disguising themselves. The 9 members of the scarred beauty's group converged outside Inland City, evading notice from their fellow mercenaries within. Let us catch up with him. Remember to take him alive. Utilizing speed-enhancing scrolls, light-footed scrolls, and wind manipulation scrolls, their pace surged, rapidly closing the distance to Lei Luo. The deeper they ventured, the higher the probability of encountering formidable human adversaries. Even at night, Lei Luo refrained from flight, opting instead for a grounded approach. Upon hearing the sound of rushing air behind him, his keen eyesight detected the approaching group led by the scarred beauty. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes. In the dead of night, pursuing him with magic, he hardly believed the scarred woman, whom he had only encountered once, bore good intentions. Damn it, must they force my hand? Can't I just live peacefully? Lei Luo rotated his neck, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The young man halted, having exhausted his scrolls. The anti-magic net was deployed at the opportune moment, initiating their hunt. As the command was given, the 9 members unleashed various scrolls, inflicting effects of weakness, dizziness, gravity, slow, chaos, and frenzy upon Lei Luo, while above, a shimmering black fishing net descended towards him. The faces of the scarred beauty and her group flushed with excitement, utterly oblivious to the peculiar expression on Lei Luo's face. What were they doing? Why were they throwing everything at him? And what was their purpose? Chapter 62. The unfortunate Bran, unable to comprehend the actions of his adversaries, Lei Luo chose to disregard them, feeling no sense of danger. At this moment, his inaction was primarily to await their approach for a physical confrontation. Utilizing dragon language magic or poison appeared risky. Engaging in close combat posed no concerns. However, to the scarred beauty and her group, it seemed Lei Luo was immobilized by their scroll magic, incapable of controlling his body or casting spells. And once the anti-magic net was deployed, the robbery would be deemed complete. What rare race could he possibly be? The scarred beauty licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Soon, the 9 of them hovered above Lei Luo, the anti-magic net descending upon him. Ha ha, I didn't expect it to be this easy. What kind of naive youth is this? Just lie still, and don't entertain any thoughts. Even if we kill you, your body can still be sold. Surely, he wasn't so frightened as to be rendered dumb? As the anti-magic net fell, the 9 suspended in midair burst into raucous laughter. In their usual plundering, such a tactic was stable, hence their mirth. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes, assessing their positions. With a forceful step, spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the ground, propelling him into the air. As for the so-called anti-magic net, he tore a large hole through it. He had no desire to question why they pursued him. They were enemies, and eliminating them sufficed. Showing mercy to them would only invite cruelty upon himself. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, as Lei Luo erupted into action, a young man wielding a curved dagger attempted to intercept him. But the strength of a dragon's physique combined with the disparity in tier rendered him utterly defenseless. With a thunderous crash, a burst of blood mist erupted into the air. The 2 individuals standing behind the young man were similarly caught off guard, following him into oblivion. Damn it, why didn't the anti-magic net work? The scarred beauty was the first to react, cursing as she retrieved several scrolls and tore them open. Create distance. Don't get too close. John, use the race detection scroll. His magical resistance is too high. Ordinary scrolls are ineffective. Use the 50,000 gold one. The remaining 6 were thrown into chaos, shouting to widen the gap. Yet, it was evident they had not abandoned their pursuit. Race detection? Lei Luo's murderous intent surged. Knowing this, he could no longer hold back. The constraints of his human form limited his power, without being in a life-and-death crisis. He was unwilling to reveal his true form as the poison dragon. Thus, he was left with a secondary option. Lei Luo lunged forward, transforming into the familiar form of the winged tiger. The winged tiger, though inferior to the poison dragon, allowed him to harness greater power, especially with its remarkable speed. The winged tiger? Impossible. The scarred beauty's pupils constricted, her half-cast spell faltered, and John, about to tear open the race detection scroll, froze in place. The noble youth was disguised as a winged tiger? He could even speak? Can magical beasts possess such abilities? This intelligence was quite extraordinary. What was his objective? Why did he enter Inland City? If he was a magical beast, then what was the creature following him? Was the Beast King of the Beast Mountain Range preparing to emerge and expand its territory? Such events have occurred before. And now we find ourselves on the brink of an invasion from the abyss, with the Beast Mountain Range likely harboring sinister intentions. Be cautious, Dejietu. In an instant, a rope ensnared the waist of the scarred woman, yanking her away with great force. After missing his target, Lei Luo turned and dashed toward the others nearby. The tallest among the scarred woman's group barely reached the 5th tier. Had it been anyone else facing their onslaught, they would have surely succumbed. Alas, the innate resilience of the dragonkin, both magical and physical, was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Their most reliable magical scrolls had been rendered useless, and due to their overconfidence, 3 companions had perished at the first encounter. The remaining 6 struggled in vain, unable to reverse their dire predicament. Within mere minutes, mutilated corpses lay upon the ground, leaving only the scarred woman and John to withstand the onslaught. Lei Luo harbored no compassion for those who sought his life. John, go. I will hold them off. The scarred woman's expression shifted dramatically as she pushed John away and charged toward Lei Luo, her magical scrolls completely torn apart. Wielding a spear with deadly intent aimed at his throat, John's countenance changed several times before he gritted his teeth and sprinted toward Inland Chung. Although entry into the city was forbidden at night, he knew that the winged tiger would not dare to pursue him past the city gates. If he attracted the attention of the experts within, it would be he who faced retaliation. Unable to confront the winged tiger, he resolved to return to the city and deal with its companions instead. Regardless of who they were, they would be eliminated. Unbeknownst to him, Bran, who was peacefully resting at the inn, had already become a target. The scarred woman, a 5th-tier warrior, stood 1 tier above Lei Luo. Yet the disparity in their respective races rendered the gap in combat power substantial. She barely managed to entangle Lei Luo, slowing him down to buy John time to escape. 10 minutes later, Lei Luo struck down the scarred woman with a single blow, and John's silhouette had long vanished into the distance. Damn it! I should have created more distance before dealing with them. A frown creased Lei Luo's brow as he realized he could no longer linger. Unfamiliar with the rules of Inland Chung at night, he worried that John might return to the city to summon help. After a moment's reflection, he decided to abandon the pursuit. The leaked information remained within tolerable limits, and for now, it was best to disregard it. With a clear direction in mind, Lei Luo set out once more. The night air in Inland Chung, aside from the watchful soldiers, was patrolled by trained hunting dogs. As John fled in haste, The soldiers were already on high alert. Entry into the city is forbidden at night. Stand back. The squad leader barked, brandishing his spear. John's steps faltered as he raised his hands to signal his peaceful intentions, calling out from a distance, "Brothers, I am from the One-Eyed Mercenary Corps. I have several companions in the city. Could you please relay a message for me? It is of utmost importance." After speaking, he tossed a small pouch from his pocket. The pouch landed on the ground, revealing the glimmer of gold coins. One-Eyed Mercenary Corps? The squad leader's eyes flickered with interest as he lifted the pouch with his spear, weighing it for a moment before glancing at one of his soldiers behind him. Yes. The soldier nodded slightly and turned to enter the city. John breathed a sigh of relief. The winged tiger would not dare pursue him here, but he remained uncertain whether his companions had escaped. What manner of beings were they? If his companions had not made it, he would truly have nowhere to seek vengeance. Not long after, personnel stationed within Lin Chung rushed to the city's edge. "John, where are Jietu and the others? Did you secure a substantial haul? Should I hire a few people to venture outside?" The squad leader assumed there had been an abundant bounty, too great to carry. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he gestured for his subordinates to continue their patrol while he kept a close watch. John's eyes twitched as he replied slowly, "Let us set aside that matter for now. Keep an eye on that person. If he attempts to leave the city, stop him. Do not fear causing a scene. Remember to be cautious. We will discuss everything in detail at dawn, but ensure you watch that fellow closely." Chapter 63. Into the underground world within Lin Chung. After watching Lei Luo depart the inn, Bran relaxed and lay down to sleep. This was the first peaceful slumber he had experienced since being captured in the Beast Mountain range. Suddenly freed from danger, he found it difficult to fully relax, as though the sensation were surreal. Halfway through the night, Bran opened his eyes, pacing the room before pushing open the window. Gazing at the night scene of Lin Chung, he exhaled slowly. Finally, he had survived and regained his freedom. Unfortunately, his companions had not been so fortunate. According to the tales, after enduring calamity, one would enjoy prosperity. What should he do next? Perhaps find another mercenary group to join? Bran squinted, his spirits lifting as he envisioned a promising future. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. The figure, seeing Bran open the window, quickly bent low and stealthily moved away, disappearing from view. An outsider might assume it was a thief surveying the area. Chaotic cities often breed shadows of illicit activity. However, having been a mercenary himself, Bran understood that this was merely a guise. A target under surveillance would respond to their environment upon being detected. Had they been in a tavern, he would have encountered not a thief, but a server or attendant. Much like the previous incident involving spilled ale. Had he been targeted? Was it due to Lei Luo? Or perhaps, with Lei Luo having left the city, those pursuing him had turned to capture his allies? He could not remain here. He needed to slip out of the city to avoid detection. Had he known things would proceed so smoothly, he would not have provoked those individuals. Bran closed the window, feeling a twinge of regret. At that moment, leaving posed its own dangers, and there was nowhere to hide. He resolved to wait until dawn to act. Bran calculated his next steps within the confines of his room as time quietly slipped away. When the morning light pierced through the mist, bringing warmth with it, Bran donned a colorful disguise, a cloak draped over him, and pocketed the entirety of his possessions withdrawn from the royal treasury the previous night. He hastily made his way toward the city's exit. Many others accompanied him, most heading toward the Beast Mountain range, while a few ventured in the opposite direction. The Beast Mountain range was perilous enough. Venturing further would be tantamount to seeking death. It was wiser to travel the opposite way, deeper into the heart of the Orc Kingdom. He hoped for better fortune. Bran stood at the city gates for a moment, observing his surroundings before selecting a path and setting off. Had he been present to witness the previous night's clash, he would have recognized that the route he chose was precisely the one Lei Luo had taken, as well as the battlefield where the One-Eyed Mercenary Corps had suffered their defeat. Though the blood and corpses had long vanished after a night's passage, one could still discern traces of combat upon closer inspection. Bran's actions ignited a deeper fury within Jon, the sole survivor of the One-Eyed Mercenary Corps. That accursed fellow was indeed allied with the Winged Tiger. After eliminating him, he would have to scour the battlefield once more. There was no guarantee that he was human. He could very well be another Winged Tiger. "I will track him down. You rally the others," Jon growled through clenched teeth, following closely in Bran's wake. As long as he remained alive, the connections left behind by the One-Eyed Mercenary Corps could still be exploited, and with a beast of exceptional intelligence, the potential for value was immense enough to draw others into action. Meanwhile, Bran believed he was hidden well, entirely unaware of the looming danger behind him. It was only when the remnants of the One-Eyed Mercenary Corps, accompanied by allied mercenaries, closed in that Bran became aware of the shifting shadows behind him. Damn it. I shall discover your true nature. Jon rushed toward Bran, tearing open a racial detection scroll. A faint white light enveloped him as a human-shaped specter materialized above his head. Upon glancing at the scroll, Jon momentarily hesitated before erupting in anger. Do not think you can deceive the scroll and escape unscathed. Bran, seeing Jon and the other mercenaries he had summoned approaching, felt no inclination to resist and took off running. Thus began a chase, the route of which lay with Lei Luo, who was steadily making his way toward Fei Yucheng. After a full day of travel, Lei Luo was confident that the previous night's pursuers would not catch up with him. The distance alone was a factor, and he had also made adjustments to his appearance and attire. Perhaps it was an influence stemming from the venomous dragon itself. After disguising himself once more, Lei Luo still resembled a youth in his early teens, his features strikingly handsome, yet clad in ordinary garments. Inspired by the attire of farmers he had observed in the fields, with a new appearance and concealed aura, he mused that if they could catch up with him, it would indeed demonstrate their skill. He muttered this to himself as he followed the map, traveling at a pace typical for a human. He journeyed for 5 days and finally beheld the full outline of Feiyu City. From a distance, the city's layout resembled a fish with wings, perhaps the very origin of its name. At the city gates, mercenaries entered and exited, maintaining an orderly flow. After observing for a good 10 minutes without noticing any irregularities, he cautiously approached the city. The entrance fee was 15 copper coins. A soldier, with his spear tilted, halted Lei Luo's advance and spoke in a calm manner. You need to pay? Lei Luo was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly awkward. He had originally departed from Inland City with funds, but had lost them during his encounter with the scar-faced woman and her group. Upon recalling this, he felt apprehensive about returning as he might encounter the formidable humans from Inland City and thus had not pursued the matter further. Now, however, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. With a subtle shift of his gaze, Lei Luo stated directly, I have no money. I intend to embark on an underground adventure. May I inquire where I can descend? The soldier regarded him with a peculiar look and gestured towards the east. Just keep going straight, and you will see it. Thank you. Ignoring the soldier's scrutinizing gaze, Lei Luo made his way eastward, beginning to sense the magical markers left by Bran. Regrettably, after several attempts, he arrived at the underground entrance without detecting any signs. The entrance to the subterranean world was unguarded, allowing passage at any time. Lei Luo ventured inside alone, a sense of unease beginning to bubble within him. Could it be that the markers had dissipated? If so, that would pose quite a challenge. Without these markers, locating the dragon tomb would rely solely on the fluctuations of dragon kin aura and a stroke of luck, or perhaps finding Bran's former companions, who would undoubtedly possess knowledge of that place. However, 2 years had elapsed. How could he know where Bran's companions had gone? Wait, it did not necessarily have to be Bran's companions he sought. He could also inquire of Bran himself. His memories were fragmented, but those primarily concerned the beginning of the expedition and the dragon tomb. The memories of where they had departed had not been severed. Knowing where he had exited could help him retrace his route. At that time, Lei Luo had been eager to set off and had not taken Bran along. He contemplated asking Bran where they had emerged, but how could he articulate the details of the map? Clearly, he lacked experience. Lei Luo pursed his lips, suppressing the frustration within him. Regardless, knowing that a dragon tomb existed underground offered at least a glimmer of hope, did it not? Although the subterranean world lay beneath the surface, it was not devoid of light. Numerous areas were illuminated by bioluminescent spores, brightening the depths. Uncertain of how far he was from the dragon tomb, he chose a direction and set off. Chapter 64. The Annihilating Toxic Flame. Lei Luo, you see, in the underground world, the spores quietly emitted their glow, and the magical beasts or other races seldom raised their voices. The tranquil atmosphere exuded a sense of peace. Wandering without direction, Lei Luo endeavored to sense the coordinates. Having come this far, he resolved to search for a while. If he ultimately failed, he would return to Inland City to fetch Bran. He hoped that the latter would not have fled too swiftly. If he had, returning now would be too late. The subterranean world was layered, each stratum housing distinct ecosystems, yet it was far less expansive than the abyss. From Bran's fragmented memories, he recalled being pursued by a tide of beasts, descending at least 2 layers into the depths. After meandering for a while, Lei Luo pressed deeper. The first layer of the underground was relatively quiet, but as he delved further, he began to hear a cacophony of sounds. Not only were there slithering creatures, but faint human voices could also be discerned. These should be adventurers. Perhaps they would possess some knowledge worth engaging with. With this thought, Lei Luo shifted his focus and moved towards the source of the sounds. Halfway there, as he passed a fissure in the ground, his brow furrowed, and he glanced down. A call emanating from his bloodline resonated from within. It was worth noting that even Lei Jia, when not far away, had only given Lei Luo a sense of bloodline connection. How could the blood of a toxic dragon influence him from beneath? The barriers between the layers of the underground world were substantial. Could it be that the dragon tomb housed ancestors of the toxic dragon clan? But from where did this bloodline connection arise? Lei Luo's thoughts raced, yet his body moved swiftly as he charged towards the lower pathways. He feared the absence of a response, for tranquility could signify a daunting challenge. With a subconscious burst of speed, the air resonated with explosive sounds, creating a sonic boom. With a supersonic dash, Lei Luo descended 3 layers of the underground world, arriving at the 5th level. The deeper he ventured, the more the light was reliant on the luminescent spores. However, the brightness was limited. The dark areas were profoundly shadowy, while the illuminated regions were insufficiently bright. Within the shadows lurked both peril and opportunity. The commotion from the sonic boom was considerable, and it was not long before a number of adventurous mercenaries began to pursue him along the path. Who caused such a ruckus? They wondered. It can't be a human. It must be a crazed magical beast. With such speed, there must be something down there that piques its interest. Whatever it is, its worth will be significant. Gentlemen, our chance to strike it rich has arrived. If a creature can reach supersonic speeds, its rank must be formidable. Stay alert. No one will care if you perish. Do you think it could be the dragon tomb? There were rumors of its appearance a few years back. Nonsense. There are no verifiable locations for the dragon tomb. The dragon clan wouldn't allow their remains to be left exposed. Perhaps the toxic dragon clan would. But even if it were the toxic dragon tomb, the underground world would be at least 3 layers deep. Then they would teach those fellows to take advantage. Brother, enough chatter. Let's just focus on gathering the good stuff. The mercenary group whispered among themselves, increasing their pace, albeit slightly slower than before. Lei Luo vaguely heard the commotion behind him, but at that moment, he had no time to concern himself with it. He needed to locate the source of the bloodline fluctuations. If he could sense it from several layers away, whether it was an accident or a deliberate lure, both scenarios were crucial. If it were the latter, that would be manageable, but if it were the former, the only possible outcome would be that the dragon tomb could not remain hidden. It would be revealed. Before long, Lei Luo arrived at the 5th layer of the underground, where a small peak rose, connecting 2 layers above and below. Just as in Brand's memories, the only difference was that this mountain was intact. Upon reaching this place, even the toxic dragon's keen eyes could not penetrate the profound darkness, and the sensation from his bloodline intensified. Lei Luo momentarily lost himself, instinctively moving through the darkness. After several twists and turns, he arrived before a wall heavily corroded. The surface of the wall was adorned with dragon scales, devoid of any other embellishments. Occasionally, dark currents wafted from within the wall, drifting through the darkness without dispersing. Strangely, Lei Luo felt a wave of sorrow. And as he could no longer maintain the dragon language magic, his true form as a toxic dragon manifested. His claws rested upon the corroded dragon scales, a dim and somber glow flickering. With a rumble, the wall split open, revealing a path leading directly into the mountain's interior. The passage was wide enough that even in his dragon form, Lei Luo could easily traverse it. Deteriorated, shadowy, decayed, dying, withering, Lei Luo stepped forward. A multitude of adjectives swelling within him as his mood grew increasingly somber. As he passed through the corridor and entered the interior of the mountain, it appeared that spatial magic had been employed here, rendering the space far larger than what one would expect from the outside. The sound of wind howled, and emerald flames ignited, illuminating the dark expanse. There was nothing superfluous here. The space was vast and empty. The only thing beneath Lei Luo's feet was a red carpet leading directly to the center. There lay a massive skeletal dragon, which, judging by its structure, seemed to be an ancestor of the toxic dragon clan. However, unlike the kin Lei Luo had encountered, this one appeared to possess a crown made of bone atop its head. The physical form has completely perished, yet the heart continues to beat faintly. Encircled by a greenish gas, the pulse fluctuations sensed by Lei Luo emanate from this heart. Little one, how fares our clan now? Why have you come alone? Where are your elders? Suddenly, the eye sockets of the skeletal dragon ignited with a dim, eerie flame of the soul, and it slowly inquired. Lei Luo paused for a moment and shook his head. Predecessor, I know not. I have lived alone since my birth. I came here upon learning that there is a dragon tomb in the underworld, seeking the dragon's essence that lies between life and death. I had previously encountered a few other elders, but they were in hiding. The existence of Lei Jiao and the others had long been known to the human forces, and they had departed from this realm, revealing little harm in doing so. However, Lei Luo chose to conceal the news about the ancestor. Although this individual before him is of the same lineage, he has now transformed into a skeletal being of the necromantic type, and caution is warranted. The eerie flame of the soul flickered gently. The skeletal dragon straightened its head, scrutinized Lei Luo, and nodded slightly. To possess such strength at your age is commendable. Without the protection of your elders, it seems the rescue operation has failed, and the clan has been thoroughly scattered. There is a faint trace of your grandfather's essence upon you. We still have a chance. Those accursed deities must not be allowed to thrive. The skeletal dragon's soul flame danced vigorously, yet suddenly calmed, exuding an air of authority. I am Lei Luo Yasi, the third-generation direct descendant of the ancestor. The annihilation poison flame. Little one, this is a rare opportunity. Stand aside and observe closely. As Lei Luo Yasi proclaimed his true name, he utilized a spatial secret technique to push Lei Luo into a corner. Subsequently, he waved his claws, tearing open a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary connected to the main stream, allowing for a fleeting glimpse. Chapter 65. Gazing into the River of Time. Boom. 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 The ethereal tributary of the River of Time was torn open by Lei Luo Yasi, the surging waters rising and falling, with each droplet embodying the myriad experiences of all life within this realm. Their experiences formed the world. The source of the river remained unseen, as did its terminus. Only within the void of the River of Time did the waters continue to flow downward, infusing the world with vitality. Lei Luo Yasi's claws were soaked by the river, and the bones that had remained unweathered for countless years began to decay. Indeed. The shattered divine authority is no true authority, as it cannot even defend against the waters of time. The clan has scattered. Then, grandfather, are you still here? The flame of Lei Luo Yasi's soul flickered, seemingly stirred with excitement. He began to chant a complex and profound draconic incantation as an ominous, mysterious aura of death coalesced, ultimately forming a pitch-black eye of death. As the eye of death took shape, the air within the tomb became clear, the previously unbearable darkness turning transparent. Lei Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. As the direct grandson of the poison dragon ancestor, he had unexpectedly employed necromantic magic, and it appeared to be highly proficient. Lei Luo Yasi paid no heed to Lei Luo's astonishment. He divided a portion of the soul flame and directed it into the eye of death, then gently blew upon it. Go. The eye of death entered the tributary of the River of Time, following its connection to the main stream, and flowed upstream. Lei Luo Yasi then became motionless, while Lei Luo was free to move. However, under the current circumstances, departing seemed unwise. Remaining here to acquire some benefits was prudent, as the grandson of the ancestor. It would be unseemly to leave nothing for the next generation. Moreover, from the information revealed, it appeared that the ancestor had encountered trouble. Yet the last time the River of Time was summoned, the ancestor had seemed to be in good condition, although the previous prophetic dream had been somewhat peculiar. What could be the matter? Lei Luo's mind raced with numerous puzzles, instilling a sense of unease within him. The ancestor was the most significant ally he had encountered thus far, and one he could fundamentally trust. The apparent uncertainty surrounding the ancestor's fate made him anxious. If he could not harness the ancestor's power, his confidence would be diminished by half, and he would have to tread carefully, fearful of causing too much commotion. The flame of Lei Luo Yasi's soul dimmed slightly, evidently scrutinizing the River of Time. Lei Luo could only wait patiently. As the eye of death transitioned from the tributary of time into the main stream, the location of emergence was at the riverbed. Lei Luo Yasi dared not ascend recklessly, but instead moved cautiously through the river waters. Within the River of Time, no creatures existed. Only the pale waters flowed continuously, with time rushing forward, washing over the eye of death, causing its essence of death to gradually dissipate. Soon, an hour passed. The riverbed remained unchanged, and Lei Luo Yasi felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening? His grandfather had once been suppressed within the main stream of the River of Time. Had he perhaps been displaced to the future? That was impossible. The world has been heading towards its demise since its inception, and only the past river could accommodate the ancestor. He should not be found in the future, yet why was he nowhere to be seen? Was this eye of death ineffective? Lei Luo Yasi's mood soured as he advanced. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the river's surface, accompanied by a stern voice. Who dares to pry into the annals of history? Boom. The waves of the River of Time surged skyward, the power of the ages advancing forcefully, swiftly suppressing all. The eye of death was completely obliterated. As the white light dissipated, A nine-winged archangel appeared above the river of time, wielding a holy sword, patrolling the currents of the past's timeline. Time and space are the foundational laws of the existence of the world. Unlike space, time possesses not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also the crucial ability to glimpse the past and the future. The future conceals infinite possibilities. The more one gazes, the greater the cost incurred. There is no need for caution, as the past has long been fixed, yet it harbors countless secrets sealed within the annals of history. Those secrets are vital, or else they would not require concealment. Any who seeks to pry must be eradicated. Gazing at the tumultuous waters, the nine-winged archangel gripped his holy sword tightly, his expression vigilant. The past does not change the future, but the powerful beings that cannot be washed away by the river of time can sense the gaze of the future in the past, allowing them to act accordingly. Most beings would show deference to the angelic lineage, though a few rebellious spirits would not be so courteous. As the angel drove away a small rodent, before it could retreat, a beam of dark light surged from the river, filled with countless wailing souls. A mere little angel dares to pry into the experiments of my Lich King. You seek death. Boom. The nine-winged archangel was knocked back. His pure white wings now adorned with the anguished souls, like a festering wound. Cursed dark creature, as detestable as the poison dragon clan, the nine-winged archangel muttered in fury, compelled to retreat from the river of time. As the angel departed, countless small waves erupted within the river of time, and the eye of death, which should have been obliterated, reappeared. From near the source of the river of time, a stream of dark red energy rushed into the eye of death, forcibly drawing it back into the realm of reality. In the underworld, within the dragon tomb, an eye of death suddenly emerged from the tributary of the river of time that had been torn open by Lei Luo, penetrating the flame of his soul with a swiftness that was almost deafening. The tributary of the river of time subsequently closed. With a snap, Lei Luo instinctively waved his claws, tearing away a considerable amount of the river's waters, which fell to the ground and solidified into beads. This substance seemed to be highly sought after in the human realm. Perhaps it could be exchanged for a 7th-tier fire attribute treasure. Would Lei Luo grant it to me? The eye of death appeared to have been repelled. Had he not encountered the ancestor? Was his support truly crumbling? Lei Luo's eyes darted, thoughts flashing through his mind. Before long, the flame of Lei Luo's soul began to leap once more, and his consciousness returned. Chapter 66. The gift of Lei Luo. Upon the return of his consciousness, Lei Luo did not immediately speak, but fell into a deep silence. The flame of his soul flickered restlessly within the confines of his skull. Clearly, he had gleaned something significant from the river of time. Upon this realization, Lei Luo found it difficult to speak, for the individual before him belonged to his ancestral lineage, and more importantly, he was a formidable entity deserving of utmost respect. The tomb lay enveloped in silence, while outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Lei Luo subtly moved his ears, capturing the sounds with increasing clarity. The creature that had just scurried past was undoubtedly heading in this direction. One could only wonder what treasures prompted such fervor. Following the trail seemed prudent, whatever it was. It could be sold for a handsome sum of gold coins. Life in Feiyu City had become increasingly arduous, with the abyss encroaching upon their territory. Must one truly venture into the Beast Mountain range and risk their lives? I detest the current situation. The higher-ups must have their heads filled with nonsense, utterly inept. Keep your voices down. Discussing matters privately is one thing, but if the inhabitants of Feiyu City overhear, suffering is inevitable. Captain, there's a collapsed mountain ahead. It seems to be the place. Let us hold off for now. I have a foreboding sense about it. The leader of the group, evidently a figure of great authority, spoke, and the others ceased their advance, precariously teetering on the edge of danger. A step further would expose them to the faint essence of dragon energy and the stench of death. The tomb had not been activated previously, and only Lei Luo could sense its presence through his bloodline. Now that it had been awakened, the commotion was naturally more pronounced. Should they proceed, Lei Luo would likely be indifferent, but Lei Luo would never allow them to escape. It was either death or imprisonment. The abyss invading? What was that about? Lei Luo had also heard the sounds from outside, yet he paid them no mind, his focus instead on the matters concerning the abyss. As an ancient being, he was aware of numerous hidden truths. Logically, the abyss should not dare to invade, for they lacked the audacity to provoke the divine realm. Were they truly capable of suppressing the divine realm, the abyss would not retain its name, but would bear another. Upon his demise, the abyss could only rely on its vast and chaotic domain consciousness to corrupt divine authority, and through this, it had not been utterly vanquished. However, Under the command of the divine realm, various races and angels had eradicated a significant portion of the abyssal creatures. Now, the news of the abyss invading the divine territory had reached his ears. Lei Luo blinked, promptly recounting all he knew. When he mentioned his parents, the atmosphere within the dragon tomb grew heavy, and though the skeletal dragon displayed no visible change in expression, Lei Luo sensed an overwhelming fury. Despite feeling somewhat unwell, Lei Luo's spirits were high. Such a reaction indicated that even in his skeletal form, Lei Luo Yasi still identified with the poison dragon lineage. In other words, he could rapidly grow stronger by aligning with a powerful ally. Concealing his true identity had not been particularly uncomfortable, but it was far from pleasant. He feared that should his strength prove insufficient and be recognized by the humans, he would have to flee for his life. The opportunity to harness the strength of a great being was indeed a boon. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Lei Luo narrated the events that transpired after encountering the noble human youth in the extreme North Sea. He briefly mentioned Lei Jie and Lei Ming. Lei Luo Yasi had slumbered for far too long, and during that time, many events might have unfolded. Lei Luo did not wish to jeopardize his alliance with such a powerful entity. The abyss had now taken hold of the extreme North Sea, infecting numerous creatures, and was at a standstill with the human kingdoms. The Church of the Gods had dispatched their holy son and holy daughter, though the veracity of these claims remained uncertain. After I escaped, I never returned. Lei Luo Yasi nodded slightly and replied, "It was wise not to return. The consciousness of the abyss is chaotic, and it likely remains so. Even if there have been changes, it will not extend kindness to you." After his brief response, Lei Luo Yasi fell silent. Disregarding Lei Luo rolled his eyes and waited patiently. Meanwhile, the mercenaries outside the dragon tomb, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to approach. The undead creatures that once occupied the tomb had been vanquished by Lei Luo Yasi, coalescing into a death eye. The mercenaries, step by step, drew nearer, only sensing danger due to the high level of Lei Luo Yasi, which elicited a primal instinct. However, at this moment, Lei Luo Yasi had restrained his aura, diminishing the intensity of this intimidation. "Strange, Captain, the layout here resembles a cemetery. We should retreat and call for reinforcements. Are we to summon others to divide the spoils that rightfully belong to us? What of the cemetery? Not every grave can give rise to undead creatures. Even if there are, they may not be beyond our capability to handle. Moreover, if you carefully sense, where are the fluctuations of undead beasts?" The mercenaries outside began to murmur among themselves, their footsteps drawing closer. There was little of value outside the tomb, nor much danger, and the mercenaries soon entered the passage of the tomb. Upon traversing the passage, they beheld an unforgettable sight. A fully emerald-green poison dragon lay quietly on the ground, its 8-meter-long body exuding immense pressure. Its dragon eyes held not curiosity but a cold, scrutinizing indifference. Just before the poison dragon stood an even larger skeletal dragon, crowned with a bony diadem, its soul fire flickering vibrantly. Its flesh and blood had vanished, yet its heart continued to beat defiantly, emanating a mysterious aura. "What is going on?" The captain of the mercenaries stuttered, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. He recognized them, an undead dragon and a poison dragon. Both were unwelcome in the realm of the gods, and their presence in human territory would surely incite a manhunt, especially the poison dragon, which had recently caused a ruckus within the Mage Alliance and was still active. The Church of the Gods would not tolerate this. The Mage Alliance would likely come rushing in under cover of night. To ensure their safety, they must eliminate all intelligent beings who had witnessed them, such as the mercenary group before them. Typically, magical beasts would not have the opportunity to become undead dragons. Their bones would be eroded by time and consumed by the earth. Only those with formidable strength, whose bones could withstand the ravages of time, could transform into undead dragons and be reborn. It's over. Had I known, I would never have entered. Was that poison dragon the one that just ran past? To still have a beating heart after death, at the very least, it indicated a legendary powerhouse. The mercenary captain was paralyzed with fear. His team fared no better, as any scheming seemed pale and weak under such overwhelming strength. With a swift motion, Lei Luo Yasi opened and closed his mouth, a gust of wind sweeping through, and the entrance of the dragon tomb began to close slowly, concealing the aura fluctuations, rendering it imperceptible from the outside, leaving only an unremarkable mountain. "It appears my strength has not diminished. You are mere mercenaries. Speak of the current situation and any significant historical events you know, preferably those involving other races. I have many methods to discern truth from falsehood. Be honest, and you may have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will simply vanish." Lei Luo Yasi's voice was devoid of emotion. As his words echoed, the soul fire tilted slightly, and a mercenary, with hands behind his back and poised to retrieve a communication scroll, froze in place, succumbing to instant death. As his body fell, it began to dissipate, leaving the ground spotless within moments. Such a terrifying scene momentarily jolted the mercenary captain back to his senses. All right, thank you, Lord of the Dragon Race, for your grace. Currently, the Abyss is invading. The Oak Kingdom is seeking aid from the Church of the Gods, but only the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have arrived. The Church's greater forces remain silent. After the Abyss occupied the extreme North Sea and 1/10 of the territory, it has not expanded further. The reasons remain unknown. As for significant historical events, there are few. Primarily, one is the establishment of the Church of the Gods after the Divine War. The previously scattered temples were destroyed, and the human race worshipped all deities. Another event involved driving various magical beasts from this realm. Divine-level magical beasts also vanished. Among them, the subordinate races of the poison dragon lineage were ordered by the Church of the Gods, and all races across the world have turned against them. The poison dragon lineage itself is no exception. Only the other dragon clans remain neutral, refraining from taking action or offering assistance. Such narratives were propagated by the upper echelons. If you, esteemed sir, wish to uncover the truth, it is best to engage with the higher circles, such as the Divine Church, the Mage Alliance, or the Mercenary Guild, as these factions can connect you to the deities behind the scenes, providing a wealth of information. We, as lowly mercenaries, are hardly privy to the machinations of significant figures. After the mercenary captain sincerely divulged all he knew, he obediently lowered his head, averting any unnecessary movements. The expressions of the other mercenaries fluctuated, equally startled. The poison dragon's lineage and the dragon race. Lei Luo Yasi pondered this carefully, and understanding dawned upon him. He gestured with his claw. Addressing Lei Luo, how shall you handle these individuals? Shall they be slain or subdued? After a brief contemplation, Lei Luo respectfully replied, let us subdue them. In this world, humanity holds the upper hand. To acquire resources, we must engage with the human race. By controlling them, they can work for me, thus avoiding potential dangers. However, the magic for control must originate from you, esteemed ancestor. My understanding of mental magic is still lacking, limited to contract spells that merely restrict and ensure confidentiality. This was a straightforward matter. The soul fire of Lei Luo Yasi flickered slightly, and from the minds of the 6 remaining mercenaries, fragments of souls and essences emerged. Under Lei Luo Yasi's control, the ethereal spirits coalesced as if they were tangible, forming a cube. Each face of the cube shattered, causing the corresponding individual to evaporate on the spot. I simultaneously imposed a binding within their minds, ensuring that unless a divine monarch intervened, they would not disclose any information regarding this place. Take these orbs with you. Venture forth on the surface. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, seek me here. But the consequence will be your departure from this realm, making it difficult to enter the abyss where your mother resides. Consider this carefully. There exists a higher tier of dragon language magic, which I shall also impart to you. The life force of the dragon cannot be granted to you, as I still have use of it. As Lei Luo Yasi spoke, he completed his intentions and then fell silent. Chapter 67. Returned to Feiyu City. The soul fire of Lei Luo Yasi vanished, and his oppressive presence dissipated entirely. If one did not observe closely, it would be easy to overlook, mistaking it for mere beast bones. Lei Luo gazed at the floating cube before him, lightly tapping it, causing it to enter his mind. With a mere thought, he could obliterate a face of the cube, leading to the complete demise of the corresponding individual. Simultaneously, he could exert control over the 6 mercenaries, a group of subordinates he could trust implicitly. With mental control, they would find it impossible to escape his manipulation unless they perished. After savoring the cube's capabilities, Lei Luo's spirits lifted, and he also stored away the pearls formed from the river of time. Immersing himself in the higher-tier dragon language magic imparted by Lei Luo Yasi, as an elder of the poison dragon lineage, he bestowed upon Lei Luo few gifts. Yet each bore significance. Importantly, it instilled in Lei Luo the confidence to venture forth. If only the divine monarch could address Lei Luo Yasi's methods, then even if he did not possess divine monarch-level power, he would still surpass the strength of human divine beings, serving as a protective talisman. As Lei Luo closed his eyes to receive the gifts from Lei Luo Yasi, the 6 mercenaries remained obediently at their posts, not daring to move. As time passed, their stomachs began to growl. How long had it been? Uncertain, in this pitch-dark abyss, they could not ascertain. How much longer must they wait? They remained silent, awaiting the poison dragon lord's awakening to discern his plans. Observing his subordinates engaging in idle chatter, the mercenary captain hurriedly silenced them, communicating through gestures. They were no longer free mercenaries. They needed to adjust their mindsets, lest they meet their demise without understanding how. After enduring some more time, the six could no longer restrain themselves and began to nibble on their rations. In the underground world, one could roughly gauge time through the brightness of spores. But within the dragon tomb, there was no illumination provided by spores, making it impossible to measure the passage of time. The six could only estimate the time based on their hunger pangs. On the estimated 10th day, while Lei Luo was deeply engrossed in understanding the dragon language magic, his form began to compress dramatically, shrinking to a height of 2 meters, before transforming into an extraordinarily handsome young man, seated cross-legged with closed eyes. What kind of technique is this? I have heard that the dragon race can transform into human form. I thought it was merely a legend, yet here it is, real. But why is there no fluctuation? Such a significant reduction in size should yield greater strength. No wonder the most formidable magical beasts possess this ability. Boss, you will negotiate later, right? I know. You all behave submissively. Do not act foolishly like that imbecile Jiawei's son. Although that esteemed figure appears dormant, he may awaken at any moment. Stand properly. The mercenary captain quickly instructed, commanding the 5 to form a line, awaiting their orders. At this time, Lei Luo remained immersed in the mysteries of the dragon language magic, blocking out external sensations. As his body compressed and reshaped into human form, his understanding of dragon language magic deepened, deceiving heaven and earth, deceiving oneself, yet the illusory cause can yield a tangible effect. Similarly, a real effect can transfer an illusory cause, utilizing the energies of the universe to strike at adversaries, spreading hatred. The former belongs to magic, while the latter, could it be a curse? Lei Luo's thoughts collided within his mind, merging his past knowledge with the principles of dragon language magic, igniting brilliant sparks, embodying the brilliance of civilizations intertwined. The essence of dragon language magic is inherently deceitful, manipulating the magical forces of heaven and earth, deceiving the physical form to achieve authentic transformation. It accomplishes real deeds through non-existent justifications. Between truth and falsehood, there exists no right or wrong. The same applies to the illusory and the real, where belief alone decides. Should the universe believe, then it is true. Should the universe disbelieve, then it is false. As Lei Luo's form shifted between human and dragon, an inexplicable charm wafted through the dragon tomb. Suddenly, the soul fire in Lei Luo's eyes ignited fiercely. His will returning once more. Such innate talent? He is not merely grasping the original principles, but forging a new path that could yield new authority. May success be within reach in this epoch. If not, he must concede defeat entirely. Little one, I hope you can journey further. After a prolonged gaze, the soul fire of Lei Luo extinguished again, unnoticed by anyone. The 6 mercenaries, witnessing the transformation of Lei Luo, continued to obediently lower their heads, resembling compliant servants awaiting orders. When the fluctuations of the principles reverberated throughout the dragon tomb, the 6 still did not dare to raise their heads. After a considerable time, silence once again enveloped the dragon tomb. Lei Luo slowly exhaled, opening his eyes. My lord, you have awakened. May I inquire if there are any commands? The mercenary captain stepped forward, respectfully inquiring. Lei Luo waved his hand dismissively, approaching the front of Lei Luo, bowing formally before turning to say, let us proceed to the surface. There are matters that require your attention, but there is no rush. We have ample time. As they emerged from the underground exit, Lei Luo and his party of 7 found themselves in an area devoid of spectators. Only then did Lei Luo speak. Please provide an overview of Feiyu City. Where can high-tier fire attribute treasures be obtained? Do you have a base in the city? Additionally, are there any uniquely effective items in your possession? Enlighten me. The Qi Yin Yu remained within his spatial dimension, and he felt an urgency to utilize it lest it be wasted. Given the proximity to the capital of the Oak Kingdom, it should not be too difficult, should it? The mercenary captain paused momentarily before replying, My lord, Feiyu City is a gathering place for mercenaries who dare not engage in deadly battles. It is also referred to as a city for the timid. The city primarily consists of the lord's estate and mercenaries, and under normal circumstances, the mercenaries and the lord's estate maintain a non-interference policy, each pursuing their own affairs. In the city, various tasks abound. The mercenaries here differ from those in other regions, exhibiting a more tranquil demeanor. 4 high-tier fire attribute treasures. One must seek the Aoku Auction House, a venue established with royal funding, where high-level artifacts are presented annually. However, the auction is still 4 months away, slated to commence at year's end. We reside in the civilian district, where the living conditions are rather poor. My lord, your stay here may pose some inconveniences, and we can provide you with a more suitable accommodation. I have not paid much attention to peculiar items, but if you are aware of any, please report them promptly. After addressing most inquiries, the mercenary captain turned to his companions, engaging them in the conversation. A brief display of prowess will suffice. The remainder should be shared among the subordinates. By appeasing those above, one minimizes discontent below, a principle well understood by the captain. Lei Luo did not delve deeper into these matters. These 6 individuals could be described in flattering terms as subordinates, but unflatteringly, they were akin to his personal property. As long as they were not foolish, they would naturally strive to fulfill their duties. My lord, does the Bing Yanhua qualify as a peculiar item? It is an ice attribute flower that thrives in fire. Consuming it enhances physical capabilities, and if left to grow, it will autonomously gather fire attribute magical energy. Appearing annually at the Aoku auction house. Enhancing physical skills? Could that characteristic be extracted as vitality or rapid recovery? Indeed, the decision to enter the human realm proves to be astute. Humans engage in transactions and maintain records of past dealings, while magical beasts do not possess any designated trading zones. To find valuable items, one must rely solely on luck. What tier is the Bing Yanhua? Consider it 1. Lei Luo nodded in affirmation. It is a 5th-tier treasure, available for sale at the auction house each year, typically around 30 blossoms. Additionally, there are treasures like the Zi Yen Lian and Qing Yu Chao, each possessing distinct effects, yet their prices are exorbitant. Our savings over the years would scarcely afford a single specimen, leaving us merely to gaze longingly. Upon receiving a glance from the captain, the only female team member inadvertently revealed their current predicament. There are indeed many fine goods, yet they have been unable to purchase even one over the years. If Lei Luo were to rely on them, it would be futile. Disclosing such matters in advance could avert many embarrassing situations. No money? Lei Luo raised an eyebrow and casually retrieved a fire element crystal stone from his dimensional space, tossing it to the mercenary captain. How much is this worth? This crystal, extracted from the monster beast mountains, boasted the highest concentration and purity. An exquisite fire element crystal. The captain instinctively caught it, glanced at it, and exclaimed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The other 5 team members quickly gathered around. It truly is a premium crystal. This one is worth at least 300 gold coins. No less. With the Aoku Academy's enrollment period approaching, it could fetch 400 gold coins each. The market is ample, and there is no concern about selling it. But the transaction is substantial, and we may struggle to manage it. Your identity, my lord, is not suitable for exposure, which poses a troublesome complication. There are 3 solutions. Auction it at the Aoku auction house for maximum profit, though it would take longer. Sell it to merchants in the city, which would incur some price reduction, or we could sell it ourselves. The captain took the lead in suggesting these options. Let us first explore the city, Lei Luo replied, not providing a definitive answer and gesturing for the captain to lead the way. The familiar city guards and the customary toll collection greeted them as Lei Luo's payment was covered by the captain, allowing the 7 to enter the city. The captain quietly explained, my lord, the mercenaries of Feiyu City typically accept tasks within the city to earn money. When tasks are scarce or undesirable, they venture into the underground world, hoping for a stroke of luck. We reside in the civilian district, where the environment is poor and densely populated. You may find it uncomfortable, so perhaps I should take you to a tavern for lodging? A tavern? Lei Luo recalled his previous experience in Yinlin City, where mercenaries had coveted him. Had it not been for his own means, he would have fared much worse against those pursuing him. Lei Luo pointed to the only female mercenary in the group. No need. We will stay at your place for now. Later, we will inquire about high-tier fire attribute treasures. You will accompany me this afternoon. Chapter 68. Xinghe Auction House. The outermost circle of Feiyu City is known as the civilian district, often referred to as the impoverished area. After entering the city, the 7 headed straight toward the corner of the city wall. Along the way, the captain quietly explained, my lord, ahead lies our usual residence. It offers convenient access to the city. However, in the event of a monster invasion or other significant disasters, the outer city would be the first to be abandoned. Additionally, it is also where the city's sewage flows, resulting in a rather unpleasant odor. My lord, what would you like for lunch this afternoon? I can purchase something from the market. Just buy a little meat, nothing too excessive, Lei Luo replied, shaking his head slightly. Purchasing a large quantity of meat to bring into the civilian district would raise suspicions. With no leads on 7th-tier treasures, Lei Luo preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Besides, at this stage, he could absorb energy to satisfy his bodily needs. Yet, an empty stomach always brings discomfort. He wished he could encounter Bran again. If they met, he would request more roasted meat. As Lei Luo walked along the street, his thoughts wandered. After a while, the seven arrived at the corner of the city wall, where a magical formation had been constructed to contain strange odors. Upon entering the formation, the air that filled their nostrils was not the fresh air they had hoped for, but rather the foul stench of sewage. The captain and his 6 companions appeared unfazed, accustomed to the smell, while Lei Luo found it quite unpleasant. He summoned the energy of the heavens and earth to deceive his physical form, compressing himself into human shape, aligning many of his senses with those of humans. In his dragon form, he could filter the polluted air easily, inhaling only the purest oxygen. Now, however, he was suffering. It seemed necessary to relocate or construct a formation to isolate such air, but such considerations could wait. First, he needed to thoroughly explore this city. If it did not yield the treasures he sought, he would seek another location. Everything would revolve around enhancing his own power. Resolving his thoughts, Lei Luo halted and turned to address his companions. All right, I will not proceed to your place. All of you should gather information on fire attribute treasures. And do not mention lower tier items. I am interested only in those of 6th tier or higher. He then pointed to the lone female mercenary in the group and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Lian Na, my lord." "Excellent. Follow me. We shall convene at this location this evening. If you fail to attend, there will be no further need for your presence." With that, Lei Luo turned and departed with Lian Na. Upon entering Feiyu City, Lei Luo walked away, leaving the remaining 5 members to exhale in relief and relax. Goodness, being by his side is quite stressful. Why didn't I get drunk at the tavern before embarking on this journey underground? Do not utter such nonsense. Did you have money for drinks back then? Adjust slowly. We have a long journey ahead. Fortunately, he is not an arrogant fool. As it stands, if we work diligently, our lives should not be in danger. But remember, do not disclose my lord's information outside. We shall refer to him only as my lord amongst ourselves. If anyone overhears, it could lead to a serious information leak. You are all aware of the implications of such tactics. Listening to the captain's words, the 4 exchanged glances before nodding in understanding. In the underground dragon tomb, it was not they who faced the demise of souls and bodies, but under Lei Luo's command, they all shared the same feeling. The moment they recalled it, they hesitated to delve any deeper into those memories. Enough of such thoughts. We shall act according to my lord's commands. He has only inquired about Lian Na's name. Once he asks for ours, we will be truly safe. The 5 departed from various pathways, heading toward different areas. Meanwhile, Lei Luo strolled leisurely with Lian Na, showing no urgency, and inquired about any peculiar buildings they encountered along the way. By the way, what tier of power does the Lord of Feiyu City possess? What is the highest tier among them? In the annals of history, have cities ever been besieged by legendary beasts? Liana responded awkwardly. I am not well versed in the history of Feiyu City, so I cannot provide an answer at this moment. This is something that must be inquired with the captain, who possesses a keen understanding of historical events. However, I am well informed about current matters. The city lord is a formidable 7th tier warrior, while the most powerful among them is the 8th tier captain of the city guard. Yet, it remains uncertain if there are any concealed powerful beings. Legendary beasts possess considerable intelligence. Even in the event of a conflict, they are unlikely to assault the city, especially since we are near the Orc royal capital, which is safeguarded by legendary champions. Lei Luo nodded slightly. You are aware of the location of the Orc auction house, are you not? Please lead the way. What is the reputation of the Orc auction house? How does it compare to other auction houses? I can answer that, my lord. Please follow me, Liana replied while guiding him. The auction house established by the Orc royal family has always maintained an excellent reputation. There are many other auction houses, but only 2 can rival the Orc auction house, the Xinghe auction house and the Tianlong auction house. The Xinghe auction house benefits from its affiliation with the Mercenary Alliance, frequently hosting auctions for exquisite treasures. The Tianlong auction house is said to have connections with the Tianlong clan of the dragon lineage. As you are aware, dragons have a penchant for collecting treasures. Even items that are not the finest are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. My lord, we have arrived at the Orc auction house. Liana indicated towards the opulent entrance adorned with golden decorations. Lei Luo glanced upward, his demeanor calm, and said, let us proceed. Is there a member of the Tianlong clan residing in Feiyu City due to their cooperation with humanity? I am unsure, but it is likely that none reside here, as not everyone possesses your formidable strength, my lord. If a dragon were to enter the city, news of it would surely spread. Indeed, Lei Luo replied. refraining from further inquiries while pondering the necessity of subduing higher-ranking families to facilitate his future endeavors. Controlling these 6 mercenaries was merely a matter of circumstance, as there had been no alternatives available at the time. Now, seeking information yielded vague answers, casting doubt on their veracity. Suddenly, 2 of the 8 attendants guarding the entrance of the Orc auction house emerged, blocking Lei Luo's path. "Good day, sir. The auction will commence in 3 days. If you wish to consign items, please make an appointment. For esteemed clients, please present your token to bypass the appointment process." The attendants, handsome in appearance and polite in speech, provided their reasoning for the obstruction, although a flicker of disdain flashed in their eyes. Their companion mirrored the same expression, maintaining an air of decorum. An appointment? For the auction of exquisite fire element crystals, must one truly wait for an appointment? Lei Luo remained silent and turned to leave. Liana hurriedly followed, whispering, "My lord, should we head to the Tianlong auction house or the Xinghao auction house?" The moment the words left her lips, she realized her folly and cast a nervous glance at Lei Luo. How could she have suggested visiting a venue associated with the Tianlong clan to a creature of poison? Every inhabitant of the continent knew of the strained relationship between the dragon lineage and the poison dragons. "Let us go to the Xinghao auction house. The Tianlong auction house may have connections to the Tianlong clan, but one can never be certain if a transformed Tianlong hides within." Lei Luo, confident in his disguise, did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Liana's inquiry only intensified his desire to switch companions, as it truly was an ill-timed question. Following the exchange, both remained silent. Lei Luo was disinclined to ask further questions, knowing that any answers would lead to uncertainty, while Liana was too fearful to speak, acutely aware that her life was in Lei Luo's hands. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a pavilion adorned with star-like embellishments came into view, marked by the character Xingha. 8 attendants guarded the entrance. Upon seeing Lei Luo approach, 2 stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, "What brings you esteemed guests here?" "I have items I wish to consign for auction." "What procedures must I follow?" "An appointment?" Lei Luo asked directly. "That is the protocol at the Orc auction house, but here at Xingha, we value every client's time. There is no need for such cumbersome formalities." "Please, follow me," one attendant replied, bowing before leading Lei Luo and Liana into the auction house. The auction schedule at Xingha aligned with that of the Orc auction house, and they encountered few people along the way. The attendant guided Lei Luo to a small room where a slightly portly elder was engrossed in a book. Hearing the commotion, he turned to face the attendant. "Elder Fick, these guests wish to consign items for auction. Could you please assess their value?" After escorting them in, the attendant departed. The elder, referred to as Fick, nodded at Lei Luo. "Greetings, please present the item for consignment. If its value is deemed insufficient, it cannot be auctioned here. The identification fee is 15 silver coins, and should you choose to auction it, there is a commission of 3%. You may opt for identification only, should you wish. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? This is the standard procedure at all auction houses in Feiyu City, though you may find more favorable terms in the royal capital." Lei Luo shook his head and retrieved a premium fire element crystal from his pocket. "What is its worth?" Fick's eyes widened as he stood from his chair, closely examining the crystal. A premium fire element crystal, with prolonged use, can permanently enhance fire element affinity. It is valued at 700 gold coins per piece. We at Xingha Auction House will gladly accept as many as you have. If you possess more than 50, the price will increase by 40%. It appeared that the location was more valuable than initially presumed. Although his spatial pouch was nearly filled with fire element crystals, Lei Luo did not intend to produce more at this moment, and simply replied, "I have acquired only this one. I wish to proceed with the auction." Fick's expression remained unchanged as he responded, "That is certainly permissible. The fees will be deducted from the proceeds of the auction." He then produced 3 invitation cards from his storage ring and presented them to Lei Luo. "These are your invitations. Feel free to bring friends or family to participate in the auction. The event is scheduled for the afternoon of 3 days hence. We shall return in 3 days." Lei Luo said, departing with the crystal and the invitations. Fick observed their retreating figures, muttering softly, bearing a strong scent of fire. It was either extracted from a volcano or acquired from the fire element veins. Just one. He truly thinks he can deceive an old man. Chapter 69. Observations in Feiyu City. Upon exiting the Xingha auction house, Lei Luo, under Liana's guidance, explored the Orc Academy, the City Lord's mansion, the black market, the trading market, the Mage Alliance's outpost, the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, the Assassin Alliance's contact point, and the Temple of the Gods in Feiyu City. Lei Luo periodically sensed powerful fluctuations in energy. However, Even the aura within the city lord's mansion paled in comparison to the slightest fraction of that emitted by Lido Yassi. The two powers were not even on the same plane. Where did the ancestor's strength lie? He was uncertain how it measured against the powers left behind by the progenitor through the river of time. With a bustling populace and abundant resources, Lei Luo hoped to discover suitable assets as he wandered. After circumnavigating the city, he returned to the intersection leading to the civilian district, where he had previously parted ways with the mercenary captain, who was now waiting patiently. The captain stood at the edge of the civilian district, holding several beast legs. Upon seeing Lei Luo's return, he swiftly approached with a smile. "My lord, you have returned. I was concerned that the aroma of the civilian district might compromise the flavor of these beast legs, so I refrained from entering. Everyone else is waiting inside. Would you prefer to eat first or deliver a briefing? We have gathered numerous leads on high-tier fire element treasures and are ready to report at any moment." Lei Luo nodded in satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at the mercenary captain. This was the type of subordinate he desired, efficient and capable, without creating unnecessary obstacles, providing information he wished to know. In contrast, Liana fell short by several tiers. "What is your name?" Lei Luo turned to the mercenary captain, inquiring with a composed demeanor. "Outa Biao," the mercenary captain responded respectfully. "Very well, I shall venture out shortly, and you will accompany me. Liana will act with the others. For now, let us partake in a meal, during which you may share the intelligence you have gathered. Liana, please summon the others." Lei Luo nodded, promptly assigning Liana to the task. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her complexion slightly pale, yet daring not to voice dissent. As she departed, Outa Biao furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of unease. He wondered if Liana had inadvertently offended the venomous dragon. He hoped that the creature would not direct its ire towards him and the others. Tonight, he would seek an opportunity to inquire about their conversation during the journey. Having fallen to the status of a slave, surely she would not be so ungrateful. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Outa Biao's mind, but he swiftly suppressed them, turning his attention back to Lei Luo. "My lord, there is a restaurant ahead known for its delectable cuisine. We could also prepare our own meal. Shall we proceed there? If you have specific preferences regarding the dining environment, I can make arrangements." "There's no need. Let us go there. Lead the way," Lei Luo instructed. Outa Biao acknowledged and hastily moved ahead to guide them, while Liana and the others arrived from the civilian district. Along the way, Lei Luo remained silent, and the others were too apprehensive to speak. The cautious demeanor of the four indicated they had drawn certain conclusions from Liana's earlier dismissal. Before long, the seven arrived at the restaurant Outa Biao had mentioned. It was mealtime, and numerous burly mercenaries with calm dispositions were dining. The prices of the dishes were marked in copper and silver coins, rather modest. Lei Luo found the establishment satisfactory and subtly nodded to Outa Biao, who approached the restaurant owner. The waiter promptly escorted the group to a private room upstairs. After casually ordering a variety of dishes from the menu, the waiter bowed and retreated. Once the door was closed, Lei Luo calmly addressed Outa Biao. "Please share the intelligence you have gathered today. My lord, we made 3 circuits counterclockwise from the 4 city gates, visiting numerous shops, markets, and the black market. There are currently no fire attribute treasures of 6th rank or higher for sale. However, a 7th rank fire attribute treasure, the Fire God Wood, is scheduled for auction at the Tianlong auction house in 1 month. There are rumors in the Eastern market about a 7th rank fire attribute treasure for sale, but due to uncertainty regarding its authenticity and a lack of funds, we refrained from purchasing it. The black market has similar information, but the concerns remain the same. Additionally, we investigated the historical actions of the prominent families in the city. The Molo family has previously acquired 5 types of 7th rank fire attribute treasures, which should be stored in their family treasury, while the Ron family has procured 3 types of 8th rank fire attribute treasures, which they likely still possess. It is customary for these families to have reserves, although they are quite powerful. That summarizes the intelligence collected today, Outa Biao concluded. Lei Luo nodded slightly. "Well done. Has Feiyu City ever been besieged by high-ranking magical beasts, and how was the situation resolved?" He required 3 7th rank fire attribute treasures. If conventional means such as auctions proved unfruitful, he would have to resort to less orthodox methods. After all, humanity has always harbored animosity towards the venomous dragon clan, and the Mage Alliance had once pursued his mother. The enmity was well established. If the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly seize it. Recalling this, Lei Luo turned and inquired, "What about the contact points for the Mage Alliance, the Assassin Alliance, and the Mercenary Alliance? Have these 3 factions never purchased high-ranking fire attribute treasures?" Outa Biao's expression stiffened. Hesitating before responding, "My lord, These three factions are each guarded by divine-level powerhouses. Attempting to confront them could potentially attract their attention. I did not investigate this matter. But if you wish to know, I can gather information tonight. While I am uncertain about the Mage and Assassin alliances, the Mercenary Alliance undoubtedly possesses 7th-rank fire attribute treasures, specifically the 7th-rank Xuanhua Stone, which has long been listed as a task reward. This task involves tracking the venomous dragon or exchanging for the dragon's flesh, Outa Biao divulged, noting the shift in Lei Luo's expression as he spoke. Tracking the venomous dragon or exchanging for its flesh. Lei Luo's eyes glimmered with intrigue, mentally marking the Mercenary Alliance as a target for future exploitation, as well as the Mage Alliance. What is the historical transaction price for 7th-rank fire attribute treasures? The highest recorded price is 1,050,000 gold coins, while the lowest is 600,000 gold coins, primarily influenced by the urgency of the buyers. Family rivalries can further inflate prices. The peak price of 1,050,000 was a consequence of the rivalry between the Molo and Ron families. Under normal circumstances, the average price hovers around 700,000 gold coins. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow, rapidly calculating in his mind. If he were to provide over 50 premium fire element crystals, each valued at approximately 1,000 gold coins, he would require around 700 premium fire element crystals to acquire 3 7th-rank fire attribute treasures. He had yet to tally the premium fire element crystals he had brought from the magical Beast Mountain, but it would suffice for purchasing 1 treasure. However, acquiring 3 would be insufficient, especially considering his need to absorb energy and merge attributes. Perhaps he would need to return to the magical Beast Mountain for a brief period. Leisurely tapping his fingers on the table, Lei Luo slightly tilted his head, silencing Outa Biao before he could speak further. A soft knock echoed as the waiter rapped 3 times on the door, then entered with a platter in hand. The aroma of the food wafted through the private room, stirring Lei Luo's memories of his days in the magical Beast Mountain. Regrettably, those days were irretrievable. After presenting the food, the waiter closed the door and departed. Lei Luo took the first bite, signaling, "Let us eat." Outa Biao, you performed well this time. There will be rewards. What is the earning potential for your mercenary tasks? For city tasks, it varies from several copper coins to a few silver coins. For tasks outside the city, the compensation fluctuates greatly depending on the task location, duration, and danger level. However, for someone of Mai and Liana's caliber, the maximum can exceed 100 gold coins, often requiring at least 2 months of effort. Outa Biao relayed the information candidly, without reservation. Lei Luo nodded, taking note of this. Although he could compel the 6 to work without any compensation, the presence of motivation and pressure significantly enhances efficiency. This marked the first meal Lei Luo had enjoyed in the human realm. During his time in Inland City, he had been too preoccupied with gathering intelligence at taverns to eat, relying solely on energy to sustain him. After finishing their meal, night fell, and the taverns became lively. "My lord, do you have any further plans?" After a moment's contemplation, Lei Luo expressed his reluctance to endure the foul odor of the civilian district, inquiring, "Are there any inns nearby?" "Indeed, there is one just 100 meters ahead. If you intend to stay in Feiyu City for an extended period, I recommend renting a private courtyard for better privacy, as inns often have inconsiderate ruffians who can be quite noisy," Outa Biao suggested thoughtfully. "Ensure this matter is settled by tomorrow. Avoid the civilian district, preferably near the city gate." Lei Luo articulated his requirements calmly. "Understood," Outa Biao promptly affirmed, dismissing Liana and the others before arranging a room. Once Outa Biao was dispatched, Lei Luo began to reflect on the gains from this journey and the potential risks involved. He had indeed reaped significant rewards from the Dragon's Tomb. Although he had not acquired the life and death dragon energy he desired, he had secured a valuable ally in Outa Biao and his 6 companions, facilitating his quest for high-ranking treasures. However, their capabilities were too limited, necessitating a swift replacement. Without Lei Chuoya's intervention, he could not control the others. His own strength was insufficient to command servants. He would need to delve into his inherited memories, hoping to find a solution. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lei Luo ultimately immersed himself in his memory space, seeking out the legacy. Meanwhile, Outa Biao and his 6 companions returned to the civilian district. After securely closing the doors and windows, the 5 individuals cast serious glances at Liana, each bearing an expression of unease. They were not fools. It was evident that Lei Luo was distinctly displeased with Liana, as they were still part of a mercenary group. The thought of Lei Luo replacing his servant left them feeling a chill of dread. "Liana, please recount your experiences from today," urged Adibio, his tone cold, yet laced with concern. You wouldn't want to feel that sense of dread, would you? Liana hesitated slightly before explaining her ordinary task of guiding them, providing insights into the facilities and power dynamics of Feiyu City. However, her lack of knowledge regarding historical events left her speechless, and her brief comments at the Filong auction house had inadvertently led to the current predicament. The individual in question, known for his strained relations with the Dragon clan, had proven more amicable than the rumors suggested, showing neither excessive severity nor reproach. With a cautious demeanor, Liana detailed the events of the day, and gradually, the expressions of Audibio and the others softened. Their lack of anger signified that their future days would be considerably easier. As for the historical events of Feiyu City, Audibio pondered momentarily before speaking. Do any of you still possess some funds? Lend me a bit, and I shall venture to the library at Oak Academy tonight. Should any unusual inquiries arise tomorrow, I would rather be prepared. Making that individual satisfied is our primary goal. We must first stabilize our situation. Liana, having spent little money while accompanying Lei Luo, retrieved 10 silver coins and handed them to Audibio. The other 4 joined in, contributing a total of 45 silver coins. I shall proceed then. We will reconvene tomorrow in front of the inn where the gentleman is staying. We must set off at dawn without delay. Audibio instructed before hastily making his way to the Oak Academy library. Established by the Kingdom of Oak, the Academy did not restrict access to its library. Non-academics merely needed to pay to read. In the blink of an eye, the night passed and dawn broke. Liana and the others rose promptly to head to the inn, where they found Audibio already waiting, seated in a corner engrossed in a book. Captain, why aren't you reading at the library? Why come here? He inquired. The library closes at night, and lingering is prohibited. I borrowed the book, and I shall return it shortly, Audibio replied succinctly. After exchanging a few words, the group dispersed quietly, refraining from making noise. As time progressed, the inn's doors swung open, and various mercenaries emerged to venture into the inner city or beyond. Interactions between mercenaries in Feiyu City were rarely confrontational. Finally, they saw Lei Luo emerge leisurely from the inn as the sun rose. My lord, do you have any tasks for today? If there were no special events, Liana and her companions intended to seek quality accommodations for rent. Lei Luo nodded and commanded, go ahead. Audibio, stay close to me. We will explore the city's markets and black markets. He had spent a considerable amount of time the previous night sifting through inherited memories without discovering any secret methods for recruiting subordinates. However, he had unearthed several unique recipes belonging to the poison dragon, specifically designed to enhance mental acuity. The required materials were commonplace, necessitating a trip to the markets for collection. The process of characteristic synthesis had come to a halt, pending the acquisition of 3 7th-tier fire attribute treasures. Only then could he use the Qi Yanyu to truly soar. Until that moment, his strength enhancement depended on consuming high-tier biological flesh and rigorous training, leaving only external resources and mental fortitude to address. Regarding external means, he had the primordial curse, which did not necessitate learning anything else. The time spent on that would be better devoted to other pursuits. Mental fortitude, however, was another pillar of strength Lei Luo had chosen. As his mental strength increased, the potency of dragon language magic would rise significantly, allowing for easier detection of foes. A multitude of benefits awaited. With the instructions given, Liana and the others dared not speak further, bowing respectfully before departing. Audibio followed closely behind Lei Luo, pointing the way. My lord, just ahead on the left is a small market, primarily dealing in low-tier goods and selling livestock and poultry, with the highest-grade items being 4th-tier treasures. Their wares may be unimpressive, but their antics are numerous. They frequently boast of having once sold divine treasures, which, after being purchased by a fortunate buyer, propelled them to fame. This has become a common tale throughout all markets in Feiyu City. With such hype, customers flock to the markets, leaving the shops at a loss. What can be done? During that period, the city guards constantly monitored the markets, 5 inspections a day, providing no benefits and only harming their business. Once the rules were broken, it became a matter of who had the stronger fist. I am not privy to the specific details, but since then, the markets and shops have merged, seemingly developing deeper connections. Having finished his explanation, Audibio and Lei Luo entered the small market. The layout was straightforward, with 2 streets lined with stalls selling various goods. Behind numerous stalls stood shops, which peddled quality items, while the stalls dealt primarily in cheap, often dubious merchandise. However, if one were to be deceived, it would be their own fault for poor judgment. Lei Luo surveyed the stalls with keen interest, reminiscent of a night market from a past life. If only there were a few more food vendors ahead, it would be perfect. Inside the market, Audibio ceased directing and simply followed behind. This demeanor soon attracted the attention of the stall owners. Who is this handsome young man? I wonder which family he hails from. Regardless, any noble willing to enter our humble market cannot be too formidable. This fellow is certainly not from Feiyu City's aristocracy. Those sheltered children are easiest to deceive. According to the rules, who is it that gets to approach him? It is my turn. Is there a noble woman willing to take him under her wing? Or perhaps a warrior interested in a duel? We could even sell him if we incapacitate him. Ha ha ha. I suspect someone has set their sights on him. That business would be out of reach for us. The stall owners exchanged covert glances, choosing not to confront Lei Luo directly, but instead communicating through internal channels. After a brief discussion, they soon settled down. Before long, a clever-looking young man dashed up to Lei Luo. Esteemed guest, greetings. May I inquire if there is anything particular you wish to purchase? I've spent 2.5 years in this market and know precisely which stall sells what. I hope to earn your patronage. For a day's service, I only require 50 copper coins. 2.5 years? Lei Luo asked. Indeed, esteemed guest. I remember the time well. Is there an issue? Lei Luo shook his head and replied, very well, lead the way. Where can I find the Xinglinghua? I've heard that every market has an auction house. What do you auction here? The young man pondered momentarily before responding quickly. Several stalls are selling second-tier Xinglinghua nearby, and the prices are quite similar, just 50 meters ahead. However, we cannot truly call this an auction house. It is merely a large stall. When gathered, they sell some high-tier items, though only high-tier in our context. To the influential figures of the city, we are but a garbage dump. As they conversed, the trio moved swiftly, soon arriving at the stall selling Xinglinghua. This flower absorbs starlight for growth, naturally imbued with a faint spirit, albeit too weak to be of significant effect. Within the inherited memories of the poison dragon, there existed methods to awaken this spirit for the purpose of nourishing the mind, though additional materials would be required. The stall owner was an elderly gentleman. Greetings, esteemed guest. Is there anything that catches your eye? He wore a magical projection stone around his neck, which served the sole purpose of recording the visuals before transmitting them to a monitoring center. In the monitoring center, larger stones were utilized to prevent transaction disputes, though sometimes it served another purpose. Mr. Lanfeng, exquisite treasures have arrived at the market. I have sent you images, and they can be captured overnight. Lady Mei Li, are you interested in sampling the wild blossoms this evening? Dear young Master Wenze, he undoubtedly aligns with your aesthetic. However, many others have set their sights on him and are bidding fiercely. Miss Dan and I see, this guest possesses a melodious voice and striking looks. Do you have time tonight? Although the market is modest in size, it offers unique services and boasts numerous connections within Feiyu City. The recording of Lei Luo purchasing images of Xinglinghua at the stall has been distributed to potential clients connected to this market, of which Lei Luo remains blissfully unaware. Even Ao de Biao is oblivious to the sordid dealings that transpire within each market. This is primarily due to Ao de Biao's lack of appeal, making him a safe presence, compounded by his financial constraints. He is not a client of the market, and thus, no one is inclined to engage with him. Most individuals are akin to Ao de Biao, only privy to the facade the market allows them to witness. The market is not expansive. A complete circuit can be traversed in 10 minutes. The stalls behind the vendors sell weapons and magical scrolls, which hold no interest for Lei Luo, who does not wish to enter. Moreover, he has discerned that with 50 blooms of Xinglinghua purchased, Ao de Biao is nearly out of funds. If he continues to buy, he will have to resort to precious fire elemental crystal stones. Let us conclude our business for today. Lei Luo gestured to Ao de Biao to provide the fare. The young servant felt a slight tremor in his heart. Are they leaving already? The big boss has yet to begin selling. If they were to depart now, it would create quite a predicament. With a stiff smile, the servant collected 50 copper coins and suggested, esteemed guest, there will be an auction shortly featuring third-tier Xinglinghua. I believe you should pay attention. Third-tier items seldom appear. Missing this opportunity would mean a lengthy wait for the next. Ao de Biao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet after a moment's consideration, he refrained from voicing any objections. He understood his own position. Sometimes, it was best to remain silent. Third-tier Xinglinghua? Lei Luo's gaze flickered slightly. Yet he shook his head and replied, there is little difference between third-tier and second-tier Xinglinghua. I shall seek fourth-tier varieties in other markets. Before the servant could respond, a pale-faced mercenary rushed in from a distance. He raised the package in his hand and shouted, fourth-tier Xinglinghua, the highest bid wins. I am in urgent need of funds. Come and buy if you want it. He shouted as he made his way, ultimately claiming the largest stall, traditionally reserved for auctions. Fourth-tier items certainly warrant such a prime location. Dear guest, your luck is truly remarkable. Shall we take a look? The servant eagerly inquired. Indeed, I too feel fortunate. Lei Luo replied with a smile, nodding, lead the way. Chapter 71. The purpose of the plunder if I were to claim a need for 5th-tier Xingling Hua. Should I not expect a 5th-tier auction to materialize? What schemes does this market harbor to entice me to stay? Have I inadvertently revealed something that has drawn their suspicion? Lei Luo narrowed his eyes, contemplating, yet he could not deduce where he might have exposed himself, prompting such actions from the market. However, having recently secured the support of Lei Tuo Yasi, he felt a sense of ultimate security, emboldening him to remain and observe how they discerned his presence. The human world is rich in resources, far more efficient than seeking them out on his own. Though he can run now, will fleeing solve his problems indefinitely? In thought, the trio swiftly arrived at the auction stall. The small market lacked many formalities. A simple canopy provided shade, and all sat upon the ground to conduct their transactions. By the time Lei Luo and his companions arrived, many had already taken their seats, leaving only the corner standing room available. The servant naturally guided Lei Luo to sit. Adjacent to the corner was a dimly lit side corridor leading to the shop's entrance. Standing nearby were several unremarkable mercenaries. Yet Lei Luo could sense the surging power within them. They were all 4th-tier warriors, seemingly well-versed in combined combat tactics, effectively obstructing the views of others. My identity remains concealed. Otherwise, those present would not be mere small fry. Yet, what could they possibly wish to apprehend me for? Lei Luo continuously reflected on his recent experiences, unable to pinpoint a reason. Surely it cannot be the precious fire elemental crystal revealed yesterday, to risk hundreds of gold coins? No. The Xinghe auction house is one of the 3 major auction houses in Feiyu City. They would not resort to such tactics. Unable to find clarity, Lei Luo decided to abandon the matter for the moment and turned to Ao de Biao, saying, "You should explore other markets and take note of their offerings. I wish to review them later." Ao de Biao blinked, observing Lei Luo's serious demeanor, which did not suggest jest, and thus nodded in acquiescence. Understood. Following orders, Ao de Biao departed this market, venturing to others. The servant remained composed, while the 4th-tier warriors exchanged knowing glances, seemingly amused. With the troublesome underling out of the way, their forthcoming actions would undoubtedly be more convenient. Engaging in population plunder requires discretion, otherwise, establishing a new market would be quite troublesome. And the lady above would certainly be displeased. Let us see who bears the misfortune, I or you. Lei Luo sat confidently among the group, observing his surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he quickly identified an issue. The individual auctioning the 4th-tier Xingling Hua was surrounded by those attempting to place bids, occasionally threatening one another to stall for time. Meanwhile, others within the market were flooding in, yet were obstructed by others. Is this a charade designed to mislead me? Lei Luo pondered calmly. Since their intentions are nefarious, I shall not hold back. He raised his hand and called out, 3,000 gold coins. I shall take this bloom of Xingling Hua. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As soon as his voice fell, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes inadvertently shifting towards the 4th-tier warriors encircling Lei Luo. They were merely actors in this ruse and dared not make any rash decisions. The warriors exchanged glances, immediately signaling to the mercenary conducting the auction. The mercenary offering the 4th-tier Xingling Hua laughed heartily, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your support. Is there a higher bid? If not, this bloom belongs to him." After asking 3 times without a response, the mercenary stood up and said, "Brother, please follow me. We handle the transactions better away from the auction. The market takes a cut of the commission." Once the sale was complete, who else had valuable items to present? After a brief exchange, the mercenary jumped off the stage, leading Lei Luo toward a shadowy alley. Lei Luo feigned the demeanor of a newcomer, obediently following. It appeared he was oblivious to the change in atmosphere as he inquired, "Where is the 4th-tier Xingling Hua? May I see it?" The mercenary, caught off guard, handed the bloom to Lei Luo with a grin, saying, "This item is not particularly rare. Acquiring it is relatively easy. I have a channel that can provide more fine goods at no cost. I wonder if you might be interested? 4th-tier items are merely foundational. Those above 5th tier are the mainstream. If you excel, 7th-tier treasures could be within reach." His tone was casual, yet he emphasized the latter part. Excel? 7th-tier treasures? Lei Luo disregarded the former phrase and instead asked, 7th-tier treasures are exceedingly scarce throughout Feiyu City. They fetch exorbitant prices at auction. What channel can procure such treasures for free? Are you attempting to deceive me? If such opportunities existed, why would you share them with me? That is implausible. Unless you can provide a precedent, I shall remain skeptical. What 7th-tier treasures can you even name? The mercenary opened his mouth, but could not respond. He was merely an outsider, having heard whispers of related information but lacking specifics. At that moment, a fourth-tier warrior who had stealthily followed them interjected. Your predecessor once acquired the 7th-tier Fenkong Mu and the 8th-tier Xianling Shui, and even ascended to nobility, saving himself 300 years of toil. Brother, consider this bloom of Xingling Hua a token of our first encounter. Keep your gold coins. If one were to be favored by a certain young master or lady, they could expect to be taken care of in the future. For now, let us proceed to inspect the goods. Upon hearing this, the mercenary displayed an expression of envy and jealousy, which eventually morphed into a sycophantic smile. Although he had his suspicions, Lei Luo's face remained peculiarly contorted. The lady was one thing, but the young master? Inspecting goods? What goods could they possibly mean? Of course, it was about the extent of one's capital. Regardless of its size, your visage and voice are bound to captivate numerous noble young masters, leading to a significant shift in your status. The several fourth-tier warriors exchanged suggestive smiles, their gazes lewdly scanning Lei Luo's lower regions, their implications unmistakable. So, you intend to rob me because of my good looks and voice, with the aim of selling me to the young masters and ladies in Feiyu City for a tidy sum? Lei Luo's countenance darkened as he questioned them, word by word. At that moment, they had ventured deep into an isolated area, already guarded from outside interference unless a high-tier warrior were to arrive. The four fourth-tier warriors became increasingly unrestrained, shaking their heads and declaring, "How can you say so? We are merely providing you with a channel to engage with the upper echelons of society. You should be grateful to us. Otherwise, someone like you could easily be assaulted while wandering about. It would be wiser to find someone to rely on. Not only the young master and lady, but also the young ladies in the city are intrigued by you. We have not profited a single copper coin from you. We are merely serving the significant figures. Enough talk, let us proceed." After a brief explanation, the four men began to push Lei Luo toward a small dark room, evidently intending to conduct their so-called inspection within. Lei Luo's expression was devoid of emotion, but his mind raced with calculations. He initially thought his identity had been compromised, only to realize that someone had taken a fancy to his looks. However, his appearance was not artificially crafted. It had naturally evolved as he learned more advanced dragon language magic, developing autonomously from the genetic blueprint of the deep poison dragon lineage. Now, two choices lay before Lei Luo. One was to break free and change his appearance, which, while troublesome, was not insurmountable. The other option was to follow these individuals and ascertain the identities of their powerful backers, perhaps even seize a few treasures in the process. An 8th-tier treasure could be exchanged for 3 7th-tier ones, allowing him to directly fuse with the Qi Yin feather and significantly augment his strength. The former option required him to suppress his true nature and perhaps mar his appearance. Otherwise, he would encounter the same predicament again. The latter option also posed challenges, as those capable of producing high-tier treasures undoubtedly possessed considerable power, making theft risky. As Lei Luo pondered, he felt his pants loosen slightly. Glancing down, he discovered the leading mercenary had unexpectedly returned, tugging at his pant legs. Turning around, he saw the four fourth-tier warriors scrutinizing him lewdly. Had it not been for the tightness of Lei Luo's belt, both his front and back would likely have been compromised by now. This was intolerable. One does not recognize the danger of a blade until it is at their throat. The moment when danger becomes real is when they truly comprehend the peril. At this juncture, Lei Luo felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, casting aside all previous calculations of risk and reward. To hell with it. As a distinguished member of the Poison Dragon clan, recognized by the progenitor of the Poison Dragons, do I need to resort to selling my body for resources? Absolutely not. I shall first pursue legitimate avenues for wealth. If that fails, I will resort to theft. If pressed, I will seek the assistance of the progenitor or cling to the leg of Lei Tuyas. My life will not be forfeit. In this world, one cannot always bow their head, let alone sell their body. With a fierce roar, Lei Luo unleashed his inner fury. His aura surged dramatically, shattering the 4th-tier shackles and propelling him into the 5th tier. The 4 4th-tier warriors and the 3rd-tier mercenary let out a collective scream, rolling their eyes and convulsing on the ground. Within the true form of the poison dragon, beneath layers of flesh, his skull began to undergo a secondary growth, with fine spikes emerging from the center as if they were a base. These newly formed bone spikes absorbed flesh and blood, intertwining and generating a radiant white light that concealed itself. Shaking his head, Lei Luo felt a newfound clarity in his mind. His previous insights gained from Lei Tuyas regarding the nature of truth had progressed. It seemed he could now discern the veracity of certain matters. A torrent of power surged forth from within him, refining his dragon scales to an even greater hardness. It appears that to embody the dragon, one must align with their true self. However, I am still in a suppressed state. Once I can traverse the world in my true form, my strength will likely grow exponentially, leading to further transformations. Patience is essential, for my power remains insufficient, and my trump cards are few. Chapter 72. The Hidden Hand of Lei Luo. How to deal with these individuals. To kill them? After venting his frustrations, Lei Luo finally cast his gaze upon the 5 convulsing figures. Slaying them would be the most satisfying course of action, yet ultimately futile. They were merely pawns acting on behalf of their powerful benefactors. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that his information had already been leaked, necessitating an immediate change of appearance. Murder would leave traces of blood on his hands, complicating future endeavors. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Luo stripped the 5 of their possessions and, in a swift motion, made his way towards the city's outskirts. Upon reaching the 5th tier, his speed had increased threefold, and within mere minutes, he had exited Feiyu City. After some contemplation, he decided to venture into the underground world outside the city. It was the closest point to Lei Luo's, and if any powerful figures from Feiyu City were to seek him out, he could face them in front of the big shots. If that failed, he would merely escape. As for the 6 individuals from the city, they would have to leave their fates to chance. If they survived, they did. If not, under Lei Luo's methods, they would not expose themselves. Lei Luo departed swiftly, and the commotion in the marketplace followed suit. In fact, the entire Feiyu City began to stir. This was largely due to Lei Luo's roar, which echoed throughout the city. Feiyu City, City Lord's Mansion. The robust City Lord sat in the highest seat, his expression grave as he addressed his aide. Have we discovered anything? Is there any unusual activity within the city? Though the recent roar bore little emotion, I sensed a formidable pressure within it. It was certainly not the cry of an ordinary magical beast. Have any distinguished guests arrived in town recently? The aide shook his head. The reconnaissance magic has spread throughout the city. If high-tier magical beasts entered, we would have received an alert. There has been no sign of battle, and it appears to be merely a solitary roar. The Tianlong auction house reported that no members of the Tianlong clan have visited. Yet the roar sounded very much like that of a dragon. However, I cannot discern which clan it belongs to. I see. The city lord, seated upon his throne, tapped the armrest leisurely. He then instructed, strengthen the reconnaissance magic within the city, and dispatch individuals to post notices to reassure the populace. If the major families inquire, let them know it was merely a magical beast passing through, and it has already departed. Understood. The Vice City Lord accepted the command and withdrew. After a moment of contemplation, the City Lord exited the City Lord's mansion and stealthily made his way to the Mage Alliance. The Mage Alliance harbors an interest in all dragon clans. He would inform them that he had much to offer, though whether it would yield results was not his concern. Simultaneously, various factions within the city began to mobilize. Only the smaller factions, with limited resources and knowledge of the creature behind the roar, awaited the City Lord's announcement. Meanwhile, some individuals spread panic, alleging that the abyssal demons were approaching, claiming the roar belonged to the abyssal dragon, which was scouting their situation, likely headed towards the Orc King's capital. They noted the silence from the legendary figures of the City Lord's mansion, indicating their fear of the abyssal demon lord. The Church of the Gods remained passive. Should we intervene, it would likely result in our demise. Feiyu City is no longer safe. I have a brother who knows the manager of the carriage company. For just 30 gold coins, he can lead us away from the whirlpool of war. No one wishes to become cannon fodder on the battlefield, do they? Follow my lead. Let us depart in a carriage to the next city for a new life. The proclamations from the City Lord's manor cannot be trusted. They are merely a ploy to retain us, urging a hasty sale of our homes at undervalued prices. Suddenly, rumors proliferate in every corner of the city, enticing residents to leave and sell their properties cheaply, while news swirls like wildfire. The higher echelons remain silent, discreetly investigating the matter. Various forms of combat and magic erupt in succession. Soon, for 4th-tier warriors and 3 3rd-tier mercenaries, convulsing and rolling their eyes, are discovered on the ground. 4th-tier warriors are no longer as common as cabbages. Among the nobility, they are considered competent guardians. Their convulsions and fainting are clearly abnormal. After an investigation, 6 individuals, including Ao de Biao, are implicated. Representatives from the City Lord's manor and various factions gather. They sit on either side, with the City Lord above and Ao de Biao and his companions standing below. Behind them lie the 5 unconscious individuals. 6 obscure mercenaries have managed to accompany a beast capable of stunning 4th-tier warriors with their roars into the city. What is the true form of that beast? What is their purpose for entering the city? Could it be connected to the abyss? The church appears indifferent to the abyss, having only dispatched 2 young individuals to meander about, concealing their true intentions. The city lord interrogates Ao de Biao and others, while representatives from the other factions murmur amongst themselves. After all, the city lord governs merely one city, whereas their powers extend beyond. Casting a glance at the numerous faction representatives, the city lord feigns ignorance of their discussions, directing a stern gaze at Ao de Biao. You are the captain. Having long operated in Feiyu City, why have you brought a beast into the city? What is its true nature? If you wish to avoid suffering, confess everything honestly, for you still hold the right to mine. Speak. The city lord's booming command erupts, his 7th-tier aura radiating throughout the room, except for the captain of the city guards. All others fall silent, afraid to speak freely. Time drifts by, and Ao de Biao's group remains mute, their heads bowed in silence. The city lord's brows arch, a surge of fury rising within him. Do these insignificant mercenaries dare to defy the will of the city lord? He gestures to the waiting guards. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds resonate as the arms of the 3 companions beside Liana are pulverized, hanging limply, bloodstains smudged. Liana, pale and terrified, screams in horror. Mercenaries in Feiyu City seldom see blood, let alone experience such close proximity to violence. Beautiful lady, if you remain silent, you shall soon face a similar fate. I am certain you do not wish for your visage to be marred. Liana shakes her head vehemently. No, I cannot speak. I must not speak. Crack. Hearing this, the guard unhesitatingly shatters Liana's arms, the cold blade pressed against her face. I suggest you reconsider. Trembling, Liana stammers. It is. Before she can finish, her eyes glaze over, her form beginning to vanish from her feet, ultimately spreading through the blade to the guard. The entire process lasts less than 30 seconds, and both Liana and the guard who attacked her disappear without a trace. A thunderclap reverberates in the minds of the onlookers, who, in fright, rise and retreat in haste. This is a calamity. We must leave. Let today be forgotten, as if nothing occurred. The white-haired headmaster of Oak Academy, pale with fear, raises his hand to summon a spatial magic circle, swiftly taking 2 teachers with him, vanishing in an instant. This was the city lord's doing. It is of no concern to me. The representative of the Mercenary Alliance shouts to the heavens, crashing through a wall to escape. The Assassins Alliance and the Church of the Gods have not arrived. The representative of the Mages Alliance, furrowing his brow in contemplation, struggles to comprehend why the others are fleeing. After a moment of thought, he rises and bows. City Lord, this matter is peculiar. I must return to consult with the president and will visit again another day. Without waiting for the city lord's response, he departs. The remaining representatives do not dare to hasten their exit, for the city lord remains present, and they do not yet grasp the implications of what has transpired. In the subterranean realm, the dragon tomb. Boom. A flicker of soul fire ignites within the vast eye socket of a dragon skull. The blaze dances slightly, reflecting all that has transpired from Lei Luo's coercion to the occurrences within the city lord's manor. Lei Luo quietly observes the headmaster of Oak Academy and the representative of the Mercenary Alliance fleeing. He remains still, even as the soul fire flickers steadily. After all these years, has that old fool recognized the source of the confinement as my grandfather's power? It should not be possible. If he knew, how could he have survived this long? That little one is quite intriguing. What they have condensed is not a crown, but it appears akin to a throne. Well, my grandfather's will awaken as a result? How exhilarating. Lei Luo does not slumber, his pupils reflecting the movements of the headmaster of Oak Academy. Even as they intrude upon the magic circle, they do not evade detection. In the office of the headmaster of Oak Academy, the magic circle glows, and the headmaster returns with the 2 teachers. The teachers must return first. Do not share any information about what you witnessed at the city lord's manor, especially that scene. I do this for your own good, lest you wish to live. Do not ask too much. Knowing too much will lead to scrutiny. After dismissing the 2 teachers, the headmaster swallows hard, hastily opening the office's hidden compartment. After layers of verification, the compartment opens, revealing only a worn, black tome devoid of a title, emanating a faint aura of death. The ancient legacies have been lost too extensively. This tome seems to document the events represented in that scene. I have seen it before but intentionally sealed it away. Now, I must address it. The headmaster opens the tome, and inexplicable whispers reverberate in the void. In the realm of 10,000 worlds lies an abyss of boundless darkness and time. Ancient taboos rest here, and invoking their wills establishes a life and death contract. As the tome opens, the whispers echo incessantly in the headmaster's ear. He forcefully suppresses his discomfort and continues to read. Before he can discover the information he seeks, the whispers resonate ever more loudly, and a dense fog appears from nowhere. Just as the headmaster intends to close the tome, the fog abruptly dissipates. What is happening? The headmaster is momentarily stunned, then shakes his head and resumes reading. Soon, he uncovers the information he wishes to know. In the first year of the Divine King, the Death Realm Poison Dragon clashed violently with the god of war, Ares. Ares was defeated, his divine authority shattered, his soul and flesh annihilated. With no chance of awakening remaining, the Divine King, in wrath, slays the Death Realm Poison Dragon, both sustaining grievous injuries. The soul and flesh perish together. Is this not the fate of the mercenary and the guard? The Death Realm Poison Dragon? The god of war Ares? Over 1,000,000 years of epics. How could Fei City exhibit fluctuations of power related to these two? The headmaster of Oak Academy contemplates briefly, blood pouring from his mouth. Flesh beginning to fall away. Trembling, he reaches out to close the tome, but halfway through, he collapses into a heap of flesh. In the subterranean realm, within the dragon tomb, Lei Luo sinks into a contented slumber. It was worth his personal intervention, otherwise. How could an insignificant headmaster have glimpsed the events of the Divine King's era? The whispers of life should have reached the abyss of 10,000 worlds by now. Chapter 73, The Abyss of 10,000 Worlds. The stench of blood pervades, the foul odor wafting through the academy. Not far from their previous position, the two teachers come to a halt simultaneously, exchanging glances. Such a strong smell of blood, it emanates from the headmaster's office. Let us investigate. Wait, have you forgotten what the headmaster just instructed? It is unwise for us to approach alone. Let us summon the vice principal and the others. I feel uneasy and sense that something grave is about to transpire, perhaps influenced by the events at the city lord's manor. I too feel a sense of foreboding. Let us go summon the vice principal and the others. After conferring, the two send messages to the vice principal and other teachers, and soon, everyone gathers. Ba Duan and Wei Lian. What transpired? Were you not to attend the interrogation of those mercenaries at the lord's mansion? Have you uncovered any information? Is it related to the formidable magical beasts opposed to us? The research materials within the academy are dwindling. We must secure some form of revenue. Why is there a scent of blood lingering in the air? Upon meeting, numerous professors bombarded them with inquiries. Please, let us all be silent. The two vice deans waved their hands, drawing Ba Duan and Wei Lian aside for a more in-depth discussion. The matters concerning the Lord's mansion were not disseminated widely. They were only shared with the vice deans. After listening to their accounts, the vice dean's expressions turned grave. I cannot sense the dean's life force, nor any trace of a soul. Could he have been affected? We must enter and investigate. This situation is dire. If things go awry, the entire city may be imperiled. An incursion from the abyss would be one thing, but now unknown forces are emerging as well. Sigh. After escorting Wei Lian and Ba Duan back to the group, the vice dean first cast a defensive magical array and then said, "Let us check the dean's office." The defensive array of the office was not activated, allowing everyone to enter effortlessly. The previously observed black tome had returned to its concealed compartment, which was now sealed. The members of Alco Academy beheld the dean, collapsed and transformed into a pool of blood. Is this truly the dean? There is no necromantic energy, no traces of curses, only a spatial magical array. The dean had previously ascended to the legendary realm, obscured by the emblem of holy light, a fact known to but a few. The vice dean stood 2 meters away, his eyes reflecting boundless fear. Had it not been for Wei Lian and Ba Duan detecting the scent of blood, they might have remained oblivious to the dean's demise for quite some time. After all, who would think to seek out the dean during ordinary moments? With the dean deceased, could Wei Lian and Ba Duan be far from peril themselves? Would they be implicated? The vice dean and other professors retreated, their faces betraying awkward smiles. Wei Lian, we regret this. It is not our intention to isolate you, but we wish to avoid complications, as you understand. It is said that many are present at the Lord's mansion, including the Lord and the commander of the city guard. If you go now, you may receive assistance beneficial to your current predicament. The students at the academy await our classes. Indeed, with the dean gone, I shall take the liberty of granting you an extended leave. Return only once matters are resolved. Until then, please refrain from appearing at the academy. Your remuneration will not be affected. Suddenly isolated by his colleagues, Wei Lian and Ba Duan had no time for anger. They feared that they too might meet an untimely demise. With no inclination to linger, the two utilized a recording stone to capture a video and swiftly returned to the Lord's mansion. 15 minutes later, all returned to the hall of the Lord's mansion. Save for the deceased dean. The 5 from Aude Biao were treated with precious potions to heal their injuries and no longer stood as defendants awaiting interrogation. They sat to the side, nearly on par with the Lord. Their life histories were urgently retrieved and laid before the prominent figures. The previous 4 fourth-tier warriors and 3-tier mercenaries had become criminals, their legs broken, kneeling on the ground. After reviewing the life histories of Aude Biao and his companions, Lord Aolon Day sighed in exasperation, his thoughts encapsulated in a single word: mundane. How could such ordinary mercenaries be entangled with such terrifying forces? Just as he was about to divulge information, their souls and flesh vanished completely, as if erased from existence. A legendary powerhouse who had encountered them perished silently not long after departing. Lord Aolon opened his mouth to inquire, but then hesitated, glancing helplessly at the others. The representatives of other factions wore expressions of bemusement, uncertain of how to proceed. To ask further questions might invite immediate death. The representative of the Mage Alliance's face twitched. After several deep breaths, he still could not contain his emotions, directing a fierce glare at the 4 fourth-tier warriors and 3-tier mercenaries. Damn it! All this chaos is caused by those 5 rascals. Why must you engage in such underhanded dealings when you could be profitably managing the market? You scoundrels! If it were not for you, that individual would not have acted. Which family supports you from the shadows? The representative of the Mercenary Alliance reacted as well, raising a foot to deliver a harsh kick to the 3-tier mercenary. You disgrace! How dare you join the Mercenary Alliance? The market is backed by Lan Feng, Mei Li, Wenzhei, and others, catering to their peculiar appetites. Such filth cannot exist in Feiyu City. It must be eradicated. Representatives from various families quickly named the owners behind the market. Lord Aolon, feeling equally distressed, turned to the commander of the city guard and said, "Handle it. By noon, I do not wish to see them drawing breath in this place." The commander of the city guard nodded solemnly and turned to issue combat orders. Although some frustration was vented, the problem remained unresolved. After a prolonged silence, Lord Aolon resignedly addressed the representatives of the Mage Alliance and Mercenary Alliance, proposing, "At this juncture, let us inquire about the representatives of the Church of the Gods present here. Those with such power cannot be mere demigods. Both alliances hold divine-level powerhouses, but they are merely representatives of Feiyu City, lacking the qualifications to make contact. The likelihood of success through the Church of the Gods is considerably higher. Let us proceed together." The representatives of the 2 alliances replied without hesitation, and the 3 made their way to the Church of the Gods' presence in Feiyu City. Some less astute representatives followed, while the more discerning chose to remain silent. Within the Church of the Gods' premises in Feiyu City, typically frequented only by devotees, a multitude of influential representatives, including Lord Aolon, gathered today. The Church of the Gods, usually aloof and disinterested in establishing surveillance on higher powers, received the visitors without a clear understanding of the situation. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? The higher echelons seldom venerate the gods, as the church primarily seeks the devotion of commoners. It is regarding the echoing roar that has spread throughout the city. You must have heard it. Lord Aolon recounted the events in a dry manner, detailing the inexplicable death of the legendary dean of Alcor Academy. Initially, the church's representative listened as if it were merely a tale, but upon reaching the conclusion, he cast a grim glance at the multitude of visiting representatives. "My lords, while pursuing accountability is trivial, it is imperative that we first devise a solution." The representative of the Church of the Gods' face flushed with anger, ready to act. But the representatives of the Mage Alliance and Mercenary Alliance stepped forward to restrain him. What is the point of anger? If we do not act swiftly, there may not be an opportunity left to express our anger. I will contact the Archbishop in the royal capital. The annihilation of souls and flesh is an excessively brutal method. Which malevolent deity would favor such actions? It should not be the Abyssal Demon Lord. They have already retreated. The representative of the Church of the Gods felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After expressing his grievances, he turned to activate the long-distance communication magical array. In the boundless void, stars filled the space, devoid of any true orientation. The myriad realms exist within their own spaces. Only the divine realm is distinctly allocated a portion of space for itself, suppressing a part of it to contain the abyss. There exists another unique region that neither the divine realm dares to delineate nor the abyss dares to taint. This is the Wanjie Guishu. The Wanjie has an endpoint. When death truly arrives, it serves as the final resting place. No one can ascertain how long the Wanjie Guishu has existed. One thing is known. It can entomb time and taboos, encompassing the entirety of the universe. After burying the myriad realms, the Gui Shu will release seeds of life, reopening the myriad realms. Some taboo powerhouses deliberately conceal themselves within the Gui Shu, patiently awaiting the day of renewal. When the dean of Alcutta Academy perished, unseen waves resonated with the Gui Shu. The undead poison dragon, the god of war, Aa Raisi. The thoughts drifted aimlessly into the Wan Jie Gui Shu. A mysterious laughter resonated. The era of Ares has departed more completely than I. Who would dare to summon him? The specter of the poison dragon of the netherworld felt somewhat familiar. Fool, do not disturb his slumber, unless you court death. That fleeting thought, born at the cost of life, lingered within the Wan Jie Gui Shu for a brief moment before dissipating entirely. Yet, soon after, a faint crimson wave swept through. In the profound darkness at the deepest layer of the Wan Jie Gui Shu, a pair of icy eyes slowly opened. It was not yet the time for the myriad realms to be reborn. Let me see who has awakened me. Lai Chuayasi still lives. This is a fortunate outcome. The throne, or the imperial seat. The fact that I have received the acknowledgement of my avatar across the river of time is commendable. This little fellow has indeed stirred my power. The new generation of divine kings must be unable to restrain themselves. It seems I must take action. The will of the poison dragon of the netherworld awakened. Though he had never visited the flying fish city, he instantly grasped everything and beheld what he desired to see. After making a decision, he closed his eyes once more, returning to slumber. Beyond the Wan Jie Gui Shu, the endless starlight coalesced, ultimately transforming into a dragon's claw, which reached into the Wan Jie Gui Shu, where at its center was embedded a jet-black dragon scale. In an instant, the dragon's claw vanished from sight. On this day, the god-level powerhouses of the myriad realms felt a stirring, their gazes directed towards the divine realm. A dragon's claw was engaged in combat with the god of war, Ares, pressing him down. Chapter 74. The defense of Xingxuan as the dragon's claw, formed from the Wan Jie Gui Shu, soared into the divine realm. The starlight coalesced into a shape adorned with intricate black dragon scales. The scales were deep and dark, emanating an extraordinary aura that swept across the spatial expanse. Ahead, the god of war Ares brandished a golden spear, his face aflame with fury. However, having previously encountered a setback, he dared not launch a proactive attack, instead demanding, "What is your purpose in invading the divine realm?" The dragon's claw paused slightly, then scoffed. "The arrow of Ares would not dare to address me in such a manner. You, a mere successor with scant authority, presume to be audacious. Who grants you such courage? Is it the new divine king who ascended through ambush?" Ares's expression shifted repeatedly, and he quietly retreated a step. He then raised his hand to conjure a golden round shield, which began to absorb the divine power of faith belonging to the god of war. The majestic golden armor was swiftly donned. The power of the god of war began to bolster him, allowing Ares to regain some composure and fix his gaze upon the dragon's claw. Pondering the source of this strength, was it directed towards the divine realm, or was it he who had come? Had he encountered the era of Ares? That could be traced back to the first year of the divine kings. How had time not buried it? Furthermore, what was this new divine king who had ascended through ambush? Had not King Zeus always existed? How could there be an ambush? Had the divine realm concealed information from me? Ares furrowed his brow, uncertain how to respond. "You ignorant fool. No wonder you could inherit the mantle of the god of war, yet you are the first to confront me. Stand aside and witness, now that I have arrived. The divine realm shall not know peace." The dragon's claw reached into the void, revealing an illusory black palace. As the palace emerged, the entire divine realm dimmed, as if signs of decay and demise were manifesting. The space became sluggish, and the flow of time varied. These phenomena resembled the end of the world's lifespan. On the brink of total death, poison dragon of the netherworld, Lycmond, you have crossed the boundary. A furious shout echoed from the deepest recesses of the divine realm. Accompanying the voice was a golden scepter, only 5 meters tall, adorned at its pinnacle with a rainbow-hued orb, releasing boundless multicolored light that connected the entire divine realm. The scepter and palace stood in opposition, dark energies continuously accumulating. Beyond the confines of the divine realm, various power fluctuations appeared, only to vanish quickly. Yet the same actions would inevitably repeat after a while. The god-level powerhouses from various realms sensed the anomaly within the divine realm and naturally came to observe. The gaze from the Wan Jie Gui Shu was the most prominent, while the identities within remained a matter of speculation. However, a select few powerhouses openly watched, such as the Titan demon god from the abyss, the underworld king Hades, and the sea god Poseidon. Though the Titan demon god was at odds with Hades and Poseidon, a war did not ensue, primarily due to the multitude of gazes directed towards the Wan Jieguishu. They dared not assume that the observing entities were free of their enemies. Should they be successfully ambushed, the consequences would be dire. The current god of war Ares remained oblivious, while the other three were acutely aware. How did King Zeus ascend? Was it not the result of the initial divine king, Kronos, battling the poison dragon of the netherworld, leading to their mutual destruction, thereby paving the way for Zeus? Regrettably, the initial strategy of waiting allowed Lycman to escape into the Wan Jieguishu, leaving only his avatar suppressed within the river of time. Now that Lycman had emerged once more from the Wan Jieguishu, what was his purpose? To what extent had his injuries healed? The divine king's scepter faced off against the palace, yet King Zeus did not emerge. The dragon's claw fell into silence, offering no response. Time trickled by, and soon Hades was the first to discern the implications. He realized that by sealing off the divine realm, the power of faith could not be drawn up. It would dissipate in the lower realms or be plundered by others. As for who would benefit from it, that was uncertain. If one were to forge a god-level authority from the power of faith but failed to collect it promptly, it could become unwieldy. If the lower realm's authority mirrored that of the divine realm, who would truly be the sovereign? Hades observed quietly for a while before leaving a mark and departing. Poseidon and the Titan demon gods soon reacted, each leaving their own surveillance markers before following suit. The authority of the myriad realms is finite. They could bestow subordinate powers upon lower deities to cultivate their own influence. However, if the principal authority were to be divided, it would subvert their own standings. Lycman could obstruct the entire entrance of the divine realm today. He could just as easily block others. From another perspective, all within the lower realm could utilize faith to forge god-level sovereign powers. The longer Lycman delayed, the greater the likelihood of success. To turn the tables was not a mere fantasy. The gods of the divine realm similarly reacted, no longer able to remain seated, and they all flew towards the exit. With Zeus walking at the center of the gods, his expression dark, Lycman disregarded him, clearly signaling his intent to prevent their connection to the lower realms. The sun god Apollo, riding in his chariot, spoke haughtily, "Divine King, with the power of the sun god, how formidable can a mere dragon's claw be?" Without waiting for Zeus's response, he summoned the sun wheel, emblematic of the sun god's authority, and hurled it directly at the palace. Laughter echoed from the depths of the void. Boom, boom, boom. The energy that had been accumulating began to lose balance under the assault of the divine sun wheel, and dazzling light filled a significant portion of the divine realm. The defense of Xingxuan, the black dragon scales on the dragon's claw, all regressed, coalescing onto the true dragon scales at the center, revealing the starlight dragon's claw. The starlight shattered and merged into the chaotic energy, gradually forming a vortex that enveloped the divine realm, while the dragon scales stabilized the center. Crack! Within the vortex, the sun wheel representing the sun god's authority collided with the divine king's scepter, resulting in numerous fissures. The divine king's scepter managed to escape, yet the sun wheel was ensnared by the Xingxuan and could not flee. Ha ha ha, Lycman's methods are not something a mere junior can contend with. Hurry and summon the dragon ancestor to intervene. Oh, but wait, the dragon ancestor is also in the Guishu, dormant for 50 million years. The power of the sun god, what great might. Let us gather a sun wheel in the land of the dead. What do you think? Splendid. Who says the land of the dead cannot possess the authority of the sun? This Xingxuan was not even directly resolved by the previous divine king. Can you, a third-generation divine king, manage it? The Wan Jieguishu resonated with a cacophony of derisive laughter. In the world opposing the divine realm, formidable beings also emerged to provoke. The Xingxuan envelopes the periphery of the divine realm. To venture outside, one must either shatter the Xingxuan or, alternatively, forcibly halt its rotation. However, such an endeavor bears grave consequences. The initial underestimation led to the fall of the sun god's dominion, the Riluan, into its depths. Should the Xingxuan be broken, the sun god's authority would likewise shatter, necessitating a reconstitution of divine power. Apollo would never allow such a calamity to transpire. The deities under his command are intrinsically linked to the sun god's authority. Should it crumble, their own powers would dissipate, and they would not permit the sun god's dominion to falter. Another option exists, forcibly ceasing the rotation of the Xingxuan, which would also permit an escape. Yet, would Lycman remain passive? Moreover, creation is far more arduous than destruction. Zeus cast a glance at Apollo, who sat within his chariot, his emotions inscrutable. As the divine realm faced confinement, the various divine sects across the realms sensed a disturbance. In Feiyu City, the leader of a divine sect, poised to relay a message. turned from anxious to pallid. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 75. The calm before the storm. The representatives of the Mage Alliance and the Mercenary Alliance instinctively stepped back, casting innocent glances at the surrounding factions. You all witnessed this. We did not lay a hand on him. He suddenly collapsed. Orlin nodded, affirming, we can all attest that Mr. Nick fainted on his own. But who among us is a priest to tend to him? Our survival hinges upon the divine sect. The unknown presence is too terrifying. Do not harbor any false hopes. After Orlin spoke, 3 representatives stepped forward to cast healing spells and blessings. After a series of incantations, approximately 10 minutes later, Nick gradually regained consciousness, his eyes vacant. His body resembling that of a marionette left in disarray. Orlin waved his hand before Nick, inquiring, Nick, are you all right? Did you also succumb? This shouldn't have happened. If you had been afflicted, you would not still be alive. Legendary beings cannot withstand such an ordeal. Nick responded weakly, I am not certain. Perhaps I have been cursed? It is possible I feigned a collapse to avoid assisting. The representatives of various factions murmured in hushed tones behind them. They had convened here primarily to gather numbers and, leveraging the influence of their respective factions, seek aid from the Divine Sect's headquarters. Individual grievances might be overlooked, but a crisis affecting an entire city must be addressed. For these factions wield influence over 90% of the populace, the very believers who sustain the Divine Sect. However, the assistance from the Divine Sect's headquarters would naturally prioritize the higher echelons, and when their turn arrived, unforeseen circumstances might arise. Thus, some representatives from smaller factions were unbothered and spoke freely. Orland feigned ignorance to the discussions behind him, persistently shaking Nick, his own mind beset by uncertainty. Unable to restrain himself, a representative from the Mage Alliance stepped forward, stating, Nick, we only requested your assistance in relaying a message. Is such a reaction truly necessary? The citizens of Feiyu City venerate the Divine Sect. If we encounter difficulties, who will ensure the stability of faith? Upon hearing these words, Nick's eyes focused, and he shook his head, bitterly replying, I can no longer sense the presence of the Lord. My faith has no refuge. Something has transpired in the divine realm. Orland's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing. Although he did not share belief in the deities, he understood the bond between believers and their gods. Nick's devotion to the sun god Apollo had reached a fanatical level. Having received blessings from the sun god, his faith resided directly within the divine realm, requiring no intermediary statue for purification. The absence of a refuge for his faith implied either Apollo had forsaken Nick or something dreadful had transpired in the divine realm. Fanatical followers are a rarity. The gods would not easily relinquish them. Thus, the latter possibility loomed. Apollo was in peril, severing the connection to faith. Such a coincidence? Just when encountering an unpredictable presence, contact with the supreme god was suddenly lost. Orland's heart quaked, but he quickly suppressed his tumultuous thoughts, articulating, you may contact the Pope. He may possess knowledge regarding the state of the divine realm. The sun god may not be in peril, but perhaps merely sealed away. The representatives from both the Mage Alliance and the Mercenary Alliance all approached to assuage his concerns. They relied entirely upon the Divine Sect. The quickest route to contact was through Nick. Nick's demeanor slightly softened as he nodded, initiating communication with the headquarters of the Divine Sect, located in the Kingdom of Locke. At the headquarters, the Pope, accompanied by clergy, engaged in daily prayers. A colossal statue loomed over the minuscule beings below, and as prayers ascended, tendrils of silvery faith energy flowed into the statue, while a meager amount of golden faith energy was cast into the void, directed toward the divine realm. Suddenly, as the Pope anticipated another tranquil day, the statues of the gods trembled, their pedestals fracturing beneath them. The golden faith energy cast into the void autonomously returned, aimlessly drifting through the air. The silvery faith energy entering the statue was not purified. The statue's function ceased. What calamity had befallen the gods? Had the divine realm plunged into chaos, heralding the twilight of the deities once more? Impossible. Just yesterday, divine blessings had been bestowed. The expressions of the clergy shifted dramatically. Panic ensued, and they began to shout incoherently. The statue, as a manifestation of its corresponding deity, was meant to purify faith for the sustenance of its essence. Yet now its pedestal lay shattered, and faith could no longer be purified. Even the fervent believer's faith could not penetrate the divine realm. The elder Pope squinted, scrutinizing the statues, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. He then turned, speaking with gravity, Holy Ones, immediately contact the gods of the divine realm. If they encounter difficulties, we must offer our own faith. The festival of revelry shall commence early. calling upon believers to offer their faith. I shall summon the elders to oversee the far northern seas. If the divine realm is in peril, the abyss must be guarded against. With these arrangements set in motion, the elder pope sought out the church's revered elders, known to be God-level entities. While many God-level beings existed within the human realm, most remained concealed, delving into the depths of the laws in pursuit of true divinity. The divine sect had only 10 such exalted figures in its service. Traversing a serene forest, the elder pope arrived at a mountainous grove to report the situation. Is it true that the divine realm is in turmoil? Have any divine oracles been delivered to guide us? I shall visit an old friend in the wood realm. He may possess vital information. I will venture to the fire realm. The forest trembled as 7 spatial rifts tore open, allowing the 7 revered God-level beings to depart, leaving only 3 elder figures behind to confront the elder pope. What shall we do if the divine realm is in distress and communication is severed? The power of faith cannot be left unguarded. We must protect it from the clutches of the malevolent gods. What has caused this upheaval? The 3 inquired pointedly. The elder pope shook his head. I know not the cause, but it is certain that something has gone awry. They cannot even receive the faith of fervent believers. We must safeguard the faith that finds no refuge. Other factions are not oblivious to this crisis. The remaining 3 fell into contemplative silence before responding. For now, we shall respond as usual and not engage in deception. Arrange for some individuals to pilfer faith energy and observe the repercussions. Those hypocrites will not permit even a fraction of faith energy to slip away. After deliberation, the elder pope returned to the church. Simultaneously, churches scattered across the continent began contacting the headquarters, having discerned the issue. Faith was no longer circulating, but rather accumulating. With the divine realm cut off from communication, who would wield such a vast reservoir of faith energy? All factions were alerted to the news, and some formidable races were already aware of the unfolding events. The entire continent lay enveloped in silence, a stillness that heralded the approaching storm. Chapter 76. The departure of Latoy is above the sacred continent. A secret realm floated incessantly, ever drifting. Periodically, young dragons emerge from the secret realm to traverse the continent, enriching their experiences. Some young dragons, using their dragon scales to summon, return to the secret realm. This secret realm serves as the sanctuary for the dragon clan, housing portions of the dragon tomb. At the first sign of trouble within the pantheon, 5 ancient dragons burst forth from the secret realm, tearing through the dimensional fabric to soar toward the divine realm. In the extreme northern seas, at the chasm of the abyss, the colossal head of the demon god emerges, exhaling a deep, resonant breath, which reverberates as a thunderous roar. With the sound echoing, all the beasts invading the kingdom of Aok begin to halt and withdraw. The swirling miasma shows signs of receding. Is this truly the way? Can we seize the divine realm's power of belief? Indeed, the human race possesses such a disposition. First, they bestow suffering, then grant redemption. I have observed the myriad worlds, and all the chief deities behave in this manner. Let us unleash 3,000 seductive sirens to guide them. Wait and see. We shall surely breach the divine realm's back door. A voice behind the abyss exchanged brief words with the demon god before quickly dissipating. Humph, the land of belief. The demon god coldly chuckled, gradually retracting into the abyss. Soon after, 3,000 enchanting sirens flew forth from the chasm, dispersing across the continent. In the forest of elves, the ancient life tree swayed its branches, receiving messages conveyed by all the trees of the continent. When news of turmoil in the divine realm reached it, the life tree settled, an aged visage appearing upon its trunk. Shaolin, come forth to meet me. The elven queen, engrossed in her meditation, was startled awake by the summons of the life tree. She swiftly approached, offering her respect. Grandfather Ancient Tree, what is your command? The time for the goddess's return has arrived. Preparations must be made to conquer the underworld. The dark elves must return, erect the goddess's statue, and begin promoting the faith of the life goddess among the denizens of the forest of elves. This opportunity is rare and cannot be squandered. You shall command all the ancient war trees. Do you possess the confidence? The elven queen hesitated. I am confident in guiding the dark elves back. But to establish the goddess's statue would mean competing for belief with the pantheon, which could have dire consequences. The elven race has refrained from venturing out for 3 millennia and has not erected any statues to prevent conflict with the pantheon. The power of belief is a taboo among the gods of the divine realm. Those who dared to touch it have long since perished. Only by joining the divine realm can one partake in its bounty. No, the time has come. The divine realm cannot connect with this world. When the goddess returns, There will be more choices. The Elven Queen's expression brightened, indeed. In Feiyu City, within the underworld and the Dragon Tomb. Lycman's actions against the divine realm sent ripples of power throughout various worlds, resonating with the ancient poison dragons who sensed it. Among them, Lichuoyas felt it most profoundly. For it was he who orchestrated these events. A death eye coalesced and was cast into the void. Beyond the divine realm, the celestial sphere spun vigorously. Lichuoyas caught a glimpse, but before he could discern clearly, darkness engulfed him. When his vision restored, he found himself in an abyssal expanse. In the void of darkness, a thick aura of decay pervaded, with time and space continuously collapsing and reforming. Occasionally, the emergence and shattering of worlds could be observed. Is this the return of the myriad realms? Who has drawn me here? Lichuoyas maneuvered the death eye, soon locking eyes with a colossal pair of eyes. A glimmer of amusement flickered within the frigid gaze. Ace, my dear child, you remain as cautious as ever. Why do you not come to witness the fruits of your own meticulous planning? Grandfather. Lichuoyas attempted to advance with the death eye, but found himself unable to approach. Lycman regarded Lichuoyas silently, then spoke. With your current abilities, you cannot enter my domain. When you consolidate divine authority, perhaps we may stand together. History is not yours to traverse. Do not delve into the river of time. At present, the divine realm is sealed by me, making it the perfect opportunity for you to seize divine authority. Choose between the divine authority of the sun or the divine authority of war. On the day of your success, I shall shatter the divine tokens of those two. If you prove yourself, you may not have to wait for the universe to restart. That young one should also possess a divine authority. Let him choose. It is time for the poison dragon lineage to step into the light. I shall deal with the stubbornness of the dragon clan. With the dragon ancestor deceased, change is due. With that, Lycman closed his eyes. Lichuoyas found himself enveloped in darkness once more, and when his sight returned, he was back within the dragon tomb. Divine authority of war, divine authority of the sun? It appears yet another conflict looms. Young one, come to the dragon tomb. I have matters to discuss with you. Lichuoyas pondered and then transmitted his thoughts to the concealed Lei Luo nearby in the underworld. The elder summons me? Lei Luo, awaiting responses from Feiyu City. Notice the city remained quiet when Lichuoyas' voice reached him first. Without hesitation, he hastened toward the location of the dragon tomb. Upon entering, Lei Luo was astonished to see Lichuoyas, who had previously been sprawled on the ground, now standing upright, the soul fire within his pupils flickering vigorously, indicating his deep thoughts and mental strain. Before he could inquire, Lichuoyas waved a claw and proclaimed, "Though you are merely at the 4th tier, my grandfather believes in you. Which means you certainly can. Choose between the divine authority of war or the divine authority of the sun. The poison dragon lineage is about to make its resurgence. None shall dare provoke us again. A god-level entity without divine authority is not truly a god. Both the divine authority of war and the divine authority of the sun are chief divine authorities. Which will you claim?" Lei Luo's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth? Just moments ago, we were fleeing, and now we are to return? Are we not fearful of hidden enemies? The images of Lei Meng and Lei Jie fleeing were still fresh in his mind. Sensing Lei Luo's confusion, Lichuoyas elucidated, due to certain events. My grandfather has awakened in the return of the myriad realms. He has sealed the divine realm. None dare provoke us at this juncture. Once I consolidate divine authority, I shall fear no challenge. Isn't the ancestor in the river of time? Lei Luo wondered but refrained from asking. Instead nodding, I shall take the divine authority of the sun. How does one consolidate this divine authority? Gather belief, forge a divine token, and attract followers. The power of belief not only aids in consolidating divine authority, but also enhances your cultivation. To consolidate the divine authority of the sun, you must first comprehend its functional domain, venture forth into the world. Your understanding is profound. I trust you will grasp it. Lichuoyas raised his hand and retrieved 10 7th-tier fire attribute treasures from a spatial pocket, tossing them into Lei Luo's embrace. I shall depart from this place, but thereafter, none shall dare to trouble you. Should any arise, summon my grandfather's strength to vanquish them. Lei Luo's eyes widened, still in disbelief. He had merely engaged in a few matters in Feiyu City, and now it felt as though he was being thrust into prominence. The resurgence of the poison dragon lineage was unfolding far too swiftly. However, judging by Lichuoyas' words, it seemed to herald good fortune. After exchanging a few words, Lichuoyas tore open a rift in space and stepped through, vanishing in an instant. Only Lei Luo remained in the dragon tomb. What is happening? At least I can finally absorb the Qi Yanyu. That is a fortunate turn of events. The 7 additional fire attribute treasures were likely meant to enhance his fire attributes, paving the way for the divine authority of the sun. Lei Luo's thoughts raced. Yet his actions remained swift. From his spatial pocket, the long-stored qi Yinyu slowly emerged, radiating searing heat. Even the lowest tier of water cannot extinguish the flames of a higher order. The same holds true for characteristics. Lei Luo followed the ancestral methods, progressing step by step. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fire attribute 7th-tier treasures exploded under the pressure of the qi Yinyu, their intense fiery aura surging into the qi Yinyu. Observing this, Lei Luo hastily sprinkled his own blood. It is only by using blood as a conduit that he could incorporate the attributes of the qi Yinyu into his body. Forcibly integrating them would yield no benefits, only drawbacks. After being tainted with dragon blood, the flames engulfing the qi Yinyu gradually transformed into blood flames. Its form began to compress, ultimately coalescing into a miniature poison dragon, which was the manifestation of Lei Luo's true self. The moment had arrived. When the eyes of the mini poison dragon sparkled with vitality, Lei Luo opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. A warm current coursed through his body as the previously devoured lower-tier characteristics were assimilated by the qi Yinyu, slowly merging into his venom sac. The process of absorption was complete. Roar! Lei Luo reverted to his true form, unable to suppress a roar. At this moment, the qi Yinyu also returned the unmerged energy from the 3 7th-tier fire attribute treasures back into Lei Luo's body. His aura surged continuously, eventually stabilizing at the peak of the 4th tier. With closed eyes, Lei Luo quietly contemplated. As all fire-related characteristics refined in the extreme North Sea were dominated by the high-temperature attribute extracted by the qi Yinyu. Now, regardless of which fire attribute material characteristics were drawn, they would ultimately enhance the high-temperature attribute. After all, it was a projection of the laws, representing a different tier. Absorbing another fire attribute treasure to ascend to the 5th tier was unfeasible, for without sufficient strength, one would merely be a target for assault. Even if his power was somewhat inflated, it posed little issue. Lei Luo's thoughts turned as he retrieved another 7th-tier fire attribute treasure from the dimensional space and swallowed it. The crimson energy coursed throughout his being, gradually elevating his momentum to a higher level. With the advantage of the poison dragon lineage, one of the 5th tier could suppress ordinary 6th-tier warriors and even escape from 7th-tier powerhouses. If the ancestral projection were summoned, those beneath the true gods would be utterly insignificant. In an encounter with a true god, one would only know upon engaging, but at this moment, which bold true god would dare provoke the poison dragon clan? It is well known that the upheaval in the divine realm was orchestrated solely by the poison dragon ancestor. In the wood realm, boundless trees dominated the entire world, where at its center stood a colossal tree reaching toward the heavens. When the spatial rift was torn open, it rose to its full height, continuously gathering would attribute magical energy, condensing at least 10 forbidden spells. The other trees formed a magical array to strengthen the wood attribute laws. With the divine realm sealed, tranquility would not reign in the myriad worlds. Those approaching now were likely intending to invade the wood realm and plunder faith, prompting their vigilance. After the spatial rift was torn open, a voice emerged from the other side. Old wood, it is I, Lei Luo. Do not be hasty to strike. Hearing the familiar voice, the face upon the colossal tree softened slightly, yet vigilance remained. The forbidden spells were still upheld, for matters concerning god-level powerhouses made past friendships uncertain. You may enter. I will not strike first. With a rustle, an elderly man clad in a magical robe slowly stepped through the rift, his beard cascading to his waist. He opened his arms to signify no ill intent and closed the spatial rift behind him. Upon seeing this, the colossal tree finally dispersed the forbidden spells. Its expression easing as it inquired, "Why do you seek me at this time? Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to plunder faith? Do you truly harbor no thoughts?" Lei Luo shook his head, admitting, "I have thoughts, but I dare not act hastily. I must ascertain the situation first. The beings in the divine realm are quite cunning, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Have you confirmed it? Who initiated this? Has the God King shown no reaction? Why has he suddenly been sealed?" The colossal tree pondered briefly before explaining. "It has been confirmed that the divine realm has indeed been sealed. As for who instigated this, I am uncertain, but it is rumored to involve the poison dragon ancestor. The God King's divine authority has suffered damage. The solar divine authority has been absorbed. If the divine realm were to forcefully invade, it would certainly shatter the solar divine authority, resulting in a stalemate. The key issue is that it is said the one responsible merely coalesced a dragon claw from energy. Defeating the war god, and sealing the sun god. After speaking, the colossal tree cast a look of pity towards Luo. The relationship between humanity and the Poison Dragon clan was not particularly favorable. In the past, when the Poison Dragon clan suffered grievous losses, humanity was the first to take advantage of the situation, even coercing other races to hunt down the poison dragons. Now that the ancestor had resurfaced, capable of resisting divine realm powerhouses, the fate of humanity remained uncertain, particularly for the Mage Alliance, which he had heard of even from across worlds. Though humanity might argue it was by divine command, harm was still harm. What? Luo's pupils widened as he inadvertently pulled at his beard. Yet he showed no other reaction. Old wood, do not deceive me. Wasn't that one dormant for millions of years? How could they suddenly awaken? Who stirred them? Do the other beings of the void care? The face upon the colossal tree turned grave as it replied, I can only tell you that the news is true. As for who awakened them, does it matter? The human race has no ancestral protection. You should focus on devising a countermeasure. After saying this, it actively tore open the spatial rift, signaling for Luo to leave. The Poison Dragon clan, the Mage Alliance, and the Divine Realm. Luo muttered to himself as he stepped into the spatial rift, passing through several transitions before returning to the headquarters of the Pantheon. Upon his return, the Elder Pope sensed the disturbance and hurried back into the forest. Elder, what have you discovered? What is wrong with you? Luo's state seemed off, causing the Elder Pope to furrow his brow in concern, casting glances at the three elders remaining behind. The three elders shook their heads in unison, signaling him to remain silent. While they waited, several more spatial rifts tore open, and the elders who had gone out to gather news returned. However, their states mirrored that of Luo, appearing dazed, filled with shock, disbelief, and hints of despair. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the forest. Thud, thud, thud. The eldest elder paused with his wand, his aged face emanating an aura of authority without anger. Even without grasping the laws of authority, you are still god-level powerhouses. What does this expression convey? Is the sky about to fall? Luo, you returned first. Share what you have learned. What is amiss in the divine realm? Will it be restored soon? Luo forced a grim smile and replied, the divine realm is in trouble. It will not recover for at least several decades. And it could even take hundreds of years. The news I gathered from the wood realm is undoubtedly true. The poison dragon ancestor has emerged. He then relayed the information he had received from the wood realm verbatim. Upon hearing his words, the three elders who remained behind furrowed their brows. And the elder pope could only rely on his wand for support to avoid collapsing. They were not afraid of enemies. The survival of their race would inevitably lead to friction with other races. The critical issue lay in the fact that other races possessed powerhouses capable of easily annihilating them, which was terrifying. Moreover, they had formed deep-seated animosities, compounding the problem. The poison dragon ancestor sealed the divine realm with a single claw. What could the God King do? Could humans, reliant on the divine realm, withstand such pressure? The eldest elder's expression twitched as he turned to another elder. What news have you brought back? Similar to that of Elder Luo, make a decision. Silence fell once more in the forest. A gentle breeze swept through, and the elder pope felt a chill, regaining clarity of thought as he stepped forward. Esteemed elders, given the current situation, if we wish to endure, we must either hope that the one in question shows mercy or enhance our own value, subsequently pushing forth the instigator for execution. It must be a figure of significant weight, not to be taken lightly. The value of our human race lies in faith. Do the gods not value this? The instigator can only be the entire membership of the Mage Alliance. We can be lenient lower down the hierarchy, but demigods and god-level powerhouses must not escape. Only then do we stand a chance. Alternatively, we could also gamble on luck. Taking a gamble can be done casually, but once the latter option is chosen, one must act swiftly. The information accessible to us is also within the grasp of the Mages Alliance. The 10 divine elders exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the Grand Elder as he spoke. Then let us make a trip. We shall directly show our weakness and plead for mercy. It would be unwise if the other party did not notice us. He continued, gather intelligence on the poison dragon. Establish contact, and proceed with the execution. First, we must capture those above the 9th rank within the Mages Alliance. Let us depart. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the other 9 elders and took the lead in leaving. Chapter 78. The Fall of the Mages Alliance. The Mages Alliance has established branches across various regions of the continent. However, the rank of the resident leaders varies according to the location. The highest rank within the branches is legendary, and some leaders may even lack any cultivation, merely serving to filter talented children into the alliance. The headquarters of the Mages Alliance boasts the greatest number of powerful beings, with a true deity in residence. Yet, the Church of the Gods possesses a deeper foundation. And under the suggestion of the old Pope, many demigods set out to apprehend the leaders of the Mages Alliance from their various branches. Meanwhile, the true deities directed their focus toward the Mages Alliance. As they set out, the old Pope dispatched messengers to relay information to the Assassins Alliance and the Mercenaries Alliance. Sensing the residual energy fluctuations in the air, the old Pope sighed heavily. In the coming chaotic times, will there be a contest for the throne of the Divine Kings? At the headquarters of the Mages Alliance, when the fluctuations of the true deities of the Church of the Gods manifested in the sky, the true deity of the Mages Alliance hurriedly emerged with a smile to greet them. "Roland, Cohen, what brings you here? Please come in." The true deity of the Mages Alliance extended an inviting gesture, his face beaming with warmth. Although they all held the rank of true deities and wielded no authority, the Church of the Gods had a profound background, reliant on the divine. One could never know when they might be bestowed with power and ascend to a new stage. Conversely, the true deities of the Mages Alliance must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on their own, amassing belief to forge divine authority. Only after acquiring such authority could they truly be considered powerful true deities. However, belief belongs to the gods, unless one becomes powerful enough to challenge them. Acceptance of punishment is inevitable. Without belief, authority cannot be forged. Even profound comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth holds no value. The true deities of the Mages Alliance have reached a dead end, while those of the Church of the Gods can still ascend several steps. The gap is glaringly obvious. Such attitudes during their meeting are therefore to be expected. Roland and Cohen exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. There is no rush. We are still waiting for a friend. Let us hold on a moment. As they spoke, they inquired, "Did you not venture beyond to investigate?" The true deity of the Mages Alliance paused, perplexed. Which friend? Why would one need to venture beyond? What has transpired? Cohen quickly regained his composure. Indeed, you cannot gather belief nor have faith in the gods. The changes within the divine realm have yet to affect you, but that should not be the case. Your warning magic should have provided you with some indication. He continued, upon our arrival, "Fike, why did you not flee?" Fike shook his head and retorted, "Where could I possibly run to? I am unaware of any changes in the divine realm. Yet my warning magic advised me against running amok. Please, enlighten me on the matter. What has occurred?" Cohen nodded. "Let us await our friends from the Assassins Alliance and the Mercenaries Alliance. Once they arrive, we will explain everything. As fellow human beings, we will strive to secure opportunities for you. If the situation becomes dire, Fike, it would be wise for you to leave behind your legacy for your family." Fike's heart sank, realizing the complexity of the situation. The suggestion to leave a legacy hinted at a looming death crisis. However, with the gods pressing down upon him and the Church of the Gods making no moves against him, it seemed unlikely he faced any imminent threat. The idea of a death crisis arising from the Abyssal Lord breaking through a rift seemed absurd. Even if the Abyssal Lord emerged, it should not pose a deathly threat to him. That would be a concern for the Church of the Gods and the divine. As a true deity who could neither provide belief nor inspire faith, his only advantage was his longevity. Seeing that Fike remained unresponsive, Cohen refrained from further elaboration. Over-explaining might lead Fike to suspect he was prying into his legacy, which would be an ungrateful endeavor. Time passed slowly in anticipation. Soon, the true deities from the Assassins Alliance and the Mercenaries Alliance arrived. 4 true deities positioned themselves at each corner, surrounding Fike, the true deity of the Mages Alliance. Fike furrowed his brow and raised his staff, speaking in a grave tone. "Cohen, Roland, what is the meaning of this? Are you preparing to take action against me? Jace, Lena, what is your reason for this?" He continued, "What benefits has the Church of the Gods provided? Have you forgotten our thousands of years of friendship?" Jace and Lena remained silent, blocking the positions in the air without initiating an attack, instead looking to Cohen and Roland for an explanation. In the tense and delicate atmosphere, Cohen stepped forward and stated plainly, "Fike, you must take responsibility for the actions of your descendants." Fike's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean by taking responsibility for my descendants?" "The first rule of the Mages Alliance is to avoid offending the gods. This has been ingrained in our hearts for many years. Who has been foolish enough to offend a major deity? Even so, there is no need for such a grand display. Could it be that they have offended the God King?" Fike's mind raced as he quickly reviewed all members of the Mages Alliance, perplexed by the situation. True deities possess exceptional memory. Yet he could not fathom who would dare to offend a God King. The crux of the matter was being asked to take the blame. Jace and Lena also wore puzzled expressions, awaiting Cohen's explanation. Cohen shook his head. It would be simpler if it were merely an offense against the God King. In that case, the responsibility would not lie with you, and you would only need to surrender the main culprit. However, you have offended the lineage of the poison dragons, and none of the high-ranking members of the Mage's Alliance beneath you can escape. I have already dispatched demigods to apprehend them. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon you for your past actions of targeting the Poison Dragon clan in your attempts to curry favor with the Divine Realm. Fike, Jace, and Lena were left dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. The high-ranking members of the Mage's Alliance were all to be captured simply for offending the lineage of the Poison Dragons? They had previously engaged in slaughter with abandon, but now the bill was coming due. Moreover, their targeting of the Poison Dragon clan had been sanctioned by the Divine Realm, and now they were being made to pay the price? Did the Divine Realm truly fear the Poison Dragon lineage? For nearly 1,000 years, the Poison Dragon clan had been reduced to a state of disgrace. Cohen, if you are seeking excuses, at least find a better one. Just be straightforward. If you covet any interest from the Mage's Alliance, I can hand it over directly. There is no need for such theatrics. We are all true deities after all. And this charade is rather pointless. As Fike spoke, he nonchalantly stowed away his staff. He had initially thought they had offended the God King, only to discover it was merely a reckoning for the Poison Dragon lineage. It was evident that they were trying to deceive him. Jace and Lena exchanged strange glances at Cohen. In response, Roland stepped forward and remarked, "The Divine Realm may not have feared the Poison Dragon lineage in the past, but the situation is different now. If you were to venture outside for a brief exploration, you would discern the truth. The Church of the Gods is solely concerned with faith and has no need for your interests. Allow me to share some news. The existence of the Poison Dragon has awakened. He has sealed the Divine Realm with one hand and can obliterate this realm with the other. Do you now comprehend Cohen's earlier words? For the continuation of humanity, the sacrifice of the Mage's Alliance is unavoidable." Fike, Jace, and Lena remained perplexed and pressed for clarification. Who else remains of the Poison Dragon lineage? There are only 3 or 5 members left in this realm, and none have reached the level of true deities. They questioned, sealing the Divine Realm with one hand. Surely you jest? You will grasp the reality after a brief excursion beyond this realm. The Poison Dragon lineage still possesses that great existence. Roland refrained from naming it directly, instead inscribing the characters for Ancestral Dragon with energy. A powerful being can sense the call of their kind, and he dared not speak the name openly, opting for written expression instead. This is impossible. How could he still be alive? Could someone be masquerading in disguise? Previously, the Poison Dragon lineage nearly faced total annihilation. Why did he not intervene? You must be mistaken. Roland took a deep breath, gradually calming himself, and continued. You lack the knowledge of the system and are unaware of the secrets of the ages. I can understand that, but do not mistake ignorance for wisdom, for that will only lead to calamity. If not for the concern that taking direct action might alert Jez, Lena, and the hidden divine beings on the continent, there would be no need for such complications. Without support from the Divine Realm, the Church of the Gods could not withstand the might of all the true gods on the continent. Incurring their wrath would result in dire consequences that the Church must bear. However, if the Divine Realm were indeed able to provide assistance, there would be no need to yield to the Poison Dragon clan. Jez, your speed is commendable. You can venture beyond the boundary to gather information. I hope you can make the right decision upon your return. Of course, there is also a more straightforward approach, provoking that individual with words to see what repercussions ensue. Seeing Roland's unwavering conviction, Fike began to feel uncertain. Await my news, Jez said, his brow furrowed before vanishing into the rift in space. 3 hours later, Jez returned, his complexion pale, appearing dazed and deeply affected by his experience. Jez, what news do you bring? Lena inquired eagerly. Jez nodded, explaining, the information is accurate. The Divine Realm has been sealed. I consulted several acquaintances, and it appears that the entity awakening in the myriad realms has struck out at the Divine Realm, causing fissures in the authority of the God King, with the power of the sun being absorbed and controlled. Lena immediately grasped the crux of the matter. So the power of the Xinjiang no longer flows to the Divine Realm, allowing us to forge our own authority? A faint smile appeared on Jez's pale face. Precisely. The myriad realms are in chaos. I witnessed many races attempting to awaken fallen gods, aiming to reunite their powers. Nevertheless, our current focus must be on the Mage Alliance. Their relentless pursuit of the Poison Dragon clan poses a grave threat. That entity may dismiss us, but should they take action, we would stand no chance. Thus, we must first endure some humiliation for Fike. After speaking, Jez concealed himself within the void, grasping a half-artifact dagger, ready to strike at any moment. Roland and Cohen approached simultaneously. Fike, have you made your decision? The situation shifted rapidly, and Fike's expression darkened. After much contemplation, he sighed and dispersed the gathered magical energy. Let us proceed as you suggest, but the newly joined members are innocent. As kin, I hope you will look after them. A 1-against-4 scenario made resistance foolish. The only path to survival lay in locating a living member of the Poison Dragon clan and pleading for mercy, with no need for combat. Roland and the others felt relieved as they restrained Fike's magical energy, assuring him, do not worry, the lower-tier mages will be well cared for. But the name of the Mage Alliance must be eradicated. Thus, it was settled. Fike's concession, as a pillar of the Mage Alliance, signified the collapse of this colossal entity. Beneath the true gods lay the confinement of demigods and legendary beings. Within half a day, the Mage Alliance's presence vanished from the Holy Continent, leaving only the headquarters as a holding ground, guarded by 2 true gods to prevent escape. The continent trembled but soon settled once more. At this moment, Lei Luo slowly awakened from his epiphany. The originally vibrant green dragon scales began to shed, replaced by new, more resilient, and tightly knit scales, now adorned with hints of red patterns. From a distance, he appeared less like a poison dragon and more akin to a red dragon. This form was quite appealing. However, he pondered how further enhancement would affect his appearance. Would Leijia and the others recognize him? And would his mother from this life return from the abyss to see him? With the progenitor now active, perhaps it was time to settle scores with the ancient dragon clan that sought to destroy him twice, thinking he had no memories. Lei Luo paced within the dragon tomb, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 79. Subduing the goblins, competing for followers. On the once desolate island, his predecessor had been slain by a pair of golden dragon eyes. After his arrival, there had been further attempts on his life, and had he not been stopped, Lei Luo might have ceased to exist. Inheriting the physical form of his predecessor naturally meant inheriting the grudges as well. 2 assassination attempts were not an exaggeration. However, locating the dragon clan's stronghold proved challenging, with scant information available. The only lead he recalled was the Tianlong auction house in Feiyu City, linked to the Tianlong clan. Other than that, there was little else related to the dragon clan. The dragon responsible for the attempts had only revealed a pair of eyes, making identification exceedingly difficult. Yet, if the progenitor were to lend support, the resolution of this matter would likely be straightforward. After much contemplation, Lei Luo ultimately chose to suppress his desires for the time being, opting not to trouble the progenitor. This was his personal vendetta. Seeking assistance from an elder would only signify his own inadequacy. Avenging himself personally would be far more satisfying. Of course, when the time for action arrived, he would still require the support of his elders. Vengeance must be pursued, but one must not suffer losses. Having made his decision, Lei Luo felt a wave of relief wash over his soul, as if shackles had been loosened, allowing him to meld more closely with his physical form. Was this the lingering attachment of his predecessor? A flicker of realization crossed Lei Luo's mind. Once he avenged himself against the dragon who had sought to assassinate him, the yet-to-be-born child would indeed leave no trace of existence, and any residual attachments would dissipate. The world would only recognize Lei Luo, not the original poison dragon. With his soul and body now in harmony, future cultivation would become considerably easier. Once the attachments completely faded, he anticipated no bottlenecks before ascending to godhood. The sooner he addressed this matter, the greater the benefits to be gained. However, upon reflection, it seemed a daunting task, especially without the progenitor's intervention. After all, it was only after he resolved to seek vengeance that the attachments began to wane. Who could predict whether deviating from this decision would leave residual attachments behind? The slightest misstep at the pinnacle could create an insurmountable chasm. Lei Luo continued to pace within the dragon tomb, contemplating how to fulfill the wishes of his predecessor. After considerable thought, he found no suitable solutions. He had experienced too little. Many secrets were known only to the ancient ones, such as the enmity between the dragon clan and the poison dragon lineage, and the location of the dragon stronghold. Currently, I am merely at the 5th tier. Perhaps it is best to wait before probing into the secrets of the dragon clan. Strength is the foundation of revenge. The sun god's authority mentioned by Lichuayasi might offer a viable path. Faith, tokens, followers, the scope of divine authority. As a reincarnator, Lei Luo was no stranger to the first 3 elements. Establishing a church and spreading the word was quite simple. However, the latter remained somewhat ambiguous. Lichuayasi had moved too swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to inquire further. He needed to dream and seek wisdom from the progenitor, hoping the elder would provide clarity. Just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside the dragon tomb, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Those dwarves have truly lost their minds, insisting we worship that so-called god of forging. Brothers, we must not allow the dwarves to succeed. We must steadfastly uphold our faith in the goblin god. The god will return, and we need to maintain our devout faith to welcome him back. Let us halt ahead and establish a temple for our god. Indeed, the goblin god, the goblin god. Do we have a god in our clan? Perhaps, though my grandmother never mentioned the existence of a goblin god in her tales, only recounting how our ancestors traded on the continent, noting our talent in commerce and the blessings of the god, which ultimately led us underground. Though the surface remains our true home, I long to venture to the surface and play. Something about that fellow feels deceptive. Close to 1,000 goblins scurried through the subterranean world. However, their small size failed to create much of a disturbance, due to the constraints of their lineage. Most goblins stood around 1.3 meters tall, while only the leading goblin reached 1.5 meters, standing out among the crowd. As they journeyed, the leading goblin fervently extolled the virtues of the goblin god, casting meaningful glances at those goblins who had already pledged allegiance, attempting to rally more to the faith of the goblin god. However, the results were less than favorable. In exasperation, the leading goblin pointed toward a small hill, deciding to establish the temple there. This hill lay directly behind the dragon tomb, and Lei Luo overheard every word they spoke. Establishing a hall beneath the earth is no easy task. Improper operations can easily lead to collapses, while other creatures might flee from a minor cave-in. The survival chances for the generally third-tier goblins are exceedingly slim. Upon reaching the small hillside, the leading goblin did not hasten to begin work. Instead, he retrieved a pitch-black double-bladed axe from the dimensional space, which emanated an aura of mysterious energy. This axe serves as a token from the goblin deity, representing the divine will. It is through this symbol that the goblin deity is able to protect us in the depths below, sparing us from the slaughter of surface-dwelling humans. Kneel with me, for the deity shall always safeguard us, regardless of our location. After releasing the double-bladed axe, it floated gracefully in mid-air, casting a dark luminescence upon all the goblins. The light, though not blinding, compelled the goblins to avert their gaze and bow their heads. Goblin deity, goblin deity. Some goblins knelt on the ground, fervently shouting. As their cries echoed, a glimmer of silver light infused the double-bladed axe, which immediately returned a trace of black light. The offering came from a second-tier goblin, who, upon receiving the axe's gift, advanced directly to the third tier. Such a miracle instantly won the belief of the other goblins, who followed suit in their worship. However, the majority of the goblins' faith emanated in white light, with only a handful radiating silver. The silver faith received the most gifts, while the white faith merely garnered simple blessings. The double-bladed axe bestowed gifts only once upon all goblins. Thereafter, it selected individuals at random, compelling others to continue offering faith in hopes of becoming the next fortunate recipient. Raylo, observing from the dragon tomb, wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. He sensed a certain flow of power from the double-bladed axe. If he was not mistaken, it contained principles of slaughter, war, and ferocity. How could such principles be embodied by a god of the goblin race? Raylo had encountered descriptions of the goblin race in his ancestral memories. The ancients of the Poison Dragon clan regarded goblins with disdain, describing them as cowardly, greedy, cunning, and timid, incapable of providing pure faith. If not for their minimal exploitable value and their rapid reproduction, they would have been exterminated long ago. This evaluation was quite contemptuous, suggesting that the survival of the goblin race depended on their lack of worth and their ability to breed quickly. However, Raylo held a different perspective. The minimal exploitable value was merely a viewpoint of the powerful, who cared only for faith and battle-ready followers, thus deeming the goblins useless and unworthy of exploitation. Yet, goblins were not devoid of advantages. Their characteristics of cunning, cowardice, greed, and timidity were quite suitable for commerce. Cunning and greed could maximize profits, while cowardice and timidity allowed them to avoid crises. Naturally, they would attract the attention of thieves, necessitating external powerful force for deterrence. The sustenance of any organization requires substantial benefits. Without tangible interests, how could followers provide faith? It is humanity that can offer a plethora of faith, with sufficient wealth. Gathering faith would be remarkably swift. The relationship between followers and deities is, after all, a transaction. Witnessing the actions of the goblins, Raylo began to formulate a rough idea regarding the consolidation of divine power, as described by Raito Yasi. However, prior to that, he needed to conduct field research and gather a few subordinates. The goblins before him were quite suitable. In the future, he would only need to provide military protection, allowing them to engage in commerce across the continent, sharing the proceeds with the followers to amass faith. All races in the world strive for profit. Faith is no exception. Raylo released his aura and slowly approached the goblins. As a race at the pinnacle of legend, there are few races on the holy continent that do not fear him. This fear is passed down through bloodlines. The weaker the race, the more intense the inherited fear. The goblins, who were kneeling before the double-bladed axe, immediately dropped to the ground, clutching their heads. Only the leading goblin remained standing, enveloped in the glow of the double-bladed axe. An ethereal silver wolf emerged from the axe, gazing at Raylo with a serious countenance. Young descendant of the dragon clan, what is the meaning of your intrusion? Why disturb the worship of my followers? Depart immediately, or you shall receive a lesson. The poison dragon lineage had remained dormant on the continent for many years, with only those humans who targeted the poison dragons possessing any knowledge of them. The silver wolf before him clearly had little understanding. Mistaking Raylo for a branch of the dragon clan, unaware of his true identity as a poison dragon, Raylo disregarded the silver wolf's threats, responding nonchalantly. Your method of gathering faith is intriguing. However, with the vast number of goblins, I shall claim this batch. You may seek others. This double-bladed axe is a token, is it not? Carelessly releasing it could lead to trouble. The silver wolf squinted, scrutinizing Raylo with a glint of malice in its eyes. Possessing the bloodline of the frost wolf, it had never encountered such a threat. Yet, this young dragon clan descendant was peculiar. He displayed no fear and seemed knowledgeable about tokens and faith. How could a young dragon in training possess such wisdom? Had he activated his ancestral memories? The silver wolf's demeanor caused Raylo to feel perplexed. Could it be that Raito Yasi had deceived him? The progenitor did not exert pressure on the divine realm. Otherwise, how could someone seeking goblins as followers show no fear? Raylo flicked his tail, resolving to take decisive action. Encountering resistance while attempting to recruit subordinates was unacceptable. If he could not defeat it, he would summon the progenitor. A mere breath from the progenitor could obliterate demigods. He doubted this giant wolf could contend with the progenitor. With a roar, he unleashed a stream of verdant toxic breath tinged with dark red towards the silver wolf. The dark red toxin left behind black streaks in its wake. The silver wolf's pupils widened, releasing all the previously collected power of faith to form a protective shield. A sudden, intense unease gripped its heart. This young dragon seemed far too powerful. Despite being merely 5th tier, he was capable of creating spatial rifts. What was amiss? The shield formed from the power of faith was quite sturdy, augmented by the silver wolf's innate strength, successfully blocking the toxic breath. Even though the dark red toxin had the potential to tear through space, it failed to breach the shield. It was important to note that the dark red toxin represented the elemental properties refined from the scarlet flame feather, although still relatively weak. It was nonetheless a principle with a fundamentally different level of significance. Had it been any other race, they would likely have retreated upon realizing that a 5th-tier being was already involved with principles. Yet, the silver wolf did not retreat. It channeled more power from its true form. Its ethereal figure towered over Raylo. Looking down, it stated, "Little one, do you still wish to contest with me? Depart now, and I shall not hold it against you. Persist, and you shall suffer." Although this dragon clan descendant was peculiar, the quantity of followers is crucial to its ascension to divinity. Abandoning followers at this juncture would ruin its reputation and future prospects. Raylo's expression darkened as he prepared to strike again, suddenly feeling a weight pressing down upon him. The silver wolf, in its demigod form, exerted its strength. The vast disparity in tiers rendered even the formidable dragon clan physique unable to resist. The silver wolf smirked, relishing the sensation of overpowering a young dragon genius. This young one had provoked first. Surely, its elders would not lower themselves to intervene, especially given the dragon clan's renowned pride. Otherwise, the events that led to the poison dragon lineage's complete independence would not have transpired. Wait, the poison dragon lineage? The silver wolf's ethereal form trembled as it heard Raylo's plaintive voice. Progenitor, a demigod is bullying me, claiming our poison dragon lineage is worthless and destined to suffer. In the past, Raylo would have needed to demonstrate his ancestral memories to summon the progenitor's projection from the continuum of time. However, since Raito Yasi had stated that the progenitor had awakened, such complexities were no longer necessary. The transmission of memories was observed by the goblins below, and it is likely that they would be entirely exterminated. He had hoped to rely on these goblins to generate wealth and gather followers. The silver-white giant wolf's expression changed dramatically, and it prepared to flee. Thunder rumbled across the skies of the sacred continent, with numerous laws manifesting. As hundreds of feet of lightning streaked through the atmosphere, the winds and clouds shifted abruptly, casting a heavy pall over the entire continent. The higher the rank of the beings present, the heavier their hearts felt. Those divine beings who had ventured beyond the divine realm were particularly shaken. The ethereal form of the silver-white giant wolf did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually solidified, revealing its true form in the underworld. In the extreme North Sea, the abyssal rift continuously exhaled the miasma of the abyss, tirelessly transforming the region into a part of the abyss. The abyssal demons occasionally emerged to prevent divine beings of the human race from launching surprise attacks. At this moment, a colossal demon had surfaced, preparing to investigate the movements of the human race when the sky darkened and laws manifested. A force incompatible with this realm surged forth, disrupting the laws and forcefully descending. The probing demon hastily tore open a spatial rift and withdrew its head. Simultaneously, it muttered quietly, expressing curiosity without any intent to offend, remarking that the abyss had previously sheltered Lei Luo. If the elder was dissatisfied with the incursion of the abyss, it requested a dialogue with the sovereign. The abyssal demon continued to mutter, and after a while, with no further disturbances, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was not due to the invasion of the abyss, could it be that some fool was targeting the poison dragon lineage again? Yet, who would be so bold at this time? Was an ancient being truly intervening against the younger generation of the poison dragon clan? The abyssal demon cautiously tore open a small rift in space, casting its large eyes toward the extreme North Sea, afraid to extend its head any further. In the elven forest, the ancient tree of life swayed its branches, gathering information transmitted by all the trees on the continent. However, lacking trees in the underworld, it could not discern the happenings below. Alas, which fool in the underworld has offended whom? This is simply asking for trouble. I hope it does not disrupt the greater scheme of the elven race. The foolishness of it all, lacking even a shred of insight. As the winds and clouds shifted violently, the ancient tree of life's aged visage could not help but express its ire. After thousands of years of tranquility, its composure was shattered, illustrating the depth of its current fury. Though it did not venture outside the continent, it had acquired immense knowledge through probing information from other races. At the Church of the Gods, the old pope gazed anxiously at the heavens as the thunder intensified, nearly converging into a sea of lightning. Although much of it seemed directed toward Feiyu City, the distance between Feiyu City and the Church of the Gods was negligible for divine beings. The old pope sensed a power emanating from the storm that filled him with a disquieting dread, though he could not pinpoint the source of his fear. In the rear mountains, where the divine beings of the church gathered, Cohen and Roland, along with 10 other true gods, looked up, their expressions shifting in response to the tumult. One who had traversed the divine realm spoke with difficulty, stating that the power was unmistakably the same and likely intended to settle accounts with them. What should they do? They could only await judgment. There was little they could do, as even the divine realm could not resist it. Cohen sighed, sitting down, resigned to await the inevitable outcome. An air of helplessness and despair enveloped the 10. In the underworld, the silver-white giant wolf faced off against Lei Luo. Unlike before, a phantom emerged behind Lei Luo, which, if he turned to look, would reveal a striking resemblance to the ancestral figure seen in dreams. The silver-white giant wolf swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably, and stammered, pleading for mercy, asserting that it had not intended to offend and that it was all a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? A deep, muted voice inquired slowly. The silver-white giant wolf was taken aback, unsure how to respond. It could hardly admit that Lei Luo had sought trouble, only for it to intimidate him, intending to teach him a lesson, entirely unintentional. In the sacred continent, power was the only valid argument. Reasoning without power was mere sophistry. Cold sweat beaded on the wolf's brow as it dryly declared that there was no misunderstanding, only its own fault. Upon hearing the voice, Lei Luo turned to look, instinctively asking, "Ancestor, you may speak now." Previously, whether in dreams or summoned as a phantom, there had been no consciousness. Now, it was speaking on its own accord. Lei Kumingda smiled slightly, explaining that it had not awakened before, only acting on subconscious arrangements, but now that it was awake, it could naturally communicate. This continent was rejecting him, and rather than destroy it, it was prudent to resolve the issue first. Should this little wolf be killed to warn other races? Or should it be subdued to serve as a guardian? The silver-white giant wolf trembled, filled with regret, casting a pitiful glance at Lei Luo. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Luo shook his head, stating, "Let us subdue it as my guardian. With your formidable presence, ancestor, no other ancient beings will dare target me. With this giant wolf at my side, I need not trouble you constantly." "That is agreeable," Lei Kumingda replied. a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he looked toward the void. He then turned his gaze back to the silver-white giant wolf. Noting its partial lineage from the frost giants, which was commendable, he pointed a finger at the giant wolf, infusing it with a dark, luminous essence that merged with its spirit and body. The rejection intensified. In the future, it could summon the phantom of the river of time and reach out to him in dreams if needed. With that, Lei Kumingde vanished from the underworld, heading toward a certain hidden realm in the void. Having been forewarned, the ancient beings of other races would naturally refrain from intervening. But this did not extend to the dragon race. Did they truly think he had no temper? On that day, anguished howls from the dragon race echoed through the skies of the sacred continent, as countless dragon scales and blood scattered across the land, alongside an array of treasured artifacts from the dragon race. Subsequently, the entrances to the dragon race's secret realms were sealed, and the gathering laws gradually faded from sight. The heavens and earth regained clarity, but certain races grew increasingly anxious. In the underworld, after absorbing the dark essence, the silver-white giant wolf felt a surge in both physical and spiritual powers. However, when it looked at Lei Luo, it was filled solely with a sense of guardianship, no longer harboring any thoughts of opposition. The methods of powerful beings were indeed endless, which imbecile had spread the notion that the dragon race was deficient in spiritual matters. With a slight sigh, the silver-white giant wolf faced Lei Luo, prostrating itself and declaring, "Little wolf, Bai Yi greets the master." The stark contrast in demeanor prompted Lei Luo to gain a more intuitive understanding of the ancestral power, igniting a fervent desire within him. Ultimately, the strength of others belonged to them. It could be borrowed but not relied upon indefinitely. Achieving one's own power was the true path. Lei Luo waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to call me master. It feels odd. If you were female, it might be acceptable, but you may simply call me Lei Luo from now on. I intend to subdue the goblins below. What do you suggest I do?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi responded, "That is easily handled. I can compel their loyalty directly. The goblin race is inherently timid, and submission to powerful beings is ingrained in their nature. However, their gathered beliefs are chaotic and can only be utilized with difficulty. Human faith is far easier to absorb. Then why not spread faith in the human world instead of seeking out these goblins?" Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "It is not that I cannot overpower others, but humans are not weak either. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of strength and perspective. Otherwise, I would not have encountered Lei Luo without even recognizing you. If luck had been a bit worse, I would have been hanging in the void, intimidating other races by now." Lei Luo nodded slightly, then shook his head, stating, "The goblins can be subdued, and faith can be collected, but they have other uses. However, before that, I must gain a concrete understanding of the world. Let these goblins roam around and accompany me to the human world." Emerging from the extreme North Sea, he headed directly to the Beastmaster Mountains, followed by Silver Scale City and Feiyu City, but his encounters were primarily with mercenaries. The true source of faith comes from the ordinary human race, and only by understanding the ordinary people can one gather true followers. In the past, one had to conceal their identity, but now it can be fully embraced, backed by the ancestors, which is indeed audacious. Chapter 81. Field Research. With the assistance of Bai Yi, the former master, the entire goblin clan swiftly changed their allegiance and recognized Lei Luo as their sovereign. However, at this moment, Lei Luo had no immediate need for these goblins, so he allowed them to remain in the underground world, providing them with a dragon scale to intimidate threats from the sentient races. Subsequently, Lei Luo and Bai Yi returned to the surface, opting not to head back to Feiyu City, but instead choosing a random direction to walk. Bai Yi, being a demigod, was relatively weaker among his peers. Yet he served as an excellent guardian against foes beneath the demigod level. Above that tier, it was unlikely anyone would dare confront them. At this moment, Bai Yi transformed into human form, closely following Lei Luo. Not long after their return to the surface, they were discovered by a hidden power in the void. Given Lei Kumingde's reputation for suppressing the divine realm, his deterrence against god-level beings had reached its zenith. As he himself stated, he was reluctant to shatter the sacred continent, though he possessed the means to do so. As perhaps the last remaining toxic dragon on the sacred continent, he had attracted Lei Kumingde's attention, and the scrutiny Lei Luo faced far exceeded his expectations. Bai Yi sensed the hostile gazes emanating from the void and uncomfortably shifted his body, perceiving emotions of animosity, warning, threat, and vigilance. He realized that even harboring ill thoughts towards Lei Luo would lead to his demise without Lei Kumingde needing to intervene. After all, the divine realm had been painstakingly suppressed, and with a substantial opportunity to seize the divine authority within reach, who would dare to disrupt the order. Feeling the malice from the void, Bai Yi felt a deep sense of grievance. He did not desire this situation, but misfortune had befallen him. Unbeknownst to Lei Luo, he was unaware of the scrutiny, as no one dared to openly stare at him. Lei Comingda had personally descended for his sake. Anyone who dared to openly gaze at Lei Luo would undoubtedly be detected by Lei Comingda, and the consequences were unpredictable. Choosing not to return to Feiyu City, Lei Luo surveyed the surroundings and proceeded towards a direction that felt somewhat familiar, which led towards Yinlin City and the Beast Mountain Range. In the Sacred Continent, the human faction was primarily dominated by the Church of the Gods, which guided the kingdoms below it, followed by three major forces: the Mercenary Alliance, the Mage Alliance, and the Assassin Alliance. However, the Mage Alliance had been obliterated and could not be included in the current standings. Beneath these two major forces were various families, and below them were the controlled villages. Even the beggars in the cities were under the jurisdiction of the noble families, with no individuals exempt from the law unless they could sustain themselves. Yet in the wilderness filled with magical beasts, ordinary people could not survive alone. As Lei Luo walked along the main road, observing the changing scenery, he found the lack of human presence peculiar and decided to rest under a tree. "Young master, would you like something to eat?" Bai Yi, adhering to the advice of the elder from the Beast clan, inquired with a new form of address. "Yes, some roasted meat," Lei Luo replied, closing his eyes to sense the flow of energy within the universe. With no external threats and the powerful presence of Lei Comingda, he could afford to relax for a moment. Once the matter of faith was settled, he could ponder the integration of attributes. The opportunity to ascend to divinity was imminent, and he wondered who might emerge to thwart him. Moreover, the Dragon Clan stronghold was also a matter of concern, and he needed to seize the opportunity to confront them. Shifting to a more comfortable position, Lei Luo savored his leisure time. Meanwhile, Bai Yi swiftly traversed through space at his demigod level, bringing back a barbecue grill, a chef, and, from who knows where, several enormous magical beasts, which were skinned and prepared for roasting. As the aroma wafted through the vicinity, Bai Yi approached Lei Luo cautiously, saying, "Young master, the roasted meat will be ready shortly. However, what are we doing here? There is no one around. How can we gather faith?" Lei Luo glanced at Bai Yi with disdain and replied, "Who says we need to gather faith right now? Do not act impulsively. Think about how you were conscripted. Without a suitable method, forcibly collecting people's faith is futile and merely a waste of time. True devotion arises from the heart, not through coercion." Bai Yi blinked, refraining from retorting but inwardly skeptical. The collection of faith traditionally involved designated individuals offering prayers. The Church of the Gods operated on that principle. Although Lei Luo was the young master and could not be harmed, he felt it was permissible to challenge certain viewpoints. Lei Luo, noticing Bai Yi's skepticism, chose not to elaborate further. After the roasted meat was ready, Lei Luo savored it thoroughly before glancing at the sky. The sun was still high, with about 4 hours until sunset, so he lay down to rest. Bai Yi, having sent the barbecue chef away, remained nearby on alert. Lei Luo's actions puzzled the god-level beings and those possessing godlike abilities on the Sacred Continent. Shouldn't they be establishing tokens of faith, gathering followers, and collecting devotion? Roasting meat? Resting? Procrastinating? Did he not wish to seize divine authority and instead prefer a life of ease in the embrace of his ancestors? Confounded by Lei Luo's maneuvers, numerous powerful beings diverted their attention, but with Bai Yi present, approaching them was relatively straightforward. As the others departed, only the human god-level beings did not dare to neglect their vigilance. Having already offended the toxic Dragon Clan, if Lei Luo were to sustain any injuries, how would the human race survive henceforth? Lei Luo awoke after a deep slumber, just as the sun began to set. He then soared into the air to survey the surroundings before flying towards a remote area where smoke was rising. Chapter 82. Entering the village. By Ye's confusion, the Sacred Continent had never truly understood the needs of its followers, nor had it sought to address these needs to enhance the fervor of faith. Since ancient times, it had relied on divine miracles, selecting a few fortunate individuals for others to emulate. The crucial operations involved divine punishment and the intimidation of earthly forces. Intervention through external means was employed to forcibly harvest faith. Humans are peculiar creatures, remarkably intelligent, yet also profoundly foolish. Ordinary individuals tend to possess a herd mentality. As they witness more worship, some gradually elevate their faith, with some even becoming fanatical believers. This feedback has ingrained a notion in the minds of the gods of the divine realm and other god-level beings. Harvesting faith from the human race requires no other means. By compelling them to kneel and worship, the more they worship, the stronger the power of faith becomes. Given this premise, Lei Luo's actions appeared quite strange, starkly contrasting with millennia of tradition, which naturally drew disdain from the other god-level beings. At this moment, Lei Luo remained oblivious to the reactions of those entities. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. How could faith be harvested unilaterally? A one-sided contribution would surely yield an aberrant outcome. As they approached the outskirts of a village, Lei Luo descended and walked towards it, with Bai Yi following suit. Upon reaching the village entrance, 2 villagers armed with wooden spears patrolled. Upon seeing Lei Luo and Bai Yi approaching, they raised their spears and shouted, "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why have you come to our Huangmao village?" Without hesitation, another villager struck a gong placed nearby. Clang, clang, clang. The distinctive sound resonated throughout the village. And regardless of their tasks, all the men in the village rushed towards the entrance, wielding weapons. Women and children retreated into their homes, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, angrily exclaiming, "Young master, these villagers are too bold, daring to point weapons at you. I shall eliminate them all." "Silence," Lei Luo retorted, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he admonished, "If you kill them, how can we gather faith? Without faith, we cannot forge the tokens of divine authority. Will you explain this to the ancestors? Or do you think you can provide faith to me as a demigod?" Bai Yi awkwardly chuckled, quietly defending himself, "Young master, it is not that I am unwilling to offer faith. As a demigod, I no longer possess faith. Otherwise, I would certainly be the first to become a fervent believer in you." Lei Luo curled his lips and gestured dismissively, saying, "Since you are aware, kindly remain silent and refrain from causing a disturbance. I have not summoned you to act unnecessarily." "Understood," Bai Yi hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, as Lei Luo conversed with Bai Yi, nearly all the men from the village gathered at the entrance. At the forefront stood an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. The old man had a robust physique, exuding an imposing presence without anger, and carried a hefty sword on his back, a testament to his former prowess as a warrior in his youth, now tempered by the passage of time. "From where do these distinguished guests hail? And what brings you to our remote village?" the elder inquired, taking a few steps forward while maintaining a respectful distance. Bai Yi was about to speak, but recalled Lei Luo's earlier admonition and swallowed his words, stepping back a couple of paces. "I am Lei Luo, traversing the world to observe the living conditions of the common folk of the human race. Your village is my first stop, and I hope, revered elder, that you might grant us an opportunity, as your village may one day witness transformation." Lei Luo introduced himself boldly. He then turned to Bai Yi, instructing, "Utilize your spatial transference to present a bag of coins to the elder. We shall first establish our intent and then demonstrate our strength. The dual approach will resolve 80% of our challenges." Bai Yi nodded, stepping forward to present a small pouch of gold coins to the elder, then retreating to Lei Luo's side. "During my stay, I hope you can provide sustenance. Consider this as payment for food and lodging." Qibowen's expression was one of astonishment, his mind racing with a singular thought: spatial transference? Is that not a technique reserved for divine-level beings? What manner of individual is Lei Luo, accompanied by such formidable protection? "Village chief, what shall we do? Should we offer them shelter? They appear quite agreeable, and our village harbors little of value. With the impending beast tide, perhaps we could accept them and enlist their aid. If we leave them waiting, we may miss our chance." "Indeed, village chief, shall we let them in?" Qibowen hardly had time to regain his composure before he was met with the villagers' encouragement. Considering the impending crisis facing the village, welcoming these outsiders seemed highly advantageous. However, the other villagers, lacking experience, did not comprehend the risks involved. But they were divine-level beings. Qibowen's face contorted with conflicting emotions before he finally bowed his head and said, "If you too wish to enter the village for rest, you are most welcome. However, we are on the verge of a beast tide and have little to offer in the way of hospitality. Our food consists only of coarse grains. What do you think?" Lei Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, consider us as invisible. Should the village encounter a crisis, I will act as needed, rest assured." His purpose here was not solely for leisure, but to understand the villagers' needs, as they would provide ample faith in return. After a rather unfriendly exchange, Lei Luo led Bai Yi into the village known as Tiejinsuan. The village was predominantly inhabited by warriors, with not a single mage in sight. As Lei Luo wandered, he noticed that even the children wielded makeshift wooden swords for play, while the adult warriors primarily used two-handed greatswords. Mages served dual roles as apothecaries and healers. The absence of a mage in Tiejinsuan meant that injuries could only be endured, relying on their own resilience or the village's ancient medicinal herbs, with the effectiveness entirely left to chance. Upon entering the village, Kibo-en shooed away the onlookers and cautiously followed Lei Luo, his gaze fixed on Lei Luo's feet. This display of respect pleased Bai Ye. He had submitted to Lei Luo, but that did not permit ordinary folk to gaze upon him directly, for it would be a sign of disrespect towards this demigod. After completing a circuit of Tianjin, Lei Luo casually asked, "Village chief, why does your village not employ a mage, or send someone to learn healing techniques? It must be quite troublesome without a doctor when illness strikes." Kibo-en chuckled awkwardly and explained, "In this impoverished and remote area, the environment is harsh, and we do not produce valuable herbs. We cannot afford to pay the exorbitant fees for even the most destitute mage who would not wish to come here." The village had previously invested in training a mage, but after venturing into the wider world, they never returned. Consequently, the villagers have been disinclined to invest in training again. The entire village cultivates fighting spirit, becoming resilient and quickly forming combat strength. When injuries are severe, we bear them ourselves or seek a doctor in the town. Lei Luo gazed up at the sky, pondering thoughtfully before nodding. "Village chief, please arrange for us to have a place to stay. You need not concern yourselves with food for now. Tomorrow I will continue my visits. I hope a villager can provide me with explanations. 50 copper coins for a day, what do you think?" Kibo-en's face lit up with surprise, and he nodded vigorously. "No problem, no problem. 50 copper coins is quite generous. Our village has few good houses. You may stay in mine. Will you require any living essentials?" Lei Luo shook his head. "No need for those. Bai Ye will take care of it. He is swift and will manage it easily." Kibo-en dared not look at Bai Ye, nodding in agreement. As the village chief and the strongest warrior, Kibo-en's available accommodation was constructed from stone, adorned with flowers at the entrance, making it the finest dwelling in Tianjin. Having slept in caves of beasts, Lei Luo was indifferent to such matters, instructing Bai Ye to fetch new pillows before lying down to rest. After emerging from the stone house, Kibo-en did not return home for dinner, but went to a small courtyard on the west side of the village. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and appeared somewhat dilapidated. Even at mealtime, only a faint aroma of food wafted from within. As he creaked the gate open, Kibo-en entered. Hearing the noise outside, a room within opened, and a girl with delicate features emerged, her azure eyes filled with confusion. "Village chief, why have you come? Is there something amiss?" Kibo-en waved his hand. "How is your mother? Is she feeling any better?" "She's well enough, same as always." "Have you eaten?" "I have." Their exchange left Saixia even more perplexed, as the village chief's behavior seemed rather unusual today. Kibo-en nodded and explained, "Earlier, a guest arrived in the village, eager to learn about us. Tomorrow, he will need a guide to address his inquiries, offering 50 copper coins for the day's work. I wish for you to present yourself well and accompany this esteemed guest." Saixio's expression stiffened, feeling bashful. "Village chief, Kibo-en immediately discerned her thoughts, clarifying, "Do not overthink it. This guest possesses a noble status, and his escort consists of legendary warriors, so you need not fear. If he truly takes an interest, you may find fortune. He could very well heal your mother. If he does not wish to keep you, serving as a maid is still preferable to languishing in the village." Divine-level beings were a concept foreign to the villagers. Kibo-en understood this, having ventured to larger cities. In the village, the mention of divine-level beings could not compare to the impact of legendary beings. Saixio's eyes widened in surprise and trepidation. "Do you think I can manage?" Kibo-en encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder. "You are the most beautiful girl in the village, and at merely 16, you are perfectly suited. Later, I will bring you a new outfit. Prepare yourself well tonight. I shall take my leave." That evening, Kibo-en personally delivered a fitting outfit to Saixia. The next day, as sunlight streamed down, Tianjin was already bustling with activity. Hearing the commotion outside, Lei Luo awoke languidly and stepped out of his room. Outside, Kibo-en had been waiting for some time, a girl standing behind him. Upon seeing Lei Luo emerge, Kibo-en quickly explained, "My lord, the villagers are busy with their work and are not eloquent in speech. Saixia is clever and agile, perfectly suited for the task of explanation. You may take her along. I assure you will be satisfied." Lei Luo nodded indifferently. "Then let it be her. You may depart now." Chapter 84. Though the world is vast, the fist is mightiest. Upon witnessing the village chief's departure, Saixia felt a tinge of anxiety. However, recalling the chief's words regarding this esteemed individual's capability to heal her mother, she promptly introduced herself. "Esteemed one, my name is Saixia. I am 16 years old and have never ventured beyond the village. What would you like to know?" After speaking, she performed the peculiar gesture the chief had taught her the previous night. Lei Luo, unfamiliar with the customs, casually replied, "Let us take a stroll first. If I have questions, I shall inquire." "How long has Tianjin village existed?" Sexia hesitated momentarily before responding. It should have been several hundred years, I suppose. No one pays much attention to such matters. The graves behind the village have been trampled by magical beasts multiple times, and as long as we can survive, that is sufficient. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow, noting the contrast between this village and Feiyu City and Yinlin City. He refrained from asking further questions and began to roam the village with Bai Ye and Sexia, having previously signaled his presence. The villagers greeted Lei Luo and his companions with nods, but offered little more than that. Only the village chief and Sexia were privy to the details, and neither would disseminate them indiscriminately. Tiejin village was modest, comprising merely 150 households, with a fluctuating population of around 400. The elderly were few, and although many possessed some degree of fighting spirit, age had begun to weaken their abilities, yet they managed to sustain themselves. After a cursory exploration of the village, Lei Luo headed toward its outskirts. Most villagers relied on hunting for their livelihood, with some raising poultry, leading to an unstable and perilous existence. The mountainous region provided unsuitable conditions for agriculture, and migration was not an option, as prime lands had long been claimed by more powerful clans and factions, leaving no room for these villagers. While some considered reclamation, the villagers struggled merely to protect themselves, let alone expand their territory. Having circumnavigated the periphery of Tiejin village, Lei Luo formed a general understanding of its circumstances and turned to Sexia, asking, in your opinion, what does Tiejin village lack the most? Or rather, if you were to remain in the village, what assistance would you desire? Sexia paused, contemplating earnestly before responding. The village is in dire need of formidable warriors. With enough skilled fighters, we could confront the magical beasts lurking outside, minimizing casualties. Warriors can safeguard the village and provide sustenance. I yearn for a means to cultivate my skills, which would alleviate many troubles. The chief has often said, though the world is vast, the fist is mightiest. Lei Luo nodded in approval, remarking, well said. Now, aside from warriors and methods of cultivation, what else do you envision? Powerful warriors aspire to better lives. Why would they remain in the village indefinitely? You seek the means to grow stronger, yet such strength often leads one to pursue more suitable environments for training. The village may benefit in the short term, but in the long run, it will revert to its former state. Upon hearing Lei Luo's refusal, a shadow of disappointment flickered in Sexia's eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. This time, she pondered longer before replying. Then the village lacks a guardian magical beast. Some solitary beasts launch nighttime raids on the villagers. Having a protective beast would likely avert such crises. As for myself, I wish to master a skill that enables self-sufficiency. The transition from the need for powerful warriors to a guardian beast, and from cultivation to skill, represented a significant shift. Lei Luo smiled, playfully probing. A guardian beast is still a magical beast. If it is too weak, it cannot protect the village. If it is too strong, it may go berserk and wreak havoc upon the village. Moreover, the skills you desire also require a conducive environment. Given the size of Tiejin village, regardless of the skills imparted to you, they will ultimately be appropriated, leaving you back at square one. Thus, can you conceive of anything else? Sexia, her complexion pale and puzzled, contemplated why this esteemed individual was so keen on posing such inquiries. Did he truly wish to assist the village, or was he reluctant? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Sexia merely followed Lei Luo's line of thought, and after a considerable pause, she articulated, then there are the powerful weapons and armor, which could enhance the village's combat capabilities for self-defense. I cannot leave the village nor acquire skills and strength. My only path lies in marriage and continuing life within the village, with no other aspirations. Lei Luo nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Human civilization was indeed robust, yet it primarily benefited the nobility, while the lower classes remained subject to exploitation and lived in a state of savagery. Nonetheless, it was precisely due to the multitude of individuals in the lower strata that Lei Luo had the opportunity to amass a significant following. He even managed to attract fanatics, establishing a divine authority and a kingdom of faith. After all, if one offers a loaf of bread to the impoverished, they may remember the gesture for 3 years and occasionally express gratitude. If the same bread is given to a member of the middle class, they would accept it politely and consume it with no further thought, perhaps recalling the encounter with a smile at some later date. When offered to a noble, however, it would be perceived as an insult, and should one fail to depart swiftly, they might face dire consequences. The same analogy applies to followers. The lower the social standing, the easier it is to satisfy them, especially within the prevailing environment that fosters corresponding beliefs. Yet Lei Luo was not in a hurry to act, having merely surveyed one village. He felt no need to rush.